When the doctor has a plug. Chapter 1090 to Chapter 1174. Honey, I'm back. Xianxia said happily as the door opened. She was back. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Xianxia happily ran in with several bags. Honey, I bought a few clothes. They're very beautiful. Xianxia nodded. Okay, you pack up first. I'll contact you after I'm done with this set. Heaven did not disappoint those who worked hard. In just one day, Xianxia successfully turned the polyester pleated skirt into artificial blood vessels of various sizes. Although the colors were different, the fabric was made of polyester. There was definitely a difference, but it was not too big. The 2 layers were just enough to feel the difference. Xianxia happily opened the wardrobe. I bought a windbreaker today and a pair of leather shoes. It matches the skirt I bought some time ago. It's just right. Xianxia happily hummed and opened the wardrobe to look for it. However, he could not find it after searching for a long time. He returned to the table and poured himself a glass of water to think. I remember putting it in the wardrobe. Why is it missing? Xianxia muttered to himself. Xianxia focused on suturing the surgery. Finally, 8 interfaces were completed, time, 20 minutes, today's training was not in vain. After familiarizing himself with the material, Xianxia's suturing speed skyrocketed. Xianxia stood up happily. That's great. Then, he looked at Xianxia and frowned. What's wrong? Xianxia sighed. Where's my skirt? Why can't I find it? After saying that, he picked up Xianxia's mold and artificial blood vessels and suddenly said, Eh? This artificial blood vessel has a strange color. Xianxia was suddenly stunned, he keenly realized that something was not right. He quickly said, Haha, you must be tired. Let's take a rest. I'll bring you to eat delicious food. What's so good about artificial blood vessels? Xianxia suddenly bent down and found a zipper on the ground. There were also some fabric at the corner. He carefully pieced them together. Oh, why did they look so familiar? Immediately, Xianxia suddenly stood up. He looked at the dozens of rolls of artificial blood vessels on the table and narrowed his eyes. What are these? Xianxia coughed and insisted, artificial blood vessels. Xianxia gritted his teeth. You made it, didn't you? When Xianxia saw that Xianxia's anger was rising, he quickly said, No. Honey, listen to me, really. Aya, listen to my explanation, and then you can do it. I saw that you had never worn it before, so I thought you didn't like it. That's why I cut it. Aya. It's true. Explain. I just bought this dress. I haven't worn it yet. Xianxia was furious. I bought it in France. Xianxia covered his head and squatted in the corner. No. I really didn't do it on purpose. I just showed up for the sake of medicine. We are working hard for the advancement of science. Xianxia sneered. You tore so many of my stockings. Why didn't you stitch them up? When Xianxia heard this, he said, a wish. I looked at the stockings first, but the material was wrong, and the density was not good. I looked in the wardrobe, and only your dress was suitable. Xianxia was so angry that she could not vent her anger. Xianxia was also tired from beating up Xianxia. He looked at the tubes of dresses on the table. He felt so wrong that he almost cried. It was a good dress. Who did it offend? Xianxia flattered and begged for mercy. The matter was finally resolved. Xianxia was really speechless. For this dress, he bought a set of clothes and shoes. In the end, the dress was gone. Xianxia was also helpless. He curled up in the corner and thought about a problem. What was the family life of a scientist like? Would Newton use the apple at home to demonstrate gravity? This must be something that was not known to humans. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. He stood up and put the torn fabric on the table. Looking at Xianxia who was going to cook, he snorted. Women are women. They will be. Happy with a little coaxing sigh, Xianxia sat down, picked up the scissors, needle, and thread, and sneered. It was just so, wasn't it just sewing these artificial blood vessels into a dress? It was a piece of cake, the dress was just a large artificial blood vessel. Shallow, therefore, Chen Song started his work. Actually, removing the stitches was also a technical job. Chen Song felt that understanding of the world was knowledge. Stitching a dress and stitching skin were the same. In the evening, Chen Song received a call from Gong Daijin. "Professor Chen, congratulations." The opening sentence stunned Chen Song. "Director Gong, you're too polite." Gong Daijin couldn't help but laugh and say, "You're welcome. You're going to be a professor at Peking University Hospital soon. It's not appropriate for me to call you Xiao Chen. Calling you Dr. Chen would make us seem distant. Now that you've become a professor, I'll have to call you Professor Chen." Chen Song heard this and thought, "That's right, I'm Professor Chen from Tsinghua University's Peking University Hospital. I'm on the same level as Sun Guangyu." "No, Sun Guangyu is my student." Thinking of this, Chen Song looked at Qinyu. Did he have to be so cowardly? Qinyu stared at him and said, "What are you looking at?" Chen Song smiled flatteringly and said, "I just think that you're too good-looking." When Qinyu heard this, he calmed down a little. On the other side, Gong Daijin continued, "Professor Chen, I have something to tell you. Zhao Sihan has been hospitalized. As for the surgery, I originally wanted to use a prosthesis to create a nasal cavity. But I saw a piece of news today. There's an organ donation. Can you see if you can use an allograft to complete the facial and nasal reconstruction surgery?" Gong Daijin was also a little worried. This was very different from performing surgery with a prosthesis. First of all, they had to communicate with the donor and obtain materials according to the patient's needs. This first step was very difficult. Next was the allograft transplant. They had to preserve the skin flap and various tissues for the transplant. In this way, it was very difficult to maintain the original appearance. This was because the randomness and plasticity of the allograft transplant was not very strong. However, the benefits of using an allograft transplant were too obvious. Not only would it help redistribute the facial nerves, but it would also make the external repair more complete. Moreover, the effect on the nasal cavity was better. However, this surgery was actually considered a small, face-changing surgery, therefore, Gong Daijin was also a little worried about Chen Song. After Chen Song heard this, he immediately heard a system notification sound. Ding! Mission activated, help the little girl undergo facial plastic surgery. Temporary reward, nose repair skill, master level. Permanent reward after the mission is completed. Chen Song had obtained this mission a long time ago, but he had been unable to receive it. Now that he needed to perform the surgery, it was activated. Chen Song had the perfect level, total nasal reconstruction skill. The master level, nose repair skill, gave Chen Song more confidence. P.S. It's 6 o'clock. Please support me. When Chen Song heard that there was an allograft transplant, it was indeed good news. He should be able to handle it now. First of all, he had to separate all the skin, blood vessels, and nerves in the other person's nose. This required nasal repair to effectively separate them. Chen Song nodded and said, "Director Gong, I don't have any problems here. When can the other party provide the allograft?" Gong Daijin said, "I'm not sure yet. The patient's family contacted us. The other party is also a girl. It's a family hereditary Marfan syndrome. The situation is not very good now. Many people in the family died in this field. Although they are ready for the surgery now, they don't have much hope. So, they signed the organ donation agreement in advance, hoping to help those who need help." Hearing this, Chen Song was stunned. Marfan syndrome, Marfan again, Chen Song could not help but sigh. "Well, then. I'll contact you when the time comes." After that, Chen Song hung up the phone. In organ donation, allograft skin flap transplants, such as face transplants, needed to be performed as soon as possible before the patient died because the function of the facial nerves and other functions had to be guaranteed. Chen Song turned around and looked at Qinyu, who had already prepared the meal. Well, it was very sumptuous. 3 dishes and a soup were placed on her face. Next to her was a chopstick and a bowl of rice. Too ruthless, Chen Song looked at such a large pile of artificial blood vessels and could not bear to disassemble them all. After thinking about it, he took a few photos and posted them on his WeChat moments to commemorate his boring and annoying day. He felt that such a memorable event was worth sharing. At least Su Ziming and Wang Tong, people from the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery, could understand. Thinking of this, Chen Song secretly turned around, opened his WeChat Moments, and posted on WeChat Moments. Today is Saturday. I originally planned to rest for a day, but I couldn't let go of the speed of the artificial blood vessel anastomosis. On a whim, I thought of using polyester woven clothes to make artificial blood vessels. I have to say, the effect is very significant. I spent 8 hours today, and I only did 120 artificial blood vessels. The aortic arch catheterization requires 8 connectors, and I only spent 20 minutes. Medicine comes from life. Finally, I want to thank my wife for the polyester pleated skirt. After that, Chen Song posted all the artificial blood vessels he had sutured to his circle of friends. Yes, he had also blocked little licking Qin. If she felt that he had not changed his mind completely, that would not be appropriate. So, he could not let her find out. A man's happiness was just that simple. After posting it on his WeChat Moments, Chen Song started eating with a pair of chopsticks. Qinyu looked at Chen Song. Do you think I'm inhumane? Chen Song slammed the table. How could that be? I think my wife is showing concern and love for me. You must be thinking that as a surgeon, this pair of chopsticks is like a needle holder. I have to learn how to eat skillfully with chopsticks and complete all kinds of difficult actions. Qinyu looked at Chen Song curiously. Really? Chen Song nodded firmly. That's right. Chen Song ate for a long time. He felt that if he did it a few more times, his needle-holding skills would definitely improve to a higher level. This was his wife's expectation for him. Before going to bed, Chen Song picked up his phone and thought about it. He posted another post on his WeChat Moments. Eating with a pair of chopsticks is the cultivation of a surgeon. Chen Song felt that it was better to be happy together than alone. After he finished writing, Chen Song lay on the bed in satisfaction. During the weekend, Chen Song thought that he would be idle. She could unscrupulously occupy his big bed. However, Qinyu suddenly said, by the way, I was so angry that I forgot to tell you something. Tomorrow, you have to accompany me to a classmate's house. When I was shopping with Professor Su Rue today, I happened to meet a graduate student who got married. He invited us to his house tomorrow. After Chen Song heard this, he nodded. Okay. Qinyu looked at Chen Song, who was like a salted fish, and said angrily, dress up tomorrow. Show me your most handsome side. Chen Song was stunned. Why? Qinyu put his hands on his waist. There's no why. Anyway, you have to be handsome. I said that I would wear that good dress tomorrow. Now, the dress is gone. I'm so angry. After that, Qinyu glared at Chen Song, rolled over, and went to sleep. This time, it was really a quiet night. Chen Song curled up in a corner of the quilt, looking pitiful. The next morning, Chen Song packed up and drove to his best friend's house with Qinyu. Chen Song felt that the girls' meeting would definitely be a boring party. Thinking of this, he downloaded a lot of papers on his phone before leaving. He could read them when he went. He didn't expect this classmate to be so rich. He actually lived in a detached villa. At this time, there were many people inside. It seemed that Qinyu wasn't the only one invited to this party. Seeing Qinyu and Chen Song walking together, a rather avant-garde girl walked out with a tall and handsome man. When she saw Qinyu holding Chen Song's hand, she was stunned. Qinyu smiled. Long time no see, Shan. Is this your boyfriend? Hong Shan held Qinyu's hand. Yes, long time no see. This is going to be my husband soon. Hong Shan sized up Chen Song and Qinyu, and also scanned each other. In the first round of PK, from Qinyu's slightly proud eyes, it could be seen that Qinyu had won. Qinyu patted Chen Song with satisfaction. He was happy inside. Every time he took Chen Song out for a walk, he had a good performance. Not bad, Qinyu, who was slightly better, was very happy. He said with a smile, you're going to get married soon? Congratulations. Hong Shan nodded. Yes. You will get married soon? Qinyu nodded. We've already registered, but we haven't held a wedding yet. I'll definitely invite you when the time comes. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Chen Song. Hong Shan nodded. This is Shuizong. Chen Song shook hands with him and smiled. Shuizong said, come on in. It's a rare weekend today. We'll gather friends at home. Chen Song smiled. Thank you for your hospitality. The villa had a yard. It was neither big nor small. It was not as big as Hubert's yard, but it was actually expensive in Beijing. It was a Western-style buffet. Many people came. Hong Shan took Qinyu to walk around. Shuizong was also very good at dealing with people. After he came, he sat with Chen Song for a while and chatted with him. He was very generous and did not put on airs. Brother Chen, the people here are all about the same age. If you have the chance, you can get to know them. Although they're not as educated as people in the medical circle, they're all from different walks of life. It's interesting. Chen Song smiled. Alright. Go ahead and get busy. Qinyu and Hong Shan sat together and started chatting. Qinyu said sincerely, Shan, your house is really big. Hong Shan smiled and said, this is the wedding house his parents bought for him. The wedding will be held here, and this is the first time they invited everyone here. I haven't seen you for more than 3 years after graduation. You really haven't changed at all. Qinyu smiled and said, I didn't have time to change. I was in the emergency department and was busy every day. I just finished my housemanship and came out to study for my doctorate. Hong Shan gave him a thumbs up and said, I can't compare to a straight-A student like you. I'm so tired from studying for my master's degree. I really don't have the motivation to move forward. Qinyu said, oh, so what are you doing now? Hong Shan said, I went to GlaxoSmithKline after graduation and worked there until now. Qinyu gave her a thumbs up and said, an international company. This is our country's leading brand in OTC. Not bad. Hong Shan smiled and said, you know my character. I can't sit still and like to cause trouble. If I really went to the hospital, my development potential would probably be limited. I think my character is suitable for this in all aspects. When old classmates met, although there was a bit of vanity in their hearts and they wanted to see if the other party was doing better than them, they would not go so far as to show off their wealth. Of course, there were also those who wanted to show off their wealth when they were young. After talking about work and these things, Hong Shan gave Qinyu a look and said, not bad, your husband is quite handsome. How did you get him? Qinyu smiled proudly and said, handsome, right? But he's a little stupid. We're in the same department, and I've been stalking him for 3 years. He's just a blockhead who's been enlightened too late. If he still doesn't confess, I reckon I'll have to force myself on him. Hong Shan giggled after hearing that. Amazing. What's wrong? Qinyu rolled his eyes and said, when I went to France, I finally bought a nice pleated skirt. I went shopping yesterday just to match the skirt with my clothes. You know what happened in the end? When I got home last night, I found that this guy had cut my dress into strips and made them into artificial blood vessels. He was stitching them up. Don't you think it's infuriating? Hong Shan couldn't help but laugh out loud. You've really found yourself a top student. Qinyu also raised his eyebrows and said, this eligible bachelor is so young and rich. Such a big house, you have good taste. Hong Shan smiled. Yes, Shuizong's family is in the foreign trade business in Guangdong. He opened a small company in the capital. We've known each other for more than 3 years. His personality is quite compatible with mine in all aspects. We're both better at interpersonal relationships. After buying this villa, we've basically never been idle. On the other side, Chen Song was not idle either. There were some middle-aged people at the gathering today. While the adults sat and chatted, 3 or 4 or 5-year-old children were operating small excavators on the ground. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh as he watched the 3 children working hard for their careers. Being born in such a family, their dreams would definitely not be recognized. Just as everyone was chatting in full swing, a wail of anguish suddenly rang out. Call 120. Hurry up and call 120. Seeing the chaos, Chen Song and Qinyu instinctively ran over. They saw a woman lying on the ground. Her breathing was rapid and her voice was hoarse. She was curled up on the ground. The woman came alone. She was Shuizong's business friend and was nearly 40 years old. Seeing the woman suddenly fall to the ground, Shuizong panicked. It would be troublesome if something happened to her in his place. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed 120. In this situation, no one dared to move. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "I have nitroglycerin. Can I use it?" After everyone heard this, they were immediately tempted. That's right, nitroglycerin tablets, this was a miracle medicine. Try it. It should be angina pectoris. The surrounding people were all at a loss. They didn't know anything about first aid. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly ran over in a hurry. Don't give me nitroglycerin. I'm a doctor. Everyone, please make way. Xianxia hurriedly said. The situation was definitely not optimistic. Save me. The woman's voice was low and hoarse. She was in so much pain that she couldn't open her eyes and had difficulty breathing. Qinyu and Hongshan were both medical students. At this moment, they both ran over. Xianxia quickly said, "Relax, don't be nervous." After that, Xianxia quickly said, "Have you called 120? Shuizong nodded. Yes, but it might take some time for people to come over from this villa area. Xianxia nodded after hearing this. Qinyu said, "Do you have any medicine on you?" The woman shook her head and said weakly, "No, is it a heart attack?" Hongshan asked. Xianxia shook his head after hearing this. It doesn't seem like it. Do you have a stethoscope? Shuizong said directly, "No." When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't care about anything else. He laid the woman flat, tore open her clothes, and put his ear directly to her. Xianxia began to frown. There was a systolic ejection murmur in the pulmonary valve area, a systolic reflux murmur in the tricuspid valve area, and the third and fourth heart sounds of the right ventricle. Then, Xianxia reached out and felt her neck and chest. Xianxia could clearly feel that the pulsation of the pulmonary valve area had increased. The surrounding people didn't know what was going on, but they didn't dare to speak carelessly. At this moment, Xianxia saw that the woman's breathing was becoming more and more rapid. He hurriedly said to Qinyu and Hongshan, "Help her up first." He could already feel that the woman had obvious difficulty breathing due to exertion and posture. Sure enough, after the woman got up, her breathing immediately eased a little. Hoarse voice, weak, difficulty breathing, angina. The answer was obvious. Xianxia quickly turned around and asked, "What medicine do you have on you? What medicine do you have at home?" Immediately, everyone looked in their bags and started talking. "I have nitroglycerin. I have quick-acting cardio-relieving pills. I have Schuttenling spray." After hearing this, Xianxia immediately frowned. These didn't work. Suddenly, Xianxia turned around and asked loudly, "Who has Viagra?" This sentence directly silenced everyone present. Everyone looked at each other. This kind of thing. Even if he had it, he couldn't say it out loud, right? Moreover, at this time, he still wanted Viagra. Everyone's face was dark, and they didn't know where to start. At this moment, a middle-aged man couldn't help but say, I have it." Immediately, everyone turned around and stared at the middle-aged man with a short stature. The man was a little embarrassed. "This is for you, doctor." Xianxia saw the sildenafil and immediately became happy. "Okay, thank you." The people around them were a little confused. They didn't know why Xianxia wanted Viagra at this time, such an inappropriate drug. Nitroglycerin and quick-acting cardio-relieving pills were not used. What was he using? However, they didn't understand, and they didn't dare to ask. One by one, they quieted down. At this time, Xianxia quickly said to Qinyu, "Go get a glass of water." Qinyu quickly got up. Everyone knew that sildenafil citrate was a drug to treat obstacles in young men's ability to stand up. However, they didn't know that this drug was actually a type 5 phosphodiesterase inhibitor. To be precise, this drug's main target had always been PDF5 on vascular smooth muscle, thus playing the role of dilating blood vessels. In the beginning, it was also a drug used to treat cardiovascular diseases. However, later, after discovering the side effects of the drug, they found that perhaps the side effects were better. In fact, this was indeed the case. There were 66 million loyal users of sildenafil in the world. Based on the 5 billion people in the world, excluding women, the elderly, children, and young men, nearly 100 million people out of the 1 billion people used it. Do you think a 1 in 10 probability is low? The development of sildenafil citrate over the years made him more focused and widely used it for the treatment of Bosch's dysfunction and pulmonary hypertension. At this time, the woman was most likely suffering from pulmonary hypertension. Could Xianxia diagnose it? Of course not, however. Was there any other way now? Pulmonary hypertension is a rapidly progressing and fatal disease. As long as pulmonary hypertension was diagnosed, regardless of whether the heart function was grade 2 or grade 3, whether mild pulmonary hypertension or moderate to severe pulmonary hypertension, it should be treated as soon as possible to avoid further deterioration of the condition. The first and foremost task of treatment was to improve the symptoms. The current patient's symptoms were enough to indicate that she was a patient with pulmonary hypertension. Due to the decrease in pulmonary vascular compliance, cardiac output could not increase with exercise. Breathing difficulties after physical activity were often the earliest symptoms of pulmonary hypertension. Due to the decrease in cardiac output, tissue hypoxia led to weakness and fainting. Due to the right ventricular hypertrophy, coronary perfusion was reduced, and the myocardium had a relative lack of blood supply, resulting in symptoms similar to angina. However, these were not enough to support Xianxia's diagnosis. The final confirmation of Xianxia's diagnosis was the woman's hoarse voice. Why did he say that? This was because only when the pulmonary artery was dilated, there was a strange pathogenesis, compression of the recurrent laryngeal nerve. As a result, there was an abnormality in his speech. After that, Xianxia quickly began his own diagnosis. He started with auscultation and palpation of the heart. Nitroglycerin was not used because Xianxia suspected that there was a possibility of hypotension. This was because severe pulmonary hypertension could lead to low blood pressure. If one's blood pressure was too low, using nitroglycerin was undoubtedly a challenge to the god of death. Everything seemed complicated, but it only took a moment for Xianxia to form a deduction in his mind. 3 or 4 children also squeezed into the crowd nervously and curiously. They looked at Xianxia and the auntie on the ground. They raised their heads and looked at the adults. Why were they so surprised? The miraculous effects of sildenafil citrate were relatively quick. When everyone saw that the woman was still lying there in discomfort after taking the medicine, they couldn't help but worry. Xianxia said, "Wait, it's fine." In terms of effectiveness, Viagra had never disappointed anyone. Generally speaking, the plasma concentration of the drug would reach the peak plasma concentration in 30 minutes. The effective time would be even faster. As time passed, the woman's breathing also calmed down. She didn't seem as scary as before. Even her speech was much clearer. At this time, she even slowly stood up. Everyone was stunned. It took effect so quickly. At this moment, everyone looked at Xianxia with eyes full of respect. Seeing this scene, the bald man suddenly became proud. "I have Viagra, I'm proud. I saved someone. Thank you. Thank you so much." The woman looked at Xianxia with gratitude. Xianxia nodded. "You should rest first. This medicine will only temporarily relieve your pulmonary hypertension. The specific treatment will need to be diagnosed by the hospital." The woman nodded and asked with lingering fear, "What's wrong with me?" "Acute pulmonary hypertension attack." Xianxia said, "This disease can be life-threatening." After the woman heard this, she was stunned and frowned. I don't feel uncomfortable. I just feel a little tired. But it's not to the extent." Xianxia explained, "The early clinical symptoms of pulmonary hypertension are not typical. It is often misdiagnosed or missed. Most of the time, it is only taken seriously when it has an acute attack." At this time, the ambulance arrived. 2 doctors ran down in a hurry. "Where is the patient? What's going on?" Xianxia said, "The patient should have an acute pulmonary hypertension attack." As soon as this was said, the 2 doctors' faces suddenly changed. Acute pulmonary hypertension attack, wasn't this going to kill him? Thinking that it took nearly 20 minutes to get here, the 2 of them frowned. "Where is the patient?" Xianxia pointed to the woman. "It's her." The 2 saw that the woman was a little sick, but How did she look like a patient with pulmonary hypertension? The two frowned and were about to speak. Xianxia simply said, the patient has obvious weakness, fainting on the ground, angina-like pain in the precordial area, difficulty breathing, and obvious hoarseness. My examination revealed that the pulsatile in the pulmonary arterial valve area was intensified, right ventricular uplift pulsatile, systolic ejection murmur in the pulmonary arterial valve area, tricuspid valve area systolic regurgitation murmur, right ventricular third and fourth heart sounds. After 20 minutes of oral administration of sildenafil citrate, the condition was alleviated. This series of explanations made the two of them a little stunned. Wasn't this too professional? Moreover, using Viagra to treat the disease, this was simply a genius, not to mention whether they dared to use it or not. It was rare for them to think of it. The two of them were stunned. Brother. Master, are you also a doctor? Xianxia nodded. Yes, you'd better send her to the hospital quickly. Don't let anything happen on the way. When the two of them heard this, they quickly nodded. Okay. At this time, a young doctor asked, you don't have a stethoscope, how can you hear it? The other doctor glared at him and quickly said, let's go quickly. Don't delay. The two of them quickly got the woman into the car and left in a hurry. The people around them applauded Xianxia. The few little boys below were even more excited. The little blue pill is so powerful. My dad has it too. My family has it too. There are several boxes in my drawer. My dad has a lot. My dad has a lot. My dad eats a lot. Suddenly, the scene became awkward. P.S. I've finished the update to finish this story. Thank you to Lu Wei's account for the 100000 tip to become the leader of this book. In the ambulance, the young doctor had been holding back for a long time. He had been wanting to ask Xianxia how he could hear the patient's murmurs without a stethoscope. After the woman was sent to the ambulance, her electrocardiogram was completed very quickly. After seeing the results of the electrocardiogram, the senior doctor fell silent. Although the electrocardiogram could not effectively show pulmonary hypertension, looking at the various signs, it was not far from the mark. Then, he picked up the stethoscope and listened carefully. Indeed, he could hear the pulmonary valve systolic ejection murmurs, tricuspid valve systolic reflux murmurs, and right ventricular third and fourth heart sounds. What did this mean? It was exactly the same as what the young man had said. An expert, at this moment, the young doctor asked, Teacher Zhang, he can hear it without a stethoscope? Old Zhang could not help but laugh. This is what an expert is like. When the young doctor heard that, he could not help but complain, this is an expert. It can't be a blind cat running into a dead mouse, right? Old Zhang glared at the young man. Little Zhou, let me tell you, you're looking down on the world too much. That doctor just now is better than me and even our chief physician in physical examination. He basically sensed every pathological feature clearly. Let's not talk about anything else. If you were given a stethoscope, would you be able to hear the murmurs? The young man was momentarily speechless. Old Zhang continued, we all know about the use of sildenafil citrate to treat pulmonary hypertension, but when you encounter this patient, can you think of Vioxx? Even if you can think of it, would you dare to use it? The young man was once again at a loss for words. Old Zhang sighed. I've seen an expert before. At that time, I was out for a meeting with the chief. Coincidentally, we encountered a patient in the ambulance who suddenly had an attack. Suddenly, an old doctor walked over and knocked on the patient's lungs for a while. Then, he pressed his ear against the patient's body and listened. Do you know what he said? He clearly heard that there was a dark area in the patient's lungs. What kind of standard was that? He could even describe the approximate range of the ejection fraction and infinitely narrow down the scope of the disease to give a diagnosis. At that time, the chief and I were very angry and even a little angry. We thought that it was a little irresponsible. Later, we brought the patient to the nearest hospital together. In the end, the diagnosis. That old doctor's diagnosis was all correct. Later on, I found out that many people have a clear understanding of physical examination and can use it with ease. I reckon that this young doctor is not bad. At this time, the woman couldn't help but nod. That's right. I remember it very clearly. I was in so much pain, and my chest hurt. At the time, the young man was listening to me and pressing my neck. It didn't even take 2 minutes. Then, he asked if anyone had medicine. At the time, many people had nitroglycerin tablets and quick-acting heart pills, but that young doctor didn't let me use them. In less than 2 minutes, at this moment, even old Zhang was stunned. This is really amazing. At this time, the old doctor looked at the monitor and couldn't help but say, "Hey, if it weren't for this young doctor, you might have died today." After saying that, old Zhang asked the graduate student beside him, "If it's you, do you use nitroglycerin?" The young doctor at the side was stunned. Of course, why not? Seeing someone faint and suspecting angina, giving nitroglycerin is probably what most people think, right? Old Zhang sighed. Look at the patient's blood pressure. You even dared to use it. Fortunately, it didn't work. Don't you remember the contraindications of nitroglycerin? What's the systolic blood pressure now? You're using nitroglycerin for such low blood pressure? That's not saving a life, it's suicide. When the young doctor heard that, he quickly noted it down and asked, "Teacher Zhang, if we used nitroglycerin and then used sildenafil citrate tablets, wouldn't that be the best?" When the old doctor heard that, he nearly laughed out of anger. Hey! These are all contraindications. After taking nitroglycerin and then using sildenafil citrate tablets, the two drugs together can greatly enhance the lowering of blood pressure. If it's not done well, the low blood pressure might even disappear on the spot. Not to mention saving a life. We're in the emergency department, so we must remember the contraindications of these common drugs. Meanwhile, in the villa, Xianxia's rescue caused everyone to sigh. Meanwhile, the boys were still arguing about whose father was better and whose father had taken more pills. No one was willing to give in. Helpless, a little girl said, "You can ask your father and you'll know whose father is better." Hence, the three boys began looking for their father. However, they could not find their father even after going one round. Where did Daddy go? Mommy, where did Daddy go? Regarding this question, the male compatriots were filled with sympathy, while the female compatriots were filled with curiosity. Everyone was observing their surroundings to see who had disappeared. A few men in the distance heaved a sigh of relief. These little bastards. When they returned tonight, they would definitely teach them a lesson. It seemed to be a spiritual connection, or perhaps it was a blood connection where blood was thicker than water. The three boys seemed to be very obsessed with this question. "Uncle, have you seen my father? He's that tall, skinny." "Yes, the gray suit." The expressions of the few people who were watching from afar changed. This heart of deceit would not stop there. The surrounding male compatriots revealed helpless expressions. After all, the children's descriptions were too vivid. They could only smile awkwardly. "Little kid, your language is really good." When the three boys saw this, they nodded. "I want to be a doctor when I grow up." "Yes, I want to learn from this uncle." too. With that said, the boys ran towards Xianxia. After all, in their eyes, Xianxia had suddenly become a superhero who could cure illnesses and save people. It was too magical. The gathering returned to peace once again. The three boys continued to compete with the girl in excavator skills. Speaking of which, Shuizong was very considerate. He had specially prepared a sand field suitable for children to play on. "Thank you, Dr. Chen." Shuizong could not help but sigh. If something happened to Sister Zhao here today, it would be troublesome. Xianxia smiled. "It's fine. It was just a coincidence." Everyone started chatting and laughing. However, this time, many people took the initiative to greet Xianxia and get to know each other. Qingyu and Hongshan sat together. Hongshan could not help but laugh. "Your husband is really amazing. A straight-A student is indeed a straight-A student." Qingyu smiled. "That's true. He's really amazing." When Hongshan heard that, she immediately giggled and said in his ear, "How amazing. Does he want to take some pills?" Qingyu blushed. "You female hooligan. He doesn't need them." Hongshan raised her eyes and smiled charmingly. Lunch was sumptuous. There was a professional chef who cooked Western food. The taste was very good. Chen Song ate and drank to his heart's content. He found a good place in the yard to be disinfected by the ultraviolet rays. The three little boys and Xiaocheng also ran over. This was a grassland. It was May, and the flowers were in full bloom. The birds were singing, the flowers were fragrant, and the smell of the earth. Chen Song drank a mouthful of soda water, closed his eyes, and rocked the rocking chair leisurely. Wow, are these cockroaches? There are a few. Are they dead? No. Look, they're still moving. A few curious children found a few cockroaches that were about to die. After thinking for a while, they wondered if they should hold a funeral for them. At this time, the little girl suddenly walked carefully to Chen Song and whispered, "Uncle, do you know magic?" Chen Song was stunned and felt that he should tease them. "Yes, I know life magic. It can turn sickness into health and ugliness into beauty." The little girl heard, Then can you make them alive?" The little girl asked in a childish voice. Chen Song turned his head and looked at the cockroaches. He rolled his eyes. However, he looked at the surrounding lawn carefully. It had just been taken care of. These cockroaches should have been treated with insecticide, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly saw the soda water at the side and had an idea. It can be done, but it will be better at night. After saying that, Chen Song got up and poured a lot of soda water on the cockroaches. He thought to himself, "Xiaocheng, if you can live, then live. If you can't, then don't blame me." After all, after being poisoned with insecticide, one could use 1% to 2% soda water or normal saline to wash the stomach. Chen Song naturally didn't have soda water, but would soda water work? Unfortunately, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. There was no way to save these cockroaches from their calamity today. Thinking of this, Chen Song sighed. Now, I've sprinkled the water of life on them. Whether they can survive or not will depend on their luck. After that, Chen Song left mysteriously. In fact, soda water was a beverage. Carbon dioxide gas was compressed into purified drinking water, and sweeteners and spices were added. Therefore, soda water was actually an aqueous solution of sodium bicarbonate. It contained weak alkalinity. In medicine, it could be used to disinfect and sterilize. Drinking it could integrate the acid-base balance in the human body and change the acidic constitution. Because we eat a lot of meat and fish every day, all of which are acidic, the human body's internal environment is also slightly acidic. Therefore, in order to maintain the acid-base balance, drinking soda water and eating alkaline foods was fine. Of course, people with gastroenteritis didn't need to drink this kind of stinky drink. Around 4 o'clock, everyone returned home after having a good time. When Chen Song looked at the three boys again, he was suddenly stunned. "Why are your eyes always filled with tears? Was it because the three cockroaches were dead? Looks like my soda to the rescue plan is a bust. But, if they're lucky enough to survive. I wonder if Shuizong and his brother will hold a grudge against me." After leaving the villa, Chen Song felt that he had eaten, drunk, and rested well for the day. Chen Song suddenly felt that buying a villa was really good. The life of a rich person was really boring. On the way back, Qinyu drove the car. Chen Song sat on the side playing with his phone. He opened his WeChat moments and quietly unblocked Qinyu. If he blocked it for too long and was discovered, it wouldn't be good. Also, the attitude of his WeChat moments was already yesterday. He probably wouldn't look at it, right? However, he saw that his WeChat moments was full of likes. And many people decided to give it a try. Wang Tong, try it tomorrow. Su Ziming, I've already found my daughter's pleated skirt. It's also polyester. Lu Quan, she's an ammonium yang and just had surgery. Try it when you get home. Seeing a lot of people eager to give it a try, Chen Song suddenly sighed. I'm not alone. He decided that tomorrow would definitely be an exciting day at work. He would go and ask Su Ziming how his suturing practice went yesterday. The next day, Chen Song couldn't wait to go to the hospital early in the morning. He saw old Ma walking over angrily with dark circles under his eyes. Chen Song was stunned. Eh? Team leader Ma, you worked the night shift last night? Why are your eyes so dark? Ma Yuhui squinted his eyes and stared at Chen Song angrily. He couldn't wait to eat Chen Song. I slept in the hospital last night. When Xianxia heard that, he immediately sighed. Team leader Ma, you're really responsible. Ma Yuehui's face darkened. I was chased out by your sister-in-law. When Xianxia heard that, he was stunned for a moment. This is a family matter? Ma Yuehui shook his head. I only ruined a Givenchy skirt. Yesterday, I spent the whole day washing clothes. At night, they even rushed me to the emergency room. You brat, you've caused a lot of trouble. When Xianxia heard that, he immediately felt relieved. Ma Yuehui stared at Xianxia. You're actually happy? Xianxia was so scared that he trembled. No, why are you happy to see me? Xianxia walked over. Dr. Chen, you look so happy. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Was it that obvious? Old Ma was angry. I trusted you so much, but you're actually gloating. Xianxia quickly stopped him. Team leader Ma, you misunderstood me. Think about it, did you improve after yesterday's surgery? Did your suturing speed increase? When old Ma heard that, he was stunned. He asked himself honestly, it was indeed a lot faster. Almost. Xianxia clapped his hands. It's fine as long as it's fast. Do you think saving a life is more important than a skirt? Old Ma nodded. That's true. But. Xianxia continued, then do you think artificial blood vessels are so expensive that you'll have the chance to practice? Can you be so casual? Old Ma was stunned for a moment and continued to nod. That's true, Xianxia sighed. Isn't that right? Old Ma stared at Xianxia. But why am I still so unhappy? When Xianxia heard that, he could not help but say, how about this, team leader Ma, I'll teach you a good way. Did you take a picture after you finished suturing yesterday? Old Ma nodded. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Okay. That's even better. Come, post it on your WeChat moments. Remember, take a picture of the brand of my sister-in-law's skirt. Just say that my wife gave me the Givenchy skirt she just bought to let me practice suturing artificial blood vessels. Remember, the point is, behind every successful man, there's a woman who silently gives without asking for anything in return. When old Ma heard that, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Good idea. Xianxia continued to encourage him. Come, post it now. The sooner my sister-in-law sees it, the better the effect will be. After old Ma posted it on his WeChat moments, he could not help but chuckle. Xianxia also laughed along. Old Ma was stunned. Why are you laughing so evilly? Xianxia, don't you think your story can be imitated? Old Ma was stunned, he suddenly understood, he slammed the table. You mean, it's not an apology? It's, to let more people learn my actions? And then, share the pain? Xianxia looked at old Ma with satisfaction and quickly interrupted, what do you mean share the pain? Think about it carefully. This matter has made a real contribution to the people and the motherland. How can this be called sharing the pain? This is called sharing the experience of success. When the time comes, all the doctors who suture blood vessels will have a set of skilled large blood vessel replacement surgery. How great would that be? Old Ma was stunned. He looked at Xianxia and said seriously, Xianxia, I realize that you're getting worse and worse. But I like it, ha ha ha. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. They suddenly felt that today's wind was very noisy. Before they could change shifts, an emergency call rang. A 15-year-old girl suddenly fell into a coma and went into shock because of upper abdominal pain and vomiting. She is now on the way and will be delivered in 10 minutes. With a phone call, Xianxia and old Ma instantly returned to their usual state. They quickly said, get ready for resuscitation. Old Ma said worriedly, could it be an infusion reaction? Xianxia nodded. He could not rule out this possibility, the level of the clinic was uneven. The little girl was hospitalized because of abdominal pain and vomiting. They must have suspected gastroenteritis. When anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics were used, there were too many cases of infusion reactions. Even if it was not an allergy, it could be other transfusion reactions. Thinking of this, the two of them began to prepare. At this time, the clinic's person in charge, Miao Gaojun, also came. He did not expect to encounter such a thing, but he was not very flustered. Which clinic owner had not encountered such a thing? Although he was also very careful and treading on thin ice, he was afraid of encountering such a situation. After all, it was common for medical malpractice to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan or even millions of yuan. If things went wrong, he might have worked for nothing for a long time. However, Miao Gaojun was also very experienced. As a clinic owner, he was very clear about this kind of thing. He decisively followed the family to the hospital. Once there was a problem, they would just have to compensate him. To be honest, Miao Gaojun wasn't worried about losing money at all. After all, to be able to open a clinic in the capital, it would be impossible for him to not earn at least 1 million yuan a year. What he was afraid of was being sued, his reputation would be tarnished, and his professional doctor license would be revoked. Although it was convenient to find someone to affiliate with, the capital had become stricter in recent years. It wasn't easy for Miao Gaojun to get his license. Even though he graduated from a medical school, it took him a lot of effort to get to where he was today. He personally accompanied the family members to the emergency center and busied himself. It was none other than to make the family members too embarrassed to fall out with him. However, the little girl was now in a coma. Her parents had long been frantic and couldn't care less about Miao Gaojun. When Chen Song and Ma Yuehui saw that the ambulance had arrived, they quickly called for the bed to be turned. After the emergency doctor recorded the situation, Ma Yuehui asked directly, "What's going on?" The little girl's mother was called Wei Yayu. "Doctor, today was school." After she woke up, she ate a few pieces of brown sugar sponge cake and drank some milk. However, on the way to school, she suddenly had a stomachache. At first, I thought she was faking it, but I didn't expect her to be covered in sweat. I quickly brought her to the clinic in the neighborhood. After that, Wei Yayu pointed at Miao Gaojun and said, "He might have gastroenteritis and had a stomachache. Give him some fluids." However, I didn't expect that half an hour later, my daughter's stomach would hurt more and more. She was restless. I saw that something was wrong, so I quickly called 120. However, not long after I called, my daughter fainted. At this point, Wei Yayu looked at Miao Gaojun coldly. Although she didn't say anything harsh, her gaze spoke for itself. After all, if something really happened to her daughter, it wouldn't be a matter of money at all. When the little girl was transferred to the emergency room, Chen Song looked at the chubby little boy. "Was it really an allergic reaction?" Ma Yuehui quickly asked, "What fluid did you inject?" Miao Gaojun organized his words. "The fluid I injected was levofloxacin. Levofloxacin belongs to the quinolone class of anti-inflammatory drugs. There is no need for a skin test. Also, I asked the patient if she had a history of allergies." Now, what Miao Gaojun had to do was to prove that he was right. Ma Yuehui collected the medical history, while Chen Song took the little girl into the emergency room. "Do an electrocardiogram. ECG monitoring." Little Ku was busy here. This little girl was chubby and quite cute. Chen Song wasn't thinking nonsense at all. He was thinking about another problem. Was it really an infusion reaction? Was there another possibility? Infusion reactions could indeed cause nausea, vomiting, headache, dizziness, irritation, delirium, and so on. In serious cases, there could be coma, a drop in blood pressure, shock, respiratory failure, and other symptoms leading to death. However, the patient had a history of abdominal pain before. Now, these couldn't be ruled out. Soon, the electrocardiogram came out. It was normal. It was a completely normal electrocardiogram. As soon as the ECG monitor was connected, Chen Song quickly said, "Draw blood. Check the blood routine, liver and kidney function, and serum amylase." Little Cook quickly got up and went out to call Qingyan to draw blood. At this moment, the nurse who was drawing blood was suddenly stunned. "Dr. Chen, look." Chen Song turned around and saw that the first tube of blood was pink. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Old Ma, who had just come in, was also stunned by this scene. Chen Song continued, "Draw another tube." It was also pink. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Pink blood, wasn't this too exaggerated? However, it was obvious that the most exaggerated thing was still to come. At this moment, the intern nurse who was holding the first tube of blood said, "Chief Ma, Dr. Chen, look, the blood has coagulated." The intern nurse looked at the tube in her hand in shock. She said in a daze, I didn't do anything." Everyone was stunned. How could they do a test in this situation? The test equipment probably couldn't recognize it, right? What the hell was going on? Chen Song said, "Give me the blood, let me see." The intern nurse quickly nodded. Chen Song took a look and suddenly frowned. "This is fat fluid?" Chief Ma, prepared to change the blood. Old Ma also understood. His expression suddenly changed. He turned around and shouted, "Contact the blood transfusion department and prepare the blood for the blood exchange." After calling the blood transfusion department, Chen Song hurriedly said to the nurse, "Xiao Ku, hurry up and check the blood sugar." Xiao Ku immediately reacted and rushed to check the blood sugar. After the blood sugar value came out, several nurses who were staring at the blood glucose meter were stunned. "Dr. Chen. It's off the charts." Qingyi could not help but say. Chen Song's heart sank when he heard that. Sometimes, as a doctor, he did not know whether to be happy or sad when he guessed the patient's condition correctly. What he feared most really happened. Catheter. Emergency urine routine. Pay attention to the urine ketone body. Call the ultrasound doctor over and check the abdominal condition. Chen Song arranged everything in an orderly manner. Old Ma was not idle either. Old Ma could almost guess the patient's condition. Chen Song's professional knowledge was very solid and reliable. This allowed Old Ma to free himself to prepare other things. Because the little girl's blood had a ridiculously high amount of fat, it caused the blood to be in a pink coagulated state. This situation was very dangerous. They had to use instruments and extracorporeal circulation to clean up the excess fat and other waste in her blood. Chen Song was preparing to lower the blood sugar and inject insulin. Now, the patient was mostly suffering from diabetic ketoacidosis. But were there other diseases? After all, the patient had obvious abdominal pain before entering the clinic, and it was even more unbearable during the infusion period. This meant that there was a possibility of acute abdomen, appendicitis, or cholecystitis, or pancreatitis. All three were possible. The ultrasound doctor also rushed over. He quickly did a checkup. With this checkup, the situation changed again. Under the ultrasound, the pancreas was obviously swollen, with blurred edges, irregular echoes, uneven echoes, and other abnormalities. There were also small patches of hypoechoic or anechoic areas in the pancreas, acute pancreatitis. Under the ultrasound, there were obvious lesions in the pancreas. However, the ultrasound diagnosis of pancreatitis was not clear, especially when it came to the development of pancreatitis into CT. After all, whether there was bile duct obstruction or other conditions, should they complete the checkup? "Dr. Chen, the blood pressure is only 8,040 millimeters of mercury." His words interrupted Chen Song's thoughts. Now, Chen Song was 70 to 80% sure that the patient had severe acute pancreatitis. Instead, he could grasp that it was an acute reaction. Forget it, the most important thing now was to correct the shock, replenish the plasma, and maintain the balance of water and electricity. Thinking of this, Chen Song began to prepare nervously. After the laboratory found out about the patient's condition, they personally sent someone to take a blood sample. This kind of patient was too rare. Chen Song had been in the emergency department for a long time, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. The rescue work was carried out in an orderly manner. At this time, Chen Song said to the doctor in charge of the bed, "You watch. Call me if anything happens. I'll ask the patient's parents about the situation." At this time, the outside of the resuscitation room was already in a mess. Both Wei Yayu and her husband, Gu Xianxia, blamed the clinic doctor, Miao Gaojun. Gu Xianxia stared at Miao Gaojun and roared, "You quack. If you don't have the ability, then don't open a clinic. Do you have any conscience?" Seeing Gu Xianxia like this, Miao Gaojun did not say anything. He sighed and sat aside. "You don't have to scold me. If there's a problem, I'll take responsibility for it. It's my responsibility, and I won't shirk it. I won't leave the hospital today." Wei Yayu crossed her arms in front of her chest and paced back and forth in front of the door. This young lady's family situation was very good. Her mother was an executive in a foreign company and often went on business trips. She had an office in the Philippines and often went abroad. She had just returned after staying there for half a year. Her husband, Xianxia, was also a manager in a private company. He was in charge of 20 to 30 people and was very powerful. After Chen Song came out, he glanced at Xianxia and Wei Yayu. "Family members, come here. I have a question for you." Wei Yayu hurried over. "Doctor, what's the situation?" Chen Song took a deep breath. "The situation is not optimistic. We extracted a large amount of unhealthy blood from the patient's blood. The specific test results have just been sent. The patient's blood sugar is very high. It's a coma caused by diabetic ketoacidosis. However, at the same time, the patient has severe acute pancreatitis. In short, the situation is still very dangerous. Now, I can see that there's something wrong with the liver. The ultrasound can only show that it's fatty liver. I can't confirm if there's hepatitis. I need to ask the family member some questions." Wei Yayu hurriedly called Xianxia over. "Come here. The doctor wants to ask some questions." Xianxia walked over angrily. Chen Song saw Xianxia scolding Miao Gaojun and could not help but sigh. "Do the two of you have any hereditary diseases or infectious diseases?" Chen Song asked directly. Wei Yayu shook her head. "No. I just came back for a checkup. There's nothing wrong. I was abroad a while ago and came back on Friday. The medical report is here. It's all good." At this moment, Xianxia was suddenly stunned. When he came over, he did not hear the whole thing. He only heard the second half of the sentence. At this moment, the doctor in charge, Little Zhao, suddenly said, "Dr. Chen, the patient's blood pressure has reached 90. Chen Song nodded. "You can ask. This is quite necessary. I'll come out and tell me later." Wei Yayu hurriedly nodded. Xianxia's eyes were a little dazed. I'll go and ask." Wei Yayu rolled her eyes at him. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The doctor had asked very clearly just now. Was there any STD? Or was it infectious? Thinking of this, Xianxia panicked. He picked up his phone and ran to a place where there was no one and made a call. "Hello? Can I ask you something? Do you have any disease?" The other party was silent. "You found it too?" Then, a woman's voice was heard. Xianxia was so scared that he trembled. "What disease is it? Tell me quickly." Xianxia asked anxiously. He looked around vigilantly. The woman sighed. "Syphilis." Xianxia hung up immediately. He was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. Could it be that syphilis was infectious? When his wife was abroad, he brought someone back. He was afraid of being found out, so he stayed in his daughter's room. But he had asked the housekeeper to clean it up. How could he be found out? Xianxia trembled at the thought. Chen Song adjusted the plan. After he came out, he looked at Wei Yayu. "Do both parents have any genetic diseases?" Wei Yayu nodded. "I'm fine. Her father has diabetes and high blood pressure. Oh, and cerebral infarction." "Doctor, what's wrong?" Chen Song sighed. "It should be inherited diabetes." Chen Song explained, "If there is a hereditary diabetes in the family, all of this can be explained. The child may not have undergone a physical examination. I think it may be that his diet is irregular and he has been eating junk food for a long time, as well as excessive consumption of high sugar and high calorie food. This has caused his blood to be in a high concentration state for a long time, resulting in such a strange blood form. In the future, as parents, you should pay more attention to the child's diet. There are genetic factors in itself. If the diet is not controlled, it will be easy for problems to arise. Now, there is a lot of fat in his blood. We need to perform extracorporeal circulation to extract the white fat in the blood." Speaking of this, Chen Song took a deep breath. "Moreover, the patient has severe acute pancreatitis. We need to perform surgery on the pancreatitis after the blood is purified. In short, the risk is quite high. This requires your signature." At this moment, after Wei Yayu heard this, she recalled the scene in the room after returning home. chocolates, fried chicken, hamburger packaging. The refrigerator was full of cola and soda. Thinking of this, Wei Yayu's heart was burning with anger. When she left, she repeatedly reminded her that she was worried that there would be problems with the child. What about this auntie? Auntie Gu was also fired. The more Wei Yayu thought about it, the angrier she became. At this moment, Xianxia walked over with a complicated expression. When he saw Chen Song, he was about to speak. Wei Yayu raised her hand and slapped him. It was a solid and very loud slap, but, to everyone's surprise, this slap did not affect Xianxia's face at all. Wei Yayu was angry at this moment. Xianxia, I only went away for half a year. Half a year and you became like this? If I go away for a year, will this family still be a family? The doctor told me that our child is in danger now. His life is in danger at all times. I'm telling you. Speaking of this, Wei Yayu cried directly. Tears flowed down. She stared at Xianxia. Tell me, what did you do at home? Look at what is in our daughter's room. What did you promise me when I left? Are you worthy? Let's not talk about whether you are a qualified husband. Let me ask you, are you a qualified father? Look at what this is. Notice of critical illness. How old is she? 15 years old. What do you want her to do? Xianxia listened to Wei Yayu's words and took a deep breath. So, she knew everything. But, her daughter's room had been tidied up. How did she find out? Xianxia didn't want to argue. Since things had come to this point, there was no point in explaining. It's all my fault, you didn't do anything wrong. Xianxia said faintly, it's my fault for cheating on you. I didn't do it on purpose. I know what you mean. Let's get a divorce. I'm not good, but are you? At least I spend time with my child every day. What about you? After 18 years of marriage, what have you done? You only have your career in your eyes. Maybe there are other things, but I'm too lazy to talk about it. How long do you stay at home throughout the year? The child is 15 years old. How long have you been with her? I know you look down on me now that you have the ability. Fine. You can say whatever you want, I've had enough. Since, you already know, let's get a divorce. When the child recovers, we'll get a divorce. Don't worry, I definitely didn't infect you with my illness, because I've already forgotten how long it's been since you let me touch you. I'm a man. I also have needs. I'm AF * King Man, do you understand? Have you ever given me the dignity of a man? In public, you hit and scold me as you wish. I'll tolerate it. But Wei Yayu, let me tell you, I've had enough. Let's get a divorce. We'll see each other in court about the child's custody. I believe the child will make her own choice. His words stunned everyone. Chen Song was also at a loss. He didn't know why such a thing had happened. However, through the description of the couple, Chen Song also understood some of the situation. But that wasn't his concern now. His concern was this poor child. The child's illness suddenly became the final fuse that broke this family apart. All the resentment that had accumulated over the years exploded. Xianxia received Chen Song's notice of critical illness. Come, doctor, let me sign it. At this moment, Wei Yayu was completely stunned. Cheating, illness, woman, a series of clues completely baffled her. Coupled with the words at the end, Wei Yayu was completely dumbfounded. Xianxia had just signed when Wei Yayu ran over and started punching and kicking Xianxia. You bastard, you actually got sick from fooling around? You. I'm going to kill you. Xianxia grabbed her hand and took a deep breath. Let's put it this way. I've wanted a divorce for a long time. If it weren't for the child, we might have divorced long ago. Let's not talk about each other. Do you think I don't know why you won't let me touch you? Don't make yourself out to be so noble. I know what kind of person you are. Don't always use morality to kidnap me. Because you don't deserve it. With that, Xianxia got up and walked to the other side. Don't delay for too long. We can get a divorce now. I'll call the company now. With that, he picked up the phone and called the company's legal department to contact a lawyer. Wei Yayu burst into tears. She squatted on the ground and wailed in despair. What kind of home was this? She picked up her bag and ran out. Seeing this, Xianxia got up and left without any hesitation. All this left the nurses and onlookers dumbfounded. Miao Gaojun was also dumbfounded. At that moment, a nurse walked over. "Dr. Chen, the dialysis room is ready." Another nurse said, "Dr. Chen, do you owe the fees or?" Chen Song was still in a daze. "Let's call the police first." "Call 110. Miao Gaojun couldn't help but shake his head. He took out 50,000 yuan in cash from his bag and handed it over. "You don't have to owe the fees. I'll pay for it first." Chen Song was stunned. He looked at Miao Gaojun. He always thought that he was an irresponsible doctor. He didn't expect him to take the initiative to stay at this time. Miao Gaojun looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "I'm not as good as you guys, but I also know that I didn't make a diagnosis clearly. I won't escape the legal responsibility that I should bear. I just opened an outpatient clinic to treat a headache or fever. I thought the child had gastroenteritis. Sigh. It's also my fault. I didn't think it through. I brought the money with me when I came. When I came, I said that I definitely won't leave today." Chen Song shook his head. "Actually, there's nothing wrong with reducing the inflammation. The child has severe acute pancreatitis. Reducing the inflammation did alleviate some of the symptoms." Chen Song was telling the truth. He wasn't biased. However, as for the parents, Chen Song didn't know what to say. He shook his head, turned around, and went into the resuscitation room. P.S. Thank you to QQ Reader, the scenery remains the same for the 50,000 tip. Also thank I Love Buddha jumps over the wall for the 10,000 tip. Wei Yayu and Xianxia's departure did not delay the child's treatment. Guyu was still in a coma. She did not know that it was not her parents who were waiting for her outside, but the fat uncle from the outpatient clinic in the neighborhood. Miao Gaojun, a doctor who did not have a high education and who made a living in the clinic. He was kind to everyone he met. Miao Gaojun was also in a dilemma. He did not expect that the couple who were scolding him would suddenly disappear. Not only him, but even Chen Song was dumbfounded. Even now, he had no idea why such a thing had happened. "I only asked a few simple questions. I did not even dare to ask you sure. You are like this?" Chen Song sighed helplessly. He glanced at Miao Gaojun and returned to the resuscitation room. The resuscitation work was still in progress. Soon, the test results came out. A nurse put down the phone and hurriedly ran in. "Dr. Chen, there are 4+ signs in the urine ketone body. The blood amylase level is 5 times higher than normal." His words caused their hearts to sink to the bottom of the valley. An hour after Guyu was hospitalized, her blood pressure went up and her shock subsided. But now, Chen Song was most worried about severe acute pancreatitis. Severe acute pancreatitis was a special type of acute pancreatitis. It was a dangerous disease with many complications and a high mortality rate. Now that she was in the acute stage, it was easy to control. If she entered the stage of infection, coupled with this kind of blood, it was really worrying. The blood test results are out. Prepare the blood plasma exchange. Mai Weihui hurriedly ran in. The group of people started to get busy again. Now, the little girl's blood was a troublesome problem. They had to change the blood plasma and filter out the white fatty fluid. To put it simply, this was to change the blood. No, one time was definitely not enough. They might need to change the blood 2 or 3 times. According to Chen Song's estimation, with this physique, it was impossible to get out without 10,000 milliliters of blood. There was no point in staying in the resuscitation room. Now, they had to transfer her to the ICU for intensive care. After the ICU director, Xiao Chen, learned about the patient, he quickly made arrangements. When Chen Song and the others were done in the resuscitation room, it was already 10 in the morning. After being busy for 3 hours, he was still in a critical period. Chen Song had just returned to his office and was still pondering over what he had just said. Could it be that, it's because of me? Chen Song was a little puzzled. Why did it become like this just because I asked a question? Just as Chen Song was deep in thought, little Ku from the nurse station ran in nervously. "Dr. Chen, someone tried to commit suicide by jumping into the river at Heian Bridge, but he was rescued by someone. He's unconscious now and his heartbeat seems to be very weak. The situation is very dangerous. Xianxia had just used up all the adrenaline he had secreted during Viyu's rescue. When he heard that she was drowning, he immediately stood up and ran towards the ambulance. Go. In short, he didn't have time to say too much and quickly got into the car. Moreover, there was nothing much to say about drowning injuries. It was a race against time. Now, they could only hope that the people who jumped into the river didn't drown. Generally speaking, if they could be rescued in the early stages of laryngeal spasms, within 1 to 2 minutes of drowning, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it would be a temporary lack of oxygen and most people would be able to recover after being rescued. However, if it was in the late stages of laryngeal spasms and the drowning incident reached 3 to 4 minutes, it would be more troublesome. If the incident took a little longer, more than 5 minutes, Xianxia couldn't guarantee that he could save her. In the car, little Ku was a little dissatisfied. She usually liked to talk to ease her anxiety. However, in the car, her face was dark and she didn't like to talk. When Xianxia saw this, he was also curious. What's wrong? Why are you so unhappy? Little Ku couldn't help but say, I just think that the person who committed suicide is too much. Every day, so many people work hard for their health and survival. They don't cherish their lives. Moreover, every day, the country wastes a lot of medical resources because of people who commit suicide. Many people sacrifice their lives to save them. Medical resources are limited, sigh. At this point, little Ku couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, little Ku thought of Viyu again. Also, Viyu is also innocent. Why should the child bear the responsibility of the parents? Since you didn't do a good job of paying for the responsibility of the parents, why do you have to do this? It's not as good as the uncle who runs the clinic. He's not related to anyone and is waiting in the hospital. At this point, little Ku sighed. At this moment, Lao He, who was driving, couldn't help but laugh. Miss Little Ku, this is life. I've been driving an ambulance for 30 years. At first, I was like you. I was angry at everything, but gradually, I realized that behind everyone, there's a story. There's no such thing as an absolute good or bad person. My memory is very clear. At that time, I was only 30 years old. I went to pick up a criminal. He robbed a person's house. When he went downstairs, he jumped out of the window and was injured. At that time, I felt that if the criminal died, so be it. What was there to save? He deserved it. After the man was cured, he was sentenced to 8 years. Later, when I was watching the news, I saw a piece of news. After this criminal came out, in order to snatch the child from the hands of the human traffickers, he was stabbed 30 times, but he refused to let go. Later, after investigating, I found out that this criminal had no choice but to take a risk and rob money in order to save his child. And the family that he robbed at that time, do you know what happened? That family wasn't anything. That family was a human trafficker. That's why this person is the most complicated. There are many things in his life that he can't see clearly. What do you mean by knowing his destiny at 50? He's already 50 years old. He knows what he should and shouldn't do in his life. I'm an ambulance driver, so I should do what I should do. As a doctor, I should treat patients and save people. As for the rest, I can't care about it. Lao He's words made little Ku fall silent. However, Lao He still couldn't help but say, however, young people have to live like young people. They have their own thoughts, emotions, and impulses. Otherwise, how can they be called young people? If you've already lived to my age, then this life will be meaningless. Little Ku, if you ask me, you have to hurry up and find a partner. My son really got married early. Otherwise, I would really want to matchmake the two of you. Little Ku couldn't help but smile at Lao He. The hospital was not far from the scene. In less than 10 minutes, Xianxia and the others arrived. There were already people performing first aid at the scene. But speaking of which, since they could save her from the river, they had already met a good person. Xianxia did not understand how difficult it was to save a person from the river, because he did not have such strength, and had not even tried such an experience. But it should be very difficult, after all, he knew how heavy an unconscious person was. It was very difficult to bring an unconscious person ashore who was already anxious because of drowning. On this side, Xianxia hurriedly ran over. The drowning person was a young girl who was less than 20 years old, and the person who saved her was a 30-year-old strong young man. At this time, the bad smell in the mouth had been cleaned up. The woman was helped by a few people, lying on the strong young man's knee to drain. When Xianxia came over, the young man quickly said, "Doctor, she's not breathing." As soon as the words came out, Xianxia quickly laid the woman flat on the ground, squatted down, and put his right hand on the carotid artery, and then began to observe the breathing and heartbeat. The heartbeat was still very weak, but the breathing had disappeared. Seeing this, Xianxia said to Xiaoku, atropine. At this moment, the injection of atropine suppressed the vagus nerve reflex, and made the lungs expand. However, the patient still needed to be given mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Of course, it could also be done by lying down and pressing the back. But, the former was better than the latter, because this mouth-to-mouth resuscitation could expand the alveoli in a form of positive pressure, improving ventilation and ventilation. In this way, it could effectively help the recovery of lung function. After Xianxia injected atropine, Xiaoku did not hesitate, and directly bent down to release the air, and began the artificial respiration. In fact, although artificial respiration in life seemed very simple. But if you ask yourself, how many people could do it, many first aid processes not only tested medical knowledge, but also a kind of mentality. Xiaoku did have some opinions about the suicide, but when facing the suicide, she could still start the rescue work without hesitation. After an unknown period of time, more and more people gathered around. On the other side, Xiaoku suddenly said happily, "Dr. Chen is breathing." Xianxia was overjoyed. "Okay, send him to the ambulance first." They couldn't afford to waste any more time. After transferring the woman to the ambulance, Little Cook cut off her clothes as quickly as possible and connected the ECG monitor. Blood oxygen 85. Blood pressure 7,645. Low blood pressure, Xianxia quickly said, "Dopamine and dexamethasone to correct shock and restore tissue perfusion. Note down the amount of ingestion." Fortunately, the patient's heart had not stopped beating. This was good news. Xiaoku took off the woman's clothes, wiped the water off her body with a dry cloth, and covered her with a quilt to maintain her body temperature. These seemingly small operations could actually improve the patient's condition. At this moment, his heart and lungs had recovered. However, the patient still had not regained consciousness. Ice cap. Xianxia could only use this method to put his brain in a state of subhibernation. The car sped along and soon arrived at the hospital. Old Ma was not there, so Suiqing quickly sent the woman to the resuscitation room and began the urgent but orderly rescue work. The woman did not have anything on her that could prove her identity, including her mobile phone and identification. This made the hospital unable to contact her family. It was obvious that the woman's desire to die was very firm. The rescue of a drowning person was a relatively long and troublesome process. However, the hospital had contacted the Public Security Bureau as soon as possible to identify the patient. In the afternoon, a policeman came to the hospital and brought back the specific information. When the policeman saw Xianxia, he was slightly stunned and could not help but say, "Professor Chen?" Xianxia was also stunned. The man looked a little familiar. This was the young policeman who witnessed him snatching the pen last time. "Hello, police comrade." The young policeman smiled. "Professor Chen, this is the patient's information. Let me tell you. Patient, female, named Yuan, born in 1995, 25 years old this year." As he spoke, he handed over the woman's photo. "Look, this is her." Xianxia took a look and could not help but be stunned. This girl was quite pretty. "Why did she commit suicide?" The policeman said. "We have already contacted the patient's family. They will probably be here soon." Xianxia nodded. "Why did she commit suicide?" The policeman was stunned. "I don't know, but I know some strange things." When Xianxia heard this, he was stunned. "Strange things? What do you mean?" The policeman sighed. Sigh. "Speaking of which, this girl's family is quite pitiful. She is the youngest of 5 children in the family. But, 2 brothers, 2 sisters, but, both brothers are dead. The elder sister was hospitalized last year. She still has another sister. Her father also passed away. In the household register, there are only her mother and two sisters. Chen Song was stunned by these words. How did they die? Chen Song asked directly. The policeman could not help but shake his head. You asked me this question. I really don't know how they died. I only know that one of them was only 29 and the other was only 30. I don't know anything else. The information recorded by the Public Security Bureau was very limited. It was not easy to tell this to Chen Song. The policeman said, however, we have also contacted the witnesses. Through the relevant camera footage, this Yuan did indeed commit suicide. There were no other signs. When Chen Song heard the news, his brows knitted tightly together. What curse did she encounter? Chen Song could not help but sigh. The policeman asked, this. Yuan has not woken up yet? Chen Song nodded. No, she probably drowned for a long time. Now that her heart and lungs have recovered, her consciousness has not yet woken up. Of course, it is also possible that the patient does not want to wake up. Chen Song seemed to be joking, but in fact, sometimes this was really the case. There was a type of patient's subconscious that was in a closed state, unwilling to accept external news. Also, after the right side of the brain was damaged, the frontal lobe and other areas could not be transmitted to the brain's limbic cortex due to lack of oxygen due to ischemia. This led to a state where they could not receive external news. This was similar to a vegetative state. The body itself could operate, but because no external stimulation could affect it, it was in a dormant state. That wasn't impossible. The brain was really an area that humans had never really set foot in. It was full of mystery. P.S. There are still 2 chapters to write tonight. Hearing Chen Song's words, the police officer also sighed. I've already contacted their families. They should be here as soon as possible. Before the police officer finished speaking, 3 people rushed in from the emergency room. 2 young women in their late 20s were supporting an old lady in her 60s or 70s. After entering, the old lady looked at everyone and quickly said, "Hello, doctor." "Police officer, I'm Yuan's mother. How is my daughter?" The old lady's face was full of worry. Her face was full of helplessness and sadness as she asked in a choked voice. After Chen Song saw it, he could not help but say, Yuan hasn't woken up yet, but her life is not in danger for the time being. After the old lady heard it, she could not help but sigh with a sobbing tone. Sigh, the 2 sisters were also quite worried. Doctor, can I take a look at her? Chen Song hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreeing. Yes, come with me. After saying that, Chen Song brought the 3 of them to the intensive care unit. He looked at Yuan, who was in a coma. Even though she was in a coma, her brows were tightly knitted together. Now, her face was no longer as pale as before. A trace of blood had returned to her face. However, for some reason, Chen Song saw a lot of helplessness on her face. The old lady covered her mouth and cried silently. Seeing her daughter like this, but as a mother, she was helpless. This sense of defeat was really too difficult. She really wanted to ask why. What did their family do wrong? Why did they have to be punished like this? Why? I was wrong, please let my daughter go. The old lady's legs went soft and she fell to the ground. Her 2 daughters were shocked and quickly helped her up. The group carefully left the intensive care unit. After the group came out, Xiaoke took out some toilet paper from the table for the old lady and handed it to her daughter. In fact, Chen Song also wanted to ask why she would commit suicide, but this didn't seem to have anything to do with him. Just as Lao he said, as a doctor, just do what you have to do. Don't worry about things that have nothing to do with you, and don't think too much about it. Otherwise, it will only add to your troubles. However, Chen Song really felt bad. At this moment, Xiaoke suddenly asked, Auntie, Yuan. When the old lady saw Xiaoke, she couldn't help but say, Miss, you should be about the same age as Wuner, right? Little Ka nodded, I'm also from 1995. The old lady took a deep breath. I never thought that she would end her life in such a way. Actually, Yuan is usually very optimistic. She's the most optimistic one among my children. She's usually very carefree, so we didn't expect her behavior today. What a pity, this child's fate is not good. At this point, the old lady sighed deeply. I gave birth to 5 children, and now there are only 3 of them left. The eldest left when he was 28, and the second one was 30. After that, their father left. I'm 66 years old. I didn't expect to have already sent away 3 people. Sometimes, I wonder if I'm a jinx who has come to bring disaster to this family. As the old lady spoke, her tears flowed down uncontrollably. Later, I found out that their father had Marfan syndrome. This is a genetic disease. Among my 5 children, 2 of them died because of this disease. Suddenly, the aorta ruptured. The second one went abroad on a business trip and walked on the plane. The eldest one died at home. I watched him leave. There was nothing I could do. After that, their father was also found to have heart disease. During the operation, he died on the operating table and never came down. Hearing this, Chen Song's heart felt as if it was being squeezed by a fist. It was as if Marfan syndrome was mocking him. Look, you can't do anything to me, right? As a doctor, he was really helpless when he saw this. As a doctor, he couldn't save them. That kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. As the old lady spoke, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She burst into tears, but she couldn't make a sound. The 2 girls and Xiaoke couldn't help but comfort her. After a few minutes, the old lady said her 3rd sister was also found to have Marfan syndrome. She has undergone the 1st stage of the operation and is now preparing for the 2nd stage. As for Yuan, she was also found to have Marfan syndrome. Moreover, it was more serious than her brother and sister. Among the 5 children, only 1 didn't have it. So, I won't die alone. Our family has no money. In order to pay for her father and sister's surgery, we sold the house. Yuan has been a sensible child since she was young. I didn't expect something like this to happen. After she finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Su Aiqing had been standing at the side for some time. When she heard the conversation between the family, her tears fell like rain. Marfan syndrome, this name was like an inner demon. In the hearts of all the patient's family members, it could never be removed. It became a demon that couldn't be driven away. Chen Song got up and happened to see Su Aiqing. When he saw her crying, he was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the nurse in the ICU hurriedly ran out. Dr. Chen, the patient has woken up. When Chen Song heard this, he hurriedly ran in. He saw Yuan lying on the bed, looking around blankly as if everything had nothing to do with her. After seeing Chen Song come in, Yuan couldn't help but cry. Why did you save me? Why did you save me? Chen Song couldn't help but frown. Although Chen Song couldn't help but pity this girl's experience. How should he explain this kind of thing? If you want to die, only the people who love you will be hurt. However, do you know what the consequences of your suicide will be? Just like what Xiaoke said, this is a waste of medical resources. It's unfair to the people who risked their lives to save your life. Chen Song took a deep breath. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Yuan's soulless appearance, he didn't have the heart to say it. Yuan cried and said, I don't have any meaning to live. I only have meaning when I die. You have to waste your medical resources to save me, but I don't want to jump off a building. After jumping off a building, many of my organs can't be used. I also don't dare to drink poison. I'm afraid that my organs will become poisonous. I'm a patient with Marfan syndrome. I will die sooner or later. I definitely won't live past 30 years old. As Yuan spoke, she couldn't help but cry. She looked pitiful. Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. Surgery can be treated now. As long as you change. Before Chen Song's voice fell, Yuan said directly, Doctor, I know, but our family has no money. Even my mother's pension has been spent. The house has been sold. My father is on the operating table. My sister, the only successful surgery, still needs the 2nd stage of surgery. The family's money is only enough for her alone. Yuan wiped her tears and took a deep breath. She stopped crying and just sat there with a bitter smile. I want to live too. Moreover, I cherish my time every day. I study the hardest. I don't dare to waste a minute. I eat seriously and breathe seriously. Even when I drink water, I taste it carefully. After I turned 18, I knew that I might not live past 30. Second brother left, big brother left, father left. Second sister fell ill. At that time, I knew that this was my fate. I yearned for love. My dream was to become a mother and a qualified wife, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't destroy another family. I was afraid that the child I gave birth to would be like me. I was afraid. When Yuan spoke quietly, her voice trembled. Chen Song also listened quietly. The young nurse in the ICU couldn't help but turn her back to wipe her tears. When I was 18, I knew that I had Marfan syndrome. I felt like it was a curse. In my best days, it told me that I wouldn't live past 30. The first thing I did every day when I woke up was to take a deep breath and ask myself if I was still alive. This curse reminded me every day. I wanted to enjoy life, but I couldn't spend money recklessly because every cent at home was used for my sister's surgery. I worked hard, I avoided love, I avoided everything because everything didn't fit in with me. I also thought of saving money for my own surgery, but my body was deteriorating day by day. I couldn't even work. I really didn't want to die. As long as there was a chance to live, I was willing to fight for it, but life is very realistic. None of us is the protagonist of life. No one is favored. Maybe I'm not. Yuan's words were heard by everyone and they felt helpless. A person who didn't even dare to fight for love and was always worried about whether she would die. Even if she cherished every minute and second, it would seem very extravagant. What kind of experience was this? At this time, a young nurse walked in. Dr. Chen, someone is looking for you. Chen Song nodded and turned to walk out of the ICU. When they came out, there was a man standing beside the police officer. Dr. Chen, nice to meet you. I'm Zhao Guang from the capital's Red Cross Society and Human Organ Donation Committee. The man nodded and shook Chen Song's hand. The policeman said to Chen Song, Dr. Chen, we just received news that Miss Yuan contacted the Red Cross Society some time ago and said that she wants to donate human organs. Chen Song was stunned. Zhao Guang sighed. Dr. Chen, take a look at this registration form. Chen Song took it and looked at it. It was indeed Yuan. Zhao Guang couldn't help but say, we've looked into this lady's situation. She's a very pitiful person. She often does volunteer work at the Red Cross Society. When we first came into contact with her, we hoped that the Red Cross Society could help her with her surgery to raise some money. But this little girl refused. She said she didn't want to waste so many resources. The death rate of this operation is very high. Even if it's successful, she'll have to take medicine for the rest of her life. She said that her life will always be a burden to others. Even if she dies, it will be troublesome. She hoped that we could help her by donating her usable organs so that others can use her eyes to see the world. I didn't expect that this little girl would choose to commit suicide. At this point, Zhao Guang looked at Chen Song and said, Dr. Chen, I'm not here to ask for organs. Please don't misunderstand. I've heard of your reputation. I'm here to tell you that I hope you can save this lady. This is a good lady. After saying this, Zhao Guang couldn't help but sigh. Chen Song was stunned by this news. Even he, who had a lot of complaints about Yuan, suddenly felt relieved. Chen Song didn't know what to say to this little girl. He really couldn't bring himself to hate her. Zhao Guang bowed to Chen Song. We know that you're very skilled in the field of cardiac surgery. You've helped treat many patients with congenital mitral valve insufficiency. I hope that you can save this lady as well. When Chen Song saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. This wasn't the first time he felt a sense of mission. However, it was the first time he wanted to treat someone so badly. This time, the plugin surprisingly didn't help him. However, Chen Song didn't back down. I'll try my best. Chen Song thought of this and got up to return to the intensive care unit. When he saw Yuan, Chen Song was about to speak when Yuan suddenly knelt down in front of Chen Song. Doctor, I want to be euthanized. Is there a way for me to sleep and not wake up? I'm afraid that I'll destroy my body if I jump off the building. I'm also worried that the medicine will damage my liver and kidney. I thought that jumping into the river would save me. I'll be found and sent to the hospital in time. I really didn't want to do this. Seeing Yuan like this, Chen Song couldn't help but say, I can save you. When Yuan heard this, she was suddenly stunned. Her whole body stiffened. She looked at Chen Song. I don't have any money, Chen Song smiled. We can sign an agreement. Are you willing to cooperate with us for the surgery? You'll be a clinical tester. If you succeed, you'll succeed and you'll be able to help those Marfan patients. If you fail, we'll help you donate all your organs to those who need help. How about it? Yuan looked at Chen Song's serious eyes and couldn't help but get excited. She suddenly felt that this should be the most suitable path. Chen Song continued to encourage her. There aren't many people who can treat Marfan syndrome well. You know that, but your body is the biggest contribution. Are you willing? Yuan really hesitated. She was moved. She looked at Chen Song and widened her eyes. Really? Chen Song nodded. Really? Yuan couldn't help but cry. I'm willing. Chen Song nodded. During this period of time, you'll stay in the hospital. We need to monitor your body and draw blood regularly. You need to be prepared. Yuan nodded vigorously. I'll cooperate well. Chen Song nodded and gave the nurse a look. He said, don't do anything stupid. If you commit suicide, many of your organs won't be able to be used. Even if you jump into the river, it will cause many of your organs to fail. There's no way to use them. Give yourself a chance. After saying that, Chen Song got up and left. When Yuan heard Chen Song's last sentence, she sat there motionless. Give herself a chance. After a long time, she took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Thank you, doctor. Chen Song turned around and looked at her. He was attracted by this girl who had tears on her face but a smile that was like spring. Her smile was really very attractive. P.S. Continue tomorrow. After coming out of the intensive care unit, Chen Song recalled the words of his driver, Lao He, and could not help but fall into deep thought. Perhaps it was just as Lao He had said. Sometimes, there was no absolute right or wrong in life. Helping Yuan perform the surgery for free was Chen Song's idea alone. He had not communicated with team leader Ma and Chief Yu yet. Chen Song would try his best to persuade them. Of course, the most important thing was not them. It was the group of old staff from the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. This time, Chen Song was going to pull them into a big deal again. It might be more expensive on their dresses, or it might be more expensive on their wives, or it might even be more expensive on their liver. Yuan's surgery could be carried out at a later date because in the intensive care unit, her symptoms could be monitored at any time, adjusted, and improved. This way, there was no need to rush for surgery. However, before that, Chen Song needed to learn about abdominal aortic replacement surgery. Yuan's situation was different from others. She needed to perform a thoracoabdominal incision. The incision was more than 1 meter long, and it was very difficult to perform this surgery. Abdominal aortic replacement surgery was already difficult, not to mention now. The mortality rate was extremely high. There were not many patients with Marfan syndrome who could persevere through abdominal aortic replacement surgery. Therefore, Chen Song had to go through this learning experience. Chen Song settled down with Yuan's family and assured them, "Old lady, we will work hard to complete Yuan's surgery." When she heard Chen Song's words, the old lady was both happy and surprised. She was happy that her daughter might have a chance. However, she was almost 60 years old. How could she guarantee that she could afford this cost? Seeing the old lady like this, Chen Song quickly said, "You don't have to worry about the money. It's like this. Our hospital has been studying Marfan syndrome recently. We hope that we can complete such a surgery and help more patients. Therefore, we need some clinical cases to study. Yuan meets our inclusion criteria, so we will perform the surgery." The old lady was confused when she heard this. She was an old lady who had never heard of clinical trials, let alone understood what it meant. Fortunately, there were 2 girls who explained it well. Only then did the old lady understand. After hearing this, the old lady was stunned. There was such a good thing? The whole family hurriedly thanked Chen Song. After a busy day, how could there be any extra time? Those who were supposed to get off work had already left. Chen Song went to check on Viyu in the ICU. The nurse told Chen Song, Dr. Chen, Vu changed 5,000 milliliters of blood today and filtered out 4,000 milliliters of fat fluid. After Chen Song heard it, he suddenly made a thump sound, and the blood in his whole body changed. There's no reaction, right? The nurse nodded. No, his condition is quite stable. He can go for a CT scan tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, he still has to exchange the plasma. After Chen Song heard this, he was silent for a moment. Okay, pay attention to the fever. Once there's any news, immediately contact Chief Physician Xiao. Tomorrow, complete the relevant examinations as soon as possible. Have you looked for an endocrine consultant regarding the use of insulin? The nurse nodded. Yes, Director Guo personally came up with the proposal. Since the blood plasma had been exchanged, there were definitely many indicators in the body that could not be used for reference. Now, Chen Song was most concerned about severe acute pancreatitis. After looking at Guyu's indicators, Chen Song also heaved a sigh of relief and left the room. Just as he was about to get off work, Chen Song's phone rang. When he saw that it was Teacher Meng, the gloominess on Chen Song's face suddenly dissipated. Kid, where are you? Meng Shi acted like a big sister and asked casually. Chen Song smiled. I just got off work. Do you have any orders, Master Meng? When Meng Shi heard Chen Song's words, she was suddenly stunned. Oh, something's on your mind? Come out for skewers. Chen Song immediately rolled his eyes. I'm going to Ammonium Yang to find you for skewers. Do you think I'm free? Meng Shi smiled mysteriously. Go and pick up little Qin. Take a taxi and come over later. I came to the capital to seek refuge with you. When Chen Song heard this, he was immediately delighted. Okay, Qin Yu is working the night shift tonight. Where are you? I'll take a taxi there. Meng Shi sent an address to Chen Song. It wasn't far from here. Chen Song called a taxi and rushed there directly. At this time, Gu Huai looked at Teacher Meng with a wronged expression. It was supposed to be a gathering between the two of them. How could he call Chen Song over? Gu Huai, who was originally full of expectations, wore a handsome suit today and prepared to have a romantic dinner with Teacher Meng. But, he didn't expect it to be skewers. This made him wonder how a suit that cost more than 10,000 yuan would be accepted. Not long after, the three of them met at a skewers restaurant. When she saw Gu Huai and Meng Shi happily gave them a friendly hug. When Gu Huai saw this, he hugged Chen Song in a fit of pique. After sitting down, Chen Song smiled and said, Teacher Gu, you're here too. Your suit looks good. Are you out for a meeting? Meng Shi said, we're really here to learn this time. Chief Xia asked us to go to your emergency center to learn about cardiac arrest techniques. This time, we're really here to seek refuge from you. Why do you look so sad? Chen Song smiled. Nothing, I just met a patient. After he said that, the boss had already sent over beer and skewers. After the three of them left, Meng Shi said, what's making you so sad? Come, let me enlighten you. Chen Song nodded and told him about Yuan's incident today. After he finished, Chen Song looked at Meng Shi. Teacher Meng, can you teach me? After he said that, the three of them looked at each other. The skewers were no longer delicious. Meng Shi coughed. Come, let's not talk about work today. Chen Song was very curious about whether Teacher Meng knew how to perform this surgery. Out of curiosity, he suddenly opened Meng Shi's skill library. He had enough favorability with Teacher Meng. After he opened it, Chen Song really saw the abdominal aortic replacement technique, intermediate. After Chen Song saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Teacher Meng, what's the point of performing mitral valve surgery with a cardiac arrest technique? Since we're here, let's do something big. What do you think? When Meng Shi heard that, his face turned pale. He quickly shook his head. No. I can't do this surgery. Chen Song suddenly slammed the table and raised his glass. I think it's possible. It's decided then. We'll do this for this learning session. Dr. Gu, what do you think? Gu Huai was stunned. What does this have to do with me? I'm here to learn about cardiac arrest techniques. Chen Song, don't drag me down with you. Do you think I don't know how high the mortality rate of this surgery is? Therefore, under Chen Song's persuasion and the stimulation of alcohol, Teacher Meng dizzily boarded the pirate ship. As for Dr. Ge, this guy had long been fooled by Chen Song. Under Chen Song's flatbread, he had long become the top cardiologist in the country. He was going to reach the peak of life and marry a beautiful woman. The next day, as soon as Chen Song arrived at the hospital, he communicated his thoughts to Chief Yu. Yu Yonggang was silent after hearing it. This surgery was different from other surgeries. A full-body aortic replacement surgery would cost at least 3 to 500,000 yuan, right? Would the hospital be willing to do such a project? Yu Yonggang could not help but frown. To put it bluntly, the hospital was also a public institution that was responsible for its own profits and losses. The country had no obligation to give them money. If doctors wanted to earn money, they still had to rely on their bonuses. The scientific research funds could not support them, Yu Yonggang said to Chen Song. Little Chen, I'll be honest with you. I have a research fund, and it's not a small amount. It's worth tens of millions. But, during the review, the Marfan syndrome surgery is very difficult to review. The research funds in the hospital were worth tens of millions, but this money had to be spent according to the project proposal. It did not mean that one could spend it without restraint. Every expenditure had to be reviewed by the expert team, so one had to be strict with the use of this money. The total cost of a Marfan syndrome surgery was 500,000 yuan, which was 10 million yuan for 20 people. This was a huge number. The key was, what did one want to achieve through these 20 surgeries? This was the most important thing. Could one increase the survival rate of Marfan patients or reduce the mortality rate after the surgery? Was it too difficult? Even 20 surgeries could not complete the statistical analysis. If one wanted to get the complete results, one would not be able to do it even if one did not have 100 million yuan. Thinking of this, Yu Yonggang said to Chen Song, go to the cardiovascular surgery department and ask. If we do Marfan syndrome in the emergency department, the expert team probably won't approve it. I'll contact Director Wu for you and see what he thinks. Chen Song nodded and thanked him. He got up and went to the cardiovascular surgery department. At this time, the shift in the cardiovascular surgery department had not ended. When they saw Chen Song, everyone nodded and greeted Dr. Chen. After Chen Song called Su Ziming out, he told him about wanting to do Marfan syndrome. After he finished speaking, Su Ziming fell silent. Professor Chen, your idea is good, but the mortality rate of Marfan syndrome is too high, and the cost of treatment is also very high. I don't think the hospital will give us money for this. In the past, our department also applied for a research project on Marfan syndrome, but it was rejected before it could even reach the Ministry of Health because the expert panel thought it would be difficult to produce results. How about this? This surgery also involves major vascular surgeries in the general surgery department. I'll give Old He a call, and we can sit down and have a chat. Chen Song nodded gratefully. After He Ziqian heard about this, he was silent for a long time before he finally said, Teacher Chen, I support you. Su Ziming was taken aback. Old Ho. Is your project going to work? He Ziqian shook his head. It won't work. Su Ziming was at a loss for words. Then why did you? He Ziqian suddenly smiled. We will use the department's profits this year to support you. His words stunned Chen Song and Su Ziming. You. The department won't agree to this. Everyone is trying to support their families. No one will be willing to accept you using profits to support them. He Ziqian shook his head. I'll do the work. I believe in you, Teacher Chen. If the experiment is successful, our general surgery department will be the top in the country for abdominal aortic replacement surgery. All our doctors are famous, and the most important thing is that the bonus will be doubled. If we don't do it well, we will lose a few months' bonus. We will be able to get through it. I'll do the work for this. I'll see how many people are willing to do it. Those who are not willing to do it will get the bonus as usual. After saying that, He Ziqian glanced at Chen Song. Teacher Chen, I believe in you. He got up and went downstairs. Su Ziming was silent. 2 days later, Chen Song officially attended the meeting of the capital's emergency medical center as a trainee. Wu Tongfu told them about Chen Song's idea. I think we can study this project. It is also very necessary. As the top hospital in the country, we have the responsibility and obligation to carry out this kind of high-precision research project. However, Su Haoqiang, the director of the Department of Science and Education, directly refused. I don't agree. It's not that we have not applied for this project, but it has never been approved. This project has not produced any results in the country. Now this disease is a research forbidden area. Because there are no results, very few people will touch it. Moreover, if we want to produce results, we can't do it without 100 million yuan. Every year, the hospital's research funds are limited. There are so many research projects, and we don't have so much money to support them. At this time, other voices were raised one after another. The main purpose of this meeting was to carry out Xianxia's project and see if it could be approved. To be able to reach this stage was already giving Xianxia enough face. After all, the hospital was also a vice-ministerial department. They had even taken into consideration Xianxia's past success. However, these were different things. It was impossible to buy a table for table tennis just because you were good at skipping rope, right? Besides, table tennis tables were not cheap. If you spent this much money, would you get a good trophy? There were many table tennis experts. It was too difficult to think of a result. Although the example given was not very suitable, it was the same principle. The hospital also had its own considerations. After some discussion, Wu Tongfu looked at the crowd, nodded and said, "Let's vote." There were 15 participants. With 8 votes, it could be approved. Unfortunately, there were less than 5 people who agreed, including Wu Tongfu. Helpless, Xianxia could not help but sigh and clench his fists. This was too much money. If they wanted to produce results, could they produce 100 million yuan? He was not sure. He could not produce results. What he needed was a team's results. Wu Tongfu could not help but shake his head. The results are out. Suddenly, at this time, a man stood up. "Wait, Director Wu, Director Su, what if we raise our own funds?" Everyone followed the voice and saw that it was He Ziqian. Everyone was stunned. Su Haoqiang, the director of science and education, was also stunned. "Old He, what do you mean?" He Ziqian said, "We don't need to ask the hospital for money. We can totally raise funds to do the project. I don't think this is a big problem, right?" Su Haoqiang was the deputy director and had a lot of authority. After hearing this, he frowned. "This is not a small sum of money. It's 100 million yuan. How do we raise it?" Most of the project funds were approved by the National Hospital. Self-raising funds only accounted for a small part. They did not even need to raise funds themselves. He Ziqian said in a deep voice, "The General Surgery Department supports it." The General Surgery Department had a profit of 200 million last year. This year, we will take out half a year's bonus. The hospital will not reject this, right? Right, this is a voluntary letter. We have 9 directors, 13 doctors, and 44 nurses who are willing to participate. Su Ziming also stood up at this time. The cardiac surgery department is also willing to raise funds. This is a petition. 11 directors, 19 doctors, and 59 nurses in our department are willing to join. Everyone was stunned with one sentence. More than 100 people were willing to support this project with the bonus. There had been cases before, but each person did not spend much money. But this time, it might be a bottomless pit. Su Haoqiang suddenly sighed. "Why are you doing this? Why bother?" Su Ziming and He Ziqian glanced at Xianxia. "We believe in Teacher Chen. We believe that he can produce results." That one sentence made everyone fall silent. Similarly, Xianxia could not help but turn his head. Tears blurred his eyes. What did he do to deserve this? Everyone in the conference room was dumbfounded by the idea of raising funds by themselves. The thoracic surgery department and the general surgery department were actually willing to jointly fund Xianxia to perform this surgery. Was it purely because of trust? Su Haoqiang did not understand. This trust was worth hundreds of millions. This was a bonus for hundreds of people. For a moment, everyone around was stunned. Indeed, just like Su Haoqiang, they did not understand how powerful Xianxia was. They could understand how powerful Xianxia was, but this kind of power was definitely not something that could be described with words. This also included ability, talent, and real martial arts. It was precisely because they understood Chen Song well that they firmly believed in this point. Knowing one's destiny at the age of 50, how could they not understand this at their age? Of course they understood, however, there was a kind of person who made them willing to be hot-blooded and willing to let them accompany them to risk everything. After a long time, Wu Tongfu nodded. Okay. Okay, set up the project as soon as possible and hand in the mission book. Su Haoqiang had nothing to say at this time. After all, he had already raised his own funds to do scientific research. What else was there to say? Chen Song first went to the cardiac surgery department. Looking at everyone, he could not help but bow deeply. Thank you for your trust. Lu Quan and the others could not help but laugh. Teacher Chen, you're being too polite. Continue to lead us to do it. That's right. We're inflated now. The non-stop heart-beating technique can no longer satisfy our hearts. Many young nurses also walked over. Teacher Chen, you can do it. Yes, we believe in you. The people from the general surgery department were not inferior at all. When they were leading everyone to reconstruct the digestive tract some time ago, no one had any complaints. At this moment, the two departments had officially established the Ma Fan attack team and began to cooperate. But now, they needed to invite some experts who were good at whole-body aortic arch replacement to study together. Su Ziming could do it, but his level was really limited. He Ziqian's research on the abdominal aorta was not bad, but there was still a gap between it and what he could do. Everyone sat down and thought about it. Let's find someone, Su Ziming suddenly said. Actually, there are also amazing people in our country. At that time, the old academician Yang Pei was really the world's top big shot in the field of general vascular surgery. However, it's a pity that he died of Budd-Chiari syndrome. Upon hearing the name Yang Pei, Chen Song suddenly froze, because this name was very familiar. Wasn't this the teacher of Director Li Baoshan? When He Ziqian heard this, he nodded and sighed. If old Mr. Yang was still alive at that time, our country's general vascular surgery would have improved by 2 levels, and Ma Fan might not have suffered so much. It's a pity that old Mr. Yang died young. Everyone sighed regretfully. In fact, the progress of society sometimes depended on heroes. There were many ordinary people, but there were too few people who could make historical contributions to the development of this world. Su Ziming suddenly asked, "Oh yeah, does academician Yang Pei have any students?" I remember there were a few students. At that time I was around the same age as them. With that said, He Ziqian clapped his hands. Yes, that's right. Let's ask them. That afternoon, a group of people rushed to the general surgery department of the Peking University-affiliated hospital. The director was called Yao Lekong. He was a bald director. When he met the 3 of them, he smiled and invited them into his office. Director Yao, we won't be polite. We'll get straight to the point and tell you why we're here today. He Ziqian and Yao Lekong had dealings before. We're now preparing to do a clinical research project on Ma Fan syndrome. The surgery needs some experienced people to participate. You're also old Mr. Yang's student. I also heard that you're doing this surgery, so I'd like to invite you to join us. After Yao Lekong heard this, he suddenly became curious. You guys actually want to do Ma Fan syndrome? Can you pass? How much funding did you get? They were all in the industry, so they knew about this matter. He Ziqian could not help but laugh. This time, we're raising our own funds from the department. We're doing this research project together with the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. By the way, let me introduce you to the team leader of our project team, Chen Song. Yao Lekong was from the general surgery department, so he naturally knew the name Chen Song. He quickly stood up and said with a smile, Director Chen. Nice to meet you. Chen Song also nodded and greeted Yao Lekong. Then, Yao Lekong thought for a moment and said, Sai, I've indeed done a lot of Ma Fan surgeries, but, later on, my main research direction was in the field of general surgery. As you know, after becoming a chief physician, it's definitely impossible for me to focus on one thing. If you really want me to do it, I can do it, but I'm definitely not very good at it. After everyone heard this, they could not help but sigh and feel a little regretful. At this moment, Yao Lekong suddenly said, actually, I have a candidate to recommend. At that time, he mainly studied the series of surgeries for Marfan syndrome. Whether it's his talent or courage, he's very strong in all aspects. That one sentence caused all three of them to react. Who? Yao Lekong took a deep breath and said a little lonely, my senior. Everyone was stunned. Senior? At this moment, Chen Song thought of something. He clearly remembered that Director Li had said that he was old Master Yang's eldest disciple and was also the most valued. As expected, Yao Lekong continued, Li Baoshan, my eldest senior. When they heard Li Baoshan's name, the others were stunned. He Ziqian suddenly said, didn't you say that Director Li went abroad? Yao Lekong shook his head. Sigh, no. It's really a pity that my senior is gone. If he wasn't performing surgery for my teacher, with his talent and ability, he might really be the one to take over. I'm not as good as my senior. He Ziqian quickly said, Director Yao, can you help me contact Director Li? What do you think? I'll talk to him. Yao Lekong nodded. Of course, he was also willing to see his senior come back. He did not want to miss such an opportunity to develop the direction of major blood vessels. Yao Lekong picked up the phone and dialed Li Baoshan's number. He had not dialed this number for a long time. In fact, his junior brothers and sisters had never blamed his senior at all. There were accidents in surgery, but no one could avoid them. To be honest, as a surgeon, who did not have a few lives on their hands, unfortunately, his senior could not walk out of his own shadow. Chen Song wanted him to call, but he thought that he was definitely not as close as Yao Lekong and the other senior brothers. The beeping went on for a long time. Yao Lekong was a little nervous. This phone had not been picked up for a long time. However, it was not picked up for a long time. Just when everyone thought that no one was picking up the phone, a voice sounded. Hello. Yao Lekong was overjoyed. For a moment, he was so excited that he was speechless. Hello? Lekong? I'm here. Senior, Yao Lekong said quickly when he heard the familiar name. Li Baoshan had mixed feelings when he called him senior. He felt that he was really not a qualified senior. Yao Lekong said, Senior, I haven't seen you in a long time. If you have time, Li Baoshan was silent for a moment. What's the matter? Yao Lekong nodded. It's like this. The General Surgery Department and the Cardiac Surgery Department in the Emergency Center are doing a research project. They want to invite you to join them. It's a full-body aortic replacement surgery for Marfan syndrome. When Li Baoshan heard it, he rejected it directly. I can't help you. I can't do it. When Yao Lekong heard it, he was suddenly stunned. Why can't you do it? You could do it more than 10 years ago. It's impossible that you can't do it now. Li Baoshan, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. When Yao Lekong heard it, he was instantly angry. Li Baoshan, you're not helping me. You're helping yourself. Look at what you've become. Is ammonium yang so good? Isn't the capital good? You clearly have a better future. You're a coward. When Li Baoshan heard it, he said, where I am has nothing to do with you. Yao Lekong could not help but mock, yes, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just looking down on you. It has nothing to do with me. Then, does it have anything to do with the teacher? I know why you don't dare to come to the capital. You're afraid. You're running away. You're as timid as a mouse. Isn't it just a failed surgery? Is it necessary? If I were the teacher, I would tell you, Li Baoshan. I would expel you from the sect that day because you don't deserve to be the senior. The teacher said that the strongest thing about a surgeon is not only his surgery, but also his heart. You must have an indomitable heart. Do you have that? Coward. Alright, I won't call you again after I hang up this time. At this time, Chen Song said, Director Li, it's me. I'm Chen Song. I'm setting up a team for Marfan syndrome surgery. We're lacking an experienced surgeon, so I'd like to invite you to join us. Everyone was stunned and looked at Chen Song. Only then did they remember that Chen Song was a soldier under Li Baoshan. He Ziqian and the others looked forward to it. Sometimes, the only thing that can change a person's past is the future, and Chen Song was undoubtedly the future in Li Baoshan's heart. At this time, Li Baoshan suddenly said, "Wait." At this moment, everyone was stunned. After a while, Li Baoshan suddenly said, "I'm going to the capital tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, everyone looked at Chen Song in shock. They didn't expect Li Baoshan to agree so decisively. It was really hard to believe, even Chen Song himself was a little stunned. I actually have such great influence? The next morning, after Chen Song handed over his shift, he went to see Yu. At this time, she had already woken up. She was looking around with some fear and uneasiness. Chen Song walked over. "You're awake?" Yu nodded. "Yes." The little girl was very timid. There were too many unknowns about this unfamiliar environment. The nurse brought the record over and Chen Song looked at it. At this time, the blood in the little girl's body could be said to have been changed 3 times. The filtered fat fluid was a total of 9,000 milliliters. This was really shocking. It was said that even the filter core was blocked. The CT results were also out. As expected, she was in the acute stage of severe acute pancreatitis. The drugs used were timely and did not continue to develop. Surgery was definitely needed, but not now. Guyu's condition was still stable. The doctor should have told Guyu about the situation. She knew very well what she had experienced. Chen Song smiled and said, "In the future, eat less fried chicken, fries, burgers, and cola when you go out. These things are not healthy." Guyu nodded. "Thank you, doctor." As Chen Song was about to leave, Guyu suddenly turned around and asked, "Uncle Doctor, where are my parents?" This question stumped Chen Song. "I will help you contact them. Have a good rest." After leaving the intensive care unit, the nurse told Chen Song that since the day she was hospitalized, Guyu's parents had not come to the hospital for the next few days. Chen Song sighed. He shook his head. At this moment, Su Aiqing hurried over. After seeing Chen Song, Su Aiqing suddenly said, "Chen Song, I want to join your Marfan syndrome research group. Can I?" Chen Song was surprised. "Of course. Sister Su, why did you suddenly?" Su Aiqing smiled bitterly. "My son has Marfan syndrome. I want to do something for him." After Chen Song heard this, he was immediately stunned. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Li Baoshan's phone rang. Chen Song was immediately delighted. "Director Li, you're here?" Li Baoshan nodded. "I'm in the Department of Cardiac Surgery now." After Chen Song hung up the phone, he hurried over. Chen Song did not expect Director Li Baoshan to be so amazing. After seeing Li Baoshan, Chen Song felt even more cordial. "Hello, Director." Li Baoshan smiled. "Yes." Su Ziming smiled. "Director Li has already helped us with some planning, including the specific process of the topic and the training methods. He is really amazing." Chen Song was delighted. "Director, please teach me the abdominal aortic replacement surgery. I want to do this surgery well." Li Baoshan nodded. "Kid, when did you learn to be polite with me?" After saying that, Chen Song scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. "Director, how long will you be staying?" Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song. "I'll stay until you learn it. I've told the hospital, so I'll be out for a while." Chen Song could not help but smile. On the other side, before Chen Song could speak, the emergency department phone rang. "Chen Song, Yuan has abdominal aortic dissection, and, you know Yuan's situation. Her blood vessel wall is very fragile, and the dissection is very big. The situation is very dangerous now, and we need to organize the surgery," Su Aiqing said anxiously. Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. "Director, there's a patient with Marfan syndrome. Now there's a huge dissecting aneurysm in the abdominal aorta, and we need to operate as soon as possible." When Li Baoshan heard that, he quickly got up. "Let's go, we'll talk in the operating room." Su Ziming contacted He Jiqian and hurriedly brought Li Baoshan to the operating room to prepare. At this time, Chen Song rushed to the emergency room. Yuan's situation was very bad now. Her breathing was rapid, and her hands were clasped in front of her chest. The intense and continuous pain made her unable to move, and bean-sized beads of sweat wet her forehead. However, when she saw Chen Song, Yuan endured the pain and smiled. "Dr. Chen. Please." Chen Song stared at Yuan and nodded. "Don't worry. This was the horror of Marfan syndrome. The vascular system was severely damaged, and it could even develop in the hospital. The only difference was that the rescue work could be quickly organized in the hospital. Chen Song felt embarrassed just thinking about it. He originally thought that Yuan could last for a few more days and wait for him to finish his studies before choosing a date for the surgery. He did not expect such a thing to suddenly happen. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Patients left every day, and the development of a patient's disease would never be changed by human will. Soon, Yuan was sent to the operating theater. The relevant consent form had been completed 2 days ago. Chen Song was nervous at this moment. He took a deep breath and walked toward the operating theater. On the other side, Su Aiqing hurriedly chased after him. Chen Song, wait for me. Chen Song turned around, and Su Aiqing said firmly, I want to go for the surgery. Chen Song smiled. Okay. This surgery was quickly learned by the hospital. Wu Tongfu was originally in a meeting. After hearing the news of the surgery, he quickly stood up and said, that's all for now. Then, he prepared to walk toward the operating theater. After Su Haqiang heard this, he also said, I'll go and take a look too. When the other chief physicians saw this, they all stood up and followed him out. The news of the Marfan syndrome surgery project team formed by the general surgery department and the cardiac surgery department had already spread in the hospital. Everyone felt that Chief He and Chief Su had gone overboard. But, to be honest, they were still a little envious and jealous. After all, it was very difficult for Su Ziming and He Ziqian to persuade the doctors in the department to take out their bonuses as self-funding for clinical research. Think about it, if you wanted to persuade the doctors in the department to take the risk with you and take out their bonuses, was this something that ordinary people could do? How much solidarity and cohesion did this require in the department? It was very difficult, it was too difficult, therefore, some people admired them, but more people came with the attitude of watching a joke. In fact, this world would not be kind to those who broke the rules. Because if you succeeded, it would make us look very vulgar and mediocre. If they did not try and work hard themselves, they would not be able to see others doing well. They would even want others to be inferior to them. It would be best if they were beaten badly. For a moment, everyone was looking forward to it. After all, the Department of Science and Education had just approved the surgery. They did not have time to prepare before the surgery started. What kind of preparation could they have? They all knew that He Ziqian and Su Ziming had placed all their hopes on Chen Song. Soon, more than a dozen department directors and hospital directors followed him into the operating theater office and waited for the surgery to begin. Even though Wu Tongfu was present, everyone was whispering to each other. Meanwhile, inside the operating theater, Yuan looked at Chen Song. Her eyes were glistening because of her tears. Dr. Chen, if I'm gone, you have to help me complete the donation. I've already thought about it. I've already donated my nose to a young girl. She's already waiting. When Chen Song heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be Zhao Sihan? Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but take a deep breath. If that was the case, then this world was really too coincidental. Chen Song nodded firmly. You will live well. The value of your life is much greater than the organs you donated. Chen Song held her hand and said seriously. This was not a promise, nor was it a guarantee. It was just his blessing. Medical treatment was never a cliché story. The patient's life was hanging by a thread, the surgery was thrilling, and the surgery was a success in the end. However, life was often not like this. There were always failures in risky surgeries. However, in the face of failure, people seemed to be used to avoiding talking about it. After that, Chen Song came out to wash his hands. Su Ziming and the others did not say anything else. To be honest, Li Baoshan was also a little nervous. All these years, he had never stopped practicing martial arts. However, failure could really destroy a person's will. This time, it was a huge gamble. If the patient died, they would lose. Of course, they could not gamble with the patient's life. However, everyone was ready to take a gamble. They entered the operating theater, abdominal aortic aneurysm. This was the most difficult part of the surgery, abdominal aortotomy and artificial vascular catheterization. One had to know that abdominal aortic aneurysm removal was a very risky surgery. During the surgery, the blockage and opening of the abdominal aorta would cause significant changes in blood flow. Yuan had Marfan syndrome. The conditions of her heart and ascending aorta were not very good. This kind of change in blood flow could easily cause a lot of trouble. Moreover, among the known risk factors, heart disease ranked first, including unstable angina, congestive heart failure, and a recent history of myocardial infarction. Therefore, Xianxia and the others had to be prepared for the emergency treatment of myocardial infarction. Next, there were respiratory diseases and renal insufficiency. Many patients died of renal failure within a week after the surgery. Compared to these risk factors, age was a less important factor. Soon, the surgery began. Xianxia was in a dilemma. Should he wear Bai Chuan's white coat or choose Bai Chuan's white coat? Choosing the first set would activate Bai Chuan's descent. He was a level 99 cardiologist. However, choosing Bethune battle suit would grant him a skill. He could convert a surgery he had participated in or observed into his own surgical skill and upgrade it to perfect level. It would be effective for the month. After a month, the skill would automatically disappear and could be activated again. This skill was too tempting for Xianxia. After a little hesitation, Xianxia chose Bethune's battle suit. Gold equipment was indeed extraordinary. After preparing, Xianxia felt that his physical strength had changed. Most importantly, his surgical sense had increased. He glanced at Xianxia and Li Baoshan and said, "Shall we start?" Li Baoshan nodded. Xianxia established 2 venous channels. One was to detect central venous pressure, and the other was to administer medicine. After the tracheal intubation, the anesthesia gradually took effect. At this moment, everyone was a little nervous. Li Baoshan was the chief surgeon. Xianxia began to look forward to it. After observing, he could temporarily obtain the skill, although it was only temporary. However, Xianxia felt that it was enough. If he experienced it personally, he believed that he could definitely learn it. The surgery began. Li Baoshan held the scalpel and began the incision. From the xiphoid process to the symphysis pubis. After a thorough examination, Li Baoshan gave Xianxia a look. "Expose the aneurysm." Xianxia nodded and assisted. Li Baoshan began to dissect the proximal abdominal aorta. At this moment, the common iliac artery and vein were finally revealed. The surgery had reached a critical moment. Li Baoshan put down the scalpel in his hand. He began to pick up the endotherm knife. At this moment, he was a little nervous. Next, he needed to cut open the wall of the aneurysm. This process was very smooth. Li Baoshan's hand became very steady at this moment. He was very careful. He needed to cut the adventitia and media vertically along the midline, but he could not cut into the aneurysm. This was a very good measure of the surgeon's skill level. Next, Li Baoshan peeled off the aneurysm with the handle of the scalpel. After entering the aneurysm, he quickly removed the thrombosis and thickened and brittle intima in the aneurysm. The entire process seemed to be very smooth. Xianxia was also very serious at this moment. Polyester blood vessel precoagulation treatment. It was almost time for the blood vessel anastomosis. It was very smooth. Li Baoshan quickly got into the zone at this moment. Time passed by minute by minute. The surgery was soon coming to an end. The surgery seemed to be very successful. Li Baoshan's operation was very delicate. In these years, although he rarely performed this surgery, he had never neglected the treatment of the large blood vessels in the abdominal cavity. Although there was a knot in his heart, Li Baoshan was willing to set a good example for Xianxia. He did not want the person he nurtured to be as timid as him. Was the surgery a success? Everyone in the office outside was looking forward to it. Although Li Baoshan's anastomosis was not very fast, it was very stable. The treatment of the port was also very strict. The surgery went on for a full 2 hours. It was very tight. Li Baoshan breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to smile. At this moment, there was a sudden bang. Everyone heard a crisp sound. Immediately after, a gush of blood spurted out. Li Baoshan and Xianxia both felt the blood spurt on the mask. The alarm suddenly sounded. "There's another aortic aneurysm. This side is ruptured too." Looking at the blood spurting out, everyone's expression changed. Wu Tongfu, who was watching the surgery outside, immediately had a change in expression and stood up. At this moment, Li Baoshan's hands suddenly trembled. Not only were his hands shaking, even his body was shaking. The past flashed through his mind like smoke. He seemed to have returned to the operating table more than a decade ago. That operation, he had also failed. What a similar scene. Li Baoshan looked at his trembling hands. He wanted to stop the bleeding, but it was too late. Su Ziming, He Ziqian, and Su Aiqing were all stunned by the scene. There was still an accident during the surgery. It turned out that there was a damaged vascular intima in the patient's abdominal aorta. During the hemostasis and anastomosis, the blood flow changed, forming a hemangioma and rupturing in an instant. Everyone's hearts sank. Just when they felt that the operation had failed, Chen Song suddenly reached out and inserted his thumb into the ruptured hole. Ding! Abdominal aortic replacement surgery obtained. It will be automatically upgraded to the perfect level. Chen Song glanced at Director Li. His eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. His right hand was trembling non-stop. In this situation, he could no longer perform the surgery. Chen Song quickly said to the scrub nurse, "Hemostatic forceps. Endotherm knife." At this moment, Chen Song suddenly stepped up. The difficulty of the surgery now was even higher than before, because the patient had already taken up a lot of the surgery time. The blood flow had just recovered. Now that the blood flow stopped, it had a great impact on the inferior vena cava, bilateral renal arteries, and superior and inferior mesenteric arteries. Chen Song did not have much time left. When it rains, it pours. When the boat is late, it encounters a headwind. At this moment, the nurse suddenly said, "The patient's heartbeat is slowing down." Zhou He's expression changed. Left atrial venous pressure is decreasing. The patient's heart is. No, the heart rate is abnormal. The patient is having ventricular fibrillation. Prepare defibrillation. Voltage 200. Amiodaron, the human body was just that cruel. A slight change in one part would affect the whole body. Anything that happened outside of one part would often be just as cruel. Accompanied by a series of reactions, all of which were fatal. At this moment, everyone panicked. The hearts of the people watching the surgery outside sank to the bottom. The patient should be gone. Everyone knew that the patient might be gone. With so many things happening, it was almost impossible to save him. Because there was still bleeding below, they had to complete the abdominal aortic aneurysm removal and replacement surgery in a very short time. Was this possible? No. Wu Tongfu took a deep breath and could not help but close his eyes. The alarm of the ECG monitor was like the Grim Reaper's talisman. At this moment, Chen Song was unusually calm. In the operating theater, the nurses kept running around to handle the situation. Chen Song kept giving medical advice. Then, Chen Song asked, "Teacher Zhou, how long can the kidney last?" Zhou He's expression was solemn. 10 minutes is possible. The patient's ventricular fibrillation has bought us some time. After 10 minutes, the surgery must be stopped. Otherwise, the patient will die even if the surgery is successful. The heart will not be able to take it. 10 minutes, the aneurysm removal and the artificial blood vessel replacement needed 10 minutes. Even if it was only a small part. The difficulty of the surgery was much lower than the previous one, but it was still urgent and difficult. It was so difficult that everyone was ready to give up on the surgery. Chen Song turned around and looked at Su Ziming. "Chief Su, come and help." Su Ziming's expression changed and he quickly stepped forward. When everyone saw Chen Song step forward, they were stunned. Could he do it? The answer was unknown, and Chen Song's performance at this moment instantly stunned everyone. Remove the tumor, cut open the tumor cavity, deal with the bleeding, clean up the damaged tissue and thrombosis. Chen Song handled the entire process extremely quickly. 5 minutes left. Chen Song was unmoved, but the sweat on his head betrayed him. He was very nervous. 3 minutes. Under the mask, Chen Song's eyes carefully stared at the blood vessel wall. He was about to start suturing. 2 minutes. At this moment, everyone began to feel uneasy. Chen Song had not completed the anastomosis. Almost everyone was praying for Chen Song. Chen Song felt that he had reached his limit. His hands were almost cramping. Everyone in the operating theater could only look at Chen Song with anticipation. Gaze. 30 seconds. Faster, a little faster. Chen Song began to feel nervous. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Chen Song finished the last stitch and released the hemostatic forceps. There was no time to check if blood was leaking out. Success, and Chen Song's hands began to cramp at this moment. Heartbeat normal. Blood pressure recovered. Done. Only Chen Song squatted on the ground and put his hands on his body to make his hands more comfortable. The surrounding people immediately gave Chen Song a round of applause. He did it again. For a moment, everyone was excited. This man is too scary. The applause was endless because Chen Song did it. And Chen Song's hands were cramping and crying because of the pain. P.S. Act Tough King Chen is back. Should we support him? They looked at Chen Song grimacing as he bent over on the ground because of the cramp in his hand. Everyone could not help but smile kindly. Chen Song looked at everyone and could not help but say, "Why are you still smiling? Hurry up and perform the surgery." Su Ziming smiled and nodded. He looked at Chen Song and the shock in his heart was self-evident. 10 minutes later, Chen Song completed the removal of a section of the abdominal aneurysm and the replacement of the blood vessels. They did not know what the limits of this world were, but they knew that Chen Song had saved Yuan this time. Moreover, he had saved Yuan when everyone thought that she was about to die. It was too amazing, however. He Ziqian could not help but ask, "Teacher Chen, how did you? Do you know how to perform abdominal aortic surgery?" Before Chen Song could say anything, Li Baoshan suddenly took a deep breath and said, "Chen Song has a very strong sense of smell for surgery, and his talent is also very strong. He has a solid foundation in large blood vessel replacement surgery, and the surgery just now was actually a side effect. After watching my surgery, he quickly understood the essence of abdominal aortic replacement surgery. He was like this when he was in the 2nd Provincial Hospital." At this moment, everyone was stunned. They turned around and looked at Chen Song, who was on the ground with his hands pressed on his stomach. They were in disbelief. He learned it after watching it once. This was AF** King Genius. No, he was a monster. For a moment, everyone suddenly pitied the group of doctors in the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Was it not too much pressure to be with Chen Song? It was as if they had forgotten that they kept calling him Teacher Chen. It was so shameless. That was because everyone realized that Chen Song was obviously more familiar with handling things than Li Baoshan. If they had not interacted with Chen Song more, they would definitely think that Chen Song was pretending to be weak. However, in front of life, how could he pretend to be weak? During the previous surgery for thoracic aorta replacement, they had seen Chen Song's skills. Was he good? Very good, however, there was still a huge gap between then and now. Other things aside, how much had the time for blood vessel replacement surgery been reduced by? Chen Song's timely appearance had forcefully pulled Yuan back from the brink of death, or perhaps it should be said that she had one foot in the grave. Su Aiqing looked at Chen Song. Her heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps, her son could be saved. Not only him, but many people in the room were looking at Chen Song with hopeful expressions. Especially He Ziqian and Su Ziming, who had bet on the department's profits and the doctor's bonus. Their path had broadened, the surgery was progressing slowly, and there was no need for Chen Song to join in the finishing work. After all, the cramp in his hand had not subsided yet. If he joined in the surgery now, it would undoubtedly cause trouble for himself. But now, Li Baoshan was standing beside Chen Song, his face full of sweat. What happened just now was like a nightmare that lingered in his mind, and even his hands began to tremble. However, when he saw Chen Song perform the emergency surgery to save the situation, Li Baoshan was stunned. His heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. He should not have backed down. Once again, he was out of work. It was not that he had not failed before, but under the expectations of countless people, Li Baoshan had begun to be afraid of failure. Looking at Chen Song, Li Baoshan sighed. "Xiao Chen, I. Sigh." Chen Song looked at Director Li's lonely expression and could not help but sigh. He smiled and shook his head. "Director, actually, you taught me well. Didn't you realize that my surgery just now was filled with your shadow?" Li Baoshan was stunned by his words. Chen Song also noticed Director Li's abnormality. This should be the shadow of the surgery's failure. It could even be classified as a kind of sequela. One of the sequelae of trauma. Chen Song hoped that he could help Director Li walk out of the shadow. He believed that Director Li could do it. Hearing Chen Song's words, Li Baoshan was silent for a moment. He thought carefully. He really found his shadow in Chen Song's surgery. At this moment, Li Baoshan raised his head. Xiao Chen. You mean? Chen Song nodded firmly. Actually, Director, you are very excellent and powerful. You should be more confident. At this moment, the hall outside was like a boiling pot. Oh my God. How is this possible? 10 minutes. 10 minutes to complete the replacement. Genius. Really a genius. Su Hao stared at the big screen for a long time without speaking. Now he understood why He Ziqian and Su Ziming supported Chen Song so much. It was because he was a miracle. With such a surgery, Yuan, who Su Hao thought was already a dead person, was suddenly brought back to life. How long was 10 minutes? It was not even enough to play a round of King of Glory. It was less than the time to drink a cup of coffee. However, in these 10 minutes, Chen Song's hands were almost at their limit. He successfully saved this poor patient, no, lucky patient. In Su Hao's eyes, no one could save Yuan just now. However, Chen Song did it. At this moment, Wu Tongfu was really happy. Originally, when the blood was gushing out, Wu Tongfu could not even bear to look directly. However, when he saw Chen Song directly insert his finger into the blood vessel to stop the bleeding, he quickly began to repair, replace, and suture. This set of operations was smooth and could be called a perfect rescue surgery. Wu Tongfu looked at Chen Song, who was sitting on the ground with his hands covering his abdomen. Wu Tongfu could not help but laugh. Amazing. Too amazing. After saying that, Wu Tongfu began to applaud. At this moment, everyone also began to applaud. Everyone in the audience was amazed by Chen Song's surgery. It was amazing. Even the chief physicians who looked down on Su Ziming and He Ziqian also began to applaud. Because no matter how much they looked down on them, they were not enemies when the patient was in a critical moment. Their common enemy was the disease and the Grim Reaper. They would always be two opposing sides. Even if they were jealous of Chen Song's strength, they had to applaud. Because he was too amazing. After the surgery was over, those people looked at Su Ziming and He Ziqian and felt sour in their hearts. It was as if they had eaten lemons, and the sourness reached their stomachs. These two people really did not want to let go of their coattails. When Wu Tongfu watched He Ziqian and Su Ziming finish the surgery together, he could not help but shake his head. These two people were walking on a path that was getting wider and wider. However, as the director, he was even happier. After all, this was Ma Fan's surgery. There were only a handful of people in the country who could perform it well. If the emergency center could cultivate a group of such talents, he would be excited just thinking about it. Moreover, Wu Tongfu suddenly did not want to let Chen Song go. Could he stay? For a moment, Wu Tongfu himself was a little envious of these two people. If he were 10 years younger and met such a freak, who would care whether he was a bootlicker or not? Every surgery was really a risk. They worked hard to be in the same boat, but they could not help but experience storms. At this time, they had to be prepared to be shoulder to shoulder with the wind and rain. They were not afraid of the wind and rain, and they were not afraid of the past. The credit for a resuscitation surgery was never given to a single person. The anesthesiologist, Zhou He, fully displayed his experience as a professional anesthesiologist. At the critical moment, he did not panic and cooperated with the other medical staff to save the patient. Seeing that the patient was gradually recovering, everyone's hearts returned to their stomachs. However, they knew that the next few days would be the real test of the success of their surgery. The surgery was completed quickly. The patient could not bear any more pain. The director of the intensive care unit, Xiao Qing'an, personally came to pick up Yuan. Chen Song communicated and negotiated with him on the way to discuss what to pay attention to. Xiao Qing'an treated this matter very seriously. After Chen Song sent Xiao Qing'an off, he suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding! At the critical moment, Yuan was successfully saved. Abdominal aortic replacement surgery completed. Reward: advanced demonstration card for aortic dissection surgery. Chen Song was stunned. Advanced demonstration card for aortic dissection surgery. After use, you will receive an instructional video of tumor removal. This video is from the 2030 Aortic Dissection Surgery Guide. After seeing this, Chen Song was pleasantly surprised. The removal of the pseudohemangioma caused by aortic dissection was the most important part of the surgery. The speed and degree of removal of the pseudohemangioma were directly related to the success rate of the surgery. Moreover, the latest research showed that the higher the degree of removal of the tumor, the lower the postoperative complications. The demonstration card was from the 2030 Aortic Dissection Surgery Guide. Chen Song was a little excited just thinking about it. A perfect surgery was not really perfect. After sending Xiaoqing off, Chen Song returned to the operating theater and found everyone talking excitedly. I was very close to Professor Chen. I saw Professor Chen put his thumb directly into the aorta and stop the bleeding instantly. This kind of barehanded bleeding control is really impressive. That's not the point. Look here. Look at the speed of the suture. When I held the blood vessel, I felt that his hands were really amazing. It was too fast. And it was fast and steady. This is the key. Everyone was talking about it. After Chen Song came in, he could not help but cough. All right. Don't occupy the operating theater. There's still a surgery later. Also, don't put the cart before the horse. I only performed a very small part of the surgery. The most important and difficult part was done by Director Li. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, Director Li is indeed academician Yang's student. His skills are really good. No one mentioned anything about what happened after that. As for Li Baoshan, there had always been a knot in his heart. This lump had been there for quite some time, and it had even taken root, growing into his flesh like a tumor. When he came out of the operating theater, he passed by the meeting room. Wu Tongfu led everyone out. When he saw Chen Song and the others, he walked towards them. You've worked hard today. Wu Tongfu looked at Chen Song and said with a smile. Chen Song smiled and said, it's what I should do. Wu Tongfu nodded and said, Chen Song, He Jiqian, Su Ziming, come in first. We have something to discuss. Chen Song and the others looked at each other and followed Director Wu into the office. When they came in, Su Haoqiang and the others were all there. Wu Tongfu said, it's like this. After watching your surgery today, I discussed it with Director Su. We think that you have the ability to do this surgical research well. So, we decided to reconvene to discuss the funding issue. After all, the hospital can't let you doctors pay for the research out of your own pockets. If you tighten your belts and do research, people will laugh at you. When we go back today, I'll take a good look at your mission book with Director Su. We'll have a meeting tomorrow. Wu Tongfu's words caused He Jiqian and Su Ziming to become excited and agitated. It would be best if the hospital could allocate money to do it. Although the doctors and nurses were willing to do it, as the chief physicians, they still felt guilty. But it was different now. At this time, the two of them realized that Su Haoqiang, Wu Tongfu, and everyone else present were staring at Chen Song. At this moment, they knew that it wasn't someone else who changed everything. It was Chen Song. He used his own surgery to prove himself with a miracle. He used his own actions to tell them, we can do it. The other chief physicians couldn't help but sigh. At this time, there was no need to be envious. After all, he was really amazing. Su Haoqiang looked at Chen Song and said, Dr. Chen, lead them and do a good job. Please. Su Haoqiang's words attracted everyone's attention. They stared at Director Su, who had always been serious. How could he say something like that? That's right, Su Haoqiang was strong. As long as there was someone who could lead the development of the hospital and bring real benefits to the patients, what was wrong with admitting defeat? How hard was it to admit defeat? Su Haoqiang smiled and didn't hesitate. Instead, he said generously, I admit that I underestimated your ability. Because the hospital's research funds are really limited, I had to be careful. As the person in charge, I had to use good steel on the blade. But now, I believe in you. We will definitely support this research project. Do it well and do it with all your might. His words made the surrounding department directors look at Chen Song with a look of admiration. This young doctor was younger than them by more than 10 years. He had conquered Su Haoqiang and also conquered them. Chen Song led everyone out of the operating room. When they walked out of the door, they saw many people standing at the door. Chen Song was stunned by the number of people in front of him. There were Yuan's family members and many people that Chen Song didn't know. However, when they saw Chen Song coming out, everyone stood up and looked at them nervously. "Doctor, was the operation successful?" Yuan's mother couldn't help but ask. Chen Song nodded. "There was a small accident during the operation, but the patient's vital signs are stable now. However, we still have to continue to observe the follow-up." Hearing this, everyone started to talk about it. "That's great. As long as she passes the guardianship period, there won't be any problems." Yes, at least the operation was successful. Everyone's discussion made Chen Song and the others stunned. They also knew. At this time, one of Yuan's sisters said, "Dr. Chen, we have a group in Ma Fan. These are some of the group members who came to pray for Yuan after hearing about the operation." Looking at so many patients around, Chen Song was suddenly stunned. "Everyone, don't worry. The operation was successful. Everyone, go back and rest. If there is good news, I will inform you in advance." After Chen Song left the operating theater, he went straight back to the emergency department. Seeing so many patients' hopeful eyes, Chen Song felt a little pressured. Meanwhile, Wu Tongfu had saved and copied the surgery video. As an excellent surgeon, he had to be prepared to bring a disc with him at any time. For excellent surgery videos, he had to be shameless and ask for them. Just as Chen Song arrived at the emergency department, Gong Daizhen called. "Professor Chen, Zhao Sihan's surgery might have to be postponed. Their family members have been busy looking for a donor these few days." After Chen Song heard this, his curiosity was like a cat scratching an itch in his heart. "Oh, who is the donor that the little girl is looking for?" Gong Daizhen was stunned. This question stumped her. The child's father called and said that it seems to be a young girl. "I'm not sure what her name is exactly. It said that she's a patient with Marfan syndrome. It's quite serious. The patient has already signed the relevant donation agreement." When Chen Song heard this, he did not ask any more questions. He felt that it was probably the case. However, this feeling was so strange. After Li Baoshan followed Chen Song back to the emergency department, he did not stop and said, "I'm going to the Peking University-affiliated hospital. Call me if there's anything." Chen Song was stunned. He immediately beamed and said, "Okay." It was very difficult to muster the courage to face the mistakes he had made. Li Baoshan knew where he should go for his irresponsible departure. He would say to his junior brothers and sisters, to his old subordinates, and to his old leader, "I'm sorry." Perhaps this apology would not help matters. It would not even change his impression in the hearts of others. However, Li Baoshan had to go, because he knew that he was the only one who could save himself. When he decided to come to the capital to help Chen Song, he was already prepared to face all of this calmly. However, standing on the operating table, when the past surfaced, he still could not help but feel afraid. He knew that the more he ran away, the more he could not walk out of this shadow. This time, he decided to face it. Then, he would start from the saddest and most unbearable part. When Chen Song returned to the hospital, he saw two acquaintances. One was Xianxia, and the other was Wei Yayu, Guyu's parents. After seeing Chen Song, Xianxia walked over. "Dr. Chen, how's my girl?" Chen Song asked the nurse to retrieve the medical record from the ICU. It just so happens that I have something to tell you about the patient's condition. Guyu has undergone plasma exchange. She has exchanged 12,000 milliliters of plasma and filtered out nearly 9,000 milliliters of fat fluid. Her body is now very sensitive. Moreover, the patient has severe acute pancreatitis and is in the acute stage. We can maintain his condition for now, but he needs to undergo surgery. But, as I said just now, the patient's body is sensitive, and the surgery is more dangerous. However, we can't just let it develop. We need to perform the surgery within a week. So, I need your family members to sign." Although Wei Yayu and Xianxia kept their distance, their expressions changed when they heard the news. Although they didn't understand these professional terms, they knew that Guyu was in danger. Wei Yayu said directly, "Doctor, actually, what I want to ask is, when can Guyu be discharged?" Chen Song was dumbfounded by his question. She wants to be discharged in such a situation? Could it be that water had entered his brain? Did I not express it clearly enough? Wait. I'm sorry, I said that the patient's condition is very dangerous. She is now in the ICU and can't come out at all. This means that her life is in danger at any time. Why are you discharged? Chen Song said seriously. Wei Yayu said directly, we want a divorce. We have to fight for the child's custody in court. Chen Song was so angry that he almost wanted to hit someone. F***ck, is this something that a human being would say? Chen Song even felt that this fight for custody wasn't a competition of who loved the child more, but a competition of who was more capable. In his opinion, Viu was just a bargaining chip for the two of them. Chen Song took a deep breath to calm himself down. I'm sorry, the child is in danger. She can't be discharged and needs surgery as soon as possible. We've contacted the best private hospital for her and even invited foreign experts to perform surgery on her, so you can rest assured, Wei Yayu said directly. When Chen Song heard these words, he felt his heart turn cold. He felt that all of this was not what the child wanted at all. In fact, this sanctimonious couple, who seemed to be extremely wealthy, with their villas, luxurious cars, and high education, made people feel a little. Before Chen Song could explain, Wei Yayu said directly, by the way, we will sign the consent form. Oh. Are you going back on your word? I'll go and look for the director. Chen Song ignored them and got up to leave. Maybe the top hospital could stabilize him in a day, maybe he could, who knew? After all, in their eyes, they could do whatever they wanted with money. Chen Song sighed. In fact, Viyu's surgery was not very difficult. The most difficult part was the overall condition of her body. Yu Yonggang was still found by the couple. After expressing their intentions, before Yu Yonggang could say anything, old Ma could not take it anymore. Do you want Viyu to die? Are you her biological parents? Where were you when the child was in trouble? Where were you several times when she was on the brink of death? Damn it, other children have appendicitis, parents accompanying them for several days. What about you? It's a serious illness. Do you understand? Did you go to school? Beast. Old Ma cursed loudly. He was really angry. Compared to Chen Song, who only participated in the rescue, Old Ma was with Viyu from the beginning to the end. 12,000 milliliters of blood in her body. Do you know that the blood flowing in her body is not yours? Do you really not treat the child as a human? Yu Yonggang did not stop Ma Yuehui from cursing. He was the director. These words could not be said, but it did not mean that he did not want to say them. Wei Yayu's expression changed as if her hypocritical moral veil had been exposed. She pointed at Ma Yuehui and said, how can you say that? We went to find a good doctor. At this moment, Gu Xingye roared, enough. The scene suddenly quieted down. Gu Xingye glanced at Wei Yayu, took a deep breath, and said faintly, the child is yours, but I have a request. The child can be discharged after he recovers. After saying that, Gu Xingye got up and left. The child was not a sacrifice. Gu Xingye admitted that he was not a good father, but he did not want to be a beast. Gu Xingye looked back at Wei Yayu helplessly. His gaze was complicated. Gu Xingye's departure did not change anything. Wei Yayu seemed to want to go against Gu Xingye in everything. That afternoon, an A-class ambulance drove into the emergency center hospital. Viyu was sent away and brought to Harmony Hospital. Harmony Hospital in the capital was one of the better hospitals in the Harmony Medical Group. Perhaps many people did not know much about Harmony Hospital. It was the first comprehensive medical institution in China that was set up according to international standards and had leading diagnostic and treatment technology. In the beginning, Mu Family Medical Group's position was to serve the diplomatic envoys and foreign employees of multinational companies. The hospital hired licensed doctors from Europe and America and nurses with overseas work experience. All medical management and service procedures were based on high-end hospital standards in the United States. Therefore, as a listed company, they could provide the most considerate service. No doctor would scold you for being heartless. As long as you had money, you were God. After sending Viyu to the ambulance, Old Ma raised his middle finger at Wei Yayu, who was walking away. Wei Yayu was so angry that she kicked her Maserati. After returning to the room, Ma Yuehui was in a better mood. Sigh, my good intentions are taken for granted. Yu Yonggang glanced at Old Ju and smiled without saying anything. Little Zhao, who was beside him, said disdainfully, nouveau riche. He went to Harmony Hospital with the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery. If this isn't brainless, what is? Yu Yonggang said, but to be honest, going to Harmony Hospital is indeed more reassuring than staying here. After all, this kind of organization provides such considerate service. On the other side, Wu Tongfu sat opposite a man in his office. Old Xiao, are you done watching? Wu Tongfu raised his eyebrows and asked. Xiao Zhihai rubbed his chin and watched it over and over again. This is impossible, right? Wu Tongfu immediately rolled his eyes. Why is it impossible? I saw it myself. How can it be fake? Xiao Zhihai clicked his tongue and shook his head. The scene in the video kept repeating the scene of Chen Song's 10-minute surgery. Isn't this too amazing? It's like you're playing it at double speed. Wu Tongfu could not help but say, comment. When Xiao Zhihai heard this, he shook his head. I can't comment. Wu Tongfu was stunned. What do you mean? You can't comment? Xiao Zhihai nodded solemnly. That's right. I really can't comment on this surgery. That's because the surgeon's skills are far above mine. I'm not qualified to comment on his surgery. After saying that, the tall man, who was nearly 60 years old, couldn't help but sigh. No, isn't Ruijin Hospital one of the best hospitals in the world? You mean this is better than what you guys have done? Wu Tongfu was in disbelief. He knew that Chen Song was good, and he also knew that this kid was extremely talented in surgery. But who was Xiao Zhihai? The director of Ruijin Hospital was a leading figure in the international field through aortic surgery. He was a leader who was on his way to becoming a chief scientist. Wu Tongfu was also very good, but after all, he came from the emergency department. He performed many surgeries very well, and he was even the best in the field of cardiovascular surgery. However, he wasn't going to spend his entire life researching this. Xiao Zhihai shook his head and said, let's put it this way, old Wu. Let me analyze it for you. Although I'm not as good as him, I can still see some things. Although this is just a very inconspicuous small dissection on the abdominal aorta, and it's much easier than Li Baoshan's surgery just now, you have to be careful. This is still a dissecting aneurysm, and you have to deal with it properly. First of all, there are three most important aspects of this surgery. First, precise bleeding control. This is different from hemostatic forceps. When he stops the bleeding, look at the direction. This area can effectively stop the bleeding, change the circulation, and protect the aortic dissection. After the dissection is broken, there will be a lot of thrombosis and intima. This backflow will definitely cause myocardial infarction. Second, rapid removal of the aneurysm. This is also the most important part. He can complete the removal of the aneurysm dissection in 10 minutes. Look at this area. Xiao Zhihai wanted to describe it, but the speed was too fast. He couldn't capture an accurate image at all. He shook his head helplessly. Adjust it to 0. 5 times. The image changed to 0. 5 times the normal speed. But, it still didn't work. When Xiao Zhihai saw this, his scalp went numb. This is a little too much. 0, 25 times. Wu Tongfu continued to change the speed. Finally, the image reached a more normal speed. When Xiao Zhihai saw the image of Chen Song cleaning the aneurysm at 0, 25 times, he could not help but gasp. He lamented, TSK, this is a pair of natural surgical hands. His eyes are sharp and his hands are fast. Look at the precise clamping of the forceps, and this cleaning, it's amazing. Wu Tongfu asked, Old Xiao, how is it compared to you? Xiao Zhihai immediately glared at him. Second brother Wu, you're bullying me. Wu Tongfu laughed out loud. Continue. Isn't there a third point? Xiao Zhihai nodded. Yes, the third point is here, artificial blood vessel anastomosis. You know, when performing artery anastomosis, the direction of the needle can only be from the inside to the outside. Moreover, when performing continuous anastomosis, there's very little room for manipulation. Because of this, the difficulty level is much higher. However, he knows artificial blood vessel anastomosis very well. Without enough experience, it's impossible to master it. Of course, talent is also very important. After saying that, Xiaozhihai was extremely curious. Hurry up, old Wu, tell me who it is. Wu Tongfu smiled. Chen Song. Xiaozhihai's eyes immediately lit up. The Chen Song who keeps beating the mitral valve? Wu Tongfu smiled mysteriously. It's also the Chen Song who is the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgeons. When Xiaozhihai heard this, he immediately exclaimed, TSK, TSK, this kid is actually so good? Wu Tongfu nodded. That's right, he's that good. Xiaozhihai suddenly asked curiously, does he often perform aortic replacement surgeries? Wu Tongfu shook his head. No, it shouldn't be a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Li Baoshan to do it. When Xiaozhihai heard this, his expression immediately changed. Are you saying that he's applying what he learned? As soon as he said that, both of them fell silent, although they were very unwilling to admit it. The reality was just that cruel. There was nothing they could do. Xiaozhihai suddenly said, but how can he perform the anastomosis so quickly? This is very difficult to do without practice, right? Wu Tongfu nodded. He felt that what Xiaozhihai said made sense. After thinking about it, he took out his phone. Wu Tongfu opened WeChat on his phone and clicked on Chen Song's moments. Could it be because of this? Wu Tongfu handed the phone to Xiaozhihai and asked curiously. Xiaozhihai took it and looked at it carefully. He was stunned. What the hell is this? Was this an artificial blood vessel made of polyester fabric? Xiaozhihai looked at the WeChat article carefully and frowned. TSK, young people have a lot of ideas. Can this be useful? Wu Tongfu shook his head. However, he just had a surgery a few days ago. It was a thoracic aorta replacement surgery. His port anastomosis took 40 minutes. How long did you take? Xiaozhihai smiled and said proudly, 18 minutes. Wu Tongfu nodded. Yes, the time matches. He went straight to yesterday's level. After saying that, the two old men in their 60s looked at each other and nodded. They had an idea. No matter what, they had to try. What if it worked? Polyester fabric was not very expensive. After talking about this, Wu Tongfu said, by the way, why did you come to Beijing? I was so focused on talking about the surgery with you that I forgot about this. Xiaozhihai said, there's a surgery tomorrow at Peking University's affiliated hospital. It's a rare abdominal aortic aneurysm caused by syphilis. The patient is also a public figure. After hearing that, Wu Tongfu was stunned. Syphilis? Be careful. Why do you have to do this? Wu Tongfu did not ask who it was. This industry had its own rules. They even had to sign a confidentiality agreement. Xiaozhihai could not help but laugh. I need money. This surgery costs 3 million. Do you want to do it? Wu Tongfu could not help but be stunned. 3 million? Oh my god, you're so rich. No wonder you can't be invited. But I say, why do you need so much money? You don't have any children and have no worries. Xiaozhihai smiled mysteriously. When I die, I'll set up a foundation to take care of my money and give it to those who have made outstanding contributions to the cardiovascular surgery industry. When Wu Tongfu heard that, he immediately sneered. You have so many tricks up your sleeve. People who come back from abroad are really different. Xiaozhihai said seriously, this is still very useful. Xiaozhihai, who had been in the United States for 18 years, deeply realized that sometimes, money and honor were more tempting than anything else. At this moment, Wu Tongfu said, by the way, let me ask you something. Chen Song wants to lead the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery and the General Surgery Department to carry out clinical research on thoracoabdominal artery replacement for Marfan syndrome. Wu Tongfu told Xiaozhihai about this matter again. After Xiaozhihai finished listening, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Young people, newborn cows aren't afraid of tigers. Didn't we do the same back then? Wu Tongfu nodded. Do you support it? Xiaozhihai pondered for a moment. If I were you, I would support you. Don't care about what others say. If you want to be the same as others, how can you improve? Don't all surgeries, theories, and guidelines improve in the same way? Xiao rolled his eyes at Wu Tongfu. There's such a good young man. If you don't hurry and support him, you'll regret it when he leaves. How much is your face worth? Would you lose a piece of meat if others talked about it? Look at me, I don't care about what others think of me. I can operate on a syphilis patient for 3 million. Wu Tongfu couldn't help but laugh. That was indeed the case. Face could be said to be valuable, but it could also be said to be worthless. Xiao went abroad at the age of 21 and returned at the age of 39. He knew how important face was to doctors in the country, however, he was different. His usual work was work, and he would clearly mark the price for the surgeries after work. He would not refuse those difficult and expensive surgeries. Xiao reputation in the industry was very average. Many doctors said that he had no medical ethics and only cared about profits. However, no matter what, he was the best at large vascular surgery in the country. There was no one who could compare to him, so they had to be convinced. Since the age of 50, he had been planning for that matter. He had saved up a fund and handed it over to a team to manage, just to establish an award. As for the words of his peers, Xiao never cared. Since ancient times, there had been no first place in literature, and no one was convinced. In 2000, not long after he returned to the country, he participated in the publication of the surgical monograph Large Vascular Surgery and directly promoted the development of large vascular surgery with academician Yang Pei. After that, it got even more out of hand. In 2002, he successfully removed a 15-centimeter-long pseudoaneurysm, which was the largest aneurysm surgery in the world. In 2009, he participated in the International Conference of Large Vascular Surgery in Sydney and gave an academic report titled 850 Cases of Abdominal Aortic Aneurysm, which shocked the world. He had performed more than 1,000 abdominal aortic aneurysm surgeries. Therefore, no matter what others said about him, he still stood at the peak of the industry and looked down on others. The next day, the Capital Emergency Medical Center once again discussed Xianxia, Hejiqian, and other research topics. The two hospital directors, Su Haoqiang and Wu Tongfu, directly raised their hands to vote in support, and the others could only follow suit. With this raise of hands, it meant that the research project with a research funding of 100 million was officially approved. Such a research project at the hospital level with so much funding was unheard of, there was not even one in the country. It could be said that it was a unique research project at the hospital level. The annual funding for research in hospitals was not much. After being responsible for their own profits and losses, many hospitals generally liked to build buildings and renovate new hospital areas in order to develop. After all, this was the director's political achievement. At the very least, the directors of these tertiary grade A hospitals were just starting out. In order to fight for a good future, how could they gain political achievements? Research was the slowest to achieve results, therefore, many hospitals did not pay attention to it. A research project took 3 years from the application to the conclusion, then 3 years to the beginning of the application, and 3 years to the results. 10 years had passed, and there might not be an effect. Which fool would be willing to do it? Therefore, the research funding for a research project at the hospital level was usually tens of thousands, and at most hundreds of thousands. Now, the Capital Emergency Medical Center's official website released this announcement: a research funding of 100 million RMB was directly approved. That was the total funding of the entire hospital for many years, right? Even Su Haoqiang felt the pinch. However, they had thought it through this time. Fight for it. If they fought for it, it would be a bright future. The entire Capital Emergency Medical Center, and even the entire disease would benefit. If they could not fight for it. There were so many failed research projects every year. If they were really afraid of failure, how could it work? After this news was announced, the entire hospital was in an uproar. After everyone saw the news on the hospital's official website, they were shocked by the number. That was 100 million. Chen Song, a trainee, could actually get 100 million in research funding from the Emergency Medical Center. Every corner of the entire hospital was discussing this matter. However, this 100 million yuan research project also made all the hospital staff realize one thing in an instant: the hospital never stuck to one pattern when it came to cultivating talents. As long as you had the ability, as long as you had the idea, if you worked hard, the hospital would support you. This 100 million yuan research project seemed to be an example. It attracted and encouraged many doctors. At the same time, the hospital continued to release a piece of news. The hospital increased the hospital's research funding this year to encourage clinical doctors to do scientific research and vigorously cultivate clinical talents with scientific research abilities. It had to be said that this news instantly attracted many people. Sometimes, many foreign research institutions could attract many talents because they had sufficient research funding. If they had the capital to sponsor you to do research, there was no need to worry about not having enough money. Scientific research was very expensive, for example, Xianxia and the others this time. The cost of conservative treatment for a Marfan patient, including the cost of observation and clinical trial, was almost 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. 100 million yuan seemed to be a lot, but in fact, it was only enough to observe the data of more than 100 patients. After the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital announced this news, it was instantly seen by their peers. When many hospitals saw this news, their first reaction was that it was exaggerated and sensational. However, when they realized that the Emergency Medical Center Hospital seemed to be serious this time, their thoughts were more disdainful. Do thoracoabdominal artery replacement surgery? Do Marfan syndrome? It was obvious that they were overestimating themselves. Not to mention 100 million yuan, even if they gave you 10 billion yuan, would you be able to cure it? However, it could only be said that the people in this circle were more reserved. They were not like other people who openly scolded and ridiculed. After Chen Song watched the pseudoaneurysm cleaning surgery rewarded by the system, he suddenly felt enlightened and refreshed. However, for some reason, Chen Song felt that the pair of hands in the surgery was a little familiar. However, did they not look the same with gloves? Chen Song could only think that it was his illusion. However, an illusion was an illusion. Chen Song lay on the bed and kept thinking about the surgical ideas and steps in his mind. He could not help but be amazed. Otherwise, it would be a guide video from 2030. Although it was just a video of a surgery, for the current Chen Song, it was enough for him to learn a lot. The funds were available. In the Science and Education Department, Su Ziming, as the chief, ran around to deal with these matters. Chen Song was not worried. After all, Su Ziming and He Ziqian were both very experienced. This was what a mature team should be like. After Xianxia went to the Peking University-affiliated hospital, Yao Lekong personally brought Xianxia to a special ward. Finally, she saw the legendary patient. He was a male celebrity who was very popular at the moment. But looking at his current appearance, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the dazzling movie superstar on the screen, who was only in his 40s, could reach such a stage today? Not only was he as thin as a match, but more importantly, he was already in the 3rd stage of syphilis. Yao Lekong took the medical record to the side and personally described the patient's condition. Director Xiao, the patient has stage 3 syphilis. There's an 8 cm long abdominal aortic aneurysm in the abdomen. It's right, and it's accompanied by aortic insufficiency, coronary heart disease, and renal failure. The situation is quite complicated. Therefore, the surgery time is limited. Our goal is to complete the surgery within 40 minutes so that the patient has a higher chance of survival. Otherwise, Yao Lekong nodded and said, "Okay, let me see the patient first." Because the man was very thin, the pulsation of the artery could be felt from the abdomen. Xianxia was very experienced, so he naturally felt that there was something unusual about it. He could clearly feel that the pulsation of the patient's abdominal artery was not as simple as an aneurysm. After Xianxia checked the patient, he suddenly frowned and said, "Let me see the results of the angiography." Yao Lekong nodded and took the angiography film. After a long time, Xianxia suddenly said, "Director Yao, the situation might not be right. Let's take another film for the patient." Yao Lekong was stunned. Was this film just recently taken? Xianxia couldn't help but say, "Maybe the situation is more complicated. The patient is definitely not as simple as an aneurysm. I suggest that we complete the examination as soon as possible and reformulate the surgery plan. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult." Xianxia's words gave Yao Lekong and the patient a fright. After all, Xianxia was an authority in this field. If he said that there was a problem, there must be a potential risk. Yao Lekong hurriedly contacted the medical imaging department and prepared for the angiography examination. At around 5 in the afternoon, the results were out. In the face of such a result, Xianxia and Yao Lekong were silent. There were 2 aortic aneurysms, and both of them were about 8 centimeters long. The other one involved the iliac artery. In the face of such a situation, it was a joke to complete the surgery in 40 minutes. A lifting surgery took almost an hour. How long would it take to complete 2 surgeries of the same difficulty? The patient seemed to be aware of his situation. There was fear on his haggard face. "Doctor, you must save me. I can pay more. I have money. You must save me." However, everyone knew that this was no longer a matter of money. Sometimes, for some people, problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. However, there were many things that could not be solved with money. For example, the current situation. Yao Lekong looked at Xiao Zhihai, who was frowning, and gave him a look. "Director Xiao. Why don't we give up?" Xiao Zhihai's mind kept flashing with the possibility of surgery. However, these possibilities were constantly overturned by him. It was not realistic. None of them were realistic. It was impossible for one person to perform a surgery well. That was right. Xiao Zhihai's eyes instantly lit up. "I have an idea." Yao Lekong turned around and widened his eyes. The patient was even more excited. Xiao Zhihai said, "I need a helper who is stronger than me to be the chief surgeon." This sentence made both of them give up. Where could they find such a person? The patient hurriedly asked, "Director Xiao, do you know such a person?" "I'll pay you 3 million as well." Xiao Zhihai nodded. "I know such a person, but I might not be able to invite him." Yao Lekong looked at Xiao Zhihai curiously. "Director Xiao, who is it?" Xiao Zhihai recalled the surgery he saw yesterday. "Perhaps Chen Song could do it." "His name is Chen Song. He's in the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital. I can help you invite him, but I'm really not sure if it will work." The patient hurriedly said, "Please, Director Xiao. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Lu Wei's account and We969 for the 50,000 tip. You've added 3 chapters in total, add more." Xiao Zhihai and Chen Song had never met or spoken to each other before. To be honest, he did not know much about this young man's character. However, Xiao Zhihai really could not complete this surgery. He could complete the aneurysm cavity clearance and aortic replacement in 40 minutes, but it was impossible for him to complete 2 surgeries. Moreover, no one could do it. No, Xiao Zhihai thought about the surgery video he watched yesterday and thought helplessly, maybe Chen Song can do it. When he thought of this, Xiao Zhihai suddenly wanted to complain. However, when he saw the pitiful patient lying on the bed, Xiao Zhihai also wanted to help him. In fact, sometimes, no matter how powerful, prestigious, social status, and influence you usually had, you were still a patient. When you were lying on the bed, you were just a weak patient. Xiao Zhihai took off his gloves and threw them away. He went out of the room and washed his hands. Then, he picked up the phone and dialed Wu Tongfu's number. On the other hand, when Chen Song heard that Xiao Zhihai wanted to ask him for help, he was instantly stunned. He was even a little surprised. After all, Mr. Xiao Zhihai was a legendary figure. Although he was 10 or 20 years younger than academician Yang Pei, the two of them supported the direction of the aorta. Xiao Zhihai was almost 60 years old, but he was still active on the operating table and was known as the industry's model worker. Of course, this name was ridiculed by many people. As for the reason, many experts believed that Xiao Zhihai did not have the medical ethics that a highly respected doctor should have. However, this did not affect Xiao Zhihai's academic status in the hearts of this group of people. "Hello, Director Xiao." Chen Song was a little excited. If he could learn some of Mr. Zhao's skills, it would definitely be beneficial for Chen Song. Xiao Zhihai smiled and went straight to the point. "Chen Song, it's like this. There's a special patient. I'll tell you directly. The patient is a celebrity. The surgery requires a confidentiality agreement, but the patient's condition is also quite special. He is a patient with stage 3 syphilis. There are 2 dissecting aneurysms on the abdominal aorta, coronary heart disease, aortic insufficiency, and renal failure. Therefore, the surgery time is limited. It must be completed within 40 minutes. I can't complete this surgery alone. I need a chief surgeon who is at the same level as me. I would like to invite you to complete this surgery together. Chen Song was stunned when he heard that. He was a little excited. After all, being invited by Xianxia to perform surgery meant that he was valued by the other party. Moreover, Xianxia's words really gave him face, making Chen Song's little face flush red. How much face would he have if he told others about this, but, syphilis patients? Chen Song was still a little nervous. In fact, many chief surgeons were reluctant to operate on patients with infectious diseases. Occupational exposure was not uncommon in clinical settings. Even if Chen Song had a cheat code, he would still feel uneasy when encountering such a troublesome infectious disease. After all, he was also a human, and there would be problems if he was infected. Especially since she was about to get married and have a child. Should he do it? After hesitating for a while, Chen Song took a deep breath and made a decision. In the future, he would definitely come into contact with all kinds of patients, such as hepatitis B, AIDS, syphilis, and all kinds of infectious diseases patients. Did he have to reject them every time? Impossible. As a doctor, there were some things that he really had to face. Thinking that Mr. Xiaoxia could say these words so calmly, Chen Song took a deep breath. It seemed that being a doctor required not only superb skills, but also superb psychology. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt relieved. Since he would have to face it sooner or later, why not deal with it calmly and accumulate some experience? It was best to be careful. Xiaoxia seemed to have heard Chen Song's hesitation. He did not mock him. Compared to Chen Song, he was not much better back then. Even facing these sexually transmitted disease patients was like avoiding the plague. He wished that he could go as far away as possible. He was about to comfort Chen Song, but he did not expect that Chen Song would agree decisively. Okay, Director Xiao. When and where? When Xiaoxia heard this, he was stunned for a moment. This kid was brave. Well, not bad. You have guts. However, during the surgery, you must be careful and use protective measures. The location is Peking University's affiliated hospital. Come as soon as possible for today's surgery. By the way, the surgery fee is 3 million. If you are not satisfied, you can add more. After Chen Song heard the surgery fee, he smiled. That's enough. It seemed that the rumors were true. Director Xiao was really a model worker in the industry. Chen Song and Ma Yuehui were doing ward rounds. Chen Song turned around and said with a smile, I'm going out for a while. Ma Yuehui was curious. Where are you going? Chen Song sighed. Director Xiaoxia has a surgery that he can't complete by himself. He needs someone as good as him to perform the surgery. He just called me. After saying that, Chen Song could not help but shake his head. Leader Ma, actually, sometimes I envy you. You don't have to be like me, running around every day. Actually, it's good to be ordinary. After Chen Song left, Ma Yuehui stared at the kids back in shock. After a while, he raised his hand and gave himself a few slaps. Who asked you to be so cheap? Who asked you to be so cheap? Why do you look fine? Who asked him to be so pretentious? Chen Song did not drive. He took a taxi to Peking University's affiliated hospital. Along the way, Chen Song kept looking for equipment that could increase his defense. He found two. One was Bethune's white coat, plus 20 defense. It would be ineffective when he put on the surgical gown later. The other was protective mask, plus 20 defense. It should be usable. However, Chen Song felt that it was not enough. It was better to be careful. He could not cut his finger and be infected by Spira pallida. Not long after, Chen Song arrived at Peking University's affiliated hospital. This was the place where Li Baoshan used to stay. After arriving at the general surgery department, Xiao Zhihai took Chen Song and Yao Lekong to the director's office. Yao Lekong had just met Chen Song. It was Chen Song who asked his senior to come to the hospital and have a meal with everyone. He did not expect to meet again so soon. It was Xiao Zhihai's first time meeting him. After seeing him, Xiao Zhihai smiled. You don't look like a famous doctor at all. This sentence made both of them laugh. Xiaozhihai continued, let's talk about business first. These are the patient's imaging results, test results, and medical records. Take a look. Chen Song nodded. Xiaozhihai did not disturb him. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Song had some understanding of the patient's condition. Chen Song had a deep understanding of STDs. Syphilis was a relatively contagious STD. It was usually acquired, but there were also congenital ones. Acquired syphilis was mainly divided into 3 stages, which were mainly based on the development of Helicobacter pallidum. The more troublesome thing about stage 3 syphilis was that the symptoms were complicated. It could affect any tissues and organs, including the skin, mucous membranes, bones, joints, and internal organs. It was easier to invade the nervous system. Therefore, it often caused tissue damage. As for the patient's current condition, the changes in his cerebrospinal fluid were not very serious. This might be related to his long-term treatment. The damage to the intima of the blood vessels was the main factor. However, Chen Song saw on the angiogram that after the abdominal aortic pseudohemangioma bulged, it caused a serious stenosis of the iliac artery. He found a problem. The blood vessels here seemed to be able to be preserved. The surrounding boundaries were very clear in all aspects. This was a good thing. Should he replace them with artificial polyester blood vessels? When he thought of this, Chen Song suddenly thought of some operations he had seen in pseudoaneurysm surgery. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It seemed that artificial blood vessel replacement was not the only surgical method. When he thought of this, Chen Song was a little excited. However, he was not quite sure how feasible it was. At this moment, Xiaozhihai said, Chen Song, what I mean is that the 2 of us can each handle one. This will undoubtedly save a lot of time. This is my surgical plan. As he spoke, Xiaozhihai described it in detail. It was orderly and logical. After Yao Lekang heard it, he could not help but be impressed. It was true that the skilled were bold. After all, the difficulty of the surgery would increase by a lot. He knew that Xiaozhihai could do it, but, could Chen Song do it well? Yao Lekang was a little worried, although he did not know why Chief Physician Xiao trusted Chen Song so much. He always felt that Chen Song was a little unreliable. Otherwise, he would not have invited Li Baoshan. Xiaozhihai looked at Chen Song. Are you confident? Chen Song nodded. I'm confident. But I have another idea. As soon as he said that, Xiaozhihai and Yao Lekang were stunned. Yao Lekang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kid was truly a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He directly said that he had a plan in front of Xiaozhihai. Not to mention anything else. This courage of his was given full marks. However, Xiaozhihai's eyes lit up and he became curious. Oh? What plan? Why don't you tell me? Chen Song was not afraid at all. He spread the surgical film on the table and said directly, my idea is to do an abdominal aorta and iliac artery endarterectomy here, and then suture it with a patch. After that, Chen Song pointed at the spot where the abdominal aortic aneurysm was pressing and occluding the iliac artery. If we do artificial blood vessel transplantation at the same time, although the effect is good and the operation is simple, it is easy to leave foreign bodies and induce infection. The results of the angiography show that we can actually see that there is not much damage to the surrounding blood vessels at this boundary. If we want to transplant blood vessels, we need to destroy all of them. It's not worth it. Hearing Chen Song's words, Xiaozhihai and Yao Lekang immediately stood up and stared at the angiography film. Yao Lekang could not help but frown. The exfoliation treatment you mentioned, is it similar to abdominal aorta exfoliation? Before Chen Song could speak, Xiaozhihai interrupted him directly. No. It's not abdominal aorta exfoliation. Chen Song means to directly treat and fix the intima that forms the dissection, and then repair it with an arterial patch. This idea is quite good. Although there is no intima, the blood vessels can maintain normal function because of the patch. The more Xiaozhihai spoke, the more excited he became. He looked at Chen Song and could not help but say, this treatment method is good, but can you treat the intima well? Treating the intima was the most difficult part of vascular surgery. It had to be handled accurately. The layer could not be too deep and hurt the intima, which would cause the blood vessel wall to be too weak and have the risk of rupture. Moreover, it had to be cleaned up and not hurt the normal intima, This way, the surgical accuracy would be improved, the surgery time would also naturally be prolonged. However, the results of the surgery were the best plan. After listening to Xiaoshihai's introduction, Yao Lekang came to a realization. Cleaning the diseased intima could achieve a long-term effect. However, the problem returned to Xiaoshihai's doubts just now. Could Chen Song treat the intima well? Chen Song nodded. I can. Xiaoshihai glanced at Chen Song. After a long time, he said casually, "You'll be the chief surgeon." That one sentence scared Yao Lekang quite a bit. Chen Song as the chief surgeon, could he stabilize the morale? Chen Song did not hesitate. Okay. 10 minutes later, the three of them appeared in the operating theater. Other than the three of them, there were also 4 chief physicians who acted as assistants for the surgery. The luxurious lineup was self-evident. When they reached the office outside the operating theater, Yao Lekang introduced, "This is today's chief surgeon, Chen Song." Let Director Chen introduce the surgical procedure to everyone. When the 4 chief physicians saw Chen Song, they were stunned and a little surprised. Chen Song was very famous in the general surgery department. However, even so, when everyone heard that Chen Song would be the chief surgeon, they could not help but glance at Xiaoshihai. They were a little curious. Why was Director Xiao not the chief surgeon? Compared to Chen Song, Director Xiao was more famous and had more far-reaching influence. Xiaoshihai saw everyone's curiosity and could not help but say, "You'll know why when you see the surgical plan." Chen Song looked at the contrast image, picked up a pen, and said on the demonstration board, "This surgery will be divided into 2 groups. Director Xiao will be the chief surgeon of the first group, and I'll be in the second group. There will be 2 assistants in each group. The surgical plan is as follows." Chen Song introduced the surgery. After hearing Chen Song's treatment, the chief physicians were stunned at first. Then, they closed their eyes and pondered. After a few minutes, everyone was suddenly enlightened. Instead of calling it a surgery, it was better to call it a way to treat the tumor cavity. It was very exquisite, it gave people a refreshing feeling. However, the most important thing was that the long-term effect was much better than artificial blood vessel replacement. In fact, the more they thought about it, the more feasible it was. The only drawback was that it was too difficult. The recording of this surgery had to be sealed. Due to the confidentiality agreement, it could not be copied. Although everyone was curious about Chen Song's surgery, they remembered that this was academician Xiaoshihai. For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. Who should they choose? There was only one chance. This surgery could not be watched casually. At this moment, Yao Lekang said, "Director Zhang, come with me to help Director Chen. You will be helping Director Xiao complete the surgery." Xiaoshihai nodded. Everyone knows the patient's condition. Be careful. The surgery was about to begin. P.S. Let's talk about the transmission of acquired syphilis. 1. Sexual transmission, the most common transmission route of syphilis. 2. Close contact. If the skin or mucous membrane of a non-infected person is slightly damaged during contact with a syphilis patient, they can get infected. 3. Blood transmission. 4. Mother-to-child transmission. 5. Iatrogenic transmission. For example, medical equipment infected by Spirochete pallidum is not strictly disinfected. I hope everyone does not think that STDs are only sexually transmitted. The people who came for this surgery were all chief physicians. There was not even an associate chief physician. Firstly, it was because they were old and were not so gossipy. Which chief physician of Peking University Hospital did not know a few small celebrities? At this point, they wouldn't be as curious as the young people who bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Secondly, their skills were excellent. Chief Xianxia glanced at Yao Lekang and felt a little helpless. He actually wanted to follow Chief Xiao for the surgery. After all, Xiaoshihai was the boss of the top large vascular surgery in the country. There were many things he could learn. Being able to assist Xiaoshihai in the surgery could give them some inspiration and improvement. They would not be allowed to watch the video of the surgery. If it was not to prevent future surgeries from being recorded in court, the cameras in the operating theater would not be turned on. Therefore, they did not have the chance to look at the video of this surgery. Xiaoshihai was actually very helpless about this. After all, compared to others, his curiosity was stronger. Chen Song's abdominal aortic intimal peeling treatment made Xiaoshihai's heart itch at this moment. After the anesthesia, the abdominal incision began to be established. This time, the choice of incision was relatively large. It was convenient for two surgeons to participate together. Before the surgery began, Xianxia glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone, be careful." This time everyone wore 2 layers of gloves and a mask on their faces. Although many people felt that double-layered gloves were useless and would affect the flexibility of the surgery, that was not the case. Research showed that the probability of injury with double-layered gloves was only 1/5 of that with single-layered gloves. This was because whether it was a scalpel or a suture needle, these sharp instruments were very sharp. If one was not careful, they would be cut. Perhaps the double-layered gloves were mainly used to strengthen everyone's vigilance and safety awareness. Xianxia was the chief surgeon. He was in charge of the laparotomy, and Yao Lekong, who was opposite him, was helping him as an assistant. As the saying went, once an expert made a move, one would know. Whether he was skilled or not, this surgery did not have a fixed incision. The chief surgeon needed to make his own judgment based on the impact. This was the first test of the chief surgeon. However, Xianxia could be said to know the patient's abdominal cavity like the back of his hand because of the existence of the 4-dimensional model map. How to choose a suitable incision for the surgery became especially important. As everyone knew, the bigger the incision, the harder it was to recover, and the greater the risk of infection. At this moment, Xianxia stopped from the tip of the 12th left rib to the midline 5 to 7 centimeters below the navel. This incision was far from that of a normal large blood vessel replacement surgery. Would that work? For a moment, everyone looked at Xianxia with eyes full of doubt. However, when Xianxia cut open the external oblique muscle, internal oblique muscle, and transverse abdominal muscle layer by layer, exposing the peritoneum, he began to dissect the intestines layer by layer. Soon, the 2 large blood vessels were clearly exposed. Traction hook. Pull the hook in all directions. Once the tissue was separated with the retractor, the operative view was instantly exposed. Compared to a conventional incision, such an incision not only increased the surgical field and operating space on both sides, but it also effectively reduced the wound on the abdomen by using the contraction of the skin on the abdomen. This operation made all the director's eyes light up at the beginning. However, when they thought about it carefully, they could not help but sigh. After all, he was a big shot in the field of general surgery. After the large vessels were exposed, Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other, nodded, and said, "Let's start the operation." Within the limited space, it was necessary to have 2 hands working at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. This was extremely demanding of the 2 chief surgeons. At the same time, there were also very precise requirements for the assistant chief surgeons. At this time, Yao Lekong was full of curiosity and anticipation for Xianxia's operation. He wanted to see how Xianxia's so-called exfoliation surgery was handled. How would this 8-centimeter-long hemangioma be handled? Due to the limited time, Xianxia and Xianxia did not dare to delay. Xianxia carefully dissected the abdominal aorta, common iliac artery, external iliac artery, and internal iliac artery on both sides. The whole process was very delicate, and it was accurate to exceed the lesion by 2 to 3 centimeters. Moreover, at the same time, the middle sacral artery and the corresponding lumbar artery had to be dissected and controlled. At the same time, the bleeding control work had to be carried out with Xianxia at the same time, and both of them had to coordinate well. The operation started 6 minutes later. Xianxia and Xianxia said at the same time, "Successful separation. Prepare the hemostatic forceps." The doctors who were assisting Xianxia were stunned. They did not expect Xianxia to be so fast. Xianxia's speed was the best in the industry. He had once set a record for an aortic arch replacement surgery in only 18 minutes. They did not expect Xianxia to be as fast as Xianxia. However, Yao Lekong and Zhang Xian, who were assisting Xianxia in the operation, were even more shocked. This was because they knew that actually Xianxia was even faster than Xianxia just now. This was because after Xianxia was done with the treatment, he cleaned and separated the surrounding tissues to make the vascular surgery more convenient. At this moment, the 2 of them were quite shocked. So fast. If Taomi, Xia Gaofeng, or other people who were familiar with Xianxia were present, they might say calmly, "It's a basic skill." After all, Director Chen was famous for being fast. On the other side, Xianxia used his hand to feel the pulsation of the huge aortic dissection hemangioma. He also began to feel it in his heart to make it easier for the surgery to cut the blood vessels later. However, at the same time, the situation of the large blood vessels also entered Chen Song's mind. Abdominal aortic pseudoaneurysm, level 88, Lord grade. The infection of Helicobacter pallidum caused damage to part of the intima of the blood vessel wall, leading to the destruction of the aortic intima, forming a pseudoaneurysm. A level 88 Lord grade monster, he followed the rules. After all, Chen Song was a big boss who had even seen level 99 conjoined babies. This level 88 Lord grade monster was naturally not afraid. At this moment, the hemostatic forceps were already in place. Chen Song turned around and took the scalpel and began his next operation, cutting the wall of the aneurysm. Chen Song held the endotherm knife and carefully cut the intima and intima vertically along the midline. At this moment, the upper end just happened to reach the junction between the tumor and the normal artery. Then, the knife changed to a horizontal incision, making a T-shaped incision. In this way, the horizontal incision took up about 40% of the circumference, which was the best diameter for treatment. At this moment, he needed to use the knife handle to carefully remove the tumor. The peeling surface could be between the intima and intima. This was because there were substances such as organized blood clots that were adhering to the intima. Once these things entered the blood circulation, it would be troublesome. Probe. Scalpel. Normal saline. Attract. At this moment, Yao Lekong's hands were constantly moving according to Chen Song's instructions. At this moment, Yao Lekong suddenly realized something. He could not keep up with Chen Song's rhythm. That was right, Yao Lekong wished he could have 3 heads and 6 arms. Chen Song's hands were like a machine that was constantly changing. All kinds of surgical instruments stayed in his hands for less than 10 seconds before he changed to the next one. That gave Yao Lekong an illusion. Could it be that he did not have a deep understanding of surgical instruments? Indeed, Chen Song's next operation immediately told him that the scalpel could be used in this way. However, to be honest, even if Yao Lekong saw it, he did not dare to use it carelessly, because it required very precise operation and stable technique. Chen Song's hands were very stable and light, which made Yao Lekong a little suspicious. Did Chen Song really wear 2 pairs of gloves, not only the scalpel, but also the probe, forceps, and knife handle? Every operation was an eye-opener for Yao Lekong, and he almost exclaimed, this trip was not in vain. It was really not in vain. Yao Lekong felt that many of Chen Song's operations were unheard of. What's going on? At that moment, Chen Song suddenly frowned and glanced at Yao Lekong. Yao Lekong's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly apologized. Sorry. I was distracted. Xianxia was also stunned. He did not expect Chen Song to directly criticize Department Director Yao. This is our turf, okay? Do you believe that we will lock you up and make you perform surgeries every day? However, the most important thing was, the department director actually apologized. That was too much. However, Xianxia did not dare to be distracted, or more accurately, he could not bear to be distracted, because Chen Song's surgery was too attractive. Although physically, he was standing together with Yao Lekong, but mentally, he felt that he was constantly getting closer to Chen Song. After all, the skills were the best. At that moment, Xianxia was sweating profusely, and he quickly dispelled his wild thoughts. Chen Song's surgery had many small skills that really benefited him a lot. The surgery went by minute. Chen Song finally reached the time to remove the intimal dissection. At this time, it was necessary to accurately locate the subintimal space of the artery and use an intimal stripper or blunt curved tissue scissors to peel off the entire circumference of the diseased intima. The entire process was the most crucial and important part of the surgery, and it was also the time where skills were tested the most. It could even be said that this was the most crucial step of the surgery. If this step was successful, the surgery would be a success, and if this step was not done properly, everything would be for naught. At this moment, Chen Song was starting to feel a little nervous. His aortic aneurysm surgery was at perfect level. However, this technique was the same one he saw in the video of the surgery in 2030. Chen Song's harvest included the usage of each machine. He didn't expect that everything would come in handy so soon. Yao Lekong and Xianxia looked at Chen Song, not knowing what to do. It was also the first time they had seen this kind of surgery, and they had no idea where to start. What were they supposed to do? However, even if he helped, it would only make things worse. Why not? Give me a look to assist me, or, cheering, Yao Lekong was nervous. Would Chen Song scold him again? He was the director, it would be very embarrassing. However, this time, Chen Song was very calm. He tried his best to calm himself down. Blunt curved tissue scissors. The nurse brought the rarely used scissors over, and Chen Song began the next operation. This step could not cause any damage to the media, and it could not destroy the intima of normal tissue. Even Xianxia, who was in the middle of the surgery, wanted to turn around and take a look. It was too tempting. Unfortunately, during the surgery, he could not be distracted. At this time, Xianxia finally finished cleaning up and was ready to replace the aorta. Both of their teams carried out the surgery in an orderly manner. At this time, Chen Song held his breath and focused. He held the blunt curved tissue scissors in his hand and slowly peeled off the entire circumference of the lesion's intima. He did it 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter each time. 8 centimeters was not small, however, he could not be the slightest bit careless. Every millimeter seemed to be a very laborious process. At this moment, Yao Lekong and Xianxia finally understood. However, it was precisely because they understood that the shock and surprise in their hearts were even more serious. Chen Song actually wanted to do this? The two of them looked at each other and saw fear and solemnity in each other's eyes. Even their breathing felt a little pressured. They looked at Director Xiao and the others who were nervously carrying out the surgery again, afraid that they would affect Chen Song. One had to know that this was a surgery where real skills were revealed in the slightest. This required a pair of light, steady, and precise hands. At this moment, Chen Song also felt that it was very laborious. He opened his eyes and stared. His eyes were like torches. His eyes were fixed on the intima of the blood vessels, afraid that there would be the slightest bit of damage or surgical error. This was a competition with himself. Even Chen Song could feel the sweat on his back constantly wetting little green shirt. The sound of beeping echoed in his ears. The tissue scissors in Chen Song's hand continued to peel up and down until the lesion's intima ended. The intima here became thinner and was tightly adhered to the media. Finally, it reached the end. Chen Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not only him, but Yao Lekong and Xianxia also felt that their backs were wet. It was too thrilling. The operation just now was actually not much worse than the intracranial surgery in the Department of Neurology. Chen Song turned around and looked at Yao Lekong. Scissors. Yao Lekong quickly nodded. At this moment, his eyes were full of respect when he looked at Chen Song. Chen Song used his strength to convince Li Baoshan's Jr. Chen Song first cut off the intima at the upper end, then checked if the distal end was peeled off enough. After confirming that there was no mistake, he cut it off. At this time, the surgery was already 2/3 done. The most important step had been completed. Flush the vascular cavity with heparin saline, Chen Song said to Xianxia. Xianxia quickly nodded. Chen Song took the opportunity to check if there was any free intima tissue. Fortunately, there was none. After a series of checks and preparations, the distal intima needed to be fixed. This step was the key to testing the suture. How to effectively fix the distal intima was the key to the long-term outcome of the surgery. Chen Song glanced at Yao Lekong and Xianxia this time and said, "Watch carefully." When Yao Lekong and Xianxia heard this, their eyes lit up and they quickly nodded. Teacher Zhang was going to teach them. At this time, Chen Song began to seriously use a 6-0 single-strand non-absorbable suture to fix the intima to the vascular wall. The knot of the suture was facing outward to protect the internal structure of the blood vessel. Chen Song's suture was his greatest advantage. Soon, the distal intima was fixed. In just a few minutes, the suture was the only part of the surgery that Yao Lekong and Xianxia could understand. No, rather than saying that he could understand it, it should be said that he could roughly understand it. To be able to say that Chen Song was awesome in broad daylight, the surgery was coming to an end. With the arterial patch completed, the surgery was completely over. Xianxia could not help but sigh. It was really satisfying. This surgery was really refreshing. It turned out that the interlayer could be cleaned this way, although it was very difficult, at least there was a direction. The surgery was finally over. However, Chief Physician Yao Lekong and Chief Physician Xianxia had yet to recover from their shock. It was very difficult for chief physicians to make further progress. If they wanted to feel refreshed, they had to return to the stage of a rookie resident doctor. However, Xianxia's intravascular exfoliation of the abdominal aortic pseudodissection aneurysm gave them that feeling. They learned it, they really learned it. Xianxia did not regret joining Xianxia's group for the surgery at all. He even felt that it was the best choice he had made in 2020. He even felt a little lucky. At this time, the wound had completely stopped bleeding. Xianxia glanced at the two assistants who were still in a daze and sighed helplessly. He could only rinse and suck it clean himself. On the other side, Xiaoxia's surgery was also successfully completed. Aspirate. When all the preparations were done, the hemostatic forceps were released, and blood was injected again. At this moment, the surgery was finally completed. Xiaoxia and Xianxia looked at each other and nodded. It was finally done. The two of them turned around and looked at the time. Only 35 minutes had passed. To be honest, Xiaoxia had no choice but to be so fast. After all, Xianxia's speed had surpassed his, so the competitive Xiaoxia had to speed up the surgery. Therefore, the two of them completed the surgery at the same time. However, Xiaoxia knew very well that the difficulty of Xianxia's surgery was no less than his. Even if the abdominal aortic replacement surgery was very difficult, Xianxia had to carefully handle the intima of the blood vessels. The two of them could be said to be on par. After the surgery was successful, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the few people who followed Xiaoxia for the surgery were pleasantly surprised because they had performed a wonderful, textbook abdominal aortic replacement surgery with Chief Physician Xiao today. They turned around and glanced at Yao Lekang and Xianxia, only to see that the two of them were a little confused. That was right, at this time, Xianxia was really a little confused, and Yao Lekang was not much better. Both of them were quietly recalling the details of the surgery just now. The reward was too great. The three chief physicians could not help but sigh. Sigh, Chief Physician Yao is indeed a chief physician. He's responsible. It's just a pity for Chief Physician Zhang. Forget it, I'll just treat him to dinner tonight. As for the money, it'll be split equally between the three of us. If this surgery was a test for doctors, then it was a college entrance examination for anesthesiologists. It was very difficult to maintain the patient's vital signs. The patient had heart disease. Not only did they have to prevent the sudden rise in blood pressure when the aorta was blocked, they also had to be careful to prevent the blood pressure from falling when the clamp was opened. 10 minutes after the surgery ended, the patient's vital signs were completely normal. Everyone was truly relieved at this moment. Yao Lekang wanted to take a deep breath to calm himself down, but, when he thought of the many pale spirals in the room, he forced himself to stop. What an exciting surgery! Thank you, Director Xiao and Director Chen. Today has really opened our eyes. Xiaoxia smiled. You're too polite, Department Director Yao. However, it's better to monitor the patient as soon as possible and observe him in time. Yao Lekang nodded and went out to pack up. Then, he called the director of the ICU to arrange for a VIP ward. After the surgery, it was necessary to monitor the patient's vital signs closely to maintain the heart function and appropriate circulating blood volume. Moreover, they had to observe the blood flow of the lower limbs to detect the formation of thrombosis in the aorta or the embolization of the lower limbs caused by the membrane fragments or blood clots. Therefore, the entire surgery was not over yet. They had to wait for a week for the patient to really stabilize. At this time, Yao Lekang still had a question that he did not quite understand. After the patient was transferred away, he rushed back. He said to Chen Song, "This. Director Chen, there's something I don't understand. When you were dealing with the aorta just now, why did you separate it by 2 centimeters? When Xianxia heard this, he suddenly remembered the extra 2 centimeters when the blood vessels were free. He thought it was Chen Song's habit. Now that Yao Lekang asked this question, he could not help but sigh. Otherwise, he was the director, his observation of the details was really on point. Xiaoxia, who was washing his hands, also replayed the scene of Chen Song's surgery in his mind. Chen Song could not help but say with a smile, the nerve plexus there is more special. Once the anterior aortic nerve plexus is damaged, it can easily cause dysfunction in men. When Xianxia heard this, he suddenly understood. He wiped his hands on his clothes and hurriedly took out a small notebook to write it down. Yao Lekong nodded as if he had understood something. Actually, it was not just this question. He had many other questions to ask. However, when he thought about it carefully, he did not know how to ask many questions about the operation. The patient's video was encrypted, so it was not convenient for him to copy it. Although as the surgery participants, it did not matter if they saw it. However, a person should still have principles. As the director, Yao Lekong naturally had to set an example. The surgery video was quickly saved and encrypted. Chen Song could not stay, so he prepared to leave. Yao Lekong hurriedly stopped him. This? Director Chen, can you leave your contact information? We can strengthen our contact in the future. After Yao Lekong said this, he suddenly thought of a problem. Would Chen Song ignore him and turn to leave? If that was the case, would it not be very awkward? Even Xianxia stared at Director Yao with wide eyes. Director Yao, how can you suck up to him like this? He even criticized you just now. This is our territory. As long as you say the word, Xianxia had already taken out his phone. Director Chen, yes. This is my WeChat. Please add me. Let's keep in touch in the future. Chen Song smiled. Okay, let's keep in touch. Seeing that Chen Song left his contact information, Yao Lekong and Zhang Xian put away their phones in satisfaction. Xiao Zhihai and Chen Song walked out together. Well, Chen Song, I'll go to the Capital Emergency Center with you. After saying that, Xiao Zhihai smiled at Yao Lekong and the others and said, Director Xiao, I'll go back first. I'll come back on the weekend. It was not the first time Yao Lekong and Xiao Zhihai had interacted. Xiao Zhihai often came to the Peking University-affiliated hospital since Yongpei's time. He was also a frequent visitor. Yao Lekong even treated him as a teacher. Okay, Director Xiao, please be careful. As for the money, the two of them did not say much. After all, there were too many people, so it was not appropriate to say too much. The reason why Xiao Zhihai left with Chen Song was because his heart was itching. He was extremely curious. He wanted to know how Chen Song did the surgery. However, even if he asked, he would not be able to get anything out of him. He could only wait for the opportunity to observe. In medicine, one had to learn from each other and improve together. A person's strength was ultimately limited. Xiao Zhihai and Chen Song asked a lot about today's surgery on the way. The two of them talked about the abdominal aortic replacement surgery. Originally, the taxi driver from Capital City wanted to chat with the two of them. But, Chen Song and Xiao Zhihai's conversation was too complicated. The driver could not understand at all. He could only drive obediently. The taxi driver, who was originally omnipotent, finally understood what it meant to play the lute to a cow. Anyway, he was dizzy and silent all the way. This made Master Yang, who was usually very talkative, feel uncomfortable. However, it was not that he did not say anything. When the two of them got out of the car, Chen Song asked how much it was. Master Yang said excitedly, 35 yuan. He finally understood. Thinking of this, he decided to say a few more words. WeChat or Alipay? Chief Xiao Zhihai did not stay for long. After chatting with Wu Tongfu for a while, he took his luggage and went to the airport. Chen Song went straight to the on-call room after returning to the hospital. Ding! Congratulations on repairing a level 88 Lord-tier pseudoaortic aneurysm sandwich monster. Reward obtained, my needle holder. Chen Song was confused. My needle holder? What the hell? Chen Song looked at the reward with a blank face. He was speechless for a long time. My needle holder, continuous state. Enhance the state to deepen the understanding of the needle holder and maintain a good state of compatibility between the hand and the needle holder. That's it? Chen Song looked at the reward with a dumbfounded expression. He really did not know what to say to vent his feelings at this moment. Was this a blue buff? No. Was it a buff for the needle holder? Chen Song's mind automatically imagined his right hand turning into a needle holder. His face was full of strange expressions. Helpless, what kind of reward was this? There was not even any experience. At this moment, Chen Song was only 3 steps away from level 60. Level 57, it was already late. Chen Song packed up and got up to go home. At this moment, a few department directors from the General Surgery Department of Peking University-affiliated hospital came out and insisted on treating Xianxia and Yao Lekong to a meal. In order to express their generosity and give them and Director Xiao a chance to perform the surgery, they decided to treat them to a meal. Thus, the five of them came to a food stall. Pointing at the menu that didn't cost more than 50 yuan, he said to Xianxia, "Old Zhang, order whatever you want." After eating and drinking to their fill, the three of them began to discuss today's surgery with great relish. Director Sun couldn't help but ask, "Director Yao, how did I see Xianxia criticizing you today?" The other two echoed, "That's right, criticizing our boss and our territory. Isn't this kid too arrogant?" "Isn't that?" Yao Lekong was stunned, and his face immediately turned red. He didn't expect that this group of people had hurt him. However, when Yao Lekong heard the three people badmouthing Xianxia, he quickly stopped them. "It's my own problem today. I was a little distracted during the surgery." Sigh, speaking of which, Xianxia's surgery today was too exciting. Zhang Xian quickly nodded. "Yes, you didn't see Xianxia's surgery today. Damn, it refreshed my understanding of the instruments. Xianxia is really amazing." Five middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s gathered together. Each of them had a bottle of beer, and the table was filled with dishes as they reminisced about the day. Speaking of which, this was also the fine tradition of the General Surgery Department of Peking University-affiliated hospital, stinginess. A meal could only be treated by 3 people, and it had to be a small restaurant like this. When the three of them heard Yao Lekong and Zhang Xian praising Xianxia, they were indignant. "Our department director Xiaoshihai should be the best." Therefore, after drinking 3 to 5 bottles of beer, the 5 highly educated people became a group of burly men who rolled up their sleeves to argue. This made the restaurant owner beside them give them a plate of free peanuts every time. Logically speaking, this group of department directors should be quite rich, right? But every time they paid the bill, they were as stingy as the old auntie selling pancakes outside. Sigh, after the group of people drank and ate to their heart's content, none of them were convinced. They decided to see who was better at the operating table tomorrow. They had to compete to see whether Xiaoshihai or Xianxia was better. Although the old auntie in the restaurant did not know what to argue about, she decided not to chase them away since they often worked overtime until 11 or 12 o'clock. It was not easy. The next day, there was a surgery. Yao Lekong and Zhang Xian performed it while the others observed. At the beginning of the surgery, Yao Lekong and Zhang Xian's cooperation made their eyes light up. Although it was just a normal surgery, the key was the concept. Yao Lekong and Zhang Xian used the instruments in a way that they could not recognize, and many of the details and operations of the surgery stunned them. Damn. The forceps of the needle holder can be used like this? You don't say. These forceps are quite suitable for handling this thing. Yes, look at this probe. It's really a genius. The more the three of them watched, the more amazed they became. After the surgery, the first reaction of the three of them was not that Xianxia was amazing, it was that they had lost the 128 yuan they spent on the meal last night. Zhang Xian and Department Director Yao, who thought that they were at a disadvantage, were actually the biggest beneficiaries of yesterday's surgery. They did not expect Xianxia to be so amazing. When they recalled Xiaoshihai's attitude toward Xianxia, the 5 of them could not help but sigh. Yao Lekong said, "Actually, academician Xiaoshihai personally invited Xianxia for yesterday's surgery. He said that he could not do the surgery alone and needed someone who was not inferior to him to cooperate with him." However, after Department Director Xiao finished explaining the surgery plan, Xianxia suddenly said that he had a better way. After Department Director Xiao heard that, he decided to let Xianxia be the chief surgeon. At that moment, they could not help but be stunned. So that was it, no wonder Xianxia was the chief surgeon. However, if that was the case, they would lose even more. The 3 of them pondered. "Department Director, why don't we take a look at the surgery record?" Yao Lekong immediately shook his head. No, it's a matter of principle." When the 3 of them heard this, they felt helpless and regretful. Yao Lekong smiled and said, "Didn't we leave our contact information? Just keep in touch." The 3 of them quickly said, "Quick, recommend President Chen's WeChat to me." Yao Lekong nodded and recommended them one by one. However, at this moment, one of them said, "Director Yao, take a look at Chen Song's WeChat moments. Maybe he has something good to share. Yao Lekong nodded. That's right, then, he opened Chen Song's WeChat moments. Eh? Look at the latest news. In order to practice aortic replacement surgery and familiarize himself with artificial blood vessels, President Chen Song made his wife's polyester skirt into an artificial blood vessel. After the five of them finished reading, they looked at each other. It was a little stressful, it was too difficult for them to do so. After all, his wife only gave him 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Sigh. If it wasn't for true love, who would be willing to be a tracheist? P.S. Thank you to Coffee on the Keyboard for your 50,000 tip. Thank you to Little Wave Guildmaster for the 30,000 tip. It had been 2 days since Yuan's surgery, however, the patient had been in a coma for the past 2 days. This made the hospital a little uneasy. Even though Yuan's family knew that their daughter was in great danger, they still couldn't help but feel sad at this moment. However, they didn't blame the hospital. Instead, they were very grateful. In the old lady's words, I thought of the scene when Wan'er left me. I thought about it every day for so many years. I didn't dare to think about it, but I dreamed about it. I knew that this day would come sooner or later. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Indescribable sadness and helplessness. Since then, the old lady came to the hospital 5 to 6 times a day. In the morning, before the shift change, after every meal, and before going to bed at night, she didn't have the ability to change anything. She just hoped that her daughter could see her as soon as she woke up. Although the nurse kept reminding her to inform her as soon as she woke up, the old lady couldn't help but say, "Miss, if I don't come here, I won't be able to eat or sleep well." The patient's vital signs were stable, but she didn't wake up for a long time. This made Chen Song and Li Baoshan very worried. On Thursday morning, Yuan finally woke up. In the morning, Yu Yonggang, He Jiqian, and a few others came to the intensive care unit to observe Yuan. After she woke up, Li Baoshan asked a few questions one after another. Although Yuan's answers were a little slow, her consciousness was very clear. Although her kidney function was abnormal, it was still acceptable. Her heart function was normal, all the indicators were normal, which made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Yuan's mother was also brought in to see her daughter. The mother and daughter just looked at each other without saying a word. Tears dripped down from their eyes. They smiled and cried. Yuan's eyes were filled with guilt as a child. Her mother's eyes were filled with relief as a parent. Yuan's condition still required strict protection and rest. Xiaoqing'an refused everyone's visits from that day onwards. Chen Song, Li Baoshan, and everyone else who participated in the surgery heaved a sigh of relief. At least for now, the patient had a high chance of recovery. During lunch, Li Baoshan suddenly found Chen Song and said, "Shaochen, Dongyang Province wants to set up a talent pool called Dongyang Geniuses. Let's see which one you can apply for." Chen Song was taken aback. "Dongyang Inkai? What's that?" Li Baoshan directly said, "This is our Dongyang Province's plan to speed up the implementation of the strategy of strengthening the province with talents. It's to cultivate the fertile land for talents to grow, improve the talent incentive mechanism, and stimulate the vitality of talents to innovate, create, and start businesses. The Provincial Party Committee has decided to implement the Dongyang Talents Support Program, selecting a group of high-end leading talents, top-notch backbone talents, and outstanding young talents within the province to give special support." After hearing this news, Chen Song also showed great interest. Li Baoshan continued, "This is actually equivalent to a high-level talent pool in our Dongyang province. We will establish a talent allowance to attract and cultivate high-end talents." Chen Song nodded and opened the announcement sent by Li Baoshan. There were 3 main categories. The first category was high-end leading talents, the second category was top-notch backbone talents, and the third category was outstanding young talents. After seeing the details of the announcement, Chen Song couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This time, they really put in a lot of effort and gave real money. High-end talents would be given a subsidy of 50,000 yuan per year, top-notch backbone talents would be given 30,000 yuan, and outstanding young talents would be given 10,000 yuan. Although it didn't seem like much, it was still a huge number. Chen Song curiously asked, "Director Li, which one did you apply for?" Li Baoshan smiled. I don't have any special honors or achievements over the years, and I'm not an academician. I'm just a top-notch backbone talent. When Chen Song heard this, he was stunned. It seemed that he could only be the lowest level of talent. The first category of high-end leading talents required him to be a national academician, a Chongjiang scholar, a national outstanding youth, a national healer, a master of fine arts, an Olympic champion, a top 500 management and technical talent, and various awards. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly froze. Did he get an award? Did an honorary title count? Chen Song felt a little wronged. Chen Song suddenly asked, directorly, is my title as the president of the Digestive Surgery Society an awesome title? Does it count as an award? Li Baoshan was stunned. He felt that Dongyang Province's government and provincial party committee seemed to have forgotten about this freak. This was because they didn't consider the position of the president of a world-class authoritative society at all. This was because it was too unreal. Basically, those who could become the president were all academicians. Chen Song was a freak. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song with envy and jealousy. He had worked hard for so many years, and at most, he was selected as a top-notch backbone talent. But this kid had the chance to become a high-end leading talent. Li Baoshan coughed. If there's an award, it should count. Look at this. The highest level individual award in the international and domestic famous architectural awards, industrial design awards, literature awards, film awards, television awards, drama awards, music awards, and advertising awards. If you want to get an award, I'll ask the hospital to submit it for you. It should be a problem. Unfortunately, when Chen Song heard this, he immediately realized the importance of an international award. Right, I'm the best plastic surgeon of the year 2019, it seemed that awards were really important. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that the World Digestive Surgery Society should set up an award. This way, it could be considered an honor. As the president, it was only right for him to win the first award. Thinking of this, Chen Song immediately made the decision. He picked up the phone and called the Secretary General, Aaron. Aaron, I have an idea. In the future, we will select the official awards of the World Digestive Surgery Society every 3 years. They are divided into the World's Best Digestive Surgeon Award and the World's Young Surgeon Award. When Aaron heard this, her eyes lit up. The awards not only helped the development of the discipline, but also strengthened the cohesion and unity of the society. This was a piece of good news. Aaron nodded. Okay, President Chen. I'll definitely consider it seriously. I'll report the details to you at any time. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song with his mouth agape. His face was full of disbelief, and his heart felt like 10,000 mutated horses were galloping. Damn it, there's such a thing, holding an award ceremony for himself, but Li Baoshan was really speechless. After all, he was the president. The president, could he really do whatever he wanted? Looking at Chen Song's expression, Li Baoshan knew that the answer was obvious. A shameless guild leader could really do whatever he wanted. Chen Song hung up the phone at this time and sighed. It seems that I still need 2 years to become a high-end military talent. Li Baoshan almost vomited blood. He suddenly felt that coming to eat with him was the biggest mistake he made today. Coming here to look for trouble? Li Baoshan sighed and couldn't help but shake his head. But Li Baoshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Chen Song might retire in 2 years. By then, this guy would definitely not be able to show off in front of him. Thinking of this, Li Baoshan comfortably ate a few mouthfuls of rice. However, now that Chen Song suddenly found a goal to strive for, he put his phone on the table and didn't care about eating. He began to compare the conditions of high-end military talent on his phone one by one. By the way, Director Li, was the World's Best Plastic Surgeon of the Year award last year considered a big prize? Li Baoshan had just eaten a mouthful of duck leg when suddenly, he didn't know why the meat suddenly became so dry. The density of the muscle fibers made Li Baoshan's gradually widening teeth stretch. Even the plump rice grains seemed to have forgotten to entangle with the salivary amylase and desperately broke through the siege of the palatoglossal and palatopharyngeal arches, opened the door of the uvula, and entered the esophagus. In short, the duck meat stuffed the teeth, and the rice choked. Li Baoshan quickly drank a mouthful of seaweed egg soup to dissolve the choking. However, the choking in the body was easy to resolve, but the choking in the heart was really choking. Comrade Li Baoshan didn't say a word for a long time. At this time, Ma Yuehui hummed a tune and walked over with food. After seeing the two of them, he smiled and greeted them. Chen Song, why don't you eat? Is it not to your taste? Old Ma smiled and took a bite of the meatball. Only meat could relieve tiredness. Old Ma, who was tired all morning, was the happiest time of the day in the restaurant was to order a few delicious dishes and eat a comfortable set meal. Chen Song shook his head. Our Dongyang province wants to enroll in the Dongyang talent plan. Let me see if I fit the criteria. When old Ma heard this, he immediately said, "Oh, you're talking about this." Many places have successively introduced these talent pool policies over the years. That genius from Xianxia, the genius from Shanghai, the genius from the capital, and so on. I'm also one of the most talented youths in the capital. I'm equivalent to your second, top-notch backbone. Old Ma felt a sense of accomplishment about this. After all, the examination and approval of this talent pool was quite strict. Moreover, in order to ensure the effectiveness of the talents, a selection was held every year. Those who were promoted were promoted to increase the competition. After Chen Song heard this, he didn't say anything. Old Ma calmly put Chen Song's untouched duck leg into the bowl. If you don't want to eat, I'll take it. I can't waste it. Chen Song nodded. Yes, yes. Eat it. Let me see which requirements I can fulfill. Old Ma laughed. You're asking me. I'm very knowledgeable. Li Baoshan glanced at Ma Yuehui. He wanted to say something but hesitated. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Let's eat first. What if? After Chen Song finished speaking, Li Baoshan was worried that he would lose his appetite. At this time, Chen Song took out a piece of paper seriously and wrote as if he knew how to speak. Director Li, I found that there are quite a lot of projects that I meet the criteria of a top-notch leader. Look, he said that he has the chief scientist of the National Key Research and Development Program, the project leader, and the host of major projects of the National Natural Science Foundation and the Social Science Foundation. Chen Song frowned and thought. I don't have the National Natural Science Foundation and the Social Science Foundation, but I have the National Health Commission and the Ministry of Science and Technology special projects. I'm also in charge of these two projects. Ma Yuehui, who had just put a mouthful of rice into his mouth, suddenly coughed a few times. He felt that the food he had just eaten was suddenly lost. It should have entered the esophagus, but it was suddenly blocked by an evil aura and entered the airway. Fortunately, he coughed it out. Ma Yuehui looked at Chen Song angrily. You're too much. These special projects and national competitions are naturally amazing. Are you deliberately showing off? Chen Song nodded seriously. Of course not. Seeing this, Li Baoshan suddenly felt that it was a good thing to send Chen Song for further studies. At least this scourge would not cause trouble for him. Looking at Ma Yuehui, Li Baoshan felt heartbroken. It was as if he had returned to the time when he saw Wan Qian. Chen Song looked at Ma Yuehui and continued. Director Ma, I actually just want to verify it. Ma Yuehui was helpless. It was just a feeling, appetite -2. Chen Song continued to read. I think I also meet this criteria. Professors, including guest professors, of the National 985, 211, and double first-class universities can be recommended by the university. Li Baoshan and Ma Yuehui looked at each other. They knew about the projects and presidents that Chen Song had just mentioned. But, this professor of the double first class, 985, and 211 universities? When did Chen Song become a professor? Li Baoshan clearly remembered that Chen Song was just a postgraduate student at Dongyang Medical University. Even if his father-in-law was about to become the principal there, but that was not double first-class university. Most importantly, being a professor was not so simple, Ma Yuehui said seriously. Xiao Chen, it's not easy to be a professor at these universities. Moreover, if you don't have enough strength as a guest professor, they won't invite you. Li Baoshan agreed very much. However, at this moment, Chen Song picked up his phone and said, What kind of school is Peking Union Medical University? Li Baoshan and Ma Yuehui said very cooperatively, of course it's the key of the key, the best of the best. Chen Song nodded and said casually, yes, I'm a guest professor at Peking Union Medical University. His words stunned both of them. Xiao Chen, are you kidding? Li Baoshan tried hard to verify, Ma Yuehui nodded. Why don't I know about such a big thing? Ma Yuehui swallowed her saliva. Food-3, Chen Song opened the invitation on his phone. Well, it's the appointment ceremony on the 6th of this week. Also, what kind of speech do I need to give? I originally thought that it was useless to be a guest professor at Peking Union Medical University, but the dean and the director of the graduate department personally invited me. I was embarrassed to refuse. Chen Song sighed. Sigh, I didn't expect it to come in handy. Really, when luck comes, it can't be stopped. Thinking of this, Chen Song simply stood up. Well, Director Li, Team Leader Ma, you guys eat first. I'll go to Peking Union Medical University in the afternoon and ask Director Li Kai to write a recommendation letter for me. Tisk, it's too troublesome. If I had known, I would have given myself the world's best doctor award in digestive surgery during the conference in Minnesota. After saying that, Chen Song sighed and blamed himself. I'm still not experienced enough. You guys eat well. After saying that, Chen Song left. Ma Yuehui looked at the meat in the set meal. Appetite -10, -10, -20 Li Baoshan sighed. He couldn't eat this meal anymore. On Thursday afternoon, Chen Song was perfecting the proposal with He Ziqian and the others. At this time, a staff member from Union Medical College called. Professor Chen, I'm Xiaoya from Union Medical College. Your speech on Saturday is the 6th. Have you prepared the content? A crisp female voice came through and Chen Song was suddenly stunned. He had almost forgotten about it. It was already Thursday, seeing that Saturday was getting closer and closer, Chen Song felt a little conflicted. What should I talk about? Union Medical College Union was hiring 6 professors on Saturday and each of them had to give a long lecture. Because most of them were experts, professors, and CEOs, the things they talked about were more advanced. After all, they were talking about highly educated people. Chen Song quickly said, okay, thank you, I got it. Xiaoya smiled and checked some information with Chen Song before hanging up the phone. As soon as the phone was hung up, the system notification sounded. Ding. Triggered mission, hundreds of responses. Mission description: as a young talent in the medical field, your words and actions will affect many young doctors. Please give an excellent speech. After the mission is completed, you will receive a reward: vascular, artificial blood vessel anastomosis technique. After Chen Song saw the mission, his face suddenly lit up. Vascular, artificial blood vessel anastomosis technique. This was a technique that Chen Song needed very much at the moment. This was a very good and practical method for Chen Song to complete Marfan syndrome and blood vessel replacement. However, after seeing the mission description, Chen Song began to ponder. How should he give this speech? When the people around him saw that Professor Chen was suddenly deep in thought after answering the phone, they suddenly decided to use their light and enthusiasm to give Professor Chen advice. Professor Chen, what's wrong? Yes, if there's anything, just say it. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately smiled. These students were not in vain. I've been hired as a visiting professor by Union Medical College Union. Saturday is the appointment ceremony and I need to give a speech. What do you think I should say? When everyone heard this, they suddenly frowned. This is nothing. Professor Chen, you're so knowledgeable. Anything you say will be a good thing. Yes, you can talk about the non-stop heartbeat technique or something about digestive surgery. Any one of them will be enough to make everyone gasp in admiration. Yes, these things are all leading internationally. Will definitely be awesome. Everyone said one after another. However, a junior doctor whispered, I don't understand. The junior doctor's voice was not loud. School Union Medical College 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 Union. Because the junior doctor Song Chen Ken Union. Although these new surgeries or concepts were very advanced, it was better to talk about something that was easy to understand rather than telling the students something that was of a high standard but could not be digested. Song Union College Union S's Union Song. Since he was going to give this speech, he might as well talk about something that would benefit everyone. Li Baoshan nodded. Indeed, the standards of the students in Concord are not the same, but they are all students. If you put your ideas in the international conference, there will be phenomena that the directors and experts will not understand. It is obviously inappropriate to talk about this. He Xianxia also sighed. So, you're talking about chicken soup? Inspirational stories? Teacher Chen, you are definitely the idol of all young doctors. Su Ziming rolled his eyes and glanced at He Xianxia. He couldn't help but ridicule, feeding medical students chicken soup? To think that you can think of something like that. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Chen Song looked at the young doctor and asked curiously, "What do you think is better?" When the junior doctor heard this, he was suddenly at a loss for words. When he saw a group of directors staring at him, he was extremely nervous for a moment. He also felt flattered. I feel that, you should talk about the simplest medical knowledge, such as debridement, suturing, something like that. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, it was too difficult to talk about simple things in a way that would make people like them and come up with new tricks. Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, Chen Song suddenly had an idea. I'll talk about my needle holder. This thing was actually very easy to talk about. It seemed simple. It was just a medical device, a device that every surgeon needed to accompany them for a lifetime. In fact, there were many sayings and techniques to it. When he thought of this, Chen Song suddenly made a decision. This is it. However, he needed to provide some photos for clinical practice now. When he thought of this, Chen Song stood up decisively. You guys discuss first. I'll go and prepare the materials. A few of the directors looked at Chen Song's back curiously. Teacher Chen, what are you talking about? Chen Song smiled. My needle holder. Everyone was stunned. The most fashionable kind? After Chen Song left, He Xianxia suddenly clicked his tongue in wonder. Even I want to go and take a look. When Su Ziming heard this, he immediately decided. Let's go together. After Chen Song returned to the emergency department, he was busy. Dr. Zhang, there's a patient who needs suturing. Hurry up and get ready, the nurse said hurriedly. When Chen Song heard this, he quickly said, I'll do it. When the nurse saw that Chen Song agreed, she quickly said, Dr. Chen, just let young Dr. Zhang do it. You can go and do your work. Zhang Yuan also nodded awkwardly. Yes, I'll do this kind of rough work. There's not much skill involved. Chen Song smiled. Who said there's no skill involved? After he said that, he said, I'll suture later. Help me take photos. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately frowned. Photos? What photos? Chen Song said, when I'm suturing, you just take photos wherever I ask you to. I'm going to give a lecture at Peking Medical Union Medical College Hospital, and I need to do a PowerPoint presentation. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately sighed. They were both suturing, but Dr. Chen could give lectures at Peking Medical College Hospital, while he could only do rough work. What a difference! Chen Song suddenly felt that doing a PowerPoint presentation was very tiring. He turned around and looked at Zhang Yuan. By the way, do you have time this Saturday? I'm going to give a lecture at Peking Medical College Hospital, and I need a helper. Can you come with me? When Zhang Yuan heard this, his eyes immediately widened, and he was beaming with joy. He rubbed his hands. Peking Medical College Hospital? Can I do it? Chen Song nodded and smiled. Actually, it's nothing much. Just help me carry something. After Zhang Yuan heard this, he quickly nodded excitedly. Yes, yes. God. Why are you going to Peking Medical College Hospital? Chen Song smiled. I'm a visiting professor at Peking Medical College Hospital. I'll be hired on Saturday and Sunday, and I need to give a lecture. After Zhang Yuan heard this, he looked at Chen Song with sparkling eyes. Behind him was old Ma's resentful gaze. In the treatment room. The patient was a young woman in her early 30s. She had a big cut on her arm when she went to work that day. The young woman, who was screaming in pain, became much more reserved after seeing Chen Song. After all, it was very embarrassing to lose her composure in front of a handsome man. Sometimes, a handsome face was the best anesthetic. Chen Song vaguely remembered the scene where a certain someone was injured and was kissed by a certain someone to stop the pain. Later, he even looked up some information and analyzed some evidence-based medical evidence from the endocrine perspective. At least, Chen Song remembered that when Qin Yu debrided someone, he rarely saw a man grimace. Someone even said righteously, "It's okay, we don't need anesthetics." Moreover, Zhang Yuan was holding his phone and was ready to take photos at any time. After Chen Song explained to the young woman, the other party was very cooperative and only made a request. Remember to use the beautifier. After Chen Song finished debriding the patient, he gave her an anesthetic. Chen Song, who was ready to suture, picked up the needle holder. He said to Zhang Yuan, "Take a picture." Zhang Yuan quickly nodded and took a picture of Chen Song and the young woman. Chen Song suddenly frowned. "Take a picture of the needle holder in my hand, not me." Zhang Yuan quickly nodded. However, Zhang Yuan did not seem to notice anything unusual. Chen Song saw this and could not help but remind him, "Pay attention to the shape of my hand, and the angle and way of holding the needle." Zhang Yuan was stunned. What was there to see about the needle holder? He carefully watched Chen Song's suture. He saw that he used the tip of the needle holder to clamp the junction of the middle and back of the suture needle and then began to suture. It seemed very ordinary, however, when Chen Song was suturing, he suddenly noticed a difference. Chen Song used the most commonly used palm grip method, but when he inserted the needle, he saw Chen Song's wrist exert a little force. He suddenly realized that Chen Song's needle tip, needle holder, and wrist seemed to have formed a special angle. Chen Song quickly said, "Take a picture." Zhang Yuan's expression changed and he hurriedly started to take pictures. At this moment, he finally realized that the Almighty's suturing was different from his own. His needle holder might really be Chen Song's needle holder. At that moment, Zhang Yuan immediately put away his carelessness and started taking photos carefully. He was afraid that he would miss a single detail, so he carefully took photos of every step. He wasn't afraid of taking too many shots, but he was afraid of missing them. Not only was Zhang Yuan surprised, but even Chen Song was surprised. He also realized that, my needle holder, was really extraordinary. This thing allowed Chen Song's hand to have a connection with the needle holder and the suture needle. It was indescribable, but it was definitely there. The different angles made it easier for the suture needle to enter, and the speed and angle made the needle tip less destructive to the tissue. As a result, the entire suturing process became much easier. Soon, the suture was completed. At that moment, when Zhang Yuan looked at the sutured arm again, he was instantly stunned. The smooth joint, the detailed treatment of the skin, the concealment of the stitches. Every single detail was handled very well. At that moment, Zhang Yuan seemed to understand why Chen Song was so outstanding. It was because he took care of every little thing with his heart. What in his eyes was a rough job became meticulous. This was a professional attitude. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. The young woman looked at her arm and was stunned when she saw how beautifully sutured it was. "Doctor, will it leave a scar?" Before Chen Song could say anything, Zhang Yuan could not help but say, "Dr. Chen's cosmetic suture was handled very well. The concealment of the stitches was done very carefully. To be honest, this is the best sutured trauma I've ever seen." The patient was overjoyed when she heard that. "Thank you, doctor." After the patient left, Chen Song led Zhang Yuan to the operating theater. As he walked, he said, "Did you see anything?" Zhang Yuan nodded excitedly. "Yes. I saw it." Chen Song nodded. "Just now, it was a skin suture. Let's go to the operating theater of the general surgery department, the cardiac surgery department, and the hand surgery department. Let's collect the techniques of using the needle holder for vascular suture, intestinal suture, and tendon suture. We don't need to take photos during this process, but remember to communicate with them. We need screenshots of the surgery." Zhang Yuan quickly nodded. Chen Song found the operating theater's head nurse and watched today's surgery. Then, Chen Song led Zhang Yuan directly to the general surgery department. After Chen Song entered the operating theater, it was a subtotal gastrectomy. The surgeon was the associate chief physician of the general surgery department, Chief Physician Yu. When they saw Chen Song enter, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Director Chen is here. Director Chen. Everyone was very excited. Even the chief surgeon, Chief Physician Yu, was the same, not to mention the junior doctors around him. Chen Song was a real idol in the digestion team. Director Chen, why are you here? Chief Physician Yu asked. Chen Song smiled. I need some photos. I need to suture the gastrointestinal tract. I'm not disturbing Chief Physician Yu's surgery, am I? When Chief Physician Yu heard that, he was overjoyed. It was a rare opportunity to be personally guided by Chen Song. No, no, no. Hurry up and put on the surgical gown for Director Chen. Pause the surgery. Dr. Chen, I'll be your assistant. Chen Song smiled and thanked him. As he spoke, he began to put on the surgical gown. The nurse quickly went up to help. At this moment, everyone was full of anticipation. They also wanted to see Director Chen's surgery with their own eyes. Just now, Chief Physician Yu was talking to this group of young doctors and graduate students about how amazing Chen Song's digestive tract reconstruction was. They did not expect that he would appear when they spoke of the devil. Director Chen actually came. For a moment, everyone became serious. At this moment, Chen Song was ready. He looked at the abdominal cavity that was prepared for the gastrointestinal anastomosis and carefully looked at it. After analyzing it, he nodded and praised, not bad. The construction of this gastrointestinal structure is very good. The treatment of the duodenum is also very good. Chief Physician Yu is very good. When Yu Tao heard that, he immediately felt proud. To be praised by Chen Song, he could brag about it for a year. Chen Song turned around. Needle holder. The nurse quickly handed it over. Chen Song's position in the general surgery department was not inferior to Chief Physician He's. Chen Song said to Yu Tao, take a good look at my needle holder and suture. When Yu Tao saw how serious Chen Song was, he immediately became serious. When Chen Song started, Yu Tao immediately frowned. These chief physicians and associate chief physicians were experienced. Naturally, they could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. They saw Chen Song's wrist tremble slightly as he completed the continuous suture. The tremble was not big, but it was just enough to complete the insertion and removal of the needle. The seemingly ordinary suture looked very extraordinary at this moment. Gradually, when he saw Chen Song's movements, Yu Tao's eyes widened. He even began to breathe faster. The action of holding the needle, the angle of insertion, although it looked ordinary, there was an extraordinary technology behind it. This was probably Director Chen, right? He was in awe. The surgery proceeded quickly and the anastomosis was completed in no time. The anastomosis of the gastrointestinal tract was different from that of the skin. The focus was on preventing the formation of a fistula. Therefore, the angle of insertion and removal of the needle was different. Even during the anastomosis, the angle, speed, and so on, Zhang Yuan had already understood Director Chen's purpose, so he paid special attention to the details during the observation. In fact, he did not understand many things well. He did not even understand why Chen Song did this. However, he did not understand. He would remember what he did not understand. Anyway, he would still need to use it in the future. Yu Tao, on the other hand, was different. His eyes were focused on every detail. After the gastrointestinal anastomosis, Yu Tao sent Chen Song off. He was filled with emotions. While Yu Tao was reminiscing, the young doctors around him began to discuss in low voices. Sigh, it's a pity that we didn't get to see Director Chen's true abilities. When will Director Chen get those materials next time? Looking at everyone's regretful expressions, Yu Tao could not help but say, actually, the anastomosis just now, if you can learn the anastomosis technique Dr. Chen demonstrated, it's no exaggeration to say that you can make a name for yourselves in the field of digestive surgery in the country. As soon as he said that, the young doctors around him looked at Chief Yu in shock. They felt that it was a little exaggerated. Director Chen was good, but he was not as good as Chief Yu said, right? Wasn't this a little too much? It was just like reading comprehension in the language textbooks. Perhaps the author did not even think of it that way. Of course, they would not foolishly question Director Chen in front of so many people. That was purely irrational behavior. However, Yu Tao saw through everyone's thoughts. He could not help but say, actually, even if I tell you, you might not believe me. Go back tonight and take a good look. There were some things that they had to realize for themselves. However, at this moment, Yu Tao's student could not help but ask, Teacher, I seem to have noticed that when Director Chen was performing the anastomosis, the angle of the needle holder and wrist are different from usual. This sentence made Yu Tao's eyes light up. This kid had actually noticed it. This made Yu Tao overjoyed. He did not expect his student to have such insight. Yu Tao could not help but ask a little more thoughtfully, oh? How is it different? Why don't you tell me? That student recalled the surgery just now. Just now, Director Chen's needle holder and wrist seemed to be connected together. This kind of anastomosis seems to save a lot of effort. Moreover, the operation of the wrist together with the needle body forms a lever principle, allowing the speed of inserting the needle to be faster. As for the rest, I can't tell. His words silenced everyone. Now that he thought about it carefully, there really seemed to be a difference. Yu Tao couldn't help but praise, good boy, not bad, you have good taste. Let me tell you a few more points. That is the stability of the needle tip. Director Chen is fixing it. Yu Tao rattled off a few points. When he was done, he sighed. There's really knowledge everywhere. I didn't expect Director Chen's needle holder to have so much knowledge in it. Everyone, go back and take a good look. At this moment, there was no more sound. Anesthesiologist Zhou he stood aside, deep in thought. The same thing happened in the hand surgery department and the cardiovascular surgery department. After Chen Sung left, the operating theater was silent. The head nurse followed behind him. As she watched this scene, she suddenly thought of a poem. You leave softly, just as you came softly. You show off softly, leaving not a cloud behind you. That's right. Looking at the stunned chief physicians, the head nurse really didn't know what to say. After Chen Sung left, Zhang Yuan copied the surgery video. After returning to the emergency department, Chen Sung smiled and said, thank you. Zhang Yuan quickly waved his hand. He understood that being able to do this work with Chen Sung was an important turning point for him. He clearly understood that this was an opportunity. If he could master this point, it was no exaggeration to say that there would be a place for him in the emergency department. Zhang Yuan quickly said, Guru, can I help you with the PowerPoint? When Chen Sung heard this, his eyes lit up. Then I'll have to trouble you. Why don't I do it with you? Zhang Yuan quickly waved his hand. You're different from me. You have a wife, and I'll be idle when I go back. It's best if I can learn. When Chen Sung heard this, he pondered for a moment and said, I'll write some words for you later. When you go back, you can combine them with the photos in the video. Thank you. Chen Sung patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he quickly nodded. Okay, it's no trouble at all. If I can understand these, it'll be even more helpful to me. Thank you, Chen Sung. Zhang Yuan said seriously. This work was very troublesome. He needed to classify many photos and then combine the words with the photos to make a document. Even if he did it quickly, it would take a long time. However, Zhang Yuan understood that if he could summarize it clearly, it would be a lot better for him, who wasn't working hard, with such an opportunity in front of him. If he really missed it because of laziness, it might be too difficult to find it again in the future. In a person's life, there were only a few opportunities. If you missed it once, you would fall behind by a lot. Zhang Yuan understood that he was just an ordinary person among the 4,000 medical staff in the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital. For the hospital, academic qualifications were just a stepping stone. After you came in, you had to rely on yourself. If you didn't have enough talent, you had to work hard to make up for it. Chen Sung looked at Zhang Yuan and smiled. He got up and returned to the on-call room. Chen Sung now carried a notebook with him and placed it in the cabinet in the on-call room. After going in and opening it, he thought for a moment and called Zhang Yuan in. I'll tell you as I write. Listen carefully. Zhang Yuan nodded excitedly. Okay. He wanted to turn on the recording on his phone, but after thinking about it, he was worried that Chen Song would mind, so he decided not to. He did not expect Chen Song to say directly, turn on the recording. Go back tonight and look at it with the surgery video. Zhang Yuan could not help but smile. Chen Song spent 20 minutes to type out the words. Then, he spent more than an hour to explain it to Zhang Yuan. After listening to Chen Song's explanation, Zhang Yuan felt that his train of thought had been opened up. Many details and things that needed to be paid attention to during the surgery could be considered. He had never thought that a small needle holder technique could change and improve the efficiency of the surgical suture. He had gained a lot. Today was really the luckiest day of his life. Zhang Yuan could not help but be excited. Tonight, even if he had to stay up all night, he had to finish the information and check with Chen Song at work tomorrow. He could not let the Almighty down. The next day, after handing in his shift, Zhang Yuan ran over with a haggard face. However, his eyes were full of energy. Guru, it's done. Zhang Yuan said excitedly after seeing Chen Song. Chen Song immediately nodded when he heard that. Let's go to the duty room and take a look. Zhang Yuan carried his laptop to the duty room. Not long after, Chen Song finished reading it. It had to be said that Zhang Yuan's PowerPoint was much better than Chen Song's. The logic was clear and organized. The style of the entire PowerPoint was also very generous. It was a typical kind of presentation that could be used in elegant halls. In fact, doing a good PowerPoint presentation was a skill that was needed in all walks of life. That's great. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Song smiled gratefully. Chen Song's affirmation became the happiest thing for Zhang Yuan at this time. You're welcome. As long as you're satisfied. To be honest, Zhang Yuan actually benefited a lot. After carefully analyzing the video and screenshots of the surgery last night, he summarized them through the effort of making a PowerPoint presentation. This was very important for Zhang Yuan to sort out his knowledge. However, more of it needed to be put into practice in clinical practice. That afternoon, Xianxia, the staff member of Peking Union Medical College, called and asked Chen Song if he needed to prepare something in advance. Chen Song thought about it and did not seem to need to prepare anything. Xianxia then explained the meeting process, the things that Chen Song needed to pay attention to, and so on. She was very thorough. After returning home at night, Qinyu lay on the sofa with his legs crossed and ate snacks. When he saw Chen Song come in, he glared at Chen Song unhappily. Chen Song heard that. Aya, who provoked you? Qinyu pouted. You. Chen Song was taken aback. When did I offend you? Qinyu sighed. It's not easy for us to rest for a day, and the school asked us to sit in again. They said that they wanted to hold some guest professor appointment ceremony and let you give a lecture. My precious lazy nap time has been taken up by you guys. Sigh. Chen Song couldn't help but pinch Qinyu's little face. You have to go tomorrow. Sit until the end. Go support them. Qinyu grinned and said, Is there a reward? Chen Song nodded immediately. Yes. And it's very precious. Qinyu's eyes widened. What? Chen Song chuckled. I want to give you my ancestral DNA. Qinyu shouted, Go to hell. The next day, it was sunny and windy. It was a good day to act tough. Zhang Yuan arrived at Chen Song's neighborhood early. When he saw Qinyu, he nodded and greeted him with a smile. He had met Qinyu before. The group drove towards Concord. Zhang Yuan held his computer and prepared a spare USB drive. He was a competent assistant. After arriving at the venue, Qinyu consciously parted ways with Chen Song and joined the line of students. He watched as Chen Song was politely led in by the staff. And he had to follow the line of students to sign in. He was full of resentment. At 8:30, the awards ceremony officially began. Actually, Concord and Tsinghua University had been working together for a long time. Concord Medical College actually hoped to cooperate with Tsinghua University to jointly build a first-class discipline in the country. Moreover, most of the old professors at Concord actually supported it. This was because once they cooperated with Tsinghua University, it meant that there would be a lot of funding and transfer slots. There would even be more research opportunities. However, the health system did not want Concord to enter Tsinghua University because Concord was the only university directly under the Health Commission. However, Concord had been with Tsinghua University for some years. Even their graduation certificates had Tsinghua University's stamp. Therefore, the two universities were more willing to cooperate. Today's award ceremony, Tsinghua University's vice president, Hao Jun, was also present. Hao Jun was also the person who suggested that Tsinghua University and Concord should be well-matched and like-minded. The award ceremony soon began. As the dean of Concord, Li Kai personally presented the award. There were 6 people who presented the award this time. 4 medical staff and 2 CEOs of pharmaceutical companies. These were all companies that cooperated with Concord. The guest professor title was also an honorary title to strengthen the relationship between the two sides. The ceremony was very grand. As the youngest and most handsome person on stage, Chen Song naturally became the focus of this award ceremony. The cameras below the stage also gave Chen Song enough screen time. In front of the media, Chen Song was already indifferent. Li Kai looked at Chen Song and shook hands with him with a smile. However, for the students of Concord, they were actually looking forward to the 6 professors today. They were more concerned about what new concepts and ideas these professors could bring to them. Therefore, when a guest professor came to Concord to give a lecture, the pressure was relatively high. However, everyone present was looking forward to Chen Song. This was because the last time Chen Song's pancreas training was held at the Concord venue. There were also many students who participated at that time. Today, everyone was also looking forward to the lectures of the professors. In the morning, there were 2 entrepreneurs. They were both students who graduated from Concord. However, later on, their companies went into business and took the route of saving the country. Now that they were successful and famous, they were giving back to their alma mater. They established a relevant scholarship and reached a cooperative relationship with the university. They also invited the students to enter the company after graduation. However, compared to these, most of the students in Concord wanted to become doctors. When the professional surgery lecture began, everyone became interested. Unfortunately, the morning was too short. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Song went on stage. Because there were 3 experts who gave academic lectures in front of him, everyone's expectations were raised to a peak. If Chen Song could not come up with anything solid, it would probably be a sea of dissatisfaction. Chen Song slowly went on stage, and Zhang Yuan helped to open the PowerPoint. Under the attention of tens of thousands of people, Chen Song smiled and bowed to everyone. I'm honored to be a guest professor at Concord because this is the school I've always dreamed of. Actually, I used to be very envious of everyone who could come to Concord. Moreover, those who can come here are all outstanding students in the country. You came here with such high scores and chose to become a doctor. This shows that you have a vision for the medical career. There are many people present, both inside and outside. I want to say something that will be helpful to everyone. I thought for a long time and came up with today's content. For a moment, everyone below, including the experts and professors, was curious. What was Chen Song going to talk about? Chen Song clicked on the PowerPoint, and suddenly a few eye-catching words appeared on the screen. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened and were full of disbelief. My needle holder? Suddenly, there was an uproar. This name was too strange. How could he come up with such a name? What was there to talk about with a needle holder? Even Li Kai, Wang Tong, and the others were sweating. What was Chen Song trying to do? What was he trying to do? Li Kai was embarrassed, but Hao Jun, the vice president of Tsinghua University, was even more confused. They didn't know much about Chen Song, so they were even more anxious about Chen Song's actions. Li Kai couldn't help but think, this is a good closing lecture for the appointment meeting. This kid better not cause any trouble. He turned around and looked at Wang Tong and Sun Guanyu, who were familiar with Chen Song. He saw the 2 of them staring at each other with blank faces. It was obvious that they were also confused. It wasn't just them, even He Jiqian, Su Ziming, and the others from the emergency center who came to attend the lecture were now showing a blue screen warning in their brains. They originally thought that Professor Chen would take the unusual path today and talk about Marfan syndrome. Not only could it stimulate the young people's sense of responsibility, but it could also talk about some of the more advanced large blood vessel replacement surgeries. How impressive would that be? There were only a handful of people in the country who could perform whole-body large blood vessel replacement. How cool would it be to talk about this? Unfortunately, they realized that they really knew nothing about Professor Chen. Chen Song saw that everyone was discussing and couldn't help but say, "That's right. I thought for a long time and decided to talk about something that all surgeons would use, needle holder." After that, the PowerPoint moved to the second image. It was an ordinary needle holder, but the hands were more beautiful. Chen Song was more satisfied with Zhang Yuan's capture. The ordinary palm-holding method was very elegant. Originally, everyone thought that it was a fake, but they didn't expect it to be a needle holder. For a moment, the discussion became louder. The other professors who had just been hired also looked at Chen Song, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This young man was too mischievous. This was Peking Union University. The students who were used to seeing those powerful professors usually had to come up with some private work to suppress them. On the other hand, most of the students were disappointed. They originally thought that Chen Song would be able to talk about something very impressive. Maybe he could bring out the content of the election for president. They didn't expect to talk about a needle holder. For a moment, most people began to feel emotional. Some even felt that Chen Song looked down on them and was just fooling around. In fact, the president of Peking Union University, Li Kai, was also worried about this. Therefore, he looked at Chen Song anxiously. On the other hand, Chen Song was very calm. His assistant, Zhang Yuan, looked at the group of top students below and couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. This group of children was too naive. Chen Song began his introduction slowly. The needle holder is a common clinical instrument and is used frequently. But I want to ask, do you really know how to use the needle holder? Who do you think you're looking down on if you've angered everyone with a single question? Everyone knew how to use a needle holder. Basically, which surgeon did not suture, from small wounds to blood vessels, gastrointestinal tracts, tendons, nerves, and so on, they could not be separated from suturing. At this moment, the people below could no longer hold back. Yes. Why not? Say something more meaningful. When the other professors saw this, they suddenly felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't use the PowerPoint slides from their usual classes to fool them. Otherwise, it would really be such a situation. Li Kai also sighed helplessly and shook his head. He lifted his head to look at Chen Song, but he saw that the latter was at ease, as if everything was under his control. However, at this moment, Chen Song continued, "Is that so?" After that, Chen Song directly put the PowerPoint slide back and asked, "How do you suture this wound?" Chen Song showed a picture of an external injury. The students below looked at the picture and couldn't help but complain, "Suture with a needle." Suddenly, it caused a commotion around them. However, at this moment, the experts and professors present frowned. Because this wound looked very ordinary, but in fact, it was a bit troublesome to deal with because the direction of the needle tip was a bit strange. At this moment, Chen Song continued to show the next picture. "How do you suture this?" After that, he continued to play. After a few pictures were played one after another, no one below the stage spoke anymore. This was because they realized that their seemingly simple and ordinary sutures seemed to have become more difficult at this moment. Chen Song did not stop and continued to play. "Okay, this is an abdominal blood vessel. You only have 2 minutes to suture it. How do you suture it? This is a tendon. How do you suture it without causing adhesion? This is the gastrointestinal tract. How do you not cause fistula?" Chen Song's questions became more and more tricky and difficult. The people who wanted to speak at the beginning were now silent. Even the experts and professors below the stage were frowning at this moment. They were speechless. This was because the difficulty of the later sutures was something that even they couldn't do, whether it was a fast and tight suture of the blood vessel, a difficult gastrointestinal anastomosis, or even a tendon that didn't cause adhesion, they couldn't solve it. In an instant, the entire venue was silent. Everyone stared at Chen Song on the stage. He asked calmly, "You can't do it, right?" "But I can." This sentence, for some reason, made Li Ji want to hit someone. It made the scalps of every professor below the stage tingle. It made all the students clench their fists and want to come up and beat this pretentious prick to death. Xianxia couldn't help but lower his head, for fear that others would recognize him as Xianxia's wife. It was too damn dangerous. At this time, Xianxia continued, "Why? Is it because of talent? Is it because I work harder than you? Don't talk nonsense. It's not. Are you really naive to think that the speed of the suture, the density of the suture, and the details of the suture can be changed as long as you work hard? No. Of course not. I'm here today to tell you why." After that, Xianxia did not sit down. He stood up directly and stood on the stage with the microphone. He pointed at the PowerPoint on the big screen and said, "Next, follow me closely and don't fall behind." As the assistant, Zhang Yuan was ready to change the picture of the PowerPoint. Xianxia said directly, "What I'm going to talk about today is how to use the needle holder correctly. Everyone, look at the first picture. The mastery is very ordinary. But is it really ordinary? Look at the overall shape of the wrist, the needle holder, and the needle tip. Is it a hole?" At this moment, everyone seemed to have been enlightened by Xianxia. They stared at this picture with their eyes wide open and their brows tightly knitted. After a minute, some people finally understood. Those experts and professors suddenly held their breaths and focused at this moment, thinking seriously. After a while, they suddenly came to their senses and even felt a little shocked. They hurriedly picked up their phones and began to take pictures. They suddenly realized that today was the day that would change their sutures. Very soon, Xianxia continued to change the photos. When it came to the outline, Xianxia divided the sutures into several categories. This was the general outline. At this moment, everyone realized that what he was talking about now was the real deal. Very soon, the scene switched to the first one, the skin suture. Xianxia began to explain from multiple angles and combined multiple concepts. Every concept Xianxia gave was accompanied by pictures and short videos of the surgery as examples. It was very vivid, however, it was very, very difficult to really understand. This was because understanding, and mastering were three completely different concepts. At the beginning, Xianxia began to explain how to maintain the hand and needle holder in a more stable state. How to skillfully combine the grasp method with the palm and finger technique in a stable manner without losing dexterity. At this moment, Xianxia really turned into a hand surgery expert. From the perspective of human mechanics, he began to seriously analyze every technique and its meaning. From the thenar muscles, he pressed the thumb, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger on the handle of the forceps from different angles. The last three fingers were put together to stabilize the forceps, and the index finger pressed on the front near the axis of the forceps. He fully analyzed the thumb, the thenar muscles, and the movement of the metacarpophalangeal joints. With the help of these human joints, muscles, and bone markers, as well as the buckles on the handle of the forceps, he described how to use the small techniques better. At this moment, Li Kai and the surrounding experts and professors looked at each other. Li Kai did not know why, but he always felt that Xianxia was fooling him, but what he said made sense. Indeed, Xianxia opened a new world for the surgeons present, a world they had never seriously paid attention to. It was as if there was a magical power in this world waiting for them to exploit. Time passed by minute by minute. At this moment, everyone in the audience suddenly understood what Xianxia said at the beginning. Don't fall behind. Because time was limited, Xianxia had to explain the entire concept clearly in the limited time. Of course, the advanced version was too difficult. Xianxia only explained the ordinary basic version to everyone, hoping that it would be enlightening. During Xianxia's free time, everyone was taking pictures. At this moment, no one doubted Xianxia anymore. Li Kai turned to look at Principal Hao and found that Hao Jun was also listening with great interest. He even smacked his lips. Li Kai was a little speechless. Could he understand? As the vice principal of Tsinghua University, although Hao Jun did not know much about medicine, he was very knowledgeable about mechanics. On the other hand, Xianxia's explanation was a thorough analysis of human body mechanics. How to suture different tissues of different materials in the human body with different materials seemed to no longer be a medical problem, it could even be extended to a physics and material science problem. Hao Jun looked at the young man on the stage and suddenly had a plan in mind. Should he invite Chen Song to Tsinghua University to give a lecture to the science and engineering students? Thinking of this, Hao Jun felt that this was a very meaningful thing. Nowadays, the development of disciplines was to cultivate talents from multiple disciplines. The purpose of a double degree was to cultivate talents from multiple perspectives. Many times, it was easy to shackle one's thinking in a discipline. How to diverge was especially important. Chen Song seemed to be a talent who was not shackled by clinical medical thinking. Indeed, Chen Song was indeed not shackled. After all, 5 years of undergraduate studies were not enough to shackle his thinking. If Shuabo was included, it might be possible. Gradually, Chen Song was about to finish the content. But the people in the audience suddenly felt that it was too short. How could it be so short? In fact, Chen Song had already talked for more than an hour, and the content was also very rich. The whole process was very dry, but it was because of this that everyone felt that it was too fast and too cool. Was it over so quickly? He Ziqian and the others from the emergency center, who had originally planned to come and support him, felt complicated, conflicted, and ashamed. Everyone looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. They were too stupid, that was right. They had followed Professor Chen for so long, but they did not realize such a big thing. Sigh, the directors began to doubt their own intelligence. Could it be that they really did not deserve to be Professor Chen's student? Everyone had mixed feelings. But, this also strengthened their hearts. In the future, they must pay attention to Professor Chen's every move, including eating, drinking, and going to the toilet. He Ziqian counted with his fingers. At the very most, Professor Chen would not stay for long, more than half a year. There was a lot to learn. Seeing a mountain of treasures leave without leaving behind any wealth, this was too sinful. Finally, the PowerPoint stopped at the last slide. Looking at the few sentences above, everyone was silent. They realized that today's lecture was probably going to end. Reluctant to part, those who had doubted Chen Song at the beginning were so ashamed that they wanted to stuff their heads into the pants of the students in front of them. They were too ashamed to face anyone. It was too embarrassing. They thought that Professor Chen had thrown a lump of metal, but they never expected it to be a nuclear weapon. Everyone was confused by the explosion. Those experts and professors could not help but take a deep breath. This was what everyone was like. It was easy to talk about something that was universal, but to talk about something that was simple and extraordinary, this was standard, and Chen Song's standard was really too high. As the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery, Chen Song did not use a high-end gastrointestinal reconstruction to make the students feel like they were watching a blockbuster movie. Instead, he talked about the ordinary needle holder as if it was from the National Natural Science Foundation. Perhaps, this was what a big shot was like. At this moment, Chen Song looked at the last paragraph and said calmly, "Actually, whether we are ordinary or not doesn't depend on our talent and hard work. It also depends on the fact that we need to keep our eyes open and observe every detail in life. Sometimes, seemingly ordinary things can actually be of great help to us. If one day you do a small thing well, you will be an expert." Thank you, everyone. Immediately, warm applause sounded from the audience. It lasted for a long time. Everyone looked at this young man and sincerely admired him. Everyone thought of Chen Song's words and suddenly realized something. Techniques and Guide to Using Laparoscopes seemed to be a summary of Chen Song. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood. This godly book basically became a necessary guidebook for every surgeon. At this moment, Chen Song's needle holder completely captured everyone's attention. However, at this moment, a strange voice was heard. "This is not fair. The internal medicine department also wants a lecture." That's right. Why is he biased toward surgery? The internal medicine department is not convinced. He could not help but laugh at the opinions of the internal medicine students. Internal medicine, of course, it was not that he did not know how to do internal medicine. From imaging to examination, from physical examination to first aid medication, Chen Song had a lot of good stuff. At this time it was almost time for the closing ceremony. Li Kai, Hao Jun, and the others went on stage to help Chen Song out. After all, Chen Song was a surgeon. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to talk about internal medicine? Li Kai could not help but say, "My needle holder is really amazing. I'm an internal medicine doctor, but I'm attracted to it." Professor Chen's understanding of surgery is really deep. A small needle holder can talk so much. However, before Li Kai could finish, many of the students below were dissatisfied. Internal medicine students need a lecture. Yes. Director Li, you're also an internal medicine doctor. How can you do this? Because the meeting was about to end, everyone was more enthusiastic. Hearing the students' words, Li Kai was not angry. Instead, he smiled. However, he felt that everyone was making things difficult for Chen Song. He could not help but laugh and say, everyone is making things difficult for Dr. Chen. He's just a surgeon. He definitely won't dare to come next time. Immediately, the audience could not help but laugh. After saying that, he looked at Chen Song and said, Professor Chen, everyone is very enthusiastic. What do you think? Looking at the lively students below, Chen Song felt honored. Actually, being needed and recognized really made people happy. Chen Song could not help but laugh. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Then I'll accept it. Li Kai could not help but look at Chen Song and sighed. This kid was too young. He had dug a hole for himself. Immediately, there was a warm applause from below. At this time, Chen Song continued, however, there's quite a lot of content in internal medicine. How about this, everyone can choose what to talk about. The more votes, the more we'll talk about. What do you think? Chen Song's words confused everyone below. The scene froze once again. Li Ji stared at Chen Song with wide eyes. How was this digging a hole for him? He was clearly digging his own grave. Internal medicine and surgery were two completely different systems. Even if they had a lot in common, a person's energy was limited. However, Chen Song's maneuver was a little too flashy. At this moment, many of the professors below looked up at Chen Song with eyes full of heartache. This silly child, was he dizzy from all the praise? He had heard of drunkenness and oxygen intoxication, but this was the first time he had heard of applause intoxication, but the students didn't think so. Everyone was very happy and even a little excited. Chen Song's words made everyone present lively. Most votes, all the male compatriots smiled mysteriously. He, her female compatriot was not to be outdone. She looked at her best friend beside her. Jia. When Li Kai saw this scene, he suddenly felt a little guilty. He sighed, feeling as if he had given Chen Song a shovel to dig the grave. He felt a little sorry for Professor Chen. Thinking of this, Li Kai saw the enthusiasm of the students below and suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity to improve the morale of his students. He turned around and glanced at Chen Song. He suddenly felt that it was fine to sell it. Gritting his teeth, Li Kai said loudly, how about this, let's give Dr. Chen more time to prepare. Let's make it a month. A month later, we will invite Professor Chen to be a guest at Peking Medical University again and give everyone a feast of internal medicine. However, the next time, it will be Professor Chen's special event. Our school will start monthly lectures in the future. The school's science and education department will open a voting app. Everyone can write down their favorite courses and vote. At the end of the month, we will invite relevant experts to give a lecture. What do you think? Was there a need to think? Of course, they were satisfied. This professor could order lectures like a streamer. How could they not be satisfied? They could order whatever they wanted to listen to. How could there be such a democratic school? In an instant, Li Kai's popularity skyrocketed. Looking at the cheers of the students below, he was very satisfied. He glanced at Chen Song with some guilt. Seeing the other party's unperturbed appearance, he suddenly couldn't bear it. Thinking of this, Li Kai looked at Chen Song and said seriously, Professor Chen, the recommendation letter you asked me to write, I will write it well. In my own handwriting. Chen Song was stunned. He nodded and smiled. Thank you, Director Li. When Li Gui saw Chen Song like this, he felt extremely guilty in his heart for a moment. Sigh, he was just a child. Was he going overboard? Fortunately, Mai Weihui and Li Baoshan were not present. Otherwise, they would have slapped themselves in the face for giving Chen Song such a chance to show off. Life was full of supporting actors. Unfortunately, Director Li was still too young and naive. After Chen Song left the stage, Principal Hao gave a summary. First, he contributed a few professors. Then, he praised the lecture this time. In particular, he highly praised Xianxia. He said that he spoke about the high integration of medicine and human mechanics, and that he was the standard of a new generation of talents. He even expressed that he thought highly of Xianxia. In this regard, Xianxia could only humbly accept Principal Hao's praise. After all, a good steed was common, but a talent scout was rare. At the banquet that night, Qingyu finally enjoyed the privilege of being a family member. After Li Kai saw Qingyu, he realized that Xianxia was also the son-in-law of Union Medical College. This made Li Kai eat without thinking for the whole night. He felt that his conscience was being condemned. Therefore, he found an opportunity to walk to Xianxia's side and sat down. He said, "Professor Chen, how about this? If you have time, come to Union Medical College to do some research. We will give you a doctorate certificate. What do you think?" As soon as he said that, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He realized that Dean Li was too nice, right? Not only did he provide him with a stage to shine, but he also took the initiative to write him a recommendation letter and even gave him a doctorate certificate from Union Medical College. This is too nice, isn't it? For a moment, Xianxia took a deep breath and was a little excited. However, when Li Kai saw that Xianxia did not speak for a long time, Hao Jun said, "I think that Professor Chen has a solid foundation in medicine. He can cooperate with Tsinghua University, such as improving the needle holder or something. This is also a good thing that will last for a long time." "Oh right, Tsinghua University welcomes Professor Chen. We are also willing to invite Xianxia to be our professor." Qingyu looked at the two deans with a dumbfounded expression. She blinked her big eyes and carefully stared at Xianxia for a long time. Then, she picked up her phone and looked at herself. She suddenly thought of something. Could it be that she was too lucky? As Xianxia's part-time assistant, Zhang Yuan had learned a lot today. It was his first time joining the circle of big shots, so he was a little uneasy. Holding Xianxia's letter of appointment and certificate in his hands, he watched the Tsinghua University's principal and the Almighty chatting happily. It was hard for him to calm down. A staff member at the side brought him a cup of coffee. Zhang Yuan sat up straight to make himself look more like a big shot. The banquet was actually a group of big shots sitting down to exchange pleasantries and flatter each other. At about 10 o'clock, it ended. Xianxia personally sent Zhang Yuan home before bringing Qingyu home. As soon as they entered the house, Qingyu stared at Xianxia and whispered, "Hubby, let me tell you something." Xianxia changed into slippers and looked at Qingyu's mysterious look. He was curious. "You're pregnant?" Qingyu shook his head. "No, it's about you." Xianxia was stunned. He looked at Qingyu seriously. "My problem caused the child to not be pregnant? Have you checked?" Qingyu rolled his eyes. It's not about the child. It's about something else." Qingyu sat on the sofa angrily. "Didn't you realize that after being with me, you're getting more and more lucky?" When Xianxia heard that, he hurriedly went to the scale. When he saw the index, he gasped. "Eh? You don't say, I've really gained 3 pounds." Qingyu angrily pulled Xianxia's ear. "Sit down." Xianxia sat down obediently with his hands behind his back. Qingyu looked at Xianxia and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but laugh. Qingyu pulled Xianxia to his side, sat down and said, "Oh, darling, have you noticed that everything is getting smoother and smoother after you are with me?" Xianxia smiled and touched Qingyu's hair. "I found it. I've long discovered that my wife has a face that brings good fortune to her husband. My mother has read your horoscope before. Your horoscope will bring fortune to your husband." When Qingyu heard this, he immediately beamed with joy and stared at Xianxia with his big eyes. "Really?" Xianxia nodded and said seriously, "Of course it's true." Qingyu burst out laughing. In fact, the feeling of being needed was really important. When he was with Xianxia, Qingyu had been working very hard. Although it was not to prove that he was not a subordinate, he also hoped that he would not become a burden. When he heard Xianxia's words, even if he knew that it was a consolation, Qingyu was still very happy. Xianxia lay on the bed and looked at the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the lecture. You have enlightened the students present and played a very positive role. The effect is significant. You have received a reward, vascular, artificial blood vessel anastomosis technique. After receiving the system prompt, Xianxia silently closed his eyes and felt it. When Qianyu saw this, he thought that Xianxia was exhausted today, so he didn't disturb Xianxia. He turned around and kissed Xianxia's forehead, said goodnight, and went to sleep. Xianxia looked at the vascular, artificial blood vessel anastomosis technique. It seemed to be not much different from the tumor treatment technique that he had received previously. If that was the case, it would be great. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to observe constantly. Every morning when the sun shone into the house, he opened his eyes and smelled the fragrant breakfast. It was definitely a good day. After getting up and washing up and having breakfast, Xianxia followed Qianyu to the park in Le District to bask in the sun. At noon, they went to eat hot pot. Xianxia once suspected that hot pot was addictive, and Qianyu was an out-and-out addict. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Qianyu scrolled through his WeChat moments and suddenly laughed. You flooded my WeChat moments. Xianxia was stunned. What happened? Qianyu said with a smile, someone changed your lecture yesterday and changed my needle holder into a song. They even brought in your thoughts. Let me play it for you. When Xianxia heard this, he was suddenly curious. Share it for me. I want to listen. Not long after, Xianxia opened the link and immediately saw a music video made by a few medical students. The name is My Needle Holder. The music was very relaxing and pleasant. Although it was called a music video, it was actually filmed with a mobile phone in the dormitory. A few students were holding needle holders to suture artificial skin and artificial blood vessels. The most important thing was that the lyrics were very hardcore. Rather than saying that it was lyrics, it was more like a collation of knowledge. The content of Xianxia's lecture yesterday was included in the song, and it was very catchy. Xianxia could not help but praise, this is really amazing. After the two of them watched it, they did not care. Xianxia did not think that this was a bad thing. In fact, it was a good thing. After it was widely circulated, it could help more people. Moreover, the other party was very respectful of Xianxia. At the beginning, they thanked Professor Xianxia. The content of the video was sourced from Professor Xianxia. Without authorization, it was not for commercial use. To put it bluntly, this was just a fun entertainment video in the industry. In the afternoon, the two of them went to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. It seemed like an ordinary day, but it felt very comfortable. Even if it was toilet paper, the two of them would argue about which was more comfortable. But this time, when the two of them were paying the bill, Xianxia was about to take some raincoats. Qianyu stood up and whispered in Xianxia's ear, you don't have to buy it. Xianxia was stunned. Qianyu blushed for a while. Let's have a child. After Xianxia heard this, his heart suddenly jumped. He was a little excited and nervous. So much so that when he was paying the bill, the sweat on his fingers could not unlock the phone with his fingerprint. This was too much information. Xianxia felt that he needed some time to digest it. The night passed without a word. The next day, Xianxia had just arrived at the hospital when the nurse, Qingyi, ran over with a smile. Dr. Chen, you're going to be an internet celebrity soon. Xianxia was stunned. Internet celebrity? What do you mean? Qingyi smiled and said, look at Weibo and you'll know. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. I don't have Weibo. Qingyi was stunned for a moment and handed over her phone. You're on the trending searches. Xianxia was stunned. Trending searches? Although he didn't go on Weibo, he knew that the trending searches had always been a battleground for celebrities. It had always been a place for big shots and onlookers. Am I not overshadowed by the secular world after all? Thinking of this, Xianxia looked at the trending searches and saw his name. 10th place, Xianxia, my needle holder. Xianxia was shocked. Looking at Qingyi's excited expression, Xianxia hesitated for a long time. He searched his body but couldn't find a pen. Should I give you an autograph? Xianxia said seriously. He felt that this was the only way to be worthy of his position in the top 10 trending searches. Qingyi was also amused by Xianxia's action. Look at the video. Xianxia thought he had seen it before. But, he realized he was too naive. He had underestimated the diversity of talents. He didn't know that there was a kind of video called Ghost Place. These people had actually magically altered the video of his lecture yesterday. They had extracted his voice from the lecture and given it a soul based on yesterday's music. Needless to say, it didn't feel out of place at all. The title read, "The Correct Way to Be a Top Student, My Needle Holder." A lecture by the youngest visiting professor at Peking Union Medical College. Professor Chen Song had also successfully made it to the trending list. This made Chen Song feel a little uneasy the whole morning. He even felt a little expectant. Would a talent scout take a fancy to him? In the morning, Xianxia from Symbol Entertainment called. "Professor Chen, congratulations on becoming a professor at Peking Union Medical College," Xianxia said with a smile. It had to be said that Xianxia really paid a lot of attention to Chen Song. When Xianxia found out that Chen Song had gone abroad to select the president, he personally beat Qisan up to celebrate. There was nothing Qisan could do about it. Chen Song smiled. "What's the matter, President Qi?" Xianxia said directly, "The video is done. I wonder when Professor Chen will have time to come over and take a look." Chen Song's eyes lit up when he heard this. The National Health Commission had already contacted Symbol Entertainment for the public service advertisement from last time. As for the casting, they chose Huang Bo, who had the characteristics of a normal citizen. Mother's Day was just around the corner and they had successfully completed their shoot. Chen Song hurriedly said, "Send it to me. I'll take a look at it directly." Xianxia nodded. "No problem. If you have anything you're not satisfied with, you can tell us. We'll do it." However, Xianxia had really put in a lot of effort for this video. He had also invested a lot of money. It was all for the sake of making this public service advertisement. Xianxia sent the video over. Chen Song watched the video carefully. It wasn't long, only about 5 minutes, but it was very emotional. Even Huang Bo's acting skills were on point. The scene of him in his school uniform and his mother in the video directly restored Chen Song's first impression of Luo Ming in the subway. The story basically matched Luo Ming's story perfectly. The entire video wasn't long. Even though Chen Song already knew the outcome, he still felt a myriad of emotions after watching it. When the video ended, there was a paragraph of text. These were all written by Chen Song. Very satisfied, it had to be said that it should be left to the professionals to do professional things. Chen Song sent a message to Xianxia, expressing his satisfaction. Then, he got up and went to do a ward round. Yuan's condition gradually improved, which pleased Chen Song and the other doctors. When Yuan saw Chen Song, she was so moved that tears flowed down her cheeks. Because from today onwards, she finally broke the countdown of her life and began a brand new day. "Thank you, Dr. Chen." Yuan really didn't know what to say. Sometimes, gratitude was precious. He gathered all her gratitude. Yuan couldn't say anything else, but she kept swearing in her heart. After she was discharged from the hospital, she must cherish her beautiful future. Perhaps a day that seemed ordinary to most people was exchanged for the efforts of countless people in Yuan's eyes. The basketball star Tian Jingkai's condition was better than Yuan's. He was already much better after the thoracic aorta replacement surgery. However, he was strangely silent. From death to survival, what he felt was incomparable joy. However, he might not be able to step on that stage again. On the stage of the Olympics, he might belong to the audience. From then on, he would no longer be a basketball player. His body would not allow him to continue. However, even so, he was already very grateful because at least he was still alive. Being alive was more important than anything else. During this period, Tian Jingkai also began to contact and understand Ma Fan. He finally realized the horror of this disease. Even he had to continue to complete the second stage of the surgery. And the success of all the surgeries for the two patients greatly encouraged the team that had not been established for long. It also gave Chen Song enough confidence. Mengshi had been feeling uneasy recently. She originally came to the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery to study, but after she came, Lu Quan introduced her to everyone and said that she was Teacher Chen's supervisor. That was great. She instantly felt that the way others looked at her was a little strange. They began to call her chief physician. Meng. Some of them even personally called Xianxia into the operating theater and taught her word by word when they learned that Xianxia wanted to learn the technique of cardiac arrest. This made Xianxia very uncomfortable. It was a little strange. She could not describe it. In the beginning, Xianxia was really a little nervous and uneasy. But gradually, she felt more and more comfortable. There was no need for ward rounds, no pressure from work, no reprimand from the chief physician, and the colleagues around her were easy to get along with. There was someone to teach her every day, and someone to treat her to meals every day. She felt that her whole life had reached the peak. What was there to be dissatisfied with? It turned out that studying was such a comfortable thing. Therefore, Teacher Meng began her shameless study under the shadow of her students. However, compared to Teacher Meng, Ge Huai's days could be said to be as long as a year. When Lu Quan introduced Ge Huai, he said, when Dr. Ge competed with Teacher Chen in blood vessel anastomosis, he beat Teacher Chen by a second. After this news was announced, the people around looked at Ge Huai with admiration in their eyes. It was as if they were looking at a powerhouse. It was full of respect. However, this kind of respect made Ge Huai uneasy. He could not eat or sleep well all day, and he lost a few pounds. He complained a little more about Chen Song in his heart. But, of course, he did not dare to say that Chen Song was not his friend, but his rival in love. What a pity. He did not dare to say it. Ge Huai deeply realized that this was Chen Song's base camp. It was obviously irrational to say that Chen Song was not good here. It was tantamount to courting death. Ge Huai glanced at Chief Physician Meng, who was sitting there comfortably and being lectured by a chief physician, and his heart ached. He felt that coming out this time was definitely a wrong choice. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Dr. Ge, let's have a suturing competition? A young attending physician suddenly looked at Ge Huai with excitement. As soon as he said that, the surroundings suddenly became lively. Everyone stared at Ge Huai. Yes, we haven't seen Dr. Ji's real skills since we came here. That's right. Dr. Ge must have real skills to be able to compete with Teacher Chen. Ge Huai was really panicking at this moment. He had no real skills. The office became lively all of a sudden. Ge Huai panicked. He knew what level he was at. How awkward was this going to be? In fact, vascular suturing in cardiac surgery had always been a compulsory course for every doctor. Not only did the First People's Hospital of Eastern University often compete, but many hospitals also had this habit. This was because many cardiac surgeries were inseparable from vascular anastomosis. And the major vascular replacement surgery for Marfan syndrome was even more inseparable from vascular anastomosis. How to quickly and accurately complete the anastomosis of blood vessels and artificial blood vessels had always been the key to this kind of surgery. For example, Professor Xiao Zhihai of Ruijin Hospital could quickly complete the aortic arch replacement in 18 minutes. This required the treatment of 8 joints in a very short time. This was a very difficult process. Hearing that there was a competition, Su Ziming also said with a smile, Dr. Ge, shall I prepare something for you? Ge Huai panicked. No, it's too troublesome. I'm here to learn. When Su Ziming heard this, he said, we're all young people. More competition will help you improve. Speaking of this, Su Ziming suddenly said, oh. Dr. Ge is worried about discouraging Dr. Little Zhou's enthusiasm, right? Don't worry about that. Yes. Dr. Ge, show us your skills. At this moment, Ge Huai regretted it. If he had known that it was so difficult to show off, he would not have done it. He now understood a sentence, if you have the ability, you can show off. If you don't have the ability, seeing that everyone was so lively, Ge Huai could not help but sigh. Forget it. At this moment, Chen Song walked in. Everyone smiled and greeted him. Professor Chen. Professor Chen. Xianxia smiled. Xiao Chen is here. Chen Song smiled and greeted everyone. He also said to the professor, Professor Meng. Looking at the people around him, Chen Song smiled. Everyone is here. Su Ziming also walked in. Professor Chen, why are you here? Chen Song saw that Ge Huai and a young doctor had already set up a formation. He was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, this is a vascular suturing competition? Su Ziming nodded. Yes, young people should interact more. When Chen Song saw this scene, he suddenly remembered the reward a few days ago. Vascular/artificial blood vessel anastomosis technique. This technique was actually mainly targeted at large vessel replacement surgeries. Chen Song discovered that many of the techniques in the manual had different suturing techniques for different blood vessels. Initially, Chen Song felt that his suturing speed was fast enough. However, after the surgery, he realized that there was still a gap between his suturing speed and academician Xianxia's. This difference was not just a difference in blood vessel suturing. It was the difference in the details of different blood vessels. How to use time rationally, how to effectively reduce excess time, and so on were particularly important. Great blood vessel replacement surgery itself was a race against time. If they could effectively reduce the operation time and improve the efficiency of the surgery, this could actually reduce the complications. One of the main causes of death after abdominal aortic replacement surgery for Marfan syndrome was renal failure after abdominal aortic replacement. It was the same for aortic arch replacement surgery. The spinal cord was supplied by more than 10 pairs of intercostal arteries, as well as other arteries. The anastomosis of the entire operation was very difficult. Therefore, it was very important to complete the anastomosis of all the artificial blood vessels within a limited time. After Chen Song learned the technique, he wanted to give it a try. Li Baoshan also walked in at this time and looked at the upcoming competition with great interest. Chen Song was about to speak when he suddenly heard his phone ring. Chen Song, I'm Yu Yonggang, a patient with Marfan syndrome. After visiting Yuan, he suddenly had an attack. I just went for a checkup. We suspect that it's aortic dissection with abdominal aortic dissection. The situation is quite serious. Are you in the cardiac surgery department? Ask Chief Su and the others to come down and take a look. The patient is still in shock. I don't know if there's time to do an angiogram. Come down and take a look. Yu Yonggang's voice was a little anxious. This was because the patient's situation was too urgent. Aortic arch dissection and abdominal aortic dissection, two aortic attacks at the same time. Such a situation was really rare. If the surgery was carried out at the same time, would the patient be able to tolerate it? After Chen Song hung up the phone, he said to Su Ziming, Li Baoshan, and the others, a patient who visited Yuan in the emergency department suddenly had an attack. Both the aortic arch and abdominal aortic dissections appeared. And now the patient is in shock. We haven't had time to do an angiogram. After Chen Song finished speaking, he directly walked out. Li Baoshan and Su Ziming looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The whole office was filled with joy just now, but now it was quiet and serious. Mengshi directly followed behind and ran out. The patient's situation could be said to be critical now. Two aortic dissections appeared at the same time. Because of the blockage, the blood circulation was not smooth, and it even caused the blood pressure to rise. At the same time, the rising blood pressure also became an extremely dangerous factor. It could become a compression dissection at any time and cause rupture. When they reached the elevator, it was still going up. Helpless, the group of people ran down the stairs. At this moment, the patient was in shock. The reason was very dangerous, and the factors that needed to be considered were also very fast. Could it be that the rupture of the aortic dissection caused it? Soon, the group of people ran 6 floors and arrived at the emergency hall. At this time, the patient had already been pushed into the resuscitation room. Chen Song did not care about anything else and rushed in directly. After he entered, he heard the beeping of the monitor alarm. The patient's blood pressure has dropped sharply. Call the ultrasound doctor. When Chen Song heard the sudden drop in blood pressure, his expression changed immediately. Heartbeat 40 beats per minute. Rapid breathing. Every time there was a sound, it meant a bad thing. Chen Song hurried over, picked up the stethoscope, and placed it on his chest to listen. Suddenly, he felt a very abnormal noise coming from the room. And this noise just happened to cover the first heart sound. Almost instantly, Chen Song thought of a possibility. Aortic dissection. At this time, the ultrasound doctor hurried in. Chen Song said to the nurse, prepare the pericardium puncture. At this time, Yu Yonggang personally organized the rescue. He also instantly realized what had happened. Pericardial tamponade? Chen Song nodded. At this time, the ultrasound results showed that there was a large amount of blood in Peng Long's pericardium. At this moment, everyone's heart thumped. This. Could he be saved? P.S. Tomorrow, which is 4/28, the double monthly votes will start. It's the end of the month. Those who have monthly votes will start voting tomorrow. Yes, after 12 o'clock tonight. Thank you. After 12 o'clock, there seems to be no limit to votes. If you exceed the limit of 5 votes, please support. Was the mezzanine ruptured? Thinking of this, everyone started to break out in cold sweat. Part of the ascending aorta was in the pericardium. Once it ruptured, the blood from the ascending aorta would quickly fill the entire pericardium, forming a sign of pericardial tamponade. This sign was also the most dangerous and also the reason for the highest mortality rate. Therefore, after hearing Xianxia say that the patient was suffering from pericardial tamponade, whether it was Yu Yonggang, Li Baoshan, Su Ziming, or the others, they could not help but feel their hearts sink. What should they do? Even Yu Yonggang, the director of the emergency department, was powerless in the face of such a patient, because even Su Ziming, who was in the department of cardiovascular surgery, could not form a clear rescue plan at this time. Sometimes, many diseases came in a hurry with the most serious complications and momentum. It was like a monstrous flood, and the patient was just a small boat in the sea. Dr. Chen, should we remove the pericardial tamponade? Xianxia took a deep breath. At this time, because the pericardium was full of blood, a lot of the echocardiogram could not be seen clearly. He could only see a lot of blood in the pericardium. What was the patient's condition at this time? Could it be removed? Should it be removed? Would it lead to other risks? No one could guarantee it, unless it was checked clearly. But at this time, where to check? What kind of check? To be honest, any kind of examination now was tantamount to courting death. However, without a clear diagnosis, how could they make a systematic and accurate judgment of the patient's condition? How could they come up with a set of effective treatment plans? For a moment, the patient had entered an endless loop. The unclear diagnosis made it impossible to come up with a treatment plan. The failure to come up with a treatment plan caused the patient's condition to continue to worsen, and the worsening condition caused the patient to have no time to do other tests and treatment. Was it interlayer separation, or was it interlayer rupture? No matter what it was very dangerous. In fact, it could even be a combination of 2 dangerous factors. Thinking of this, Xianxia directly handed the pericardial needle to Su Ziming. He stared at him and said, "Director Su, take it. If I tell you to draw blood, draw blood." Su Ziming's expression was grave as he nodded seriously. Xianxia went directly to the other side of the patient and put on the stethoscope. With one hand, he pressed the head of the stethoscope to different positions in the precordium and put the other hand on the patient's wrist. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down at this critical moment. At this moment, in the room, the nurse said nervously, 60 heartbeats per minute. Everyone seemed to be at a loss. Things were too sudden, and the disease was developing too quickly. Perhaps many people don't understand why most people with Marfan syndrome don't live past the age of 30. It's because of their current appearance. His condition was developing too quickly, just like a tornado. There was no time to save him. Xianxia closed his eyes, and the people around him quickly quieted down. He did not dare to disturb Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia could still vaguely hear diastolic and systolic murmurs from the aortic valve through the pericardium. After hearing this sound, Xianxia was delighted. This was a sign that was of diagnostic significance. The murmurs were caused by aortic dissection hematoma at the root of the aorta, which caused the aortic valve to shift, prolapse, and dilate of the valve annulus. After the rupture of the intima, it protruded into the lumen in the shape of a flap, causing a blood flow vortex. At this moment, Xianxia felt a widening of the pulse pressure and a swelling of the pulse on his wrist. Thinking of this, Xianxia was delighted. It was definitely an ascending aortic dissection. However, there was no serious rupture of the aorta. Instead, it was because the ascending aorta was damaged, causing blood to seep into the pericardial cavity through the wound. It produced symptoms of cardiac tamponade. However, the aortic dissection was not completely ruptured, but the dissection hematoma was very serious. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce such a series of pathological reactions. The four-dimensional image in Xianxia's mind was constantly simulating the situation in the patient's thoracic cavity through various imaging results. Through various diagnostic information, he gradually understood the patient's current situation bit by bit. Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly said to Su Ziming, "Puncture. Can it be worn?" Olju was a little worried. Chen Song nodded. Yes. It's not a problem. After that, Chen Song turned to the nurse and continued, intravenous propranolol and sodium nitroprusside are combined to reduce blood pressure. Chen Song kept giving all kinds of emergency medical orders. Now was not the time to think about who was the director. This was because Chen Song knew that he was the one who understood the patient's condition the most. He had to stabilize the patient's critical condition and prepare to send him to the operating theater. If the surgery was performed here, the patient's mortality rate would be as high as 95%. Emergency surgery was not enough to support such a huge and complicated surgery. In an instant, everyone began to mobilize. Medical orders were constantly being carried out. Su Ziming had already prepared for the puncture. Under the echocardiogram, the fluid in the pericardial cavity was slowly extracted. 1 minute later, the puncture was completed. 250 milliliters of blood was extracted. All kinds of drugs were injected into the patient's body. Can the blood pressure be reduced like this? The patient already has some low blood pressure? At this moment, Group Leader Ho of Group 2 could not help but ask. Indeed, was the combination of propranolol and sodium nitroprusside too strong? Everyone was a little worried. Although the patient had aortic dissection now, the patient was already in shock. If the low blood pressure caused hypoperfusion, could he survive the operating table? This seemed to have entered another point of contradiction. High blood pressure could easily cause aortic dissection. If the patient had low blood pressure, would the patient's brain tissue be ischemic and hypoxic due to hypoperfusion? This was a difficult and complicated disease. Every doctor's order had to be carefully considered and reconsidered. Chen Song shook his head and immediately denied, no. The patient's low blood pressure is not real blood pressure. As soon as he said that, everyone around was stunned. There was a difference between real blood pressure and fake blood pressure? Su Ziming's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked doubtfully, the patient's dissection hematoma has spread? Chen Song nodded. That's right. I clearly felt the patient's pulse pressure widening and edema around the radial side just now. Moreover, the heart sounds also showed that there was a sudden diastolic murmur accompanied by a systolic murmur in the aortic valve's auscultation area. This means that the patient does not have ruptured blood vessels. The reason for the tamponade is that the aortic dissection hematoma at the root of the aorta causes the aortic valve to shift, prolapse, and dilate the valve annulus. After the rupture of the intima, it protrudes into the lumen like a flap, causing a blood flow vortex. Moreover, the patient's ascending aortic dissection does have blood oozing out, causing the cardiac tamponade. Hearing Chen Song's words, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. At this moment, everything seemed to make sense. At that moment, there were many people in the resuscitation room. Other than Yu Yonggang, there were several other team leaders, as well as young doctors, in-service training doctors, and students. Such a dangerous case was also the one that could improve the medical staff's emergency responsibility the most. However, the patient's current condition was too bad. Everyone felt that it was a little strenuous, and they were even having trouble making ends meet. However, Chen Song did not seem to be nervous or panicked from beginning to end. He was very calm. He began the examination, medical advice, and resuscitation in an orderly manner. At such a critical moment, the patient's performance seemed to be under his control. This was ability. Accurate diagnosis was the cornerstone of effective resuscitation. At that moment, Chen Song saw that the people around him were confused. He did not bother to explain, and Su Ziming was also helping to prepare for resuscitation. He did not have time to care about the other people's confused expressions. After all, this was a war. Why should he explain to you why he used a pistol and not a machine gun? Mengshi looked at the people behind him and explained, the reason why the false blood pressure appears is not because the blood pressure is fake, but because the dissecting hematoma affects or compresses the main branches of the aorta, which causes the blockage of the aorta. The main manifestation is the disappearance or asymmetry of the cervical, brachioradial, and femoral arteries on both sides. There is a significant difference in the blood pressure of the two upper limbs, or a reduction in the blood pressure of the upper and lower limbs. This change in the pulsation of the aorta is mostly seen in type I patients. In this type of patient, the ascending aorta is easily damaged due to the blood vortex, causing blood to seep into the pericardial cavity, causing the heart to be blocked. Therefore, it is necessary to improve the systolic and diastolic conditions of the heart. It is generally agreed that the combination of intravenous propranolol and intravenous nitroprusside is a more ideal solution. The former reduces DPDT, and the latter reduces blood pressure, which can effectively alleviate this symptom. If Xianxia did not explain, everyone would be confused, because it was too professional. However, after Xianxia explained it clearly, everyone's reaction was even more intense, because this was too amazing, right? Just like that, time slowly passed, and the patient's symptoms gradually subsided. Looking at the vital signs on the monitor, everyone could not help but be excited, because the patient's condition was improving. At that moment, everyone looked at Xianxia with eyes full of admiration and shock. This was too amazing. He could make accurate judgments based on effective diagnostic methods, and then make effective rescue plans based on his own judgment. However, this did not mean that the patient's condition was safe. There was also a message from the operating theater. The operating theater is ready. The young nurse, Qingyi, also hurriedly ran over. Director Yu, Dr. Chen, the patient's test results are out. Yu Yonggang nodded. He didn't even look at the test report and directly handed it to Xianxia. This was because he knew that Xianxia had a greater chance of saving the patient than him. When the surrounding team leaders saw this scene, they began to ponder. However, Xianxia didn't show any signs of modesty. The resuscitation room was like a battlefield. As the vanguard general, he naturally put the patients at the center. Xianxia looked at the test report seriously. At this moment, on the monitor, the patient's heartbeat suddenly began to increase. Su Ziming looked at the ECG monitor and quickly said, "Reflex tachycardia." When Xianxia heard this, his eyes immediately shrank. "Stop the use of sodium nitroprusside." The nurse quickly nodded and stopped the liquid. At this moment, Xianxia deliberated for a few seconds and said, "Use suppressant." Everyone behind him was stunned. Suppressant? At this moment, they felt that Xianxia was too awesome. There were many rescue drugs in the emergency department, but they didn't use many of them. They didn't even dare to use many drugs because they didn't know enough about them. However, Xianxia seemed to be able to do it at will. After the nurse heard this, she immediately opened the first aid kit and began to look for drugs. After Xianxia made a judgment, he said accurately, "Suppressant is urapidil injection." As for the initial dose, add 15 mg of normal saline to 20 ml. After 5 minutes of intravenous injection, observe the change in blood pressure. Xianxia quickly nodded. At this moment, everyone waited patiently. If the patient's condition was stable, he would be sent to the operating theater in time. If he wasn't stable, it would be useless to send him in. Xianxia looked at the quiet room and the curious crowd. He couldn't help but say, "Suppressant is used to treat acute aortic dissection. It can selectively block the postsynaptic alpha-1 receptor, relieve the sympathetic nerve's excitement of the blood vessels, and expand the blood vessels. At the same time, it activates the central serotonin 1A receptor and inhibits the sympathetic feedback regulation of the cardiovascular movement center. However, its characteristic is that it doesn't cause reflex tachycardia while reducing blood pressure. Therefore, it's more suitable to use it than sodium nitroprusside." Seeing that the patient was gradually relieved, his vital signs were relatively stable, and his heart rate had returned to normal. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. The emergency department really required an understanding of many diseases. It was too challenging. The young students behind him looked at Xianxia with eyes full of admiration. Xianxia quickly said, "Let's go to the operating theater and prepare for the surgery." Xianxia quickly nodded and walked toward the operating theater with 2 nurses and Su Ziming. Xianxia glanced at Yu Yonggang. "Director Yu, are you going?" Yu Yonggang shook his head. "I'm not going." "Good luck." Xianxia nodded and turned to look at the people around him. "Teacher Meng, Director Li, and Dr. Ge, let's go together." Li Baoshan sighed. Today was going to be a tough battle. Total aortic arch replacement plus abdominal aortic replacement. They even had to repair the ascending aorta. Could this patient hold on? He glanced at Xianxia, who was walking forward resolutely. He seemed to have an aura of "I will go forward." He couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Perhaps this was a real emergency doctor. Looking at Xianxia and thinking about himself, Li Baoshan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Failure, what was there to be afraid of? going all out was enough. Thinking of this, Li Baoshan resolutely quickened his pace and walked forward, wanting to catch up with Chen Song's pace. Mengshi looked at Chen Song striding forward. This little man used to be nervous when he saw him, but after a few months of not seeing him, he had grown into such a stalwart man. This was a real man. Many doctors in the emergency department were shocked when they saw Chen Song leave resolutely. They were also envious. Yu Yonggang looked at the crowd and then looked at Chen Song's back. He couldn't help but laugh. Team leader Ho couldn't help but mumble to himself, "This kid is getting more and more monstrous." P.S. Looking for votes, there are people chasing after you, you can't relax. Keep 6th place. Come on. Come on. At this moment, there were many people gathered in the emergency hall. Yuan's successful rescue seemed to have greatly encouraged everyone. It was like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Ji Jun was the oldest among this group of people. He was 31 years old. He was not young. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, he was just a strong young man. However, in their Ma Fan group, he was also an old man. When Ji Jun was 22 years old, he was diagnosed with Ma Fan syndrome. The first place he appeared was his eyes. The sudden onset of his eyes made this young man, who originally had unlimited dreams, feel that the sky had collapsed, lens dislocation and high myopia. When he was 24 years old, he lost his left eye. One eye did not seem to affect many people's lives. They even felt that many pirate leaders were one-eyed men. However, losing one eye would cause one to lose their cognitive ability to sense space. Their sense of distance, spatial judgment, vision, and so on would be greatly reduced. Although it was not known why many novels and comics thought that one-eyed men were powerful, from the perspective of the human body, one-eyed men might not even be able to pee on the toilet. How could they be powerful, if they really fought? He. Fortunately, Ji Jun constantly adjusted his mentality. Since he could not change, he would adapt. He was one of the earliest people in Ma Fan Kun. For those who joined later, they acted as big brothers and sisters, helping them recommend medicine, contact hospitals, and find doctors. When they were sad, they spent it together. After the surgery, they prayed one after another. In their eyes, they felt that they did not fit in with society. In this way, they formed a relatively close small group. They huddled together to warm each other and comfort each other. At this time, Ji Jun's sudden onset of illness made everyone realize that death was really close. They stood in the hall and began to pray again. When Chen Song came out, everyone said in unison, "Dr. Chen, save Brother Jun, please." Looking at the hope of so many people, Chen Song nodded. Okay. He did not say much and did not make many promises. This simple nod represented all of his promises. He Jiqian also hurried to the operating theater. This surgery might be the most difficult surgery they had ever encountered. There was no other. The hospital had already informed Ji Jun's parents and they were rushing over as soon as possible. Because the surgery had to be carried out in time, the hospital's leaders had also opened a green channel and the medical department had also filed a record. The operation was about to begin. The success rate of this operation was extremely low and the mortality rate was very high. Everyone knew, but no one pointed it out. Just as I said before, we avoid talking about failure, not because we're afraid or running away, but because we don't want to talk about it. In the face of a patient, as long as there was still a breath left, he would definitely go all out. Try your best to save him. As for the outcome, we are just doctors, not gods. Chen Song frowned as he washed his hands. This time, Wu Tongfu personally went to the scene and participated in the surgery. Seeing Wu Tongfu arrive, Chen Song was also stunned. Director Wu. When Su Ziming and the others saw that Director Wu had arrived, they immediately felt their hearts tremble. After all, he was the soul of the Capital Emergency Center. Wu Tongfu was not only an administrative leader, but also a business pioneer. When the emergency center was first established, one person was in charge of 6 emergency departments. He performed surgeries for more than 10 hours a day, and his skills were all honed through time and life. Therefore, when they saw Wu Tongfu wash his hands and put on the surgical gown, everyone was greatly encouraged. Wu Tongfu nodded. "I'll help you." Wu Tongfu's words stunned everyone for a moment. They originally thought that Director Wu wanted to perform the surgery himself, but they did not expect Wu Tongfu to say, "I'll help you." This sentence was full of trust. It was very important. Chen Song glanced at Wu Tongfu and nodded. Okay. When everyone in the operating theater saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned for a moment. When they looked at Chen Song again, their eyes were a little more complicated. Wu Tongfu also had a background in cardiovascular surgery. He was also very capable and could perform many surgeries, including aortic dissection. However, Wu Tongfu felt that he was not as good as Xianxia. Both of them were appointed as academicians at the same time. Among that batch of people, Xianxia was the best, and Wu Tongfu was the most complicated. After several years of consolidation, Xianxia had become the #1 person in the field of cardiovascular surgery in the country. Wu Tongfu also focused on the management of the emergency center. Although he also performed surgeries, he was not as good as Xianxia. Wu Tongfu clearly remembered that before Xianxia left the capital, he came to the hospital from the Peking University-affiliated hospital and sat down to chat with him for a while before leaving. And the content of their conversation was Chen Song. At that time, Xianxia patted his chest and said, "Chen Song will be the leading figure in cardiovascular surgery in the country for the next 10 years. He will also be the best and fastest person in major vascular surgery. I can't compare to him either." When Wu Tongfu heard this, he was silent. Xianxia was proud. Only proud people would not mind other people's gossip because in his eyes, those people who gossiped were not worth mentioning at all. However, for such a proud person to say that he was not as good as Chen Song. The meaning behind it was obvious. Wu Tongfu understood Xiaoxiai's character. He had high standards, and there were not many people who could catch his eye. Chen Song, on the other hand, was the person who Wu Tongfu praised the most in the 20 years he had known Xiaoxiai. Soon, the patient was settled, and the surgery was about to begin. The members of the surgery were finally decided: Chen Song, the chief surgeon, Wu Tongfu, Su Ziming, He Jiqian, Li Baoshan, and Meng Shi. As for Ge Huai, Chen Song glanced at him and said, "Help me carry the equipment." Ge Huai nodded. The others were a little puzzled. After all, wasn't there a scrub nurse? Why did they need Dr. Ge to deliver the equipment? However, this was not a problem that concerned everyone. Compared to this surgery, nothing was more important than the success of the surgery. As long as Chen Song's surgery was successful, so what if they celebrated in the operating theater? The surgery was called a thoracic abdominal aortic replacement. Due to the extreme difficulty and risk, it was generally regarded as the top surgery in the pyramid in the field of cardiovascular surgery. It was even more difficult than a heart transplant. And now, Chen Song, who was only 28 years old, was going to be the chief surgeon to complete such a surgery. Once successful, he would be the youngest attending doctor in the country to complete the thoracic abdominal aortic replacement surgery. Similarly, he would also add another top talent to the pool of people who performed major vascular replacement surgery in the country. Chen Song glanced at the people who were already in position and nodded. "Begin." Chen Song gave the order. All the medical staff were ready for battle. Deep venous catheterization complete. Monitor complete. Blood preparation complete. The anesthesiologist was not the director of the Department of Anesthesiology, but Zhou He. Zhou He was quite good at anesthesia for cardiovascular surgery, and he had a good grasp of the patient. If it were not for the conflict in the department, he might have been a director in his original hospital. He was personally invited here by Wu Tongfu. He was also a candidate for the Department of Anesthesiology. The patient had to be in a lateral lying position. The heart needed to be exposed and a 1-meter-long curved incision was made. There were many branches of the thoraco-abdominal artery that had to be replaced. The intercostal artery that supplied the spinal cord, bilateral renal artery, abdominal trunk, superior and inferior mesenteric artery, and bilateral common iliac artery had to be anastomosed at least 6 times. After Chen Song drew the line, the wound looked like it was going to split a person open. It started from the 3rd rib at the left mid-axillary line, bypassed the chest area, went down to the center of the sternum, and went straight to the anterior superior iliac spine. The entire length of the incision looked very hideous. Moreover, the most important thing was that the patient did not have time to do CT, MR, X-ray, angiography, and other accurate examination methods. It was very difficult to complete the surgery accurately with only echocardiography, electrocardiogram, and X-ray examination. He could not help but ask, "Dr. Chen, do you want to do hypothermic cardiopulmonary bypass?" This question had become the first one that everyone was faced with. Should they use hypothermic cardiopulmonary bypass? If they used it, it meant that the complications of cardiopulmonary bypass, including bleeding, brain, and lung complications, would greatly increase the postoperative patient's mortality. However, the thoracoabdominal aortic replacement surgery performed in some heart centers was very traumatic, took a long time, and used a lot of blood. If it was performed with the help of cardiopulmonary bypass and hypothermic cardiopulmonary bypass, the risk of the surgery could be effectively reduced and the surgery could be performed stably. The first contradiction had stumped everyone. Chen Song handed the marker pen to Gu Huai and shook his head. Use hypothermic non-cardiopulmonary bypass and block the arteries during the surgery. He nodded and immediately began to prepare. He did not need to doubt Chen Song's skills. In this war, Chen Song was the only commander. Even if the emperor personally went to the battlefield, he could only be a mascot and watch the general arrange the troops. Wu Tongfu did not say a word from the beginning to the end. It was obvious that everything depended on Chen Song. Everyone knew that once non-extracorporeal circulation was performed at room temperature, the patient's survival rate would increase a little, but the chief surgeon's pressure would increase exponentially. Especially when dealing with thoracic aorta replacement surgery, the beating of the heart and the progress of the circulation would become obstacles to the surgery. This required the chief surgeon to have sufficient ability. He had never doubted Chen Song, at least not now. On the other hand, Li Baoshan and Su Ziming were hesitant to speak. In the end, he clenched his fists and decided to go all out. Just like that, the moment Chen Song took over the scalpel, the operation had officially begun. The incision was very long. Originally, it did not need to be exposed all at once. It needed to be done gradually according to the surgical stage. However, the patient was an exception. The surgery must first perform end-to-side iliac artery anastomosis to ensure that during the operation on the ascending aorta, the kidney, abdominal organs, and other areas would be prevented from ischemia and necrosis due to blocked blood flow. In this way, the large blood vessels in the chest must be dealt with. Therefore, the surgery might require a large area of incision to fully expose all the thoracic and abdominal aorta. All rescue measures would be taken actively. If the patient's ascending aorta ruptured during the operation, it could be stopped in time. The first step of the surgery was end-to-side anastomosis of the bilateral iliac artery artificial blood vessel, different from a simple abdominal aorta replacement, a retrograde blood perfusion path of the descending thoracic aorta, the artificial blood vessel, and the left iliac artery was first established to ensure the blood supply of other organs during the anastomosis of the intercostal arteries, abdominal arteries, and lower limb arteries. However, in this way, the surgery time needed to be precisely controlled. The time for anastomosis of the blood vessel and the artificial blood vessel was very limited. With Li Baoshan's help, the abdominal tissue forceps controlled the surrounding surgical field. Su Ziming exposed the location of the aortic aneurysm and began to separate the surrounding abdominal greater omentum layer by layer. At this time, Chen Song handed a series of instruments such as probes, separating forceps, scalpels, scrapers, and so on to Gu Huai. "Help me with this." After saying that, Chen Song took the lead and took the scalpel. The surrounding doctors were a little confused when they saw Chen Song carrying so many instruments. What was he doing? Even the scrub nurse felt a little embarrassed. Did he not trust her? However, when the surgery began, everyone realized that Dr. Chen might really need someone who could quickly hand him instruments at any time. After Su Ziming separated the area of the aortic dissection, a dissecting aneurysm about 7 to 8 centimeters long appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chen Song took a deep breath. "Block it." After saying that, he quickly began to clean and cut the aorta and began to clean the aneurysm. The whole process was fast and accurate. At this time, Chen Song kept changing the instruments in Gu Huai's hands. Probes, forceps, separating forceps, and scrapers. Even Wu Tongfu was stunned by Chen Song's operation. This was a little too exaggerated, was it not? However, when Li Baoshan saw it, he was a little shocked. Because he realized that Chen Song's choice seemed to be the best choice. He could always use the most suitable instruments to clean things. It looked very simple, and even troublesome, however, in this way, there was no doubt that he could effectively complete the cleaning and even better protect the intima of the blood vessels. Li Baoshan carefully cooperated, and Su Ziming's eyes were fixed on Chen Song's every step. He did not dare to relax at all. At this time, the scrub nurse was also stunned. Because she realized that Dr. Chen did not look down on her, but because he needed to quickly change instruments at any time. In fact, she felt that Dr. Chen needed a specialized scrub nurse. Otherwise, it would not be enough to maintain his operation. At this time, Gu Huai was very focused. At first, he thought that Chen Song called him over to let him carry the instruments because he looked down on him or humiliated him. Now, it seemed that was not the case. Compared to the people around him, Gu Huai realized that, it seemed that this was the only job he could do. Moreover, from his angle, he could even see Chen Song's operation. When he thought about it carefully, it was actually Chen Song who was helping him. For a moment, Gu Huai had mixed feelings. However, he did not dare to think too much. Since Chen Song was helping him so much, he had to do his job well, hand over the instruments. The surgery went on minute by minute. Soon, the tumor cavity was cleared. Li Baoshan looked at the time. It was a few minutes earlier than Chen Song's previous surgery. These few minutes were not to be underestimated. These few minutes might be a qualitative change for the entire surgery. Soon, they reached the stage of anastomosis with the artificial blood vessel. At this time, the bilateral iliac artery and the artificial blood vessel needed to be anastomosed. After the segmented blockage, the time became limited. However, this was not the difficult part of the surgery because there were 2 ports here, so it did not take too much time. Chen Song took the needle holder this time and began his suturing work. This was the first time Chen Song sutured a human body after he obtained the vascular, artificial blood vessel anastomosis technique. He held his breath and glanced at Wu Tongfu. He nodded and gestured for him to start. Wu Tongfu quickly connected the ports, and Chen Song quickly started his suturing work in an orderly manner. According to the memory, Chen Song kept using the amplitude of the wrist shake and skillfully used the needle holder. Then, according to the direction of the blood vessel and the artificial blood vessel, he kept suturing from the inside to the outside. During the whole process, Chen Song kept absorbing the memory in the image and followed the small skills in the video. According to the change in strength, he carried out reasonable operations within a limited range, grasped the distance of the needle tip, and removed the excess strength of the needle. At this moment, Chen Song seemed to have really entered the process. He kept feeling the strength of the needle tip. It was not high or low. He had just finished inserting the needle, so there was no need for unnecessary abrasion and destruction of the surrounding tissue. The strength of his fingers was skillfully transmitted, and according to the movements of his wrist, he completed the insertion of the needle, the removal of the needle, and the suturing again and again. Gradually, Chen Song's rhythm became more and more mature, and his suturing speed became faster and faster. Soon, Chen Song finished suturing. He looked up at Su Ziming opposite him and gestured for him to cut it. However, he found that everyone around him was staring at him. Chen Song was suddenly stunned. "Why are you looking at me? Cut the knot." Only then did Su Ziwen react. He quickly coughed and said, "Oh. Okay." He cut the knot. But, everyone stared at Chen Song with their eyes wide open. They thought they were hallucinating. This was too fast, wasn't it? This was a fitting speed that they had never thought of before. It was not difficult to anastomose blood vessels and artificial blood vessels. However, due to the essential difference between the material and the blood vessels, it was actually quite difficult to maintain a tight and proper connection during the anastomosis. But when they recalled Chen Song's match just now, everyone was blinded. Even Wu Tongfu was the same. His eyes were as wide as bells, and his breathing quickened. He stared at Chen Song for a long time without saying a word. It was as if he had seen a ghost or something out of the ordinary. At this moment, Wu Tongfu finally understood what Xianxia meant. He felt that Xianxia was spouting nonsense. What did he mean by saying that he would become the leading figure in cardiovascular surgery in the country in the next 10 years? It was complete nonsense. He felt that even if Chen Song did not improve from now on, he would still be able to maintain the title of the fastest cardiologist in the world. As for how long it could last, that would depend on the speed of human evolution. Really, this was no longer the speed of a human, right? It turned out that there was a kind of speed called Xianxia. He estimated that in the future, it would not take a few minutes or seconds to suture blood vessels. He would have to use Xianxia to describe it. Yes, not bad, you successfully anastomosed a blood vessel and used 3 Xianxia's time. Not bad, not bad. Very good, what, you used 2 Xianxia's time? That's too awesome. Mengxi looked at Xianxia's hands with envy. Xianxia looked at Wu Tongfu, who was in a daze, and could not help but frown and cough. After all, he was the director. It was definitely not good to scold him in front of him. But how could he be distracted during the surgery? Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that he should remind him tactfully. Director Wu? Why are you in a daze? Xianxia felt that his tone was gentle enough. It should not be considered a criticism. Wu Tongfu blushed and quickly coughed. Sorry, it's my fault. Wu Tongfu quickly put away his country bumpkin look and quickly helped to support the right iliac artery. The surgery continued. Xianxia entered the state again and began to suture. The people around him were all in a daze. The head nurse, the medical department, and the blood transfusion department staff looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. This. Xianxia actually criticized Director Wu. This was too arrogant, but Director Wu actually apologized. How was this possible? However, compared to these staff, the other assistants were already used to it. They were even secretly happy. After all, Teacher Chen was very strict during the surgery. They did not expect Director Wu to be defeated. Thinking of this, the happiest person was baby Meng. She was happy. She was the one who had been criticized the most by Xianxia. However, she later realized that Xianxia did not scold her anymore. He even began to praise her as big-breasted but brainless. This made Meng Yurong's heart extremely happy. Being praised by others was always a good thing that made people feel relaxed and happy. Su Ziming, He Ziqian, and the others looked at Director Wu with heartache. How long had it been since the surgery started and Teacher Chen was already scolding him? They estimated that after the surgery ended, Director Wu, as the first assistant, would probably be scolded more than 20 times. Well, considering the director's discount, it would be at least 7 or 8 times. However, even so, they were still shocked by Xianxia's speed. Therefore, they really could not blame Director Wu. If they wanted to blame, then blame this D*MN world. Why did it have to give birth to such a monster? To be honest, every time they saw Xianxia, they would always be pleasantly surprised. The speed of the suture this time made them realize that there was a kind of match called Xianxia's speed. After heparinization, 2 of the artificial blood vessels were anastomosed with both iliac arteries. Intravenous infusion of methyltryptamine 40 mg. Intravenous infusion of 20% mannitol 250 ml. Pump sodium nitroprusside to reduce the pressure to 8,050 mm of mercury. After he finished speaking, Xianxia looked at Li Baoshan opposite him. Director, prepare to block the descending aorta. Li Baoshan nodded. Okay, I'll do it when you're ready. During the entire operation, the heart did not stop beating. The upper body did not block the time of ischemia, which prevented the occurrence of ischemia in the brain. Now that the block was active, in order to ensure the ischemia of the spinal cord and abdominal organs within 20 minutes and reduce the ischemic complications of these important organs, the operation had to be carried out quickly and effectively. This time, the real test was the technique of blood vessel and artificial blood vessel anastomosis. Xianxia watched the process and prepared himself. Xianxia was not used to the first attempt. This time, Xianxia felt that it would be smoother than before. Looking at Xianxia's eyes, the people around him couldn't help but feel scared. They didn't know why, but they saw the desire in Xianxia's eyes. He couldn't wait to take the needle holder, and the operation continued. After Li Baoshan blocked the descending aorta, the artificial blood vessel replacement officially began. Wu Tongfu learned to be well-behaved this time. He quickly held both ends in his hands. On Xianxia's side, he directly and quickly sutured. This time, Xianxia was almost instantly immersed in it and entered the state. He was more skilled in suturing than before. At the same time, he minimized many unnecessary operations as much as possible. In this way, it might increase a lot of time. Chen Song suddenly realized that this technique might not be very fast for others, but for him, it seemed to be tailor-made for him. Who didn't have some habitual operations? Naturally, Chen Song had them too, but these techniques were very useful for him. Chen Song, who needed to complete the anastomosis in 20 minutes, only took less than 10 minutes. He finished all the 6 ports that needed to be anastomosed and a few forks. The few people at the side were dumbfounded. Wu Tongfu was confused again. He was faster again, that's right, Chen Song was more skilled than before. Naturally, his suturing speed had also increased. Then came the most difficult part, which was to repair the intercostal artery opening and the surrounding adventitia and anastomosis with the artificial blood vessel branch. The allowed interruption time of this process was 40 minutes. When Chen Song did it for the first time, he had just completed it. Now, most of the people in the country who could complete this surgery were mostly concentrated around 35 minutes. Xianxia, the number 1 in great blood vessel surgery, peak time was 18 minutes. Every minute was a fight for the patient's life. After the end of the block forceps was moved to the top of the abdominal trunk, Chen Song was already holding the hemostatic forceps in his hand. Time. Every step of this kind of surgery required time. Of course, the purpose of the time was not to challenge anything, but to remind the doctor in time that time was limited and not to exceed the prescribed time. However, they realized that the purpose of the timer for Chen Song wasn't to remind them, but to tell them that Act Tough King Chen is even faster than before. The surgery began. Chen Song began to repair the intercostal artery. One had to be careful when repairing the intercostal artery to avoid damaging the intercostal nerve. There were often patients with acute myocardial infarction due to damage to the intercostal nerve. The nervous system was probably the most mysterious system in the human body. He seemed to be very knowledgeable, but in fact, sometimes, his carelessness led to the failure of the entire surgery. Chen Song, who had achieved perfect level surgeries, knew this very well. It was impossible for him to be stingy with his time in this area. On the contrary, he handled it very seriously. As for the anastomosis, Chen Song was also prepared. At this time, 5 minutes had passed. If he could complete the anastomosis of the intercostal artery in 13 minutes, Chen Song would surpass Xianxia. At this moment, Wu Tongfu could not help but glance at the time. Chen Song also began the matching. The branches of the artificial blood vessel needed to be anastomosed quickly with the intercostal artery. Chen Song, on the other hand, was calm at this moment. In fact, the surgery was not blindly chasing time. It was just that if the quality of the surgery could be guaranteed, if it could be completed quickly, it would be a good thing for the patient. Even because of these small things, the patient's survival rate could be better improved. The anastomosis officially began. Chen Song was very calm, but Wu Tongfu, Su Ziming, Li Baoshan, and the others around him were not calm. There was no way for them to calm down, because today, they were going to witness history. That's right, they might witness an anastomosis of the intercostal artery segment that surpassed academician Xiaoxia's great blood vessel anastomosis. The first artery was completed, the second. At this moment, time had no meaning to Chen Song. To be honest, Chen Song felt for the first time what my needle holder meant. This was a state. Although it was a bit exaggerated to say that he was one with the sword, Chen Song was really one with the pliers at this moment. Anastomosis was no longer a burden to Chen Song. In fact, it was a pleasure. The needle holder and the needle had become a part of Chen Song's right hand. The surgery was carried out quickly. Just as Chen Song exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, the intercostal artery anastomosis was successful. At this moment, Wu Tongfu looked at the time and could not help but be excited. 15 minutes, Chen Song completed the anastomosis of the intercostal artery segment within 15 minutes. He surpassed Xiaoxia. At this moment, Wu Tongfu could not help but be excited. So was Su Ziming. However, Chen Song was very calm. He glanced at the time and did not care. Because as long as the patient was not successfully resuscitated, any time was meaningless in his opinion. The ultimate goal of the surgery was to save the patient. It was not to record any records, and Chen Song had never deliberately cared about the time. Because in his opinion, he was only doing his best. Autologous blood had been continuously transfused back. At this moment, the patient had completed 1,200 milliliters of autologous blood transfusion. The nasopharyngeal temperature had also been maintained between 35.3 to 35.8 degrees Celsius. At this moment, the patient's condition was very stable. Next was the abdominal aorta wall where the celiac trunk artery, superior mesenteric artery, and right renal artery opened below the renal artery were separated, and anastomosed end-to-end with the distal end of the artificial blood vessel. The left renal artery and a branch of the artificial blood vessel were anastomosed end-to-end, and the left accessory renal artery and right common iliac artery were anastomosed end-to-side. The entire anastomosis work was tedious and exciting. When the aortic arch was completed, Xianxia once again successfully repaired the ascending aorta in the pericardium. At this moment, it meant that the surgery was completely over. Finally, the blood vessel anastomosis was completed. Protamine neutralized heparin. The entire surgery time was finally fixed at 89 minutes. It was less than the time of a movie, however, for everyone present, it was easy to watch an epic masterpiece. They witnessed history with their own eyes, history created by a young man with his own hands. At the age of 28, he completed a surgery that was at the peak of the vascular surgery pyramid. It might be unprecedented, but it might also be unprecedented in the future. How many blood vessels were anastomosed in the whole body? 1,700 milliliters of autologous blood transfusion, 3,900 milliliters of crystalloid, 14 U of plasma, 2 grams of human fibrinogen, and 2,500 milliliters of urine. All of these were witnesses to this surgery. Looking at the patient's vital signs, everyone could not help but laugh. With this surgery, Xianxia established himself as the king of thoracic and abdominal artery surgery. This battle, it was the beginning of a legend. P.S. I'm asking for monthly votes at the end of the month. I've received more than 8,000 votes today. I'm very grateful, but we still need to work hard. Thank you again and ask for monthly votes. The operating theater was very quiet. Everyone looked at Xianxia with excitement written all over their faces. Their excitement was written all over their faces. Even the director, Wu Tongfu, could not hold it in anymore. He looked at Xianxia with excitement. Xiao Chen. You created. Before Wu Tongfu could finish, Xianxia could not help but frown. Abdominal closure. His words rendered Wu Tongfu speechless. Young man, you created history and broke the record. Aren't you excited? Don't you have any emotions? I'm sorry. Xianxia used his actions to tell him that he was not. Suddenly, Wu Tongfu felt his face turn red. It was as if his body temperature was 41 degrees Celsius. He felt a little ashamed. Wasn't this too much? Xianxia glanced at the other people on the operating table and said calmly, before the operation ends, no matter what happens, you must learn to be calm. Su Ziming and He Jiqian looked at the red-faced director Wu and quickly nodded. Yes. Xianxia also performed the abdominal closure personally. He put his heart into every single surgery and took care of every single detail. The head nurse looked at Director Wu worriedly. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. The medical department, blood transfusion department, imaging department, and other staff members looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In the future, if they met Xianxia, they must speak properly and not put on airs. This was a ruthless person who dared to reprimand Director Wu several times on the operating table. He was too cruel. However, even so, Wu Tongfu was not angry at all. Other than being a little embarrassed and surprised, he was even more excited. He did not expect Xianxia to be so calm. He was only 28 years old. He was at the prime of his life, a young and frivolous age. However, after achieving such results, he could still be so calm. Thinking of this, Wu Tongfu did not have any complaints. Instead, he felt a little happy. In the face of Xianxia's criticism, to be honest, Wu Tongfu felt rather helpless. He did not expect that this kid would turn his back on him in the operating theater. He was usually quite easygoing and polite. Who would have thought that he would be so strict on the operating table? However, thinking about it, it was also because of such strict requirements that Xianxia continued to improve, right? Not only was he strict with himself, but he was also strict with his team. Wu Tongfu looked at He Jiqian and Su Ziming, these two lackeys. Just thinking about it made him angry. None of you even dared to fart. Useless. Pinky swear. Chen Song's voice rang out. Wu Tongfu instinctively took action. His heart tightened. He was distracted just now. Would Chen Song criticize him again? Oh. Sorry, okay. Wu Tongfu hurriedly apologized, wanting to shut Chen Song's mouth. But, suddenly, he realized that he was already standing half a meter away. Pull the hook. When Su Ziming, He Jiqian, and the others saw this, they were stunned at first. Then, they suddenly reacted. Not bad. They even learned how to answer first. This was a classic example of Chen Song's criticism syndrome. Everyone present, including Li Baoshan, He Jiqian, Su Ziming, and Meng Shi, had all suffered from this disease. They did not expect this disease to spread so quickly. Director Wu was infected in just one operation. For a moment, everyone could not help but laugh. He Jiqian, who was watching from the side, felt a little uncomfortable holding his face. The head nurse in the operating theater could not help but cover her face and sigh. How embarrassing would it be if news of Director Wu's scene spread? The other staff members from the imaging and medical departments quickly turned around and pretended that they did not see anything. Chen Song also looked at Wu Tongfu in surprise. This? Director Wu, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Director Su. Wu Tongfu originally thought that if neither of them said anything, it would be over. However, he did not expect Chen Song to point it out. He suddenly felt embarrassed. He turned around and looked at He Jiqian, whose shoulders were trembling. Wu Tongfu took a deep breath and nodded at He Jiqian. Good boy. You have guts, you dare to mock me. Director Wu, who was worried that he would not have a place to vent his anger, found a platform to vent it this time. He narrowed his eyes and looked at He Jiqian for a long time. He Jiqian's expression also changed from excitement to awkwardness, to silence, and then to fear in just 3 seconds. It took some time to suture a meter-long wound. The patient's surgery was very smooth, but this did not mean that the surgery was a success. Let's not talk about anything else, just the wound. After all, the thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery was a large wound. The surgery cut off the rib arch, destroyed the thorax, cut open the abdomen, and damaged the diaphragm, which affected abdominal breathing. Moreover, during the surgery, because of unilateral lung ventilation, the surgery time was long, and the operation during the surgery caused the left lung to be compressed. After the surgery, hypoxemia was prone to postoperative hypoxemia. The common symptoms were prolonged ventilator assistance, pneumothorax, pleural effusion, and pulmonary insufficiency. Therefore, postoperative rehabilitation and management were extremely important. The patient was sent to the intensive care unit. When he left, Chen Song reminded him again and again. When he saw the patient being sent to the intensive care unit, Chen Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Wu Tongfu saw this, he was about to go up and talk to Chen Song, but after a long time, he was afraid that Chen Song would scold him. How awkward would that be? When he thought of this, Wu Tongfu fell silent. Chen Song looked at Wu Tongfu and smiled. Director Wu, thank you for your hard work. Wu Tongfu looked at Chen Song's modest and elegant smile and was suddenly stunned. Does this kid have schizophrenia? What he said just now made me feel ashamed. Does he think that comforting me is enough? I'm a hospital director, and I have a temper. However, after thinking about it, old Wu felt that he should not be so calculated with a young man. Xiao Chen, you were amazing today. Your surgery just now made history. You're the fastest person I've ever seen in suturing. You only took 15 minutes to repair the intercostal artery. Compared to Xiao Zhihai, who took 18 minutes, you took 3 minutes less. Xiao Chen, no. In the future, I have to call you Professor Chen. Otherwise, it won't be good if others hear it. Do you know? You've made history with today's surgery. Wu Tongfu was still a little excited. After all, this was the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital, and he, Wu Tongfu, was the hospital director. How could he not be happy when such an honorable thing happened here? For a moment, Wu Tongfu looked at Chen Song with joy in his heart. Chen Song was stunned for a moment. He was silent for a moment before he said faintly, "Oh." That one word poured a basin of liquid nitrogen on Wu Tongfu's hot blood. Even cold water was not enough to describe his feelings at that moment. It was so cold. can't you react a little? At this moment, Xianxia frowned slightly and looked at Su Ziming beside him. Remember to copy the video for me. I want to see what went wrong. It's actually 15 minutes, with that, everyone fell silent. Wu Tongfu left the operating theater early. It was not because of anything else, but simply because he felt that he looked like a country bumpkin when he was with Xianxia. Moreover, he did not know when the chief physicians under him had become Xianxia's lackeys. Wu Tongfu always felt out of place when he was with them. This made Wu Tongfu wonder if he had been out of the clinic for too long and did not understand the modern standards. It had been 15 minutes, and he still felt that it was slow. How fast did he have to be? Could it be that there were too many changes in the great blood vessel replacement surgery? Wu Tongfu thought about it and still felt very uncomfortable. After thinking about it, he felt that he should talk to Xianxia about this matter. After all, Xianxia was an expert in this field. At this moment, after Xianxia left the operating theater, he heard the system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully replaced the level 90 suzerain thoracic and abdominal aortic dissection. Rewards obtained: 1. Abdominal aortic replacement guide, not activated. 2. Level +1, 3. Nimble gloves, left hand. Xianxia was stunned. Brother, isn't this a little too much? Give me a glove? Xianxia was really speechless. However, when he saw the abdominal aortic replacement guide, Xianxia was suddenly happy. This was what he needed the most at the moment. The abdominal aortic replacement surgery was the most difficult part of the thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery. If there was a guide, it would indeed be much more convenient. Abdominal aortic replacement guide, not activated. Hint: the guide can be successfully activated by completing 100 abdominal aortic replacement surgeries. Xianxia looked at the hint and could not help but sigh. The system would never let him reap without sowing. After performing 100 abdominal aortic replacement surgeries, he had almost perfected the guide. All in all, it was a very good reward. As for the other reward, nimble gloves, left hand, Xianxia was really speechless. When did the system become like this? A glove reward. Thinking of this, Xianxia looked at the purple glove and could not help but feel a little speechless. Nimble gloves. After equipping, your left hand will have the flexibility of your right hand. F***ck, I misunderstood you. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw the notification. No wonder there was only one, because it was meant for the left hand. Make the left hand as nimble as the right hand. This was a good piece of equipment. Xianxia's mood suddenly improved. His left hand was as agile as his right. What could he do? During the operation, wouldn't his hands be free to do whatever he wanted? Left and right mutual suture technique? With this in mind, Xianxia felt that the future was promising. He even wanted to start his own school of thought. After they left the operating theater, a group of people quickly gathered outside. It was none other than the group of Ma Fan patients. And Ji Jun's parents. Ji Jun was 31 years old and still unmarried. His mother was his stepmother. His biological mother gave birth to him a long time ago and left when he was less than 5 years old. The cause of death was Marfan syndrome. This left a shadow in Ji Jun's heart. He was grateful to his mother for bringing him life, but he didn't want his child to live in the same shadow as him. He didn't want to share the pain with the woman he liked. Ji Jun's family was well off, and he was also a very outstanding engineer. He graduated from a famous school, had a cheerful personality, and was also very good-looking. However, he never dared to like someone because he couldn't give a promise. After seeing everyone come out, Ji Jun's father wasn't excited, but his expression changed. The other patients with Marfan syndrome were also stunned. Could it be, the operation failed? This sentence appeared in everyone's mind, including Ji Jun's father. Back then, Ji Jun's mother had a successful operation, but she didn't make it through the critical period. At that time, the operation conditions were limited. When she woke up the next day after the operation, she couldn't feel her lower body. Her spinal cord was ischemic and necrotic, leading to high paraplegia. Soon, she passed away from infection. However, he remembered the time of the operation clearly because it was the most torturous moment in his life. Nearly 5 hours, but now, she came out in 2 hours. The result was self-evident. At this moment, everyone was silent, and some even began to cry. Ji Jun helped them like a big brother, like an old senior. And now, he left just like that. This feeling was really helpless. For a moment, a sorrowful atmosphere filled the surroundings. Chen Song and the others were suddenly stunned. I haven't even said the result yet. How did it become like this? Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but ask, who is Ji Jun's family? The middle-aged man slowly stepped forward and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He sighed and slowly stepped forward. Some things had to be endured after all. Hello, I am. Chen Song nodded. Ji Jun's operation was very successful. He has now been sent to the intensive care unit. He is in critical condition for the next week, and visitors are denied, so, before Chen Song could speak, the middle-aged man suddenly trembled. He quickly grabbed Chen Song's arms with both hands and asked excitedly, Doctor, you said Ji Jun's operation was successful? Chen Song nodded, yes, it was very successful. When the surrounding people heard this, there was an uproar. Success, Brother Ji survived. Doctor, doesn't this kind of operation take a long time? A girl asked softly. Another man who had undergone the first stage of the operation had his eyes full of light. Yes, it takes a lot of time. But, the shorter the time, the higher the survival rate. However, it is very difficult to reduce the time for this kind of operation. With the man's words, the surrounding people seemed to be ignited with hope. They all stared at Chen Song with wide eyes. They seemed to have found the hope of survival. Ji Jun's father quickly nodded, Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. Looking at the hopeful eyes of the surrounding people, Chen Song couldn't help but say, Everyone, don't worry. Our hospital will start a clinical trial of thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery in the near future. We will select some patients for free surgery. Please pay attention to our hospital's official website in the near future. We will announce the specific news to everyone in the near future. Hearing Chen Song's words, everyone couldn't help but be excited. Free surgery? Was this true? One had to know that an aortic replacement surgery cost about 300,000 yuan. Many people didn't have the money even if they wanted to do the surgery. And now there was such an opportunity. Who would be willing to let it go? However, not everyone lacked this money. Perhaps it should be given to those who really needed it, but no matter what, they looked at Chen Song as if they saw hope. When Chen Song left, he couldn't help but laugh. As a doctor, perhaps bringing hope to patients was the greatest sense of accomplishment. At this time, Wu Tongfu also contacted Xianxia. As soon as the call was connected, Wu Tongfu went straight to the point. Old Xiao, how long do you think it will take for a whole thoracoabdominal artery replacement surgery? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Under normal circumstances, it will take about 120 minutes. The fastest is more than 100 minutes. Wu Tongfu immediately shook his head. No. Let me tell you, we did a surgery today and it only took 89 minutes. Before he finished speaking, Xianxia immediately frowned. That's impossible. After Wu Tongfu heard that, he continued to ask, Do you know how long it will take to replace the section of the intercostal artery? Xianxia learned his lesson this time. Old Wu, if you have something to say, just say it. The fastest I can do it is 18 minutes. After Wu Tongfu heard that, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was not his problem, it was Chen Song, this kid, who was too monstrous. Since he understood clearly, Wu Tongfu said directly, Oh, I see. It's okay, I'll hang up. After that, Wu Tongfu pretended to mutter to himself, Sigh, this kid Chen Song actually completed the surgery in 89 minutes, and the intercostal artery anastomosis only took 15 minutes. Then, a series of beeping sounds continuously reached Xiaoxi's ears, making him so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. This Wu Tongfu was too despicable, he always kept him in suspense like this. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi was so angry that his teeth itched. However, although he was angry, the most important thing was what Wu Tongfu said just now. This kid Chen Song actually completed the intercostal artery anastomosis in 15 minutes, that was a little too amazing. Xiaoxi knew that Chen Song was good at treating tumors, but the technique of vascular artificial blood vessel anastomosis was a stupid skill. How did Chen Song complete it in 15 minutes? This made Xiaoxia feel that it was unbelievable. However, Xiaoxia did not lose his cool and call Chen Song because, if Chen Song really had such skills, he might really need to invite Chen Song to do freelance surgery with him. This time, the freelance surgeon was a foreign freelance surgeon, and the money he earned was USD. Thinking of this, Xiaoxia couldn't help but turn on his phone and look at Chen Song's circle of friends. He decided to let the members of his department go back and practice with the polyester cloth today. Time passed day by day, and Ji Jun became the focus of the hospital's observation. If Ji Jun managed to pull through, then Chen Song would hold a meeting in the emergency center and have the entire research team officially enter the state of mind to start 100 abdominal aortic repair surgeries. Chen Song was not the only one paying attention to Ji Jun. Over the past few days, many patients with Ma-Fan comprehensive race had come to observe Ji Jun and see if he could make it. There were many patients with Marfan syndrome in the country, but the number of doctors who could treat them was limited. There were even fewer hospitals that could operate on them. Basically, these doctors were already working around the clock. There were surgeries every day. Of course, if most people went to the public hospital for treatment, they might have to queue up. The cost was not too high. Basically, 300,000 yuan could be settled. But, the medical industry was also a serious profiteering industry for some people. Medical skills and surgeries were just tools for these people to make money. Therefore, some hospitals would also invite experts to operate on Ma-Fan patients. However, the cost would be much higher. Basically, they would not be able to get 500,000 yuan. But even so, there was no market for it. If thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery could be mastered by more doctors, it would definitely be a good thing for patients. Chen Song told the members of the Marfan syndrome patient group who came to visit Ji Jun's surgery that the hospital was about to start a clinical trial, and the surgery would be free. This news was undoubtedly a big surprise for many people. Originally, many of them could not afford to pay 300,000 yuan for the surgery. If there was such an opportunity, no one was willing to miss it. Of course, they also knew that the surgery was risky. After all, Chen Song said very clearly that it was a clinical trial surgery. This was also the reason why Chen Song had to report it through the hospital. Clinical trials had to be approved and managed by the relevant departments. Naturally, it was not something that could be done with money. First, the hospital would have to meet your proposal and approve your application. Then, the hospital would provide the relevant departments according to your strength and the relevant clinical research evidence. Then, they would approve it. The whole process was very complicated and troublesome. Because it involved Ma-Fan patients, the mortality rate was relatively high. In the past, the country was not willing to carry it out. After all, if the mortality rate was too high, it would go against the spirit of humanitarianism and ethics. So until now, even though Wu Tongfu had urged many times, there was still no definite news. Currently, Yuan's fee was still in the air. Ji Jun's surgery fee was paid by the family. Now, many people were looking forward to Chen Song's clinical trial passing. Once it passed, it meant that Chen Song's team had a certain level of technical support and could smoothly carry out the experiment. Some people were pursuing life, most people, on the other hand, were pursuing survival. The success of Ji Jun's surgery was directly related to whether it could be approved as soon as possible. Even if it was Xiao Runfang, she could not agree casually. If the mortality rate was really high, no one could bear such a price. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. On this day, Chen Song's card received a transfer of 3 million renminbi. Just when he was curious, his phone rang. Chen Song picked it up and immediately understood. It was Xianxia, the movie star with 3 episodes of syphilis. The surgery had been done for almost 10 days. It was very successful. He had also asked someone to complete the transfer. Dr. Chen, thank you. I saw the surgery record that day. It's all thanks to you. Xianxia was very polite to Chen Song. Chen Song nodded and smiled. It's what I should do. Take care of yourself. Xianxia smiled, which was rare. Okay. When I recover, we will meet again. Oh right, this is my phone number. If you need anything, you can call me. Not to mention other things, I have quite a lot of friends. Chen Song nodded and did not refuse. Seeing that the money in his card was gradually increasing, Xianxia did not dare to spend it recklessly. Now, he was thinking that if Howard's XPRI came to China, Xianxia felt that he should also invest in it. After all, in his opinion, this was a business that would definitely make money. So, the plan to buy a courtyard house in Beijing could only be put aside for now. Xianxia was not greedy for money, but he would not complain about having too much money. If there was such a good opportunity to make money, he was not a fool. Naturally, he would not miss it. For the past few days, Xianxia would visit Ji Jun every day to check on his physical recovery. On Wednesday, more than 10 people, including Wu Tongfu, arrived at the intensive care unit. At this moment, 10 days had passed since the surgery. Ji Jun's condition had improved greatly. His mental state had recovered to a large extent. It was not that there were no sequelae from the surgery, but they were basically negligible. All in all, the surgery was very successful. Ji Jun's successful surgery gave everyone great encouragement. At this time, Wu Tongfu quickly contacted Xiao Runfeng and approved it as soon as possible to start the clinical surgery experiment. The next day, Xianxia's project was finally approved. The 100 million yuan project was approved by the National Health Commission and the Ministry of Science and Technology, allowing the clinical trial to begin. Once this news was announced, it instantly caused a huge uproar. Countless people began to pay attention to it. At this time, Xianxia also brought the members to an official meeting to publicly recruit clinical trial participants. The emergency center's cardiology department and general surgery department jointly provided 20 hospital beds for the clinical trial. The holding of this project made Wu Tongfu realize one thing. The capital's emergency center seemed to have always lacked the development of scientific research and the construction of a base. If it were not for Xianxia's appearance, Wu Tongfu would have been stuck in the emergency center's role. They ignored the core competitiveness of a hospital. If they wanted to develop, they could not do without the improvement of clinical research ability. How to improve the success rate of emergency treatment of patients seemed to be very weak in these fields. That morning, on the official website of the capital's emergency center, the news of the public recruitment received widespread attention. At this time, Yuan had already recovered very well. She immediately shared the news with the Ma fan group. Everyone still trusted the capital's emergency center. After all, as a national hospital, it was impossible for them to deceive patients. With the help of Ji Jun and Yuan, more and more people began to sign up. Of course, this did not mean that every patient who signed up could be approved and included in the experimental group. This still needed to be screened for the participants. Of course, among the screening conditions, they had to meet the case inclusion criteria. Therefore, in the past few days, hundreds of Ma fan patients came to the capital with the mentality of giving it a try. To be honest, everyone was a little uneasy. After all, it was a clinical trial. It meant that there would definitely be a higher risk. At least, it was higher than the hospital that was carrying out the surgery. But that was not the case, but there was no way to explain it. Therefore, most of the patients who were financially capable were waiting for the results of this batch of experimenters before deciding whether to perform the surgery in the emergency center. However, the capital emergency center's large-scale recruitment of patients quickly affected the interests of some experts and hospitals. Therefore, one by one, they began to stand up and educate those Ma fan patients. Tell them about the dangers of clinical trials and ask them to seriously consider it. At the same time, the thoracoabdominal aortic replacement surgery was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. Since the other party was conducting a clinical trial, it meant that they did not have enough confidence and success rate in the surgery, therefore, he hoped that they would cherish their lives. The experts and teams from these hospitals were very tactful. They did not publicly deny Xianxia's surgical skills. They did not even question the ability of the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital. Instead, they said that since it was a clinical trial, it meant that the technology was not mature and that clinical trials were needed to obtain some valid data. Therefore, for a time, everyone was in a state of panic. Although there were many people who signed up, many people maintained a wait-and-see attitude. There was a private hospital in the capital called Mesed Hospital. It was a hospital that invited domestic and foreign experts to specialize in major surgeries. Moreover, they mainly targeted those difficult surgeries. In fact, many surgeries in the country were in a state of underdevelopment. When many patients could not be effectively treated in the country, if they had the conditions, they would go abroad for medical treatment. However, not only did they have no way to go abroad for medical treatment, but they also faced all kinds of trouble and even spent a lot of money. Therefore, Mesed Hospital was born. Mesed Hospital was actually a legitimate private hospital. Moreover, the boss had been born and raised in China all his life. He found this opportunity and founded this hospital, inviting domestic and foreign experts to perform surgery here. The reason why it was called Mesed was that it looked more like a foreign hospital to the Chinese. Do not underestimate the skill of naming. For example, many hospitals in the Putian system had acquired hospitals that looked like armed police hospitals. After all, most patients did not understand this. When they saw the name of the hospital, they immediately thought that it was a military police hospital and would be very relieved. In fact, that was not the case. There were only a few hospitals in the capital that could perform thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery. Mesed Hospital grew very well in such a soil. However, now that a capital emergency center suddenly appeared, it suddenly became a little more vigilant. They even began to hire some so-called experts on the internet to comment. Patients were actually a vulnerable group in the disease. They were also hesitant. Therefore, at this time, many experts took advantage of the situation and affected the judgment of many patients. For a time, the outside world could be said to have mixed feelings about this clinical trial. The Capital Emergency Center, which was responsible for the 100 million hospital-level project, was also under pressure. If there were no results this time, they would also face a blow to their reputation. And Chen Song, as the person in charge, was even more popular with some experts. Chen Song has the ability, but did he seriously consider using Marfan patients as a clinical trial subject? Let professionals do professional things. I think Dr. Chen should go back to the general surgery department to do digestive surgery. One sentence was very direct. If you don't have the ability, don't come and harm people with Marfan syndrome. They are already very dangerous. You are inhumane. Naturally, there was more than one voice like this. After all, Chen Song had recently been on the hot search list because of My Needle Holder. Recently, this song had also successfully made Chen Song a popular young man. Therefore, some experts began to jump out to ride on the popularity. But in any case, Chen Song and the others naturally realized that they had touched the interests of some people. Looking at this group of so-called experts, Chen Song ignored them. After all, to him, these public opinions were useless. Although Chen Song was not as carefree as Xianxia, he had never responded to these rumors that collapsed on themselves. After all, what if someone took advantage of the popularity? However, no matter how pessimistic the outside world was about the 100 million yuan project for the Capital Emergency Medical Center, it was still on track. Chen Song also began to lead their team to perform surgery after surgery. At the same time, the public service announcement, "How Mother Sees Me," was broadcasted on various major platforms. With the arrival of Mother's Day, this advertisement deeply touched everyone. Chen Song's name once again entered everyone's sight. The screenwriter was actually Chen Song. For a time, Chen Song was once again joked by netizens that a doctor who did not want to be a screenwriter was not a good writer. Chen Song's popularity rose again. At the same time, those experts who wanted to ride on his popularity seized the opportunity again and crazily tried to ride on his popularity. Professor Chen is really knowledgeable. With a 100 million yuan project and countless lives waiting for you to save, you still have the leisure to be a screenwriter. Such intentional ridicule increased. However, in many people's eyes, Chen Song was too low-key. It could even be said that his temper was extremely good. After all, Chen Song had never responded to other people's doubts. Of course, the main reason was that Chen Song did not use Weibo. He did not know that there were so many experts frantically testing him. At this time, Huang Bo also hoped to meet Chen Song for a chat through Xianxia. On Saturday and Sunday, Chen Song was not too busy. The surgery this time could not be completed in a day. It needed to be polished over and over again and be constantly summarized. Therefore, in this way, a battle of fatigue was not suitable. A combination of work and rest was the most suitable method. On Saturday morning, Chen Song received a call from Xianxia. Out of curiosity, he picked it up. Professor Chen, that. Huang Bo wants to see you and thank you. Xianxia's words stunned Chen Song. President Qi, why? Xianxia could not help but sigh. Huang Bo's father has Alzheimer's disease. Huang Bo did not ask for a single cent for this commercial shoot. Moreover, the shoot went very smoothly. To put it bluntly, she's acting as herself. After that, Xianxia continued, after Huang Bo finishes filming, he wants to meet you in person to thank you for helping more people in this society accept and understand this disease. After Chen Song heard this, he could not help but sigh. No wonder Huang Bo was so engrossed in his performance. Alright, then CEO Qi, please make the arrangements. We'll drive over in a while. Qin was very happy when he heard that there would be a star. He insisted on eating with Chen Song. The two of them were bored during the weekend, so they drove to Xianxia's villa. After arriving at the living room, she saw Huang Bo, who was dressed very simply. Speaking of which, Chen Song felt that Huang Bo was no different from an ordinary person. Hello, Dr. Chen. Huang Bo smiled. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Superstar, I'm your fan. Indeed, Chen Song liked to watch Huang Bo's movies because they were down to earth. Huang Bo smiled. It's just a career. In fact, our career is to act as a person for others to see. In fact, we are our true selves when we leave the stage. Chen Song nodded. Indeed, stars didn't look like they were under the spotlight. Under the spotlight, it was their job that required them to show their faces. Huang Bo continued, my father has Alzheimer's. At first, I just thought that my father was old and had a bad memory. Until one time when I came home, my father was very polite to me. He gave me a chair to sit on and asked if I wanted to drink tea, because my father thought of me as his old comrade. At that time, I realized that he had completely forgotten about me. Speaking of which, Huang Bo couldn't help but sigh silently. So, when I saw your script, I really liked it and took the initiative to apply. Sometimes, I think that it would be great if he recovered his memory. He could even beat me up. Actually, I came today to make friends with Dr. Chen. Huang Bo looked at Chen Song and said sincerely. The food made by the chef at Xianxia's house was good. Qin ate happily. Today was just a simple gathering of friends. Although Qisun looked at Chen Song with fear in his eyes, Chen Song felt that his modesty would definitely move him and make him feel that he was very approachable. The public service advertisement, Me and Mother's Eyes, made headlines on various websites in just one day. The screenwriter, Chen Song, also became a hot topic on Weibo again. Perhaps this was more empathetic than any chicken soup. Today, more and more people went home and took the initiative to accompany their parents. When they were really old, perhaps it would be too extravagant to call them son. They also unknowingly realized that their parents were really old. After Chen Song went home, he video chatted with his parents. Then, he also video chatted with his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Xianxia suddenly said to Chen Song, Xiao Chen, I estimate that you will be transferred to the university in June. Chen Song was stunned. So soon? Then, who will be the director? Xianxia shook his head. I don't know yet. There's no specific notice from the higher-ups. But, it might be someone who will be transferred, and it's more likely. But you don't have to worry. Secretary Tan won't be moving for the time being. With him around, it's probably more convenient for you to carry out your work. Chen Song nodded. Xianxia continued, oh right, do you plan to start neurosurgery in the emergency building? If you are willing, we may contact the equipment company as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the time comes and the director is changed, you won't be stuck. Xianxia knew about this industry. No matter what the relationship between Chen Song and the new director was, the approval of such a large equipment was definitely a troublesome matter. Especially when Chen Song wanted to open a neurosurgery department in the emergency building. The director might not necessarily agree. Even if he agreed, he would still owe him a favor. Xianxia had been in this industry for so many years, and he was very clear about it. Moreover, as a director, he loved and hated people like Chen Song who were too capable and influential. Therefore, before he left, Xianxia also hoped to pave the way for his son-in-law as much as possible. Otherwise, if the new director really came, everything would be uncertain. Just in case, when Chen Song heard Qin Xiaoyuan's words, he was quite touched. "Thank you, Dean Qin." Qin Xiaoyuan chuckled. "We're family. Take care of yourselves outside." Then, Ji Ruyun and Qin Yu chatted. He didn't know what they were talking about, but Chen Song felt that Qin Yu's gaze was malicious. P.S. I'm used to writing the wrong chapter name. There's no way to change it yet. I went out to get a haircut today and didn't sleep at noon. I'm so sleepy at 11 o'clock. I might as well go to bed early. Don't worry, everyone. In the morning, Chen Song sat in the emergency office with Su Ziming, He Ziqian, and Li Baoshan to discuss the surgical summary of the past few days. This kind of work was carried out every day. Surgeries required constant reflection and refinement. Just as expected, the surgery was not smooth sailing. There would definitely be some bumps in the road. After the 15th patient's surgery was completed, complications and some sequelae of the surgery began to appear. The few of them could only continue to summarize and discuss. This was an inevitable process. The emergency department in the morning was not easy. Everyone was busy. At this moment, the nurse, Qing Yi, came in and told Chen Song that a patient was very dizzy. When Chen Song heard that the patient was dizzy, he asked Qing Yi to call the patient in. When he arrived at the doctor's office, Chen Song also saw the patient. It was a very beautiful young lady who was dressed fashionably. After the medical record was handed over, Chen Song also saw the patient's information. Midi, 24 years old, had a day of dizziness. Chen Song sat next to the computer and could not help but ask, "Why do you feel uncomfortable? Is there a trigger for dizziness?" Midi shook her head. Her gaze was a little erratic. "No, I started to feel dizzy while sitting. I was afraid that I would fall, so I called a taxi and came here." It had to be said that beautiful girls were the center of attention wherever they went. Midi was tall, fashionably dressed, and beautiful. It was not normal for her not to attract a little attention. Moreover, the weather in May was hot, and Midi's short skirt seemed to be a little short. Chen Song diagnosed her. "Is it because of otolith? Does she have a history of high blood pressure or diabetes?" Midi shook her head. "No." However, to be safe, Chen Song was about to measure her blood pressure. When Zhang Yuan saw this, he quickly ran over. "Let me do it. Let me do it." When Chen Song saw Zhang Yuan's useless look, he was speechless. When Zhang Yuan was measuring the young lady's blood pressure, Chen Song clearly saw that the chief physicians who were discussing the report seemed to be a little distracted, especially Chief Physician Su Ziming. His eyes were fixed in Chen Song's direction. Then, he asked the nurse to check his blood sugar. When the blood sugar needle pierced Midi's finger, she let out a moan. Chen Song and the others felt their hearts itch. At this time, Midi suddenly said, "Doctor, can you give me an MRI scan? Could it be a problem in his head?" Chen Song thought for a moment and felt that it was okay. "Okay, I'll give you a checkup." After Midi left, Chen Song looked at the others and felt powerless. On the contrary, the four of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Song looked at Zhang Yuan and winked. "Unmarried, not pregnant, no past history, no history of prostitution, no hereditary family disease. Do you want to fight for it?" Zhang Yuan scratched his head. "She's too beautiful. I don't think I can stop her. Besides..." When Su Ziming heard that, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "What are you talking about? Little Zhang, let me tell you. Men should be more confident. What are you afraid of? We're doctors from famous universities and big hospitals. We're not bad either. Back then, Before he finished speaking, Su Ziming suddenly felt a burst of fragrance. Suddenly, the scene in front of them stunned everyone. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. They were even more surprised than when they saw Chen Song finish the operation in 1 second. Chen Song rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. He saw Midi turn back and hug Su Ziming tightly. She buried her head in his shoulder and said, "Sob, sob, sob. Can you not leave me? That one sentence caused the scene to freeze in an instant. Su Ziming was also stunned by the scene. At this time, a woman walked in. When she saw this scene, her face suddenly changed. The woman was none other than the deputy director of the neurology department, Zhao Danyan. And this woman was Su Ziming's wife, thus, this scene was somewhat incomprehensible. Zhao Danyan's face was ashen. She had just finished a consultation and passed by the emergency department. She said that she wanted to talk to Su Ziming about something. She didn't expect that, she would really be surprised. Zhao Danyan's face was ashen. Su Ziming. Su Ziming trembled. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Su Ziming hurriedly pushed Midi away. Little girl, you've got the wrong person. Honey, listen to me. Zhao Danyan stood rooted to the ground and looked at Su Ziming coldly. Midi cried aggrievedly. I know you're married. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come to you. I just miss you too much. I can't control myself, Midi cried with heartache. Her beautiful face was also covered in makeup. It didn't seem like she was faking it at all. After saying that, she turned around and ran out of the room. In the office, no one said a word. The atmosphere was very strange. Zhao Danyan raised her finger and pointed at Su Ziming. She sneered and got up to leave. Su Ziming hurriedly chased after her and explained for a long time. Honey, she's a patient. I don't know her at all. I don't even know her name. Zhao Danyan's face darkened. She didn't say anything. This is a hospital. Su Ziming, you may be shameless, but I still want my face. After saying that, she left without mercy. Su Ziming stood there and watched Zhao Danyan get into the elevator. He was at a loss. After returning to the office, Su Ziming looked at the people around him. The people around him also looked at him. The atmosphere was a little awkward. I really don't know her. Su Ziming waved his hand helplessly. But Su Ziming thought of what he had said to persuade Zhang Yuan just now. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Chen Song shook his head. Director Su, I believe you. When the patient comes back later, you can explain it clearly. Su Ziming's heart was complicated now. After all, he was helpless when this kind of thing happened to him. He just wanted to brag. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Su Ziming had no choice but to get up and return to the cardiac surgery department. Everyone also dispersed. However, Chen Song waited for a long time, but Midi didn't come back. Zhang Yuan whispered, Guru. This can't be true, right? Director Su deliberately said that just now to deceive people. Don't you remember that when he first came, his eyes were obviously different from others? Zhang Yuan's words stunned Chen Song. Stop gossiping. Zhang Yuan coughed. Let me tell you, you haven't been in the hospital for long. I know a lot of inside information. A director and a doctor and a nurse, a doctor. Chen Song was stunned. Hurry up and get to work. Stop gossiping. Zhang Yuan looked serious. You really don't want to listen? Chen Song was curious. I'll treat you to lunch. Zhang Yuan looked at Chen Song and chuckled. Everyone had a gossipy heart. Just as Chen Song and Zhang Yuan were about to leave after work at noon, Midi suddenly returned to the emergency department. However, this time, she seemed to have not come out of the shadows. When Chen Song saw Midi, he quickly stood up and asked, Hello, did you get your MRI scan? Midi shook her head as if she still hadn't recovered from the trauma of being left behind by Su Ziming. No, there were too many people waiting in line. I handed in the form and waited in line. Chen Song pondered for a moment. Oh. Miss, do you know Director Su? Midi was stunned. Director Su? Chen Song nodded. Yes, he's the man you were hugging just now. Midi sighed and didn't say anything. After a while, she looked up at Zhang Yuan. Do you hate me that much? Zhang Yuan was stunned and instinctively said, Of course not. Midi continued to ask, Am I beautiful? Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes. Midi, does my voice sound good? Zhang Yuan nodded again. Yes. Chen Song was stunned. He quickly stood up and felt that the situation was a little out of his control. "Midi, I love you." "Then, do you love me?" Zhang Yuan suddenly blushed. Isn't this too fast?" Chen Song stood to the side and looked at the woman. He couldn't help but frown. He felt that there was something wrong with this girl, there was something wrong with her brain. Chen Song couldn't tell what exactly was wrong with her. Zhang Yuan and Midi seemed to be chatting happily. The more they talked, the more they talked. Chen Song got up and went to the bathroom. He changed his clothes and was about to call Zhang Yuan off work when he found that Zhang Yuan and Midi were chatting happily. Midi and Zhang Yuan sat at the table. "Is she beautiful?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. "No." Midi nodded. "Oh, what do you like about her?" Zhang Yuan thought for a moment. "You want me to say it, but I can't say it. I just feel happy every time I'm with him." Midi was silent. "Why don't you tell her that you like her?" Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. "When you like someone, you will always feel that you are very humble. You will always feel that you are not good enough, that you are not outstanding enough. All men hope that they can be indomitable, protect their beloved, and become her hero." Midi shook her head. "Actually, many girls don't want that." Zhang Yuan was stunned. "Then what does she want?" Midi said seriously, "Sincere and brave." Chen Song looked at Midi. She didn't look like a mentally ill person at all. Her logic was clear, and she answered fluently. Everything was normal. At this moment, Chen Song frowned. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. Help Midi diagnose and treat her illness. Also, clear up Su Ziming's misunderstanding. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive a reward, Mastery of Nervous System Anatomy. After hearing the system notification, Chen Song's eyes lit up. It was indeed a disease. After Midi left, Zhang Yuan seemed to have many things on his mind. Great God, I feel that Midi is a bit strange. But I can't put my finger on it. Zhang Yuan said with a frown. When I chatted with her, we talked about a lot of things, including short-term memory and long-term memory. She remembered everything very clearly. Her judgment and computing power are very good. She doesn't look like a patient at all. Chen Song couldn't help but complain. Is this the reason you chatted with her? I just heard you two talking about love. Why would you ask about her medical history? Zhang Yuan suddenly blushed. No, it's not the same. I felt that the girl was quite interesting, so I chatted with her for a while. Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. In the afternoon, Midi didn't come. At night, Chen Song was on the night shift. However, during dinner, Su Ziming called Chen Song and told him not to order takeout. At around 6 o'clock, Su Ziming carried his bag and went to the emergency room. I'll accompany you on the night shift tonight, Su Ziming said straightforwardly after they met. When Chen Song saw the sumptuous meal, he couldn't help but laugh. Sister-in-law didn't let you go home? Su Ziming rolled his eyes. Women are so troublesome. It's just a misunderstanding. TSK. She just had to dig up old scores and say what I did in the past. She just had to look at my phone. I didn't want to let her see it. She just said that I had someone outside and was hiding a secret. We are all adults. Who doesn't want some privacy? I let her see it. I said I wouldn't, but she kept looking at it. She said that I had a guilty conscience and that I had deleted everything that should be deleted. Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. Okay, don't be angry. Midi is sick here. Su Ziming was stunned and his eyes lit up. You found out? Chen Song shook his head. After you left today, she treated Zhang Yuan as her boyfriend again. When Su Ziming heard this, he immediately put down the chopsticks in his hand. Now that you mention it, I really do remember a kind of illness. My wife told me. Chen Song was suddenly stunned. What's it called? Su Ziming shook his head. I can't remember. It should be a neurological illness. Of course, it could also be a mental illness called delusional syndrome. Chen Song asked curiously, what's the difference? Su Ziming nodded. Well, there is a difference. If it's a neurological illness, it may be short-term. But if it's a mental illness called delusional syndrome, it's troublesome. It requires long-term medical intervention, similar to the treatment of schizophrenia. After hearing this, Chen Song frowned. He didn't have time to eat. He opened his laptop and checked it. Mitty's medical history was healthy. No diseases were found. There were no genetic diseases in her family history. Moreover, the patient had dizziness, accompanied by this condition. Chen Song didn't quite agree with delusional syndrome. After all, as Zhang Yuan had said, other than mistaking Mitty for someone else, everything else about her was quite good. However, the two of them didn't dwell on this matter. Compared to Mitty, they were more concerned about the subject's surgery now. Chen Song and Su Ziming sat and sorted out the surgeries during the day. They watched the surgery videos and discussed it. Now, Chen Song had to perform 2 or 3 surgeries every day. However, there weren't many patients who signed up, so he had relatively more time. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, the ambulance's siren sounded. Chen Song quickly put down the paper and pen in his hand, got up, and ran out. Su Ziming naturally didn't stay idle. He followed him out. Xianxia quickly said, "Dr. Chen, the patient is an 82-year-old man. He suddenly lost strength in one of his limbs and fell to the ground." After Chen Song heard this, he quickly nodded. "Okay, call the neurology department for an emergency consultation." After that, he quickly transferred the patient to the resuscitation room. Acute cerebral infarction? Or cerebral hemorrhage? It was now a problem. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Brothers, we're about to be overtaken. Begging for monthly votes, we'll be 6th today and at least 8th tomorrow. After Chen Song hurriedly asked the nurse to request for an emergency consultation, he rushed to the emergency room's entrance. Su Ziming followed behind Chen Song. As the chief of the cardiac surgery department, he naturally had sufficient emergency experience. The key was that he was actually quite good at neurology. After all, his wife was the chief physician of the neurology department and the deputy chief physician of the neurosurgery department in the emergency center. He could learn a lot from her. Not to mention, in order to pursue Zhao Danyan in the past, Su Ziming had prepared a lot of lessons and pretended to be a top student. He also had some understanding of neurological diseases. After they got married, their family disputes were also unusual. Every time Su Ziming made Zhao Danyan angry, he would think of ways to write some papers on the nervous system. Needless to say, Su Ziming really learned a lot from this. Otherwise, he would not have thought of delusional syndrome and neurological damage. On the other side, the ambulance stopped and the doctor helped the patient land safely. The nurse, Xianxia, quickly pushed the bed and transferred the patient to the bed to prepare for resuscitation. The old man was not unconscious at this time, but his eyes were closed. He was obviously a little irritated and uneasy. He was shouting something and waving his hands around. When the bed was pushed down, an old woman carefully got out of the ambulance. Her face was full of wrinkles and she was in her 80s. When Su Ziming saw this, he quickly helped the old woman and carefully walked down. The doctor in the ambulance said to Chen Song, "The patient fell to the ground 3 hours ago. His speech is unclear, his right limb is numb and weak, and the corner of his mouth is crooked." Chen Song's expression changed. Did he fall first and then appear? Or did he appear first and then fall? Then, the doctor shook his head. The old lady herself is not sure. This sentence increased the patient's risk factor by a lot. The old lady walked over and said worriedly, "His legs should be weak first and then he fell." When Chen Song saw this, he said to Xianxia, "Take the patient for a CT scan first to see if there is a cerebral hemorrhage." For the examination of the nervous system, if they wanted to determine whether the patient had cerebral hemorrhage within a certain time window, they had to do a CT scan of the brain. This was because CT was more accurate than MRI for a period of time after cerebral hemorrhage. Therefore, when many patients were hospitalized, many doctors would ask them to do a CT scan first to rule out cerebral hemorrhage before doing an MRI scan. This was because MRI scans were more accurate in diagnosing cerebral infarction. Cerebral hemorrhage and cerebral infarction were both called strokes, but there were essential differences in the pathogenesis and treatment methods. One was a ruptured cerebral blood vessel and needed to be stopped from bleeding. The other was a cerebral infarction and needed to be treated with thrombolysis to promote blood circulation. If the treatment was reversed and the bleeding patient was given blood circulation, it would be a big problem. Although the death rate of stroke was not high, if the treatment plan was reversed, the patient would be paralyzed even if they did not die. Therefore, patients suspected of having a stroke should be diagnosed quickly. They should try their best to complete brain CT and other basic assessments within 60 minutes of arriving at the emergency room and make treatment decisions. Chen Song called the radiology department and urged them to complete the MRI scan if there was no bleeding. Although the old lady looked very worried, she unhurriedly opened a cloth bag and slowly took out stacks of hospital records. "Doctor, this is his medical record from 2015, this is from 2018, and this is from 19. After Chen Song opened the medical record and saw that the information inside was in order, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With these things, it really saved a lot of trouble. The admission medical record was actually the most comprehensive. Moreover, with these few cases, a relatively comprehensive judgment of the patient's disease development could be made." The old lady stood at the side and did not disturb Chen Song, but the gloominess on her face could not dissipate. His wife had a cerebral infarction for more than a day or two. Every time he was admitted to the hospital, it was a severe test for the 82-year-old. Moreover, this was an emergency. Chen Song could not help but ask, "Auntie, how long has it been since the onset of the illness?" The old lady pondered for a moment and looked at the obviously historical watch on her wrist. She said firmly, "Less than an hour. To be precise, it's been 50 minutes. Chen Song's eyes lit up when he heard that. If it was a cerebral infarction, the shorter the time, the better the treatment. When Chen Song collected the medical records, the old lady could basically tell him everything. She also knew the old man's situation like the back of her hand. What medicine did he take every day? How much did he take? What was his blood pressure in the morning and at noon? How was his blood sugar control recently? This made Su Ziming, who was at the side, unable to help but say, "Auntie, you really know this. You're even more rigorous than the nurses in the intensive care unit." The old lady chuckled and sighed. "At our age, we're happy to be alone. Taking care of him is taking care of myself. When I'm old, I'm afraid of being alone. With him by my side, even if I lie there and don't speak, I feel at ease. We got married when we were 16. Now we're 82. This is more than 60 years. If we really don't have him, I don't think I'll be able to live for long." When the old lady spoke, there was a very cultured feeling between the lines. Her eyes were cool and firm. Su Ziming was also stunned by this sentence for no reason. The old lady looked at the two of them and said slowly, "Doctor, to be honest, it's best to make him feel better. If he really can't do it, my heart will ache to see him suffer. It's better to leave peacefully. He's a capable person. He's lived a vigorous life. His self-esteem is too strong. He used to tell me that if he's old and disliked by others, it's better to leave peacefully. Don't worry, old lady. We'll do our best." Hearing this sentence, Chen Song and Su Ziming were stunned. They turned around and found that it was Zhao Danyan, Su Ziming's wife. They didn't know when she had come down, and they didn't know how long she had been behind them. The key was that Su Ziming looked at his wife curiously. He didn't expect Zhao Danyan to be in the hospital. Chen Song turned around and smiled. "Sister-in-law, you're here." Su Ziming wanted to say something, but Zhao Danyan didn't give him any face at all. Zhao Danyan nodded. "Yes, let me take a look at the patient's medical record." Chen Song quickly nodded. Compared to Zhao Danyan, he had a lot more work to do. After all, it was a neurological disease. Zhao Danyan was better at treating it. Chen Song nodded and quickly handed over the information he had collected and the patient's medical record book. Su Ziming wanted to say something, but he could only sigh. He really didn't know how to explain this matter. He simply stood aside. Chen Song saw that Zhao Danyan ignored Su Ziming. Su Ziming didn't take the initiative to speak either. He stood aside and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This misunderstanding was really troublesome. After all, Mi Di wasn't here. It was hard to explain the matter of her throwing herself at him. Not long after, Xianxia returned with the patient. The CT results were also out. Zhao Danyan took the CT film and said with certainty, "It's not bleeding. It's ischemic stroke." Then, she took the nuclear MRI results. There are many old cerebral infarction points, and there are new infarction foci in the left basal ganglia and temporooccipital junction. After that, Zhao Danyan quickly said to Chen Song, "Xiao Chen, send him to the resuscitation room and give him continuous low-flow oxygen. Perfect the electrocardiogram and perform 24-hour ECG monitoring. I'll check the patient." Chen Song nodded quickly. He and Xianxia pushed the patient toward the resuscitation room. Su Ziming followed behind without saying a word. Zhao Danyan didn't even turn her head. She didn't even look at him. After entering, Chen Song helped the patient with oxygen while Xianxia did the electrocardiogram. The electrocardiogram showed myocardial ischemia, but it didn't affect it. After Zhao Danyan finished reading, she immediately began to evaluate the nervous system, including the level of consciousness, the severity of the stroke, and so on. This was the process of the neurology system. The evaluation level was directly related to the treatment plan. The old man's consciousness was better than before, but his eyes were muddled, and he had motor aphasia. His short-term memory declined, and his computing power was significantly reduced. His eyes reflected light normally. His tongue was tilted to the left, and his face was obviously askew. The muscle strength on his right side was level 3+. Meningeal stimulation and Kirschner's sign were also normal. Overall, the patient's condition was neither light nor serious. However, considering his age, no one dared to relax. After the monitor was on, the alarm immediately sounded. Blood pressure 190,120 millimeters of mercury. After seeing the blood pressure, Zhao Danyan's expression changed. Patients with elevated blood pressure within 24 hours after ischemic stroke should be treated carefully. They should first deal with tension, anxiety, pain, nausea, vomiting, and increased intracranial pressure. However, the patient's blood pressure continued to rise, and it was easy to have many complications. For example, hypertensive brain disease, and so on. Zhao Danyan thought for a moment and said, "Labello, intravenous medicine." The patient had finished drawing blood and was waiting for further treatment. The old lady stood at the door and paced back and forth, feeling uneasy. It was still risky to undergo thrombolytic treatment at the age of 82. Although Zhao Danyan didn't say anything, she was already collecting evidence. After an hour, the patient's anxiety was still not relieved. This made the three of them somewhat anxious. Even though the old man's eyes were closed, he was still mumbling something. No one could understand what he was saying. His hands were waving around randomly, as if he was searching for clothes and searching for a bed. This made Xianxia, who was performing the vein replacement, worry. "Don't let the patient cause any problems." At this moment, the security guard, Qi Ping, ran into the room. "Dr. Chen, Director Su, old madam said that old master will feel safer with her around." As soon as he said this, the three of them were stunned. Zhao Danyan nodded. "Yes, let the old lady in." The security guard nodded and walked out. There were security guards outside the resuscitation room to prevent patients or other people from breaking in. Qi Ping was not old, only 22 years old, but he was already an old security guard here, having worked here for 3.5 years. After the old lady came in with her crutches and saw the old man like this, she couldn't help but scold him. "Look at you. You're in the hospital, can't you stop?" Hearing the old lady's words, the old man suddenly put his hand down. He mumbled a few words, but no one could understand. However, he stopped making a fuss and the corners of his mouth began to curl up slightly. It seemed like he was smiling. The old lady quickly said, "Doctor, I'll stay here and won't disturb you. This old man is like a child now. He's old and young. He's nervous when I'm not around." Hearing the old lady's words, Chen Song noticed that the old man actually laughed. Seeing this scene, Zhao Danyan and Su Ziming were silent. Then, they looked at each other and looked away. Zhao Danyan wasn't on duty today. However, after returning home and quarreling with Su Ziming, she couldn't sleep and returned to the on-call room to start working with the doctor on duty. This wasn't the first time this had happened. It wasn't an isolated case either. Therefore, When she saw that it wasn't the doctor on duty who stayed behind, a civil war must have broken out. After all, once a person was free, it was easy for their imagination to run wild. The more they thought about it, the more things they would have to worry about. If she went to the hospital and worked the night shift, she might be able to figure it out. Zhao Danyan was 50 years old, and Su Ziming was also 50 years old. Su Ziming was at his peak, so Zhao Danyan was naturally worried that he would have any women outside. After all, the hospital wasn't a government office. There were quite a few cases of drug representatives throwing themselves at him when they took unusual paths. If money didn't work, then people did. If one person didn't work, then two, these things weren't rare. Therefore, after seeing this scene today, Zhao Danyan really felt uncomfortable. This was the same as her husband being taken advantage of. Moreover, Mitty was so young and beautiful and had a good figure. And a successful person like Su Ziming was very charming to these young girls. Actually, Zhao Danyan didn't know that Su Ziming was accompanying Chen Song on the night shift in the emergency department. After meeting him tonight, she was a little happy in her heart. At least it meant that he didn't go out to fool around. At 12 o'clock, all the results of the patient's examination came out. On the other side, Zhao Danyan held a scale in her hand and said to Chen Song, "The patient's condition is a level I recommendation and level A evidence. Intravenous thrombolysis is the first choice for vascular recanalization." Chen Song nodded. "Yes, sister-in-law, you're more professional." Chen Song made up his mind tonight. He couldn't call her Chief Zhao. He had to call her sister-in-law. It would be good if it could ease the misunderstanding between the two of them. Zhao Danyan turned to the old lady and said, "Auntie, the old man needs thrombolysis to break the obstruction of the blood vessel. However, this treatment is definitely risky, so I need your signature." After the old lady heard this, she was very decisive. She nodded and said, "Doctor, don't worry. I'll sign it. You just have to treat him." After saying that, the old lady picked up a pen. "It's not the first time he's used thrombolysis." "I know." The old lady's name was very pleasant to the ear. It was Xianxia. Her handwriting was also very beautiful. Every stroke was not rushed or slow. After writing, the old lady said to Zhao Danyan, "Doctor, can I go over and talk to him?" Zhao Danyan nodded. "Yes, you can." When the old lady heard that, she smiled for a moment and slowly walked over. After going over, she didn't say anything. She first held the old man's hand. After holding it like this, the old man opened his eyes and looked at the old lady. His eyes were much clearer. "What do you want to eat tomorrow morning?" "Soy milk." The old man grinned and said vaguely. Because of the cerebral infarction, his speech was a little unclear, but at least now it was much better than before. He could vaguely hear. "Then listen to the doctor later. He needs to dissolve the thrombolysis. You can't move around." "Okay, where are you going?" "I'll stand by the side and accompany you." "Sit for a while. It'll take a long time." "Okay." The two of them spoke very slowly, one after another. What they talked about were all unimportant matters. They didn't ask if it was serious or not, or if it was dangerous. The old man was afraid that the old woman would be tired from standing. The old woman was afraid that the old man would not be honest. The two of them exchanged a few simple words, but for some reason, it made Su Ziming and Zhao Danyan, who were present, fall silent. The old woman was in her 80s. She sat by the bed and held the old man's hand. Feeling the warmth from his wife, the old man felt much more at ease. The infusion of thrombolytic drugs was relatively long and boring. However, today's resuscitation room was not as tense and anxious as usual. Instead, it was very warm. The two old men held hands. The old man dozed off a few times and woke up in less than 20 minutes. After waking up, the old woman fed him some water and the old man lay down again. The old woman did not find it tiring. On the other side, Su Ziming sat on one side and Zhao Danyan sat on the other side. The two of them would occasionally look at each other, but they would immediately leave. They did not speak. On the other hand, Chen Song stood there, somewhat at a loss and a little awkward. However, soon, it became busy outside. Chen Song put down this matter and could only start to deal with the patients outside. After he was done, it was already around 2 o'clock in the morning. Chen Song could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Standing at the door of the resuscitation room, Chen Song hesitated whether he should go in. After he went in, the thrombolytic drugs had been used up. The neurotropic drugs were also given. The old man could not sleep now. The night was very quiet. Even the emergency department was quiet at this time. At this time, the old man's symptoms were obviously alleviated. In fact, if patients with cerebral infarction were treated in time, the success rate of thrombolysis was very high. What was thrombolysis? It was to break the thrombus blocking the small blood vessels and return it to the blood. Thrombolytic drugs such as urokinase were used to dissolve the thrombus. The main purpose of neurotropic drugs was to help the withered nerves recover as much as possible due to lack of oxygen. Generally speaking, neurotropic drugs were more expensive, but the effects were really good. The old man's condition had recovered quite well. Now, he could speak more or less, and he didn't look as dispirited as before. In this quiet night, the old man couldn't help but say, "Am I being disliked? She has a stroke again. She's getting worse day by day." Old Madame Fu's face paled. She pretended to be happy and said, "Right? I also feel that you're not worthy of me now. When we got married, didn't you despise me? You don't mind it anymore, do you? Look at how beautiful I am now. Look at how old you are now." The old man didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. "I bought these clothes for you." The old lady said happily, "You're so stingy. You won't let me go square dancing." The old man's face darkened. "This is a matter of style." The old lady couldn't help but laugh. The wrinkles on her face smoothed out. She suddenly said, "Okay, okay. Let me sing you a song. You like Hawthorn Tree, okay?" When the old man heard this, his expression immediately eased. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard the old lady begin to hum a familiar song in a low voice. White flowers bloom on the trees, singing gently ripples on the water at dusk. The factory in the twilight has already flashed. This was a very old song, Hawthorn Tree. It also belonged to the memories of people in the 50s and 60s. The 50s and 60s might be their youth. The hawthorn tree might also be the youth passed down in the memories of that generation. Just like Zhou Jieluan and Zhou Chuanxiong, they had the same status in the hearts of the 90s. Although the old lady was in her 80s, her voice was very good. Her soft humming actually made the emergency room full of strangeness. The voice wasn't loud, or even very soft. Perhaps the old lady was singing to the old man in a low voice. If it weren't for the quiet night, no one would have heard it. After a while, the old man listened and actually fell asleep. The old lady couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Danyan and Su Ziming were also greatly affected by this night. Su Ziming took the initiative to say, "Are you sleepy? I'll buy you some coffee." Zhao Danyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I'm not drinking." When Su Ziming heard Zhao Danyan speak, even if it was a reproachful tone, he couldn't help but smile. This meant that it had eased a lot. After the old man fell asleep, Zhao Danyan looked at the situation and said, "Send the old man to the intensive care unit. It's not appropriate in the emergency room." "There's no need." The old lady nodded and agreed. The group of people helped send the old man to the intensive care unit. The old lady took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wrapped it around the old man's hand. She didn't say anything. In this era, no one used handkerchiefs, but the old lady had always carried one. After being busy until now, Chen Song couldn't help but say, "Auntie, why don't you go to the ward next door and rest for a while?" The old lady smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm not sleepy. I'm old, so I don't sleep much." Zhao Danyan suddenly said enviously, "You guys are so loving." "I'm so envious." The old lady shook her head. "What's there to be envious about? They've been fooling around for their entire lives. The two of them are like two eggs. Before they got married, they were like two eggs placed together with the skin on. No matter who looks at them, they're still round. This is all because they're good at pretending. After they got married, they couldn't pretend anymore. They were like two eggs in a bowl." no matter who looked at them, they were all bastards. Chen Song, Su Ziming, Zhao Danyan, and a few nurses laughed at her words. Because it was quite vivid. The old lady continued, in fact, at this time, life began. Two people were constantly turning into one person. Two people's lives became the life of a family. Slowly, after decades, how could they still distinguish between each other? Suddenly, the old lady looked at Zhao Danyan and Su Ziming and said with a smile, "You guys are husband and wife, right?" Her words stunned the people around her. "How did you know?" The old lady couldn't help but laugh. "It's almost written on your face." After Chen Song and the young nurse heard this, they couldn't help but admire the old lady's sharp eyes. The old lady smiled and said, "As I get older, I see more people. If there's any misunderstanding, don't fight. Make it clear. In fact, it's just like that." After hearing the old lady's words, Su Ziming couldn't help but laugh. When the old lady saw this, she couldn't help but look at Zhao Danyan. "Both of you are busy with work, so you must lack communication. But now, I feel that you should think more about him when you quarrel. After all, who wouldn't quarrel when two people are together? Quarreling for a lifetime will pass." At this moment, Zhao Danyan's heart softened. After all, she didn't even give Su Ziming a chance to explain. In fact, most women, no matter how strong they were not as independent as men, so they lacked a sense of security. Just as the old lady said, both of them were busy and lacked communication. There was some estrangement, so all kinds of misunderstandings occurred. The old lady said, "Do you think I'm especially good to my old man?" Indeed, the old lady treated the old man as if he was a child. She was very tolerant of him. At this moment, the old lady smiled and rolled up her trousers. "Look at what this is." Everyone looked down and was stunned. This was a prosthetic limb. Everyone was dumbfounded. An 80-year-old old man wearing a prosthetic limb and leaning on a walking stick. No one noticed at first. After all, it was normal for an 80-year-old old man to lean on a walking stick. The old lady continued, "This leg of mine was lost in a car accident when I was 40 years old. I used to be a dancer. My leg was as important as my life. It was the darkest 10 years of my life. I thought of suicide many times. I felt that I wasn't worthy of him. He was very capable, but from then on, he told me to be my right leg for the rest of my life. I would follow you wherever you wanted to go." That was 40 years. He took me with him for 40 years. At this point, the old lady couldn't help but tear up as a blissful smile appeared on her lips. Later, he had a cerebral infarction and couldn't walk steadily. He was worried that he couldn't take care of me, so he blamed himself all day. At that time, I told him that I would take care of you for the rest of the journey. In life, there's no such thing as a grand spectacle. How can there be so many beautiful things? It's just two people supporting each other. After the old lady finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The old lady had lost a leg, and the old man had been her right leg for 40 years. The old man had suffered from cerebral infarction for 7 or 8 years. The old lady stayed by his side and never left him. If they were asked what love was, they would laugh and say there was no such thing as love. In fact, they were love. "My love is related to the world. Why should I lament that we live together but die differently? Life or death contract. I will make a promise with you. Holding your hand and growing old together." At this moment, the emergency center's phone suddenly rang. Who would have thought that a mission would come in the middle of the night? For a moment, Chen Song hurriedly got up. The young nurse at the nurse's station also hurriedly picked up the phone. "There's a patient in Unit 3 of Happiness Bar on Chaoyang Street who has suddenly fainted. Requesting immediate rescue. The patient is a 24-year-old female. Suspected to have suffered a stroke." A 24-year-old stroke victim? This was too rare. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song hurriedly got up. There were other doctors in the emergency office. Chen Song had planned to go alone, but Zhao Danyan suddenly said, "Professor Chen, I'll go with you." Chen Song thought about it and suddenly felt that it was feasible. After all, Zhao Danyan was a neurologist. If the patient was really a stroke victim, Zhao Danyan would indeed be of great help. On the other side, Su Ziming hurriedly said, "I'll go too." Before Chen Song could say anything, Zhao Danyan directly rejected him and said, why are you going? You're so fat. The ambulance will waste gas. Chen Song could not help but laugh. Zhao Danyan continued muttering, besides, your cardiology skills are not as good as Professor Chen's. You can just stay here and watch, or you can go sleep for a while. After saying that, Chen Song, Zhao Danyan, and the nurse, Xianxia, hurriedly set off. Su Ziming could not help but laugh foolishly. The ambulance sped off. There were not many people on the road at night. When they arrived at the residential area, there was already a middle-aged woman waiting at the door. Doctor. This way. As she spoke, the woman led Chen Song and the other three into the building. After reaching the 15th floor, Chen Song finally saw the patient. Isn't this Midi? Zhao Danyan also recognized the girl at this time. However, the girl was lying on the ground. Her face was pale, and there was vomit on the ground. Chen Song and Zhao Danyan hurriedly carried the girl onto the stretcher. The middle-aged woman said, Doctor, Miss Mi is a good person. You must save her. Chen Song was stunned. Are you the patient's family member? The woman shook her head. I'm a nanny. Miss Mi is a foreigner. Her home is not here. Hearing this, Chen Song immediately frowned. Is there any emergency contact? The woman suddenly said, Miss Mi has a boyfriend, but they broke up recently. I haven't seen them contact each other. Zhao Danyan knelt on the ground and took out a flashlight to look at Midi's pupils. After feeling it, she said, send her to the car first and monitor her. Chen Song nodded and stood up with the driver, Lao He. They carried the patient to the elevator. The nanny also got into the ambulance. Midi was wearing pajamas, so it was easy to untie. Xianxia directly did an electrocardiogram. However, the result was completely normal. After the electrocardiogram monitor was connected, the patient's vital signs were surprisingly normal. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. What was the reason? At this moment, the girl suddenly began to convulse. Zhao Danyan's expression changed and she quickly said, Master, let's go back to the hospital quickly. The group of people was now curious. What was going on? Focal epilepsy? Could it be caused by cerebral hemorrhage? Chen Song suddenly remembered that Midi had gone to the hospital for an MRI scan today. She quickly asked, when she went home, did she take the MRI scan? The nanny nodded. Yes, she did. But after she came back, she was in a bad mood. She drank some wine, but I didn't ask. The driver, Lao He, asked, do you want to go back and get the scan? Chen Song shook his head. No, I'll call the radiology department and ask. At this time, Zhao Danyan asked, what's going on with the patient? Chen Song told Zhao Danyan about Midi's situation in detail, including the matter of mistaking her for someone else. Chen Song also made a call. After the doctor on duty heard it, he quickly began to check the records. Not long after, the other party said directly, Dr. Chen, it's venous sinus thrombosis. The report says that it's a cerebral hemorrhage. Didn't the patient go to the emergency department to look for you? He hung up the phone. All the clues in Zhao Danyan's mind were connected. Suddenly, she said, the patient should be suffering from life transformation disease. Chen Song was stunned. Life transformation disease? Zhao Danyan nodded. That's right. The patient has venous sinus thrombosis. According to the symptoms just now, she has a headache, vomiting, and convulsions. So I'm now deducing that it's a series of symptoms caused by the blockage of the upper sagittal sinus. After the blockage of the upper sagittal sinus, it may be due to intracranial pressure that causes bleeding. At this time, the cerebral cortex will be more excited because of abnormal discharge. At the same time, the cerebral cortex, which is responsible for face recognition, will have problems, causing a series of symptoms such as face blindness or even mistaken identity. P.S. Tomorrow at 8:00 a.m. After hearing Zhao Danyan's words, Chen Song suddenly understood. So that's how it is, body transformation disease, it's not mental illness or schizophrenia. It had to be said that the nervous system was a mysterious and complicated system. Any damage to it would cause a series of strange and complicated diseases. Yang Jia was also confused by the story. It turned out that such a thing really happened. The nanny was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Mitty to do such a thing. Mitty's personality and behavior were very good. She respected her and even treated her like a family member. She didn't expect that she would have such a disease. At this time, Zhao Danyan directly took a flashlight and opened Mitty's eyes to check the patient's condition. Suddenly, she frowned and said, "The situation is not optimistic. The patient's blockage must have caused intracranial pressure." Then, Zhao Danyan quickly asked, "Professor Chen, can you put it on the waist?" It's not that Zhao Danyan doubted Chen Song. She just didn't use it often in other departments. Chen Song nodded and said, "I can do it." Zhao Danyan quickly nodded and said, "Okay. Measure the intracranial pressure. I'll help you." After saying that, Zhao Danyan removed the monitor from the patient's body. Then, she said to Xianxia, "Come, help me position the patient." After saying that, Zhao Danyan put the patient in a lateral position, fully exposing the patient's entire back. However, at this time, Mitty woke up in a daze. Zhao Danyan was suddenly happy. Fortunately, Mitty woke up. Otherwise, if she moved her waist later, there would be a real problem. After all, it was the spine. If it was damaged, it would be very troublesome. But, after Mitty opened her eyes and saw Chen Song, her first reaction was, "Honey. Why did you do this? I love you so much. Why did you abandon me?" After saying that, she was about to get up and hug Chen Song. At this time, Chen Song was stunned. He quickly reached out and held Mitty down, not letting her pounce on him. At this time, Zhao Danyan really believed that Mitty didn't want to do anything to Su Ziming yesterday. Looking at this pitiful girl with a pretty face and a great figure, Zhao Danyan suddenly felt that Su Ziming had taken advantage of her yesterday. He didn't even know how long it would take to repair his good luck. However, after Chen Song pushed it away, he immediately hesitated, because compared to the patient's current situation, it was obvious that he needed immediate treatment and could not afford to delay. However, at this time, Chen Song suddenly had a bright idea and thought of a way. The patient thought of him as her lover. Should I beat him at his own game? After all, the patient's condition was not stable now. It was good that the lumbar puncture did not cause any problems. Thinking of this, Chen Song did not care about anything else. If he admitted his mistake, then so be it. He had to treat the patient first. Otherwise, if the patient died at the hospital, what else could be said? Chen Song gritted his teeth and said to Qingyu in his heart, "Honey, I was wrong." Then, he looked at Mitty and put his hands on her shoulders. He said affectionately, "Silly girl, do you still have a headache?" His words stunned everyone in the car. If they didn't know what had happened, they would have been frightened by Chen Song's actions. The housekeeper whispered, "Miss Mitty's boyfriend is not as good as the doctor." However, this was obviously not important. Yang Jia looked at Chen Song, who was full of affection. She almost thought that Chen Song was that man. He was too much of a scumbag. Zhao Danyan's eyes lit up. She naturally knew what Chen Song was going to do. She couldn't help but feel happy. This kid was really smart. A doctor had to be like this. It was not enough to have superb medical skills. He also had to have a strong ability to respond to emergencies. What he had to do now was nothing more than beat the patient at her own game. First, he had to save the patient's life. Mitty was also stunned by Chen Song's sudden expression. Mitty suddenly cried, it hurts, and it's disgusting." After saying that, she threw herself into Chen Song's arms. She didn't notice that her upper body was not covered at all. Chen Song was also frightened by the scene. He quickly comforted her, "Okay, don't be afraid. I'm here. You are sick now and need to be treated." Mitty shook her head, "I just want to be with you. Don't leave me. I didn't go to the hospital to find you, but I'm really uncomfortable. I don't want to trouble you." Chen Song nodded, "Okay, I promise you. But you have to lie down now. We need to pierce." Mitty suddenly blushed, "There are so many people." Chen Song was stunned. What was the difference between this and a lot of people? "Do you know why you have a headache? We need to let the doctor pierce your waist and do some tests. Lie down and don't move. Otherwise, I'll get angry and leave." As he spoke, Chen Song gave Zhao Danyan a look. In this situation, Chen Song couldn't perform the puncture himself. Chen Song helped Midi to position herself so that her back was fully exposed. The lumbar puncture was performed on the spine. It was both a diagnostic method and a treatment method. Now, they wanted to measure the pressure of the cerebrospinal fluid through the lumbar puncture. They wanted to observe whether the patient had intracranial hypertension. This would determine the patient's next treatment. Zhao Danyan asked the driver, Lao He, to stop the car. She winked at Chen Song, indicating that Chen Song could start the performance. Chen Song was helpless. He held Midi's hand with both hands. Hold on. It will be over soon. The lumbar puncture was not very painful. Moreover, anesthetics were needed. The point of the lumbar puncture was a line drawn between the upper edges of the iliac spine on both sides, where it intersected with the midline of the L4 spinous process. That was between the third and fourth lumbar vertebrae. After the anesthetics, Zhao Danyan quickly began to prepare for the puncture. It had to be said that Zhao Danyan was experienced and skilled. The lumbar puncture went smoothly. Midi was also very strong because Chen Song was present. However, Chen Song felt a bit of pressure. Fortunately, Yu did not follow him. Otherwise, Chen Song estimated that even so, Yu would not be jealous, right? After all, it was a matter of life and death. It was not the time to care about personal gains and losses. Although Midi was beautiful, it was useless. After the pressure measuring catheter was connected, the water column in the catheter began to soar. When Zhao Danyan saw it, her face changed. 400 mmHg 20. That was a 400 mm water column. An ordinary adult could only reach between 70 to 200. However, the patient had soared to 400. What was intracranial pressure? Intracranial pressure referred to the pressure of the contents of the brain, including the brain tissue, cerebrospinal fluid and blood on the walls of the cranial cavity. When intracranial pressure increased, the increase in pressure would lead to a decrease in cerebral blood flow, leading to cerebral ischemia and even brain death. It could even lead to a series of complex diseases such as cerebral hernia. Therefore, the stability of intracranial pressure was very important to the human body. Now, the patient's intracranial pressure was 400. Thinking of the MRI image of the skull today, the situation was very dangerous. Even Chen Song didn't expect Midi's intracranial pressure to be as high as 400 mm of water column. Such a value was very dangerous. It could even endanger her life at any time, even if it didn't cause a change in the cerebral blood flow, or if she was lucky, there would be no herniation, but her vital signs would change. At this time, Zhao Danyan's face changed. Come, Professor Chen, put the patient on her back. Calm her down and don't move. Xiaoyang, connect the ECG monitor. Because of the puncture, the ECG monitor was removed. Chen Song took a deep breath and looked at the cute girl, Midi, and said, lie down. We'll be at the hospital soon. Midi nodded. Her eyes were full of tears. My head hurts. Are we going to your hospital? Chen Song nodded and held Midi's hand. Don't worry. I'm here. It won't hurt anymore. Don't be afraid. We're going to our hospital. At this time, Midi suddenly said, I'm sorry. I went to the hospital because of my headache. I didn't expect to see you here. I won't cause you any trouble, right? This sentence instantly caused the surrounding people to be a little confused. Midi was a polymorphist. Although sometimes her brain was too excited and she would do some strange things, most of the time, her actions and words were logical. What was the meaning of this sentence? Before Chen Song could say anything, Midi's tears kept falling. My head hurts. It hurts. Help me. At this time, the ECG monitor was connected. But at this time, the ECG monitor started to sound the alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone looked up and was instantly stunned. Pulse 35 beats per minute. Breathing 16 beats per minute. Keep decreasing. Blood pressure 170,100 millimeters of mercury. Zhao Danyan frowned. Something's wrong. How could this happen all of a sudden? Zhao Danyan quickly said, Doctor, let's go back to the hospital. They had to make a clear diagnosis. The patient's situation was too complicated. The ambulance couldn't solve the problem. Decrease blood pressure? How much? After thinking about it, Zhao Danyan quickly said, raise the bedside by 30 degrees. Increase the oxygen. Mannitol. To find that, he could only choose some conventional methods. But why? Now that he couldn't find the reason, there was definitely a risk in using medicine rashly. Cerebral hemorrhage? Could it be a cerebral hemorrhage caused by the superior sagittal sinus blockage? However, with such high blood pressure, right now, Zhao Danyan was also like an ant on a hot pan. She and Chen Song were constantly trying to save the patient. The most complicated part of neurology diagnosis was the intracranial blood vessels, nerves, and cerebral cortex. It was too complicated. What was the meaning of emergency treatment and the treatment plan? Treatment for the symptoms. The treatment is based on your current symptoms. For example, if your intracranial pressure rises, you can lower it. For example, if your blood vessels are blocked, good, let's stimulate blood flow. For example, if you have a cerebral hemorrhage, good, stop the bleeding. However, other than the fact that the patient had an elevated intracranial pressure, everything else was unclear. Simple superior sagittal sinus occlusion can cause an increase in intracranial pressure, and hemorrhage can also cause an increase in intracranial pressure. Chen Song's side was completely confused. He felt powerless in the face of such a situation. He looked at Midi and then turned to look at Zhao Danyan. Chen Song couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Once upon a time, he relied on his strength to make a living. Now, he could only rely on his body to receive emergency treatment. He was quite emotional. After going back this time, he must study it carefully. To be honest, Chen Song didn't know anything. However, there seemed to be a blood-brain barrier between neurological diseases and other systems. Chen Song's knowledge was smattering. When faced with a complicated patient like Midi, his knowledge was pale and powerless. After going back today, Chen Song felt that he must work hard. Neurosurgery was built on the foundation of neurology. Without an effective diagnosis for neurological diseases, there was no point in rashly treating them. Both disciplines were indispensable. The night was very quiet. It was already 3:30 in the morning. There were no cars or people on the road. The sound of the ambulance broke the silence of the night. After about 10 minutes, the ambulance stopped in the emergency room. After Zhao Danyan got out, she said to Su Ziming, hurry up and call the neurosurgery department for an emergency consultation. The patient is suspected to have intracranial hemorrhage. Professor Chen, go and prepare the emergency room. Xiaoyang, come with me to take the patient for a checkup. After making a series of arrangements, Zhao Danyan suddenly had an idea. She took the phone in Midi's hand and unlocked it with Midi's fingerprint. Then, she handed the phone to the nanny. Contact the patient's family. After the emergency deployment, Zhao Danyan sent the patient to the radiology department. On the other side, the nanny hurriedly began to contact the patient's family. However, not long after, the nanny heard from a phone number that was saved as uncle. Midi's parents died in a car accident 3 years ago. At that time, Midi was still at Harvard. After she came back, she sold her property in Shenzhen and went to the capital. She hasn't been back for the past 3 years. With just one sentence, the nanny was stunned. So, Miss Midi, who she had taken care of for 3 years, was actually in such a situation. However, the nanny had never heard Midi talk about it. No wonder Midi rarely smiled. Even when she was happy, she always felt that this girl's eyebrows would never loosen. All of a sudden, the nanny, Peng Zhen, felt pity for her. But, who should she call now? Right, her boyfriend. Thinking of this, the nanny quickly searched through her contact list. Sure enough, she found a phone number that was saved as Dear. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The nanny originally called to ask about it. After all, he was probably the most reliable person in Midi's life. To her surprise, the call went through. What was even more chilling was that after Peng Zhen anxiously told him about Midi's situation, the other party simply said, sorry, we broke up. Then, he hung up the phone. This decisive action made the nanny a little angry. Don't you have any humanity? Her life is in danger now. The other party said, then you should call a doctor. Aren't you a doctor? Bah. A doctor? After that, he hung up the phone. Peng Zhen was so angry that she walked in circles. At this time, Zhao Danyan came back with the scan in her hand. She and Xianxia pushed the bed back to the emergency department. Chen Song quickly asked, "What's going on?" Zhao Danyan picked up the scan and said, "Here, the superior sagittal sinus is indeed blocked. The venous sinus imaging results show that 70% of it is blocked. Moreover, it's an acute cerebral hemorrhage caused by the thrombosis in the meridians. The situation is a little dangerous now." After saying that, Zhao Danyan quickly asked, "Have you contacted her family?" The nanny said anxiously, "Doctor, this Miss Mi's parents passed away 3 years ago. Now, she's alone in the capital. And when I contacted her boyfriend, he said that they had already broken up. There's no need to contact him anymore." These words made Chen Song and Zhao Danyan look at this little girl and feel a little heartache. However, it was not like the emergency department had never been in a situation like this before. The medical department had to file a record, emergency resuscitation. At this moment, Su Ziming said, "Director Hong from the neurosurgery department is here." As he spoke, he walked in with a middle-aged man. After seeing Zhao Danyan, he nodded. "Hello, Director Zhao." "Hello, Dr. Chen." Zhao Danyan nodded. "Yes, Dr. Hong. Take a look at the patient's condition." Hong Xing nodded. After picking up the radiographic films and looking at them, he immediately frowned. However, the more Hong Xing looked at the radiographic films, the more troubled he became. After a while, he said, "He definitely needs surgery. Because the patient's condition is too special. Generally speaking, intracranial hemorrhage requires hemostatic drugs, but the patient also has deep venous thrombosis. At this time, more than 70% of the superior sagittal sinus is blocked. After this blockage, a hematoma has formed. At this time, if we use hemostatic drugs, not only will it not stop the bleeding, but it will also worsen the deep venous sinus thrombosis, aggravate the hematoma, and cause a lot of bleeding." "What's the intracranial pressure now?" Zhao Danyan said directly. "Half an hour ago, the measurement in the car was 400 water columns. We used mannitol." After hearing Zhao Danyan's words, Hong Xing took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Everyone in the resuscitation room fell into a tense silence. As an experienced and senior associate chief physician, Hong Xing naturally had a way to deal with it. It was just that the patient's condition was too special. After hearing Hong Xing's words, Zhao Danyan was also in a difficult position. Indeed, once the parietal lobe hematoma continues to increase, it will definitely cause the brain edema to further worsen. At that time, it may cause a brain hernia at any time, or even, life-threatening. "Can we perform surgery, Director Hong?" In the middle of the night, they couldn't just drag it out like this, right? Hong Xing nodded. "It's possible. Surgery is the best way to deal with it. The patient's intracranial pressure is due to both bleeding and edema. Surgery can remove the bleeding. However, if it's deep venous sinus thrombosis, thrombolysis will definitely induce cerebral hemorrhage. It's better to use transverse sinus bypass surgery in the future." After saying that, Hong Xing said awkwardly, "But I can't do it now. Let's lower the intracranial pressure first. Director Zhao, I still need you to come up with a plan." Zhao Danyan took a deep breath. "All right." At this moment, the test results came out. However, Chen Song was stunned when he saw the test results. The platelets were twice as high as normal, and the plasma viscosity was also very high. Homocysteine 70, this made Chen Song frown. How could a 24-year-old girl reach such a state of high concentration, pregnant? But yesterday, the patient said she wasn't pregnant. Not only Chen Song, even Zhao Danyan, Hong Xing, and the others thought of this possibility. Therefore, they quickly asked the ultrasound doctor to do a checkup. The results made everyone heave a sigh of relief. She wasn't pregnant, however, there was no genetic disease or special disease. What kind of state could induce such a state of high concentration? In such a state, even if the surgery was performed, it might induce cerebral thrombosis. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, "Sister Yang, let the laboratory urgently check the progesterone and estrogen." Hearing Chen Song's words, Zhao Danyan and Hong Xing were slightly curious. Why would they check this? The patient wasn't pregnant. With such a high blood coagulation, thrombolytic drugs could be used. However, they still needed to be careful. Zhao Danyan racked her brains and thought for a long time. Suddenly, she said, use urokinase to dissolve the thrombolysis and heparin to anticoagulate. At the same time, improve the circulation and reduce the intracranial pressure. Give her hyperbaric oxygen to promote the recovery of nerve function and limbs. It's best to ensure that the surgery can be completed this morning. Therefore, the people in the emergency room began to panic again. During the entire process, they had to monitor the patient's condition at all times. In one night, they measured the intracranial pressure twice. Before 7 o'clock, the intracranial pressure had reached about 200. Most importantly, the patient's overall condition had been alleviated. If the patient's heart rate was lowered at the beginning of the surgery, the abnormal pulse and blood pressure would easily cause problems. In the resuscitation room, the few people worked hard the whole night and didn't sleep a wink. Fortunately, the patient's condition was getting better. At this time, Midi also opened her eyes and looked at the people around her. Suddenly, she fell silent. Chen Song looked at Midi and couldn't help but laugh. After Zhao Danyan checked the situation, she found that Midi had greatly improved compared to last night. At this time, Hongxing also breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll go up first. As for the patient's surgery, I suggest that we invite Chief Shui to do it. The position of the superior sagittal sinus blockage is quite special. He is very familiar with the position of the intracranial anatomy. Moreover, he is good at debridement of subarachnoid hemorrhage. It won't be easy to damage the surrounding tissues and the sequelae will be smaller. Speaking of this, Hongxing couldn't help but say, after all, he studied at Harvard Medical School for 2 years. His level is very high. At this time, the test results for progesterone and estrogen came out. When they were handed to Chen Song suddenly frowned. Why was the progesterone index so high? Seeing that Midi was silent, Chen Song couldn't help but ask, have you been taking birth control pills for a long time? Midi looked at Chen Song with pity in her eyes. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Yes. Her voice was very soft. When Midi woke up, she felt as if she had experienced a life and death situation. It felt like a lifetime had passed. She felt that she was ridiculous. She had sacrificed so much for a man, but in the end, what was the result? Zhao Danyan, Su Ziming, and the others looked at Chen Song. What do you mean? Chen Song said, there is a lot of progesterone in the birth control pills. Long-term use will cause the coagulation component in the blood to increase, causing the blood viscosity to increase and the blood flow to slow down. It is very likely to cause venous sinus thrombosis. Women who have been taking oral contraceptives for a long time will have the incidence of deep venous sinus thrombosis 8 to 10 times higher than those who have not taken it. Midi couldn't stop crying after hearing this. When the people around saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. Poor girl, Peng Zhen, who was next to her, hugged Midi and cried with heartache. Poor child, why did you meet such a bastard? P.S. There are 5 more updates today. Please vote for me. Phew, thank you to Love Your Wife Will Get Rich for the 1000000 tip. Thank you, brother. Thank you to John Zhuang and V1 Goss for the 1000000 tip. Thank you to Happy Ken, Dancing Fire Phoenix, Lucky Star Fox, No Cold, and Big Brother Wants to Drink Ice Cola for the 10,000 tip. Midi was crying her heart out. She felt the same way she felt when her parents left her. Despair, helplessness. Who did you give your heart to? Who would treat you with sincerity? Peng Zhen was also holding Midi. Her heart ached. Peng Zhen had been taking care of Midi for 3 years. After spending time with her for 3 years, Peng Zhen almost treated her like family. However, who would have thought that the seemingly innocent Midi had been taking birth control pills for 3 years? Peng Zhen's heart ached when she thought of this. What kind of man would do such a thing? However, when she thought about it carefully, did he really love Miss Midi? If he really loved her, why would he take birth control pills for so long? That didn't seem possible. He was simply inhumane. Seeing Midi crying so miserably, Chen Song got up and left the office. Zhao Danyan and Su Ziming looked at Chen Song. Professor Chen, you're amazing. You know a lot about birth control pills. That's amazing. You can even analyze that? Chen Song was speechless. It was obviously a compliment, but for some reason, it sounded strange to his ears. What did he mean by "I know about birth control pills"? Zhao Danyan couldn't help but look at Chen Song and sigh. Just as Chen Song had predicted, Mitty had been taking birth control pills for 3 years. Her blood viscosity and coagulation had reached a state similar to that of a pregnant woman, or even higher than that of a pregnant woman. However, how could a normal person be the same as a pregnant woman? It was almost 8 o'clock. Su Ziming had to go to his shift. He looked at Zhao Danyan and couldn't help but say, "Honey, I apologize to you. I don't usually show you my phone. It's not that I want to hide it from you. We've been married for more than 20 years. When have I ever done anything out of line? Mitty is also a poor child. Don't misunderstand her." Zhao Danyan looked at Su Ziming and couldn't help but sigh. The human heart was the most complicated thing in the world. There was an old couple who helped each other in difficult times and spent the rest of their lives together. There was also an infatuated Mitty who had been taking birth control pills for 3 years. Zhao Danyan opened the door to the emergency room and saw Mitty crying inside. She couldn't help but look at Su Ziming. Su Ziming had dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night. She sighed. "Go home and rest early after your shift. The food I made last night is in the fridge. Go home and heat it up." After saying that, he walked towards the elevator. After Su Ziming heard this, his heart softened. "Wife, what about you?" Zhao Danyan didn't turn around. "You may look fat, but do you think I don't know? Go back and have a good rest." During this period of time, Su Ziming was also busy with surgeries every day. Zhao Danyan felt that she might have really misunderstood him. However, although Su Ziming felt sweet in his heart, he blushed when he heard the last sentence, "Who's weak, what a load of nonsense," but when he turned around, he found that Chen Song was staring at him thoughtfully. Su Ziming blushed and hurriedly left. "I'm going to change shifts." After Chen Song finished his work, he walked towards his office. As soon as he entered, a system notification sounded. Ding! Mission completed. Successfully rescued Mitty, found the cause of the illness, and eliminated the conflict between Su Ziming and Zhao Danyan. Do you want to calculate the reward? When Chen Song heard the system notification, he couldn't help but be stunned. Calculate the reward? Does that mean I can't calculate the reward? Mission notification, chain mission triggered. Next mission, surgery. Mission notification, help Mitty successfully complete the surgery. After the surgery, you will receive a more generous reward. Please choose. 1. Calculate the reward. 2. Accept the next mission. When Chen Song heard this, he was stunned. Chain mission? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but be a little tempted. However, although he was tempted, if he couldn't complete the mission, it would be a troublesome matter. Mitty's surgery was a hemorrhage caused by venous sinus thrombosis. In fact, the essence of the surgery was to clean up the intracranial hemorrhage and remove the thrombosis. Chen Song looked at his skills. Currently, the neurosurgery department only had 2 surgical skills. Debridement, perfect level. Subdural hemorrhage removal, master level. When he saw the system notification, Chen Song's eyes couldn't help but light up. To be honest, he didn't have any special training for these 2 skills. In the beginning, he always felt that the neurosurgery department was still relatively far away. He didn't expect that such a sudden patient would directly open the door to the neurological system for Chen Song. When he thought of this, Chen Song decided to learn these 2 skills first. After that, Chen Song directly entered the system space. Debridement mainly dealt with a series of various wounds that damaged the brain tissue such as craniocerebral trauma, penetrating trauma, and so on. In theory, debridement was no different from ordinary debridement. It was nothing more than dealing with the necrotic brain tissue and blood clots. Finally, it was to clean up the dead tissue and stop the bleeding completely. However, the special nature of the brain tissue made debridement increasingly difficult. After all, there was a lot of nerves inside, there were so many white and gray matter and all kinds of blood vessels. It was very difficult to choose between debridement. After the training, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. This was a complete set of debridement. Chen Song then realized that this perfect level debridement brought him a different experience. Moreover, with his eyes, he could clearly see which parts of the brain were necrotic and could be cleaned up. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Next was the subdural hemorrhage removal. This was a basic skill and a necessary skill for the neurosurgery department. Perhaps many people didn't know much about the dura, arachnoid, and leptomeningeum. This involved the anatomical structure of the brain. Generally, the scalp was outside the brain, and the skull was below it. There were 3 layers of membranes between the skull and the brain. Attached to the skull was the dura mater, the leptomeningeum was attached to the brain. The layer in the middle was the arachnoid. Therefore, neurosurgeons often talked about epidural hemorrhage, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and so on. In fact, the treatment and treatment methods for these 3 different hemorrhages were completely different. Xianxia obtained the subdural hemorrhage removal surgery. Similarly, as one of the most common and basic surgeries in neurosurgery, this skill was also the most challenging for medical staff. How could they clean up a hemorrhage? This surgery actually needed to be paired with debridement. After all, they had to completely clean up the dead brain tissue. Otherwise, postoperative edema and high blood pressure would be difficult to control. Moreover, in the process of cleaning up the hemorrhage, they also had to deal with the active hemorrhage. If they weren't careful, it could easily cause the patient's condition to worsen. Suddenly, Xianxia found that the 2 neurosurgery skills he obtained were a perfect match. This was definitely the legendary C-rank debut. As the doctor on duty, Xianxia had to report the patient's condition in the morning. After he reported Midi's condition, everyone in the office fell silent. Even Yu Yonggang, who was usually serious, couldn't help but sigh. After all, this was the first time he heard of someone who had taken birth control pills and entered a state of high coagulation. It could even be said to be a rare case. After a short shift, Yu Yonggang personally called the head of the neurosurgery department and told him about Midi's condition. The head of the neurosurgery department said that he would let the deputy head, Dr. Xue, perform the surgery. Everyone had a good impression of Xue Dong. It could even be said that he came from a medical family. His father was a big shot in the neurosurgery department and was the deputy head of Tiantan Hospital. He was an expert trained by Wang Zhongqing and took over the neurosurgery department of Tiantan Hospital. Xue Dong himself was also a leading figure of the younger generation. When he was a visiting scholar at Harvard Medical School, he was praised many times. After returning to China, he was quickly put in an important position. He was a popular candidate for this year's China Neurosurgery Wang Zhongqing Young Doctor Award. The key point was that Xue Dong was only 35 years old this year, which was the golden age of a surgeon. Yu Yonggang was relieved when he heard that the neurosurgery department would let Xue Dong perform the surgery. After all, Xue Dong was really excellent, just like Xianxia was in the cardiac surgery department. Of course, Xianxia was excellent in all aspects. After handing over his shift, Xianxia went to the emergency room. At this time, Midi had already calmed down. Although her mood was still somewhat sorrowful, in general, she wasn't crying her heart out like before. After Xianxia came in, he couldn't help but comfort her. "We will need to perform the surgery later to remove the bleeding in your brain. We have invited the best doctor in the neurosurgery department." Midi nodded. Her eyes were a little dull, but she was still very grateful to Xianxia. "Thank you, doctor." Pengzhen looked at Midi and couldn't help but sigh. "Miss me, after the operation is over and you recover, you should leave Beijing. You are a capable person. You can go abroad. You can go to Shanghai or Shenzhen. You can leave this place that makes you sad." Midi took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She had been a good girl since she was a child. She had always been the apple of her parents' eye. Her parents were both executives of a company. Although they weren't billionaires, they still had a good life. Her parents had always advocated for an elite education. They wanted her to go to the best schools and study abroad. Even when she was abroad, her parents would still visit her every now and then. As a result, Midi had always lived under the protection of her parents. Later on, Midi got to know the man. He was very handsome and capable. He had graduated from Johns Hopkins Hospital, and the two of them had a common language. Later on, she fell in love. Although this man was 11 years older than her, she didn't mind. After her parents left, this man became the only person she could rely on. Sell the house in Shenzhen, go to the capital, and follow him. However, he seemed to be very busy and under a lot of pressure. They met less and less. Later, she even realized that they only had some sports left. After that, he left in a hurry. She didn't blame him because she knew he was busy. As for the birth control pills for 3 years, the man said he didn't want children, but he also didn't. She accommodated him because she felt that he was the only person in the world she could trust. Later, Mitty also noticed the man's strange behavior. She began to investigate and found out that he had been married for more than 6 years. The child is already 5 years old. At this time, she, who knew the truth, felt that her whole world had collapsed. The love she believed in was real, but it turned out that she was just a third party for a few years. This made Mitty start to doubt her life. Mitty was attached to him, but that was because she loved him. If it wasn't love, who would be willing to accommodate someone so much? Then, they broke up. The man was very decisive. He didn't even try to persuade her to stay. He just said goodbye and really didn't see her again. Mitty didn't know how a man could be so heartless. Was he really the so-called heartless person on the internet? Was she just his running mate? Could a person be so hypocritical? What young and promising? What was overflowing with talent? What beautiful fiber optics? What highly educated and high-quality talents? *T. Those who are righteous are all butchers, and those who are unfaithful are all scholars. Leave. Mitty was very clear-headed at this moment. She had thought of revenge, but after revenge, it would only increase the sadness of the mother and son. Mitty wanted to be ruthless, but her conscience couldn't bear it. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Xianxia met Shuidong. This was a charming middle-aged man. He was tall and handsome, and he looked very elegant. "Hello, Director Shui. The patient began to have a headache 3 days ago." That's about the situation. When Shuidong heard Xianxia's words, he smiled and said, "Professor Chen, you're too polite. Let's go see the patient." Xianxia nodded and led Shuidong into the emergency room. However, after entering, Shuidong suddenly felt unnatural. However, this unnatural feeling disappeared in a flash, and a smile appeared on his face. At this time, the nanny, Peng Zhen, went out. The doctors and nurses in the emergency room, as well as Mitty, were in the room. The nurses around them greeted Chen Song and Shuidong. "Hello, Dr. Chen. Hello, Director Shui." It was obvious that everyone respected Shuidong. However, when Mitty saw Shuidong, her expression suddenly changed. You. Why are you here?" Mitty covered her mouth. She thought that when they met again, she would hate him to the core. However, after seeing him, she didn't know what to say. Is he here to see me?" Thinking of this, Mitty's tears kept flowing down. At this time, Xianxia suddenly froze and said to Shuidong, "The patient's brain is overstimulated because of the bleeding." 2 days ago, she began to have this kind of body transformation syndrome. Speaking of this, Xianxia sighed. Moreover, the patient has been taking contraceptives for a long time, causing her to be in a state of high coagulation. Xianxia quickly comforted her. "Miss me, this is Dr. Shui, a doctor from our neurosurgery department." Mitty sneered and realized that he was here for surgery. "I don't want him to operate on me." At this time, the nanny suddenly came in. After seeing Shuidong, she held a pile of things in her hand and directly slammed them at Shuidong. "You beast! It's you! You're the one who harmed Miss Me. You made her take contraceptives for 3 years. Are you human? You're married, but you still bully Mitty. Do you have any conscience? You're a doctor? I'm going to file a complaint against you." Suddenly, the emergency room boiled over. Xianxia was stunned. Originally, he thought that Mitty had mistaken him for someone else. It turned out that Shuidong was the man who made Mitty take contraceptives for 3 years. At this moment, Xianxia looked at this young man and suddenly felt a little nauseous. Shuidong was not in a hurry. He got up and left the operating room. Mitty also stopped the nanny. Peng Zhen was really angry. She originally thought that Mitty was just sick, but she didn't expect that it was because of medicine, and it was because of this man. Peng Zhen shouted, "Shuidong, you're really shameless. Are you even a man? You're married, but you bullied Mitty behind your wife's back. You're still a doctor? Bah. Pengzhen was not Midi. She didn't know how to act like a civilized person. She just felt that her family had been bullied. It was not easy to catch the culprit, so she had to help Midi vent her anger. She was not afraid of being embarrassed. How could a barefoot person be afraid of someone with shoes? Pengzhen's face turned red. She took the towel and basin in her hand and hit Shuedong. Shuedong turned around, stared at Midi, and shook his head. He was very calm. He was so calm that Xianxia felt scared. He couldn't imagine how a person could be like this. The nurses around quickly stopped Pengzhen. Director Shui, you go first. Shuedong nodded, thanked them, and got up to leave. This scene directly stunned Xianxia. He couldn't help but say directly, wait. Shuedong glanced at Xianxia curiously. He ignored him and got up to leave. The room fell silent again. The nanny, Pengzhen, sat on the ground, crying and shouting, Shuedong, you're not a man. Midi was also sobbing uncontrollably. Everyone in the operating room fell silent. They looked at Xianxia and saw that his expression was uncertain. Everyone couldn't help but fall silent. Xianxia sighed and bent down to help Pengzhen up. Sister, don't make a fuss. This is the operating room. It's not good for you. Pengzhen was helped up by Xianxia. She said apologetically, I'm just angry. It's not easy to meet this kid. Xianxia took a deep breath. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is the operation. Pengzhen nodded and made up her mind. When Midi recovered, she would definitely get justice for her. Xianxia, on the other hand, walked towards Midi. Midi said directly, Dr. Chen, I don't want him to operate on me. Please find another doctor. If not, I can even leave the hospital. When Xianxia saw Midi's pitiful appearance, he had to admit that his heart softened. Just now, he stopped Shuedong because he wanted him to apologize. He also knew that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, after experiencing Midi's matter with his own eyes, Xianxia honestly despised Shuedong's behavior. To be honest, this was not a man. Xianxia looked at Midi and inwardly chose to accept the mission. Ding. Mission accepted. Ding. Quest has been upgraded due to the storyline. You will become the chief surgeon of Midi's surgery and assist in completing the surgery. Upon completion of the quest, you will receive neurological diagnosis. Xianxia was stunned. The mission was upgraded once again. Furthermore, the mission reward was extremely tempting. Neurological diagnostics, Xianxia said to Midi, Miss me, don't worry, I will operate on you. When Midi heard this, she immediately nodded with tears in her big eyes, thank you, Dr. Chen. Xianxia nodded and said to the nurse, everyone, get ready to contact the operating room. After that, Xianxia got up and went back to the office to get the notice. In fact, Xianxia should be off the night shift at this time, but Xianxia stayed because of Midi's surgery. As for Shuedong, Xianxia shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It had nothing to do with him. Xianxia found a few surgical consent forms and was about to go out when he saw Shuedong and Yu Yonggang greeting each other outside. This man once again spoke in a relaxed manner, as if the matter just now didn't affect him at all. Xianxia couldn't help but sneer and shake his head. This kind of person was really amazing. Xianxia didn't mean to be derogatory, but he really admired this kind of person. This kind of person was really cruel and merciless. Conscience might be superfluous for him, right? But sometimes, this kind of person was able to survive in this society. At this time, Yu Yonggang couldn't help but ask, Director Shui, don't you want to operate on her? Shuedong shook his head, yes, the patient doesn't want me to operate on her. Yu Yonggang couldn't help but sigh. Yu Yonggang also felt a little sad for Midi. This girl was about the same age as his daughter. He picked up the phone and began to contact the neurosurgery department. He wanted to find a more powerful director. However, many of the directors were now scheduled for surgery, or they had other things to do. Yu Yonggang suddenly said, Director Shui, can I talk to the patient? After all, this neurosurgery is different from other surgeries. With a powerful chief surgeon, the patient's recovery will be faster. Shuedong smiled and found a lot of words. It was nothing more than a technique to shift the blame. Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. He sneered and said directly, Director Yu, let me be the chief surgeon. Yu Yonggang was dumbfounded by his words. Even Shuedong couldn't help but look at Chen Song curiously. At this time, the leader of Group 4, Bei Yongkong, walked over. Chen Song quickly stopped him. Director Bei, can you help me later? Bei Yongkong was stunned. He turned to look at Shuedong and then looked at Yu Yonggang. Professor Chen? Director Yu. What is this? Yu Yonggang suddenly found that Chen Song and Shuedong's eyes were a little strange. He immediately found a clue. But, this was a neurosurgery. Could Chen Song do it? Yu Yonggang frowned and looked at Chen Song. He was puzzled, but he knew Chen Song. This young man was very down-to-earth. He wasn't that kind of person. Was there something hidden? Yu Yonggang said. Well, Director Shui, hurry up and do your work. Shuedong smiled and left. But when he entered the elevator, his face became gloomy. He just arrived at the 18th floor of the neurosurgery department, but he didn't go downstairs. Instead, he took the elevator down and went to the operating theater on the 3rd floor. Yu Yonggang couldn't help but look at Chen Song. What's the matter? Chen Song nodded. Shuedong is Midi's ex-boyfriend. He is also the one who made her take the medicine. After hearing this, Yu Yonggang's heart was suddenly filled with anger. Bei Yongkong couldn't help but curse. What a beast in human clothing. I heard a long time ago that when his wife was pregnant, she slept with a drug substitute. I didn't expect. But, regardless of Shuedong, Yu Yonggang and Bei Yongkong were more concerned about whether Chen Song could do the surgery. Yu Yonggang stared at Chen Song. Chen Song, you know that this surgery is not ordinary. Can you do it? Chen Song nodded. I can, but I need Director Bei and my colleagues from Group 4 to help. Yu Yonggang glanced at Chen Song, then turned to look at Bei Yongkong. After a while, he made a decision. Okay. Director Bei, you take care of it and do your best to complete the surgery. Chen Song, you don't have to be angry with Shuedong. Surgery is surgery. Chen Song smiled. Director Yu, who said that the neurosurgery department and the emergency department can't do well? It's just that I haven't done it before. Yu Yonggang and Bei Yongkong were stunned when they heard this. P.S. 6 chapters, 2 more chapters. Thank you to Black After White for the 10,000 tip. I became the leader of this book. Thank you to book friend 20200408184012700 and book friend 20190106224402185 for the 10,000 tip. There are 2 more chapters in the evening. When Chen Song said this, he was extremely confident. He was so confident that Olju and Chief Bei were a little surprised. The neurosurgery department was a precious department in any hospital. It was very difficult to train a neurosurgeon. At the same time, it was even more difficult to cultivate a top neurosurgeon. Olju knew that Chen Song was a little angry. After all, anyone would feel pity for Midi. They would even think that this girl was a little stupid, but towards this kind of girl, no one could produce too much hatred. At most, they would hate her for being too naive. However, in this world, who would hate this kind of naive person? After thinking for a moment, Olju patted Chen Song on the shoulder and said, Don't be impatient. I believe in your potential, but you have to calm down. Take it one step at a time. Chen Song knew what Olju meant. He was actually hinting at Shuedong to calm down and let Chen Song calm down. Chen Song smiled and said, Thank you, Chief Bei. I know what to do. Olju nodded, then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Where are you? Taking a dump. Old Ma's voice ruined the atmosphere. Blue veins appeared on Yu Yonggang's forehead. After 3 seconds of silence, he said, Come to the hall. I'll arrange a task for you. Not long after, Old Ma came. He walked with comfortable steps. Yu Yonggang was a little angry when he saw this guy. Chen Song is going to do a subdural hematoma removal surgery. You go with him and help him. Ma Yuhui was also a good orthopedic and neurosurgeon in the Sharp group. Olju trusted him. However, when Old Ma heard that Olju wanted Chen Song to do this kind of surgery, he instinctively trembled and his face changed drastically. Boss, are you serious? You want Chen Song to do a subdural hematoma removal? Olju nodded. Hurry up and go. The patient is Mitty. After that, Yu Yonggang turned and left. Old Ma stood there and looked at Chen Song with an innocent expression. Grandpa Chen, we have no grudges in the past. Do you have to ruin my career? Chen Song ignored Old Ma and went straight into the emergency room to find Mitty. Hand her the signed book. Mitty looked at Chen Song with a firm gaze. Dr. Chen, don't let Shui Dong operate on me. Chen Song smiled. Yes, don't worry. We have an even better team. When Bei Yongkang heard this, he couldn't help but puff out his chest and raise his head. Old Ma, on the other hand, was frightened. He felt that Chen Song had changed. This brat had learned how to lie. It's a neurosurgery. Grandpa Chen, please don't cause any big problems. I'm so flustered right now. However, there was no point in lying now. 10 minutes later, the operating theater called and told him that they could get ready. Chen Song glanced at Yu Yongkang, Old Ma, and the other two doctors. He nodded and said, let's go. Bei Yongkang was actually looking forward to it. No matter what, he was more willing to believe in Chen Song and believe that he could perform surgery well in the field of neurosurgery. This was because Professor Chen was no ordinary person. He was privately called the touchstone of the industry. Whichever surgery Professor Chen performed, that department would be able to rise. Not to mention anything else, how long had he been in the emergency center? How influential was the general surgery department and the cardiac surgery department now? They were not on the same level at all. The 4 groups of 6 emergency departments were actually just a relatively awkward department. The purpose of their establishment was to fill the gap in the field of neurosurgery. However, neurosurgery was a real thing, so most of the surgeries went there. The rest were minor surgeries that others were not willing to participate in. How could they improve like this? As a doctor, this kind of technical work was basically based on how much money you could earn. They were all trying to support their families. Who wouldn't want to learn more skills and earn more money? Therefore, the 4 groups of emergency departments were really a government office. Bei Yongkang was looking forward to Chen Song leading them to make some changes. Old Ma, on the other hand, was very worried. He was holding Mitty's medical record and examination in his hand. Oh, this superior sagittal sinus is blocked and edema caused by the bleeding. It's under the dura mater. But Chen Song, you have to pay attention to the position of the superior sagittal sinus. There's a venous plexus here. Also, look at this area. Edema will definitely lead to tissue necrosis. When you clean it up, you have to be thorough. The key is to not destroy it. Old Ma had turned into an old mother at this moment. For the sake of his career, Old Ma was really going all out. He felt that his CPU had never been so fast before. When he washed his hands, Old Ma was really about to cry. Uncle Chen, my dear uncle, how about I do it? Chen Song finished washing his hands and looked at Old Ma. Chief Ma, I really know how to perform neurosurgery. Ma Yuhui was furious. You know how to? You know how to do it? You know how to do it. Chen Song was not angry. He washed his hands and went into the operating room. He put on the surgical gown and the surgery was about to begin. The nurse had not started shaving yet, so she needed to be positioned in advance. Positioning and diagnosis was very important for neurosurgeons. Combining CT, MRI, DSA, and other clinical examinations, the location of the lesion and its relationship with the surrounding structures should be analyzed in detail before the surgery so that the appropriate surgical approach could be selected and the important structures could be avoided as much as possible to increase the safety of the surgery and to strive for better results. Now, the surgery did not need to be completely shaved. After the chief surgeon positioned the patient accurately, the nurse would start preparing the skin, washing the hair, and shaving the hair. Moreover, most craniotomy nowadays was done under the microscope. This required a lot of doctors to operate under the microscope. Because the operation was the opposite of what one saw, one needed to have a good sense of space and operation. This was not only necessary for training, but also very important for one's talent. Chen Song walked to Mitty's head and said to the nurse, just shave this area. You can keep the rest. Chen Song had the mind space map. Combined with the results of the head CT and MRI, he could quickly obtain an accurate location map after the brain structure in his mind overlapped with the patient's. When old Ma saw Chen Sung walk over and casually point out the location of the surgery, he suddenly panicked. He whispered, "Be careful." The nurse started washing and shaving the hair to prepare the skin. Not long after, a piece of the scalp was cleaned and Chen Sung started to make a mark. After seeing the mark, old Ma was relieved. He muttered in his heart, "Does this kid really know how to perform neurosurgery?" After all, the mark just now was very professional. This was the most suitable place to make the cut. Bei Yongkong was also looking forward to it. Chen Sung went out and washed his hands again. When he came back, he put on his clothes and prepared for the surgery. At this time, outside the operating room, Xue Dong contacted the head nurse and wanted to broadcast the surgery live. But after thinking about it, Xue Dong could not help but shake his head. What was there to watch? Young people all have a competitive heart. With regards to Chen Sung, Xue Dong naturally wanted to compete with him. However, the two of them were not in the same field, so there was no direct competition. But now, Chen Sung was going to perform a neurosurgery, and Xue Dong was looking forward to it. As for Midi, Xue Dong really did not take it seriously. He thought it was a small matter. After all, it was consensual. It was not illegal, nor was it a crime. After hesitating for a moment, Xue Dong suddenly smiled, got up, and left. Did he not have confidence in himself? At this time, in the operating room, Midi was under general anesthesia. At this time, Midi was suffering from a compound subdural hematoma. There were two kinds of bleeding. One was a solid blood clot, and the other was a liquid. So, they directly chose to remove the hematoma by craniotomy. Craniotomy was the first surgery. However, opening the skull without damaging the dura mater was a test of the doctor's ability. This was the so-called experiment of egg skin and egg membrane. Clinicians needed to drill the egg skin without damaging the egg membrane. This required a pair of extremely stable hands. At this time, after confirming the opening, the scalp was cut open and the skull was exposed. The skull was composed of many bone flaps. According to the operation requirements, a large frontotemporal bone flap was used. After confirming, Chen Sung took the electric drill. To be honest, this was Chen Sung's first time being a real person. There were some differences between this and training in the space. When he felt the vibration of the electric drill, Chen Sung calmed his heart. When the electric drill slowly went down and opened the skull, he needed to be patient and not anxious. Old Ma looked at Chen Sung and was suddenly stunned. He muttered in his heart, "Good old man." Indeed, Chen Sung had perfect debridement skills. How many craniotomies did he have to practice this? Time passed by. Old Ma and Bei Yongkong stood by and helped. After the skull was drilled successfully, Chen Sung placed the bone flap in the disc and prepared to cut open the dura mater. At this time, Chen Sung felt the dura mater with his hand and frowned immediately. He quickly said to Old Ma, "Leader Ma, prepare the brain pressure board." After Old Ma heard this, he immediately nodded. This kid was really something. Did he feel intracranial pressure just now? Indeed, at this time, the dura mater was very tight, and the brain pressure was very high. Chen Sung took the brain pressure plate and put it under the dura mater through a small incision and gently pressed down on the cerebral cortex. Then, he quickly cut open all the dural incisions. The whole process was neat and tidy, and there was no gap between the two hands. Bei Yongkong and the others' eyes lit up when they saw this. His hands were so coordinated. Indeed, Chen Sung's hands could be said to be flawless under the control of the mirror. His left hand was as nimble as his right. He was a natural surgeon, wasn't he? Surgical operations were very maneuverable, and the use of one hand was limited. Many surgeons even began to practice using their left hand in hopes of achieving better results. However, when they saw Chen Sung operating with both hands during the hybrid operation, the anesthesiologist at the side could not help but exclaim in surprise. He was experienced and knowledgeable. Assisting with surgery with both hands was not something an ordinary person could do. And Chen Sung's seemingly simple operation suddenly made everyone's eyes light up. This operation seemed simple, but it required coordination. Most of the time, it was usually done with the help of the assistant. However, it was easy to cause severe brain tissue to bulge out from the small incision during the dural incision due to lack of coordination, causing cerebral cortical laceration. Chen Sung did the work of two people alone, making Old Ma feel a little redundant standing at the side. After the dural flap was cut open, Chen Song said to Ma Yuhui, rinse with normal saline. Old Ma quickly nodded and used normal saline to rinse the surgical field and the blood on the surface of the brain far below the bone flap. Pipette. Bei Yongkong hurriedly handed it over. Chen Song held the pipette in his left hand and began to carefully clean the deactivated brain tissue with his right hand. This process required great patience and meticulousness. Bipolar electrocoagulator. Pipette. Dural stripping. Old Ma had successfully turned into a scrub nurse at this time, but everyone could not help but hold their breaths as they looked at the image on the big screen. This was because it was the first time they saw someone who could use both dural stripping and bipolar electrocoagulator together. However, Chen Song used it very well. The stripping device carefully peeled off the necrotic tissue under Chen Song's right hand. The bipolar electrocoagulator in his left hand immediately touched the bleeding areas of the cerebral cortex and carefully stopped the bleeding. The pipette continuously removed the necrotic brain tissue. Under the normal saline rinse, it quickly reached the upper sagittal sinus. This was also the key step of the surgery. There were actually many ways to deal with the blocked upper sagittal sinus. Originally, according to Department Director Hong Xing's idea, he wanted to establish a Sindhu transverse sinus bypass surgery. However, the drawbacks of this surgery were actually very obvious. That was, Chen Song did not know how to do it, therefore, he suddenly thought of another effective method, venous sinus intubation thrombolysis. This method was very effective and caused little damage. However, it required a microcatheter to make a small incision in the front of the upper sagittal sinus and insert the microcatheter into the sinus. Then, it would be instilled with urokinase to achieve thrombolysis. However, this surgery had a drawback. It required a microscalpel to bypass the complicated brain tissue and reach the sagittal sinus. Then, the microcatheter would be used. This way, the chief surgeon's hands would need to be very stable to complete the incision of the sagittal sinus. Thinking of this, Chen Song immediately did it. Microscalpel. Old Ma hurriedly handed it over. At this time, Chen Song began to hold his breath and calm himself down. Next, he needed to bypass the cerebral cortex, go through the gap between the nerves, and complete the operation around the veins. This was the profound part of craniocerebral surgery, accurately taking the head of the enemy's general in an army of 10,000 without harming the army. At this time, everyone knew what Chen Song was going to do. Old Ma originally wanted to stop him, but when he saw how determined Chen Song was, he understood that he should trust him at this time. At this moment, everyone stared at the display screen. At this time, Chen Song was stripping the ion in his left hand and the microscalpel in his right hand. He was very careful. This required precise and stable hands without the slightest tremor. Otherwise, the brain tissue would be damaged. Every minute, every second, beads of sweat appeared on their temples. At this moment, Chen Song quickly said, microcatheter. It was a success. Everyone clearly saw that Chen Song's microscalpel had successfully cut open the sagittal sinus. Both Old Ma and Bei Yongkong could not help but be excited. Awesome, too awesome. This operation was definitely an expert. P.S. There are only 6 days left for the double monthly ticket. Please send the monthly ticket to me at 8 p.m. Thank you to the leader of Roasted Laminate for the 10,000 tip. Chen Song's maneuver just now made the surrounding people break out in cold sweat. Although everyone knew that Chen Song was the chief surgeon, however, such an operation was undoubtedly too risky. Couldn't he just use the relatively simple Sindhu transverse sinus bypass surgery? The feeling of having a microscalpel going through the brain was really King exciting. Old Ma, on the other hand, felt the surge of adrenaline. He was so scared that he almost peed, but now he couldn't help but clench his fist and shout excitedly. It was great. Indeed, if it succeeded, the adrenaline would soar. If it failed, it would definitely be insulin. In fact, not only everyone, but even Chen Song was sweating in his heart. This kind of venous sinus catheterization thrombolysis could even be said to be a targeted treatment. After all, I've already delivered the medicine to your head. If you still don't dissolve it, it's really not good enough. Just now, it was really dangerous. If the microscalpel slackened a little, or if the scalpel in his hand trembled a little, there would be a problem. Fortunately, his hands were very stable. Moreover, his left hand was as stable as his right hand. Chen Song couldn't help but feel proud. However, Chen Song was indeed worthy of this pride. After all, in the entire emergency medical center, There were less than 5 people who could do this set of operations just now. This was not an exaggeration at all. 4,000 human urokinase infusion. At this time, Chen Song quickly said. Bei Yongkang quickly nodded at the side. He was really excited now because the operation just now proved one thing. Chen Song was really not biased against neurology, that's right. As a big shot in surgery, you don't even learn neurosurgery, which is exclusive to medical geniuses and is at the top of the chain of contempt. This is unreasonable. It turns out that Professor Chen has hidden his skills well. TSK TSK TSK. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Are the good days in the future coming? The poor days are finally over. After giving the medicine for a while, Chen Song and the other doctors frowned. This was because they found that the embolism did not respond. At this time, should they continue to use urokinase infusion? If thrombolysis is used over a long period of time, urokinase may cause complications such as increased body temperature and bleeding from the wound. The patient had cerebral hemorrhage. Should he use it now? It became a problem all of a sudden. However, he had already opened his mouth and given the medicine. If it didn't work, how embarrassing would it be? For a moment, this question stumped everyone once again. Even Chen Song couldn't help but frown. How should he deal with this? At this moment, Chen Song had a bold idea. Thus, he glanced at old Ma out of habit. Ma Yuehui's heart trembled. You, what are you doing? Chen Song said slowly, remove the blood clot. After hearing Chen Song's words, old Ma's face turned green. Sir, can't we think twice before we act? Bei Yongkang was also stunned by Chen Song's words. Professor Chen, please think twice. Chen Song nodded. Yes, I've thought about it 3 times. If this blood clot is not removed, it will recur in the future. Also, look, actually, we don't need to take the risk like before. We just need to expose the occluded venous sinus and make an incision 2 centimeters from the lateral corner of the venous sinus. Then, use sutures to pull the sides of the incision and use a large diameter suction device to suck out the blood clot. After Chen Song finished speaking, he couldn't help but say, yes, that's it. It's very simple. This simple sentence made the hearts of the surrounding people turn cold. Simple? How was this simple? This was obviously more difficult than before. Was your simple as difficult as ours? At this moment, Bei Yongkang suddenly felt as if he was standing in the same place as Ma Yuehui in the depths of his soul. At the same time, he could feel Ma Yuehui's anxiety. With such a kid, old Ma would be lucky if he didn't have a heart attack. At this moment, even if it was a simple operation, Bei Yongkang would have doubted his life if it were any other time. However, at this moment, Chen Song had already picked up the microscalpel this time. When old Ma saw this, he sighed. Since it had come to this, let's do it. The dural venous sinus was a venous return channel folded by the dural membrane. The upper sagittal sinus was triangular in cross-section, and this shape maintained the venous blood flow. If Chen Song chose to make an incision at the lateral corner of the venous sinus, it would indeed cause less damage to the venous sinus cavity, and the incision would be easy to stop bleeding. However, the only drawback was that this operation could only be done by one person. Due to the limited space and the special location, Chen Song had to make an incision 2 centimeters from the lateral corner of the venous sinus and pull the sides of the incision. Then, he had to use a large diameter suction device to suck out the blood clot. If that was the case, all the burdens would be on Chen Song's shoulders, and they would feel more relaxed. However, it was this relief that made them feel uncomfortable. It was like driving a car. You sat in the front passenger seat and watched the driver drift on the mountain road. That feeling was not as good as driving by yourself. However, they didn't know that Chen Song was an experienced driver, the kind who welded the car door shut. As he spoke, Chen Song passed the suction device to old Ma and said, pass it to me later, I'll handle it first. After that, he held the long forceps in one hand and the microscalpel in the other, carefully probed inside. Bei Yongkang and the others looked at the screen nervously. They felt a little guilty toward Yu Yonggang. They were supposed to be assistants, but until now, they were still watching. There was no other way. It was better to watch than to die. At this time, Chen Song had already made an incision. Then, he quickly opened the forceps. Due to the blockage and old Ma clamping the venous sinus, not much blood came out. Give me the suction device. Chen Song took out the scalpel and quickly switched to the suction device. Then, he began the suction work. Everything happened so quickly that even Bei Yongkong and Old Ma didn't see it clearly. However, the suction device really sucked out the blood clot. At this moment, everyone was surprised. It was a success. It was really a success. Awesome. This time, it was really awesome to the extreme. After Chen Song sucked out the blood clot, he quickly started to suture it. The whole process was very experienced. It didn't seem like something a young doctor could do. However, Chen had indeed done it. After Chen Song was done, he closed the suture to prevent the blood clot from forming again. At this moment, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The surgery was finally a success. Chen Song was also shocked by his smooth operation just now. He didn't expect his hands to work so smoothly. It was like the feeling of two right hands. It was really too convenient. I will fulfill your dream with my hands. This sentence was indeed very vivid for a surgeon. However, in Old Ma's heart, it almost became that Chen Song was going to destroy his dream with his hands. At this point in the surgery, Ma Yuehui once again felt that it was a wrong choice to let Chen Song join the surgical team. After all, this kid was amazing, but he was a little mentally draining. Every time he operated, Old Ma felt that some of his heart muscle cells were dying. Can't we get along more harmoniously? Besides, you're amazing, but it's not right to always side with outsiders. I've been wiping your ass for so long, but you haven't taught me anything. On the contrary, Su Ziming and He Jiqian, the two big bootlickers, were very successful. This made Old Ma feel a little annoyed. On this side, everyone roughly saw the process of successful thrombectomy, but they really did not understand the core steps. Chen Song's operation just now was a little too fast, or rather, it was too smooth. How did it look like an operation under a microscope? Moreover, it was a craniocerebral surgery. For a moment, after Bei Yongkong and the others saw this scene, they really could not react. They could only shout 666, the thrombectomy was successful, and the venous sinus angle was also successfully sutured. The core steps of the entire surgery were all completed by Chen Song alone. Well, that was a little inaccurate. It should be said that with the help of Ma Yuehui and the cheerleading team, Bei Yongkong's team, Chen Song successfully handled the core operations. Next, it was cleaning up. The thrombectomy just now was actually a kind of debridement skill, but it was a variant and derived operation. He did not expect it to be very successful. However, this also made Chen Song realize some shortcomings, and that was his craniocerebral anatomical structure and functional analysis were still a little lacking. The higher level of surgery was not only successful repair and pruning, but also the most important part, recovery. What kind of surgery could allow the tissues to recover better without damaging the tissues? This was a long-term process. It was the same as the digestive tract reconstruction technique, how to clean up the necrotic and unhealthy tissues so that the structure and function of the tissues could recover better was the core. For a moment, Chen Song suddenly remembered a sentence that an old man once said, the highest level a surgeon can achieve is to become an internist. Chen Song's cleaning was really meticulous. He tried his best to make it as clean as possible. After the normal saline solution cleaned up all the blood in the wound, the edge of the dura mater was sewn onto the temporalis muscle and the skull was gradually closed. The entire operation went smoothly. However, during the process of suturing the dura membrane, Chen Song once again felt the flexibility of his hands. The suture of the dura mater required the maintenance of intracranial pressure, so the suture also needed to be strong. This was also a job that tested neurosurgeons. Moreover, the depth of the surgery could not be felt through a laparoscopic surgery. Only a flat image could be transmitted through the screen. When one looked at a laparoscopic surgery, they could not feel the depth of the surgery. Therefore, even the slightest tremor would affect the surgical effect. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine what kind of situation Chen Song was in to complete the surgery. The patient's condition was relatively mild, so it was not too troublesome to deal with. Soon, the skull was closed. Chen Song thought about it and decided not to send Midi to the neurosurgery department for recovery. Instead, he decided to perform the surgery in the emergency department. When he thought of this, Chen Song said to Bei Yongkong, who was beside him, Department Director Bei, the patient will be monitored in the ICU. Please take care of her. Thank you for your hard work. When Bei Yongkong heard this, he finally felt his value and quickly nodded. No problem, Professor Chen. Don't worry. It was not until Chen Song left the operating theater to wash his hands that everyone realized how exciting the surgery was. The anesthesiologist glanced at Ma Yuehui. Professor Chen also knows how to perform neurosurgery? Why haven't I seen him before? When Ma Yuehui heard this, he immediately smiled mysteriously. Have you seen Chen Song not know how to perform surgery? This sentence stunned the anesthesiologist. In fact, the operating theater was a special department. Usually, the young nurses and anesthesiologists often chatted together. And Chen Song was the most important person they talked to. After hearing old Ma's words, everyone was stunned. They wanted to refute him, but they did not know what to say. Old Ma walked out of the operating theater mysteriously. It was as if Chen Song was awesome, and old Ma was awesome. Professor Chen's surgery is really amazing. Anesthesiologist Liao Su exclaimed. I've seen a lot of people perform neurological surgery, but to be honest, I've never seen anyone perform debridement better than Chen Song. After Liao Su finished speaking, everyone looked at him curiously. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Liao Su shook his head. Neurosurgery is different from other surgeries. You can tell at a glance. This means that today's surgery was the smoothest neurosurgery I've ever seen. I've never seen someone who can change instruments so easily in such a small space. He was so skillful and smooth, and he completed a surgery so cleanly. The nurse beside him could not help but ask, Department Director Liao, how is he compared to Xue Dong? As a celebrity in the neurosurgery department, Xue Dong was very popular. He was handsome, good at pretending, skilled, and had a good family background. With these conditions combined, it was easy to be a scumbag. After hearing this, Liao Su could not help but laugh. Xue Jingren might not be better than Professor Chen. He's nothing. After that, Liao Su glanced at the young nurses around him. After thinking for a while, he said, none of you are married. His child is 5 or 6 years old. Stay away from him. Liao Su was telling the truth. It was easy for the young nurses in the operating theater to idolize the chief surgeon. The hospital was a collective, and there were all kinds of people who said that doctors did not have affairs. The operating theater was also the place where gossip spread the most. At this moment, old Ma suddenly turned back and pointed at Mitty, who was still unconscious. He could not help but curse, Xue Dong is a beast in human clothing. Look at how beautiful this girl is. Hearing old Ma's words, Liao Su and several little nurses couldn't help but be stunned. Was this patient related to Xue Dong? Seeing that everyone was silent, old Ma could not help but say, how do you think such a young girl would have a cerebral hemorrhage? Let me tell you, the girl took birth control pills for Xue Dong for 3 years, which caused her progesterone and sex hormone secretion to be abnormal. Her blood was in a state of hypercoagulation for a long time, which caused the blockage of the superior sagittal sinus. The amount of information in old Ma's words was too much. How old was this little girl? 24 years old, taking birth control pills for more than 3 years. Was this something a person should do? Although the side effects of short-acting birth control pills were relatively small, how could she have taken them for so many years? Even the pharmaceutical company probably wouldn't have thought of such a beast, right? Hearing old Ma's words, everyone was silent. 3 or 4 young nurses suddenly felt that this person was particularly disgusting. Liao Su couldn't help but say, a few years ago, when Xue Dong first came to the hospital, he had been hiding the fact that he was married. After all, he was quite handsome and came from a rich family. Most importantly, he was very good at pretending. He was very kind to everyone he met and made friends. He was also very generous. At that time, he often flirted with some doctors in the hospital. Everyone didn't think much of it. Later, when I saw that he had an affair with the patients, I couldn't stand it. At that time, all kinds of monthly flirting were prevalent, and the atmosphere wasn't very good. Everyone just thought that this kid was a playboy and didn't say anything. After all, what did his personal life have to do with us? Then, 4 years ago, something finally happened. He impregnated a female pharmacist. At that time, the matter was in an uproar. That pharmacist insisted on making trouble for him, but Xue Jingren settled it. However, after this incident, everyone found out that Xue Dong was already married. Our secretary Yang and Shuedong's father, Shui Jingren, were old classmates. At that time, there was a public scholar exchange opportunity, so he went to Harvard Medical School. After coming back, he helped the hospital apply for 2 research projects and published several influential papers. It can be said that he has completely cleared his name. Speaking of which, although Shuedong is a bit of a jerk, his clinical skills are still very good. Speaking of this, Liaosu couldn't help but sneer, I didn't expect that a dog can't stop eating shit. He harmed another girl. This time, he was even more ruthless. After taking birth control pills for 3 years, he really did it. After that, Liaosu looked at the young nurses around him, you are too young. Don't lose out. Hearing Liaosu's words, the young nurses' faces changed. How many years had they been in the hospital? How would they know about this? After hearing Department Director Liao say so many things, they suddenly felt that the sanctimonious Shuedong was extremely disgusting. At this point, Liaosu couldn't help but say, so, even if he has great ability, I still look down on such a person. After the operation, Midi was sent to the intensive care unit. When Chen Song came out of the operating room, he saw that in addition to the nurse, Peng Zhen, there were 2 more middle-aged men waiting at the door. Seeing Chen Song come out, Peng Zhen hurriedly stood up and greeted him, Doctor, how is Miss Me? Chen Song comforted him. The operation went smoothly. He should be fine. After the 2 middle-aged men heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They held Chen Song's hand and said, Thank you, Dr. Chen. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known that this silly girl could do such a thing. The other older man also nodded and said in a deep voice, Doctor, will Mimi have any sequelae in the future? Chen Song was stunned and shook his head. The sequelae of the operation shouldn't be a big problem. After all, it's just a subdural injury. Not too much of the cerebral cortex was damaged. The amount of bleeding is okay. The older man shook his head and said with a sigh, I'm talking about the medicine. Is it serious? Seeing Chen Song in a daze, the 2 quickly introduced themselves, Oh. Sorry, Dr. Chen, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Midi's uncle. This is her uncle. Midi's father is my younger brother. After receiving the call yesterday, we rushed to the capital in a hurry. In the end, we still have to wait until now. We originally thought that Mimi just came to the capital to start a business, but we didn't expect, it's also our fault. After our second brother passed away, we didn't care about Mimi. When Chen Song heard that they were Midi's family members, he was relieved. I think we still need to observe her for a long time. After all, it's more troublesome to deal with her current state of high coagulation. After listening to Chen Song's words, the 2 middle-aged men nodded and said, Okay, Dr. Chen, we'll do it according to your method. We're here this time to seek justice for Mimi. That's right. Do you really think that my daughter has no one to rely on? The 2 middle-aged men were really angry. However, looking at the 2 men in suits, they didn't look like ordinary people at all. Chen Song suddenly coughed. I don't know much about Shuedong's situation. I only know that he's a neurosurgeon. His father is Shui Jingren, from Tiantan Hospital. His wife. There are 3 of them in the family. In the past, he made a pharmacist pregnant. It said that the pharmaceutical company, Chen Song told them in detail what he heard from Shuedong in the office just now. After that, he sighed. I'm sorry, I really don't know Shuedong very well. I can't help much. Ma Yuehui's legs went soft after hearing these words. Although it was very satisfying, but... Do you really not know him, Chen Song? This brat was truly mischievous. Thinking of this, Ma Yuehui felt that maybe he should be nicer to Chen Song. If he provoked this kid in the future, he could sell him out completely. Even the 2 middle-aged men were stunned. They looked at each other and were a little surprised. Then, they quickly shook Chen Song's hand with both hands. Thank you so much, Dr. Chen. You're really a good person. Chen Song quickly waved his hand. No, I really don't know Shuedong. I only saw that he only had 2 mobile phones today. I don't remember the unlock password very clearly. It seems to be 271921. It should be like this. Chen Song's eyesight was really good. He had dealt with Shui Dong today, so he naturally found his two mobile phones. Because he was wearing gloves, there was no way to unlock them. He accidentally saw Shui Dong's password. Chen Song really didn't mean it. After that, Chen Song sighed. Well, you guys go ahead. I won't disturb you. The two middle-aged men were suddenly stunned. Dr. Chen, I can't thank you enough. This is my business card. Let's keep in touch in the future. Chen Song shook his head, took the business card and walked forward. Miyu Culture Media Company, Limited, Miyu. Chen Song was stunned. It turned out to be a media company. While talking, Chen Song strode forward. Uncle Chen, what's my phone password? 801231. After Chen Song finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned. No, I'm just talking nonsense. Mai Weihui was suddenly stunned. His face was full of fear. He felt that he had been caught red-handed. For a moment, he felt very insecure. P.S. Begging for monthly votes, making a scene and begging for monthly votes. We're almost in 6th place. Ding. Surgery completed. Chain mission completed. Reward obtained, neurological diagnosis, perfect level. While Chen Song was walking, the system's notification sounded, making Chen Song jolt. From today onwards, I, Chen Song, am awesome. His footsteps were also a little more sloppy. That's right. From now on, Chen Song had finally stepped into the field of being a top student. And he had obtained perfect diagnosis in an instant. Mai Weihui, who was behind him, pretended to change the password on his phone as if nothing had happened, but he was afraid that he would forget the password. Thinking of this, old Ma suddenly felt very troubled. Looking at Chen Song in front of him, Mai Weihui suddenly thought of something and strode forward a few steps. Chen Song, by the way, there's something important I have to tell you. Leader Ma, I really don't know your password. Chen Song said seriously. I was just guessing. 801,121. Ma Yuehui's expression suddenly changed. He had just F*King changed it. How the hell did you know? For a moment, old Ma felt that he seemed to be dominated by Chen Song. There was no privacy at all. Uncle Chen, let's discuss something? Old Ma felt that he really had forgotten all the passwords except for the lunar and solar calendars, so he decided to compromise. Chen Song stopped in his tracks. Tell me about it. Mai Weihui quickly said, this year's Wang Zhongqing Neurosurgeon Award is about to start. Neurosurgeons from all over the country are recommending it. That bastard Shui Dong has a good chance this year. Chen Song was stunned. What do you mean? Mai Weihui patted his butt. That's right. What I mean is, you go. As long as you go, what does he have to do? Chen Song saw that old Ma trusted him and nodded. Yes. I forgot the password. When will the recommendation be held? Chen Song himself had a gold mission. He had obtained the Wang Zhongqing China Neurosurgeon Award. Although the requirement was within 3 years. But what if he was outstanding enough to complete it within a year? Therefore, Chen Song was also full of curiosity about this matter. Mai Weihui herself was a member of the Society of Neurosurgeons, so naturally, she knew this very well. The Wang Zhongqing China Neurosurgeon Annual Award could be regarded as the highest honor for neurosurgeons. It was selected once a year, including 1 Lifetime Achievement Award, 2 Academic Achievement Awards, and 5 Young Doctor Awards. It had been successfully held 7 times so far. Mai Weihui knew that with Chen Song's personality, it was impossible for him to not be interested. He smiled and said, every year, the Society of Neurosurgery will hold a mid-year meeting around July or August. At this meeting, everyone will nominate some people. Chen Song stretched out his hand and calculated the time. There were still more than 2 months. I'm not a member of the Academy of Neurosurgery yet. Mai Weihui rolled her eyes. Don't you know who you are? The chairman of the Chinese Medical Association, the vice president of the Society of General Surgery, and the vice president of the Society of Cardiac Surgery. If you want to enter the neurosurgery department, you can do it with just 1 word. When Chen Song heard old Ma's words, he suddenly felt that he was really quite amazing. The way he walked was even more arrogant. At this time, Chen Song's phone rang. Professor Chen, a doctor in the neurosurgery department wants to learn your surgery video. Is it convenient to copy it? Du Liuxiang, the head nurse of the operating theater, asked directly after answering the phone. After Chen Song heard it, he thought for a moment and knew what had happened. The person who was most curious about his surgery was Xue Dong. This junior doctor probably wanted to ask Xue Dong for the video. However, Chen Song still smiled at the head nurse's initiative to show goodwill. Thank you, head nurse. Du Liuxiang heard Chen Song's gratitude and could not help but laugh. It's okay. Your surgery video can't be spread around, so I have to help you check it. Chen Song smiled. Head nurse Du, you're so considerate. It's okay. Give it to him. We can exchange and learn from each other. Du Liuxiang nodded. Well, okay. Professor Chen, you're really magnanimous. Then I'll leave you to your work. I'll just let you know. Chen Song smiled and thanked her. Then, he hung up the phone. After old Ma heard it, he suddenly clicked his tongue in envy. Ah. This society is so realistic. Head nurse Du actually called you to help you protect the surgery video. Good job. Chen Song, no. I can't call you that in the future. I have to call you Professor Chen. Old Ma looked at Chen Song and could not help but laugh jokingly. Chen Song did not know why, but when Old Ma called him Professor Chen, it sounded like Teacher Chen and Mao Zedong. Okay, you should call me Chen Song. Xiao Chen is fine. Chen Song quickly shook his head. Indeed, in general, most people turned a blind eye to the surgery video in the operating theater. As the head nurse, Du Liuxiang should be the first to come into contact with this. Moreover, the power of the head nurse in the operating theater should not be underestimated. It could be said that the income of most of the head nurses in the operating theater was not lower than that of some department directors. Some of the nurses in the operating theater earned more than the doctors. The medical consumables in the operating theater of a tertiary grade A hospital were in the millions. Most of the head nurses in the operating theater of hospitals were in a very important position. They were not ordinary people who could go anywhere. Moreover, if a surgeon wanted to arrange a surgery, he could not avoid the head nurse. If the patient did not arrive at the scheduled time, it was possible that the surgery would be cancelled directly. It was even more so for the surgery video. Many surgeons tried their best to please Du Liuxiang just to get a copy of the video. However, Du Liuxiang was a smart person. She knew human relationships very well. Who was Chen Song? He was someone who even dared to criticize Director Wu in his face. Moreover, after criticizing him, Director Wu had to apologize. Moreover, Chen Song had two heavyweight followers by his side. Whether it was Su Ziming or He Jiqian, they were both extremely respectful to Chen Song. Although he was a postgraduate student, if anyone underestimated Chen Song, it would be a big deal. Old Ma's expression suddenly changed and he quickly said, Song I think that the person who asked for the video is definitely not a junior neurosurgeon. Chen Song immediately turned his head and stared at Old Ma. It was not because of his question, but because of the way he addressed him. Could it be that Song said this smoothly? Chen Song was helpless. Well, it's probably Xue Dong who wants it. When Old Ma heard this, he said, Are you stupid? Do you know that he wants to return it? Chen Song could not help but shake his head. I want to give it to him because I know. Old Ma saw Chen Song's expression and could not help but be stunned. You mean, suddenly, Old Ma recalled Chen Song's surgery video and suddenly clapped his hands. He suddenly understood. Old Ma looked at Chen Song's expression and suddenly felt that it was too bad. Although this kid looked honest, he did not expect him to have so many bad thoughts. However, thinking of Xue Dong's expression, Old Ma felt satisfied. TSK, Teacher Song, you're so thoughtful. Chen Song was stunned. How many times have I changed my name in a day? Old Ma could not help but praise. If Xue Dong watched the whole video, he would definitely be shocked. Could Chen Song's surgery video be watched by ordinary people? After all, there were too many experts in this field. Normal surgeons did not have the heart to compete with others. They only wanted to learn from the start. However, if a genius like Xue Dong watched it, his heart would definitely collapse. Indeed, Chen Song's surgery video was definitely a genius killer. When the digestive tract reconstruction technology was first introduced, Ford from Mayo Medical Center fled after watching Chen Song's surgery. This kind of crushing absolutely ignored the rank. And the more powerful you were, the more you would realize the profoundness and subtlety of Chen Song's surgery and the more obvious the shock you would receive. Originally, you thought you knew enough about the surgery. After watching Chen Song's surgery video, you would realize that you knew nothing. The more Old Ma thought about it, the more he looked forward to Shui Dong's expression today. Shui Dong, this kid, deserves it. Old Ma could not help but grin. After Midi's uncle learned that the surgery was successful, they left. Seeing Midi like this, the two uncles felt very guilty. They felt that they had failed their brother and did not take good care of Midi. Now that she was bullied, they naturally had to get back at her. On the other hand, although Miyu Culture Media Company Limited was in Shenzhen and Guangzhou, they also had some connections and resources in the capital. Miyu found a friend on the same day, explained some things, and then began to make arrangements. In the neurosurgery office. After the junior doctor asked for the video back, he did not directly give it to Shui Dong. Instead, he waited until lunchtime. Everyone was idle in the office and many people did not go home. After all, their homes were relatively far from the hospital. They could not make it back in time, so most of them had lunch in the hospital office at noon and went to the duty room or even the office to rest and nap. At this time, the young doctor deliberately said, "When I went to the operating room today, I saw Chen Song in the emergency department perform a subdural hematoma removal. I copied it from the head nurse. Do you want to see it?" At this time, Hongxing heard about Chen Song's surgery. He frowned and asked, "Didn't I ask Director Shui Dong?" Shui Dong smiled. "Dr. Chen may think that he can do it himself." This sentence immediately stunned everyone around. They couldn't help but laugh and make a joke. Director Shui, you is right. Yes, Professor Chen is amazing, but our neurosurgery department is an independent system. Even if Professor Chen is talented, he is too young. Speaking of Chen Song, everyone in the office became lively. To be honest, it's good if Professor Chen is proficient in neurosurgery. If there are any projects, we can learn from him, a middle-aged man said. Yes, the progress of the discipline really can't be separated from these geniuses. Look at how good the cardiac surgery department is now. It's said that a cardiac surgery base is going to be built in the West Building. Well, Lu Quan and the other young chief physicians have also started to do freelance surgeries all over the country. I see that Director Gao is also giving lectures everywhere in his circle of friends. I'm so envious. Seeing his colleagues around him switch sides to Chen Song one by one, Shui Dong was stunned. F***ck, this is not the script, okay, you are my colleagues. Shouldn't you praise me? Hearing the people around him praising Chen Song, Shui Dong really didn't feel good. He was excellent enough to have such achievements at such a young age. Moreover, this year's Wang Zhongqing Neurosurgeon Award was also a sure thing. But even so, he was still far behind Chen Song. This made Shui Dong feel a little jealous of Chen Song. At this time, the young doctor said with a smile, "However, this Dr. Chen is really competent. Director Shui is this year's Wang Zhongqing Award recipient. He's going to perform the surgery himself." Another doctor around also nodded. Well, there are specializations in the field. Being good at general surgery and being good at neurosurgery are two different things. Hurry up and turn on the surgery. It's just right to eat. The young doctor turned on the big TV and inserted the portable hard drive. The video began to play not long after. In fact, there was really no beauty in neurosurgery. After all, the sound of the electric drill and saw was really scary. However, a special species like doctors seem to have changed their aesthetics long ago. Just as the fast forward was about to open the dura, the video officially began to play. Not bad, this hole just reaches the epidural. This Dr. Chen's hands are really steady. Well, this is basically solid. The vibration of the electric drill was relatively strong. Even with a buffer, the hand really could not shake. Just by looking at the electric drill, everyone could not help but feel a little more confident and expectant. On the other hand, Shui Dong could not help but frown. He did not expect Chen Song to really know how to perform neurosurgery. On the other hand, after opening the path, the dura was cut open. After looking through the lens to see the blockage and bleeding of the superior sagittal sinus, as well as the hematoma and necrotic tissue, everyone immediately quieted down. This surgery was a little difficult. For a moment, everyone looked at the surgery seriously. At this time, they found that Xianxia was holding an aspirator in one hand and a microscalpel in the other. When they saw that he was cutting and sucking at the same time, they were all stunned. All of them widened their eyes in surprise. This is too amazing, isn't it? The coordination of his hands is so good. TSK, TSK, TSK. These hands are natural surgical hands. Everyone sighed with emotion from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, Shuidong's hands were crossed in front of his chest, but his fists were already clenched tightly. How good would it be if these hands were his? He could tell at a glance that Xianxia's left and right hand coordination skills were good. Compared to other surgeries, neurosurgery had higher requirements for the chief surgeon because many operations needed to be completed by one person. And a pair of nimble and well-coordinated hands was definitely a great weapon. Shuidong took a deep breath, and his face was gloomy. However, of course, he did not know that Xianxia had just started, and he had already been defeated. As expected, when the surgery continued, the surrounding doctors could not help but be envious. These hands were really too dexterous. The coordination of the fiber scalpel and the scraper allowed Xianxia to clean up the necrotic tissue with ease. What kind of hands were these? The surgery continued. The office was completely quiet. Everyone stared at the surgery on the big screen. Even the food in their bowls was no longer fragrant. At this moment, Hongxing suddenly frowned and said, the sense of space is too good, isn't it? It was only then that everyone suddenly realized that Xianxia was performing a surgery under a microscope. Suddenly, the doctors' hearts skipped a beat. That's right. They just realized that this was not a direct surgery, but a surgery under a microscope. There was no sense of depth when performing a surgery under a laparoscope. It was simply too difficult to maintain such precision and smoothness when cleaning up the wound. This debridement technique is too amazing. Yes, at least I can't compare. Hongxing could not help but say, not to mention everyone here, I don't think even our department director can have such a sense of operation. Indeed. After Shuidong heard this, his clenched hands trembled. Hongxing's words were equivalent to directly comparing him. It meant that everyone present should not compare themselves to Xianxia. Even the department director might not be as good as him. After hearing this, Shuidong felt a lot of unwillingness in his heart. In fact, this clearly meant that he and Xianxia were not at the same level. There was no need to compare. This was something that even a fool could see. Although the surgery was just an ordinary debridement treatment, every detail was handled very vividly and perfectly. For a moment, everyone began to look forward to the follow-up surgery. Soon, when the necrotic tissue was almost cleaned up, Xianxia began to think about how to deal with the blockage of the superior sagittal sinus. Just as everyone was full of anticipation, Xianxia suddenly picked up a fiber scalpel and directly pierced through the tissue's nerves and blood vessels. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. For a moment, they began to feel uneasy. Professor Chen was too bold. He directly inserted a scalpel into it. What was he doing? Hongxing's eyes suddenly lit up. He understood the patient's condition. After seeing this scene, Hongxing was a little curious. Didn't they say that they would use a bypass surgery? What was he doing? Suddenly, he thought of something and immediately said, Xianxia is going to dissolve the thrombus. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. He immediately raised his head to look at the operation. Xianxia was going to directly perform thrombolytic treatment on the embolus. But wasn't the risk too high, using a scalpel to pass between blood vessels and nerves? It was truly a case of the skilled and daring. Amazing. Isn't Professor Chen too awesome? Hongxing was still a little curious. Why don't we use bypass surgery? They should have considered the possibility that the patient's arteries might be blocked again, right? Maybe it's because, for a moment, everyone began to explain for Xianxia. If Xianxia was present, he would definitely blush and say shyly, actually, it's because I don't know how to. However, even if Xianxia said it, no one would believe it. The surgery continued, but it seemed that the blood clot had not dissolved yet. For a moment, everyone was worried. At this time, Chen Song directly took the long-legged tweezers and absorber and began to operate. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Remove the embolus? That's right. Thrombosis was very clear. That's way too bold. For a moment, Chen Song changed the surgical method again, and everyone was stunned. The operating space is limited. How can one person do it? No, look at Professor Chen's hands. Damn. Aren't his hands too agile? Thrombolytic plus embolus removal, very creative. Seeing the next scene, Shui Dong stood up immediately. He widened his eyes and looked at this unbelievable scene. For a long time, he did not say a word. Chen Song's surgery was like a blow to Shui Dong. The gap was too big. It was so big that Shui Dong was not worthy of being Chen Song's opponent. While everyone was sighing, Shui Dong felt his whole body trembling. A chill seeped from his bones and spread down his back, sending chills down his spine. He could no longer watch Chen Song's surgery. He got up and ran out. He had a strong desire to escape the scene and not watch Chen Song's surgery. Everyone turned to look at Shui Dong and ignored him. After arriving at the on-call room, Shui Dong quickly washed the sweat on his face with cold water, only to find that his temples were wet. He quickly washed his face with cold water, trying to get rid of Chen Song's surgery in his mind. However, no matter how he shook his head, Chen Song's surgery was like a nightmare, lingering in his mind. Shui Dong sat on the bed dispiritedly and muttered to himself, "This is impossible, impossible." The more jealous he was, the more painful it was. The more Shui Dong hated Chen Song, the more torment he brought. He was not stupid. He clearly realized that Chen Song's surgery was better than his and even his father's. It was basically impossible for him to surpass him. Suddenly, he thought of this year's Wang Zhongqing Doctor Award. No, he could not let Chen Song join. His father, Shui Jingren, was the president of the association. He could definitely refuse Chen Song's participation. However, at this moment, his phone rang. Shui Dong picked up his phone and wanted to answer the call, but he felt that his hands were trembling. At this moment, Shui Dong was stunned. He quickly threw his phone away and did not care who it was. Because his hands were trembling. What kind of thing was this? For a surgeon, trembling hands was equivalent to directly crippling his career. Shui Dong was really panicking at this moment. Countless faces kept flashing in his mind. What was going on? Why were his hands trembling? He was really scared. After a long time, Shui Dong was on the verge of collapse when his hands stopped trembling, but he was also scared. What if his hands trembled during the surgery? For a moment, Shui Dong sat on the bed in the on-call room and stared at the ceiling, but his eyes were dull. However, at this moment, his phone rang again. Shui Dong picked up his phone and was stunned for a moment. It was the girl he had recently asked out. She was a university student and was more obedient than Mitty. What's wrong? I miss you. I'm at work. What about tonight? Shui Dong shook his head. I have something to do. He was not in the mood now. See you tonight. I miss you. I booked a room at Kempinski. You can come over and take your camera. Shui Dong was stunned. Okay. Okay, I'll wait for you. Darling, I have a surprise for you tonight. After that, she hung up the phone. Shui Dong sat there for a long time in silence. When he went to work in the afternoon, Shui Dong was in a daze. Chen Song's surgery was too big a blow to him. It was not easy for him to get off work. He hurriedly got up, changed his clothes, and went downstairs to get his car. Today was his wife's birthday, but it did not affect him. P.S. Thank you to Looking Back Bleak Sunless and I Have a Friend for their 10,000 tips. Thank you, comrades, in the monthly votes. After Shui Dong left the hospital, he didn't drive directly to the hotel. Instead, he ordered flowers and cakes and sent them home. After he went back, he changed into home clothes and slippers. He put on a relaxed posture and said to his wife with a smile, "Honey, I'll cook today. Show me what I can do." Then he went into the kitchen with a smile. Shui Dong's wife said with a smile, "Oh, you work so hard every day. Don't be too tired. Let me do it." Shui Dong looked at his wife gently and said, "It's okay. Go and open a bottle of red wine to sober up." After Shui Dong finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang when he was in the bathroom. Seeing this, his wife said, "Honey, your phone is ringing." Shuedong smiled and said loudly, "Honey, who is it? Help me answer it and see what's going on. I can't leave here." His wife picked up the phone and looked at it. "It's Director Zhao." Shuedong nodded knowingly. "Oh. Director Zhao is on duty today. Ask him what's going on." However, the phone was hung up before it was connected. Then a text message was sent. "Director Shui, there are 2 operations tonight. They are more difficult. I may need your help. I'm afraid I can't handle it." After his wife saw it, she read it out directly. "Honey, Director Zhao has 2 operations in the hospital. It's more troublesome. He needs your help." Shuedong's wife was also a college classmate. Her father-in-law was a famous Chinese medicine doctor in Dongximen. They were well-matched in social status. Now she was in the endocrinology department of Dongximen. She was the backbone of the department. She was busy on weekdays. Most of the time, their children were at their grandparents' house or their grandparents' house. Shuedong was in the bathroom. Hearing his wife's words, he said directly, "Send him a message and tell him that I have something to do tonight. I can't go." After that, Shuedong couldn't help complaining, "My wife is so busy every day. I don't have time to accompany her. I must accompany you today. I don't have to do any work. Besides, I'm not the only one in the department. The department can't operate without me." Speaking of this, his wife could not help but comfort him, "Well, husband, don't throw a tantrum. You are the backbone of the department, and this year is more important. Strive to win the Wang Zhongqing Young Doctor Award this year. It doesn't matter what your birthday is." Shuedong had just come out of the bathroom. He looked at his wife with a helpless expression and said, "You go to your parents' place first. I'll send you there and bring the cake. Celebrate your birthday first. I'll come and find you when I come back." His wife nodded. "Okay." After Shuedong finished speaking, he suddenly asked curiously, "Honey, where's the camera? I've been preparing to do a project recently, so I can take some pictures back." When his wife heard this, she did not doubt him. Instead, she believed him even more. After packing up, Shuedong settled his wife in his father-in-law's house. Seeing that Shuedong was so busy, his father-in-law encouraged him, "It's okay. As doctors, this is how it is. Do your best." The children also laughed happily and cheered, "Do your best." Shuedong had just gotten into the car when his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was the university student. "I brought my little sister today. Let's play together." Shy face. JPG. After saying that, he sent back 2 photos on WeChat. It was a cute girl wearing a JK shirt. Suddenly, Shuedong's heart thumped wildly. It was difficult to suppress the desire in his heart. When he passed by the pharmacy, he bought some small pills. Then, he drove to the hospital impatiently. After arriving at the hospital, he parked the car and took a taxi directly to the hotel. Shuedong was very experienced. He never found it troublesome. As a surgeon, he had a good grasp of the details. Before entering the hotel, he had a calm appearance. However, after knocking on the door and seeing the 2 of them, Shuedong's blood vessels suddenly spurted out. Between the 2 of them, one was very sexy and the other was cute in the style of a Japanese high school girl. However, the girl said, "This is my little sister. She's here to play with me. Let's go to the arcade? There's one nearby." Shuedong smiled. "Why go to the arcade? Don't you know what I want to play?" As he spoke, he pounced on the 2 of them. Shuedong suddenly said, "Wait, I've set up the camera." "No. Help." Shuedong sneered. "Role-playing? Very good." The pills had already begun to take effect. At this moment, the girl suddenly resisted more violently. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Help." The girl's screams became more and more intense, and Shuedong became more and more excited. However, at this moment, the door was suddenly slammed open. 7 or 8 men hurriedly ran in, everyone took out their cameras and began to take pictures. In addition, 3 tall and powerful men ran in and directly confiscated Xue Dong's camera and mobile phone. Xue Dong was dumbfounded by his actions. The 2 girls were crying, and their clothes were torn apart. Sob sob, help. Beast. I'm not even 18 years old. How old is my little sister? My little sister is only a junior high school student, okay? I came here to play together. You came in and raped us? You pervert, this is my little sister. She's not even 14 years old. Xue Dong was dumbfounded by his words, however, he was stunned, but it didn't mean that the evidence of the crime on him had to be covered. The originally young Xue Dong was in good condition with the help of Shidi's pills. He suddenly understood that today. He was set up. What should he do? What should he do? Xue Dong suppressed the nervousness in his heart and trembled all over. He knew that he had encountered the legendary immortal trap. Yes, just as Xue Dong was about to speak, a tall man directly stepped forward and slapped Xue Dong's face without mercy. The man next to him also slapped him. These 2 slaps were so strong that Xue Dong fell directly to the ground, dizzy. Both of his cheeks instantly swelled up. Blood also oozed out from his gums. Miyu was really trembling with anger. This scumbag, beast, it was him who ruined his little sister. When he was about to take action, his brother hurriedly stopped him. Calm down, calm down. Xue Dong was also awakened. He slowly stood up and looked at the people around him and the mess on the bed. He slowly said, brothers, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Today's matter is all my fault. Tell me, what should I do? Money, right? How much? I'll do my best. A girl on the bed screamed heartbreakingly, money. Is money useful? I'll sue you. I'll arrest you. This is my little sister, okay? She came to play with me and you did such a beastly thing. Xue Dong was stunned. Damn, when you said play, was it really play, not adult play? Could it be that I was mistaken? The female university student was crying, and the little girl was trembling in her arms. He had to admit that her acting skills were excellent. Miyu glanced at the little girl and suddenly felt that her acting skills were good. He could train her well in the company. Xue Dong was a little flustered now. He tried to calm himself down. Now he was wearing shorts and looking at the cameras around. He knew that he was going to be cheated. It was not the first time for him and the girl to come here. She even came here with some of her friends before. So, Xue Dong instinctively thought that it was the same as before. Xue Dong was very generous. He came from a well-off family and had a high income. He was very generous to the girl. 100,000 yuan. Delete the photos and let's call it a day. Xue Dong looked at the middle-aged man. He admitted his defeat. It was completely unnecessary for this kind of thing. Miyu was unmoved. Xue Dong couldn't help but say, 300,000 yuan. If you don't agree, then I really can't do anything. Miyu suddenly froze and pretended to be at a loss. He couldn't help but say, sorry, I don't understand what you were talking about. Xue Dong sneered, badger game, right? Brothers, don't hurt each other if you want money. Before Xue Dong's voice died away, Miyu suddenly froze, sorry, I don't know these 2 girls at all. We were just shooting next door and happened to hear someone crying for help, so we had to break in. Badger game, haha, you think too simply. Badger game was illegal. Miyu's family was so big that he naturally couldn't play this kind of childish game. Moreover, Xue Dong's father was the president of the Academy of Neurosurgery. How could he not know some big leaders, so Miyu wouldn't leave any evidence? I didn't expect that someone would come here to rape in broad daylight. After that, Miyu said to the 2 girls, don't be afraid. We have evidence in our hands. The law will protect you. This kind of person must be severely punished. After that, Miyu said to a man next to him who looked like a bodyguard, get ready to call the police and let them handle it. At this time, Xue Dong suddenly became confused. Suddenly, he started to panic. Not for money, who did he offend? Xue Dong thought for a long time but still couldn't remember. Wait. Wait. Don't call the police. Brothers, I was wrong. I'll do anything you want me to do. Don't call the police. Xue Dong said quickly. We're friends. We're just playing around. Please don't misunderstand, right? Shuedong said to the girl on the bed. The university student did not deny it. Indeed, if they really wanted to investigate, they were indeed related. Therefore, she said directly, I didn't expect you to be such a person. It's true that I like you, and I have no problem giving myself to you. But, you can't force yourself on me. The point is, how old is my sister? She's not even 14 years old yet. She's just here to play with me. I want you to bring us around. It's her first time in the capital, so she's not familiar with it. I've sent you a clear message on WeChat. I didn't think that after you came in, you would do something worse than a beast. Fortunately, I have the help of all of you big brothers. Otherwise, my sister and I would have been in trouble today. Woo-woo, the girl cried with great emotion, while the little girl beside her was shivering. When Shuedong heard the girl's words, he was suddenly stunned. He felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. Shocking thunder was still underage, a 14-year-old girl was forced to sleep with him, this was bad. The girl's words were completely consistent with all the evidence, including the chat records. He was in a relationship with the girl, so it wasn't considered rape. Even if he was being blackmailed, he could still find clues. It didn't constitute a crime, after all. Did she really think that he, Shuedong, was a pushover? But this 14-year-old girl had directly become the knife that was placed on his neck. A 14-year-old girl was a young girl. No matter what kind of relationship they had, or the intention to have, it was very serious. Moreover, if this were to spread, it would definitely explode. Thinking of this, Shuedong felt a chill deep in his soul. He had goosebumps all over his body, his hands began to tremble. This trap was flawless. He couldn't find any reason to refute it. Because ever since he entered the room, what he did was no different from rape. What should he do? At this moment, Shuedong couldn't care less about his trembling hands. He was going to jail. If he were to go through the legal channels, he would be sentenced to at least 3 years. At most, he would be sentenced to death. Thinking of this, Shuedong's mind went blank. After a while, Shuedong fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed repeatedly on the ground. I was wrong. Big brothers, please spare me. 1 million, no. 2 million. Let me go. 2 million is fine. If it's not enough, we can discuss. Shuedong had broken down and incoherently begged to be let go. Lily, tell me quickly. This is a misunderstanding. I'll give you money. You can have as much as you want. This is a misunderstanding. Shuedong began to beg the girl. However, no one paid attention to him. At this time, Shuedong still didn't understand that he was really in trouble today. Miyu didn't say a word. He just quietly began to copy the things in his phone, including some private photos, communication messages, abandoning his girlfriend, adultery, and so on. After seeing it, Miyu felt a chill all over his body. He thought that he found private photos of his niece, Mi-di, in one of the phones. This son of a bitch. In addition to Mi-di, there were many others. If these photos were to be released, how many girls would be ruined? The more he looked, the angrier Miyu became. Miyu's camera recorded clearly about Miyu's beastly behavior after he came in. Lily on the bed was crying bitterly. The little girl was trembling. Shuedong kowtowed. You scum. Miyu couldn't help but kick him directly. After that, Miyu took out Shuedong's certificate and information and couldn't help but say, oh, you're a young famous doctor. Outstanding young man? After that, Miyu said to the staff behind him, tonight's newspapers, Weibo, websites, WeChat, UC, and so on, release the news directly. A well-known neurosurgeon in the capital, a young famous doctor, cheated on nearly 100 women after marriage and took private photos as blackmail. Remember to add pictures. Hearing Miyu's words, Shuedong was stunned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. He quickly said, let me go. You're illegally detaining me. I'll sue you for extortion and framing. He had already seen that they were trying to frame him, and it was not even illegal. Miyu nodded, wait a moment, the police will be here soon. After that, the phone was connected. Miyu said directly, hello, is this the police station? This is the Kempinski Hotel. Someone here is suspected of rape and has been arrested. After hanging up the phone, Miyu stared straight at Shui Dong. We're just acting bravely for a just cause. After that, he sneered, cell phone, this is the evidence. Tut, 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 what a playboy. I really don't know if your parents, wife, and family know about this. Forget it, I'd better go there myself. Where's your wife? At your father's house, right? Oh, he's texting himself. That's amazing. P.S. Thanks to Black After White for the 10,000 tip, thank you, the chapter order is wrong again, but just ignore it. Acting bravely for a just cause. After hearing this sentence, Shui Dong realized that this person's level of shamelessness was even higher than his. This was clearly a trap, but he jumped in like a retard. Play together, play together. How could adults play in a hotel? Shui Dong really couldn't suppress the anger in his chest. Who the hell are you? Miyu and the others sneered, Chaoyang people. The words Chaoyang people made Shui Dong unable to recover for a long time. This was not the time for a war of words. Shui Dong was helpless now. Did he really have to wait for the police to come? He was caught red-handed. The stolen goods were now with him, and now he was in high spirits. Even if Shui Dong's heart was now dead, this criminal evidence was very strong standing there. He was really caught red-handed. When the police came, he couldn't explain clearly. The charge of rape would definitely be established, and there was a 14-year-old girl. For a moment, Shui Dong didn't kneel anymore. He stood up and directly kicked the surrounding tables, throwing things everywhere. He was like a crazy person. Who are you? Why are you doing this to me? We're just taking what we need, don't you think it's too much? Did I offend you? I didn't commit a crime. After that, Shui Dong stared at the college students with a ferocious face and shouted, how much money did I give you? Are you still not satisfied? Don't you have any stains? You're all bastards. I'm immoral, but did I break the law? I didn't force them. They did it willingly. I don't believe that other men don't want to cheat, that's because they have no money, no ability, no ability. What did I do to you? Shui Dong was now close to madness, his whole spirit was in an unstable state, and he could say anything. Today's successive stimulations made this outstanding young man like a proud son of heaven suddenly spurred by life, and he was not mentally prepared at all. Even his psychological defense line collapsed directly. Chen Song's surgical skills directly reduced the dimension of the attack, which made Shui Dong collapse. It wasn't easy for him to adjust himself, and just when he needed to release and vent, he was caught red-handed. At this time, Shui Dong stood there, and it was difficult to maintain a human appearance, let alone a demeanor. His words were getting worse and worse, he had already lost his composure. However, there was no pity in Miyu's eyes. This kind of person was scum. These photos were taken after the girl had fallen asleep. You say she was willing? What a load of nonsense. The naked evidence was right there in front of them. At this moment, the staff behind her suddenly said, Boss me, look at this. As he spoke, he pulled out some of the chat logs. Come and accompany me tonight. I have something to do. I can't go. If you don't come, I'll post the photos online. There were many similar chat records. Miyu forced himself to calm down, but he really wanted to hit someone. This guy was worse than a beast. Soon, the police arrived. Everyone was taken away. Miyu and the others were very calm because they had a filming assignment today, and it was at Kempinski. They had ample evidence. Miyu had been preparing for the whole day. That night, the police station directly notified Shui Dong's family. The family, who were celebrating their birthday happily, suddenly quieted down when they learned that Shui Dong was suspected of rape. At the same time, Shui Dong's father had just finished a meeting and came out of the pharmaceutical company when he received a call. After hearing the news, Shui Jingren was completely stunned. Shui Jingren, who was close to 60 and was about to retire, suddenly became much older. He opened his mouth to speak, but after a long time, he could not say anything. His in-laws called, but Shui Jingren was too ashamed to answer. It was said that it was the father's fault for not teaching his son well, but his son was already 35 or 36 years old. How could he blame himself? He had to walk his own path in life. How long could his parents take care of him? Shui Jingren sat on a stone by the roadside and smoked one cigarette after another. Shui Jingren originally thought that he was proud and that he would inherit his father's business and even surpass him. he was definitely an excellent neurosurgeon. In terms of being a person, Xue Jingren originally thought that his son was very successful and got along well with his leaders and friends. However, if it was not for the medicine generation incident 3 years ago, he would not have known that his son was such a person. At that time, he shamelessly went to apologize to his in-laws. He asked them to give Xue Dong a chance. How long had it been, raping a woman, could he do such a thing? At this moment, his wife's phone rang. Old Xue, something happened. Something big happened. Look, the news on the internet. I sent you a WeChat message. Take a look. His wife's voice was very hurried. She was a little flustered and incoherent. After Xue Jingren heard it, he only responded with an "Oh." Don't "oh." Take a look first. We'll talk after you've seen it. You have to save our son. He'll be sentenced. His future is ruined. We only have one son. Xue Jingren ignored her and hung up. He looked at the image on WeChat and hesitated for a moment before opening it. A young doctor in the capital, a neurosurgeon in the emergency medical center hospital, a famous doctor in the hospital, Xue Dong, faked a hospital surgery on his wife's birthday. He used 2 phones to fake the surgery. We accidentally found out from his mobile phone that this young doctor actively managed his time while he was busy with surgeries and work. He had been married for 6 years, but he had cheated on his wife more than 200 times, involving more than 100 people. He took photos as blackmail. It was shocking. More than 200 times, Xue Jingren felt his heart contract violently. It was very painful. He picked up the phone angrily and wanted to throw it on the ground. However, after hesitating for a long time, he only finished half of the cigarette in one breath and slowly spat it out. What a beast! Xue Jingren originally thought that it was only once or twice. This was understandable. Young people could not control themselves, but more than 200 times, looking at the chat history, he used photos to blackmail a woman into having sex with him. Xue Jingren suddenly could not help but laugh. As he laughed, tears flowed down his face. He squatted there and cried. In the eyes of the surrounding crowd, his dejected figure was just an ordinary old man. He cried very sadly. And also very desperately. He felt that he had been open and aboveboard all his life, but he had raised such a son. Why would he save such a person? He was just a beast. The phone rang. It was his wife. Xue Jingren picked up the phone. Without waiting for his wife to speak, his voice was hoarse with age and despair. Wife, just pretend that you don't have this son in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them cried. Their voices were sorrowful as if they had lost a son. Xue Dong was detained and waited for the court's decision. Xue Jingren asked for leave from the hospital and went to his in-law's house the next day. As soon as he entered the house, his in-law, who was ready to scold Xue Jingren, was shocked when he saw his old friend's hair turn gray overnight. He could only sigh. Xue Jingren didn't sleep that night. Half of his black hair, which he was proud of, turned gray the next day. This gave his wife a fright. Xue Jingren went to the police station last night and saw Xue Dong. He even talked and laughed with the director of the police station. He was very cooperative and the director was also respectful to Xue Jingren. Xue Jingren knew the minister of the Ministry of Public Security. At that time, the minister's mother's brain tumor operation was done by him and it was very successful. Xue Jingren also knew the big boss of the Ministry of Justice. Many of their relatives asked Xue Jingren for help and it was also very successful. He also knew the director of the procuratorate, the judge, and many powerful big shots. He saved the contact information of many directors, and ministers in his mobile phone. Xue Dong knew these. After seeing his father, Xue Dong was very excited, but Xue Jingren was very calm. Dad. You must save me. I was framed. You have to believe me. By the way, the person who framed me is called me you. He must have something to do with me D. Me D is in the emergency department of the emergency center hospital. And Chen Song. It must be Chen Song who told him. At this time, Xue Dong also figured out the development of the matter. It was me who set the trap for me. You have to believe me. Xue Jingren looked down at Xue Dong's lower body. The drug hasn't worn off yet. Drink more water and your metabolism will be faster. Xue Jingren didn't want to see his son in such a sorry state. Xue Dong was stunned for a moment. He sat on the ground decadently and cried. Xue Jingren got up and left without saying anything. Xue Dong was stunned for a moment and shouted heartbreakingly, "Dad, save me. I want to be a famous doctor. I can't waste my youth in prison." Xue Jingren paused and didn't look back. He said lightly, "Learn how to be a good man first." Xue Dong was stunned and his whole person collapsed. Seeing his father like this, he naturally knew that his father had given up. That won't do, his father was his only hope now. He knew a lot of important people who could help him. He could even find Miyu and take revenge. He could definitely do it. Xue Dong shouted, "Dad, I'm your only son. I can." Xue Jingren said lightly, "I really don't want to have a son like you." That being said, Xue Jingren still had a lot of things to do. After Xue Jingren sat down, he saw that his in-laws were all present, including his daughter-in-law. Their children had been sent to school. But how could the family be in the mood to work? Looking at his eunuch's white hair and dispirited figure, he seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. There was no tea for him. Xue Jingren stood up and bowed to the family. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't teach my son well and implicated all of you. I'm here today to tell you one thing. Let's get a divorce as soon as possible. We can't delay Xiaoya any longer. The house, car, and savings will all be given to the child. The child's custody will also be yours. It's been hard on you all these years. I don't know how I raised such a son. Back then, I promised that if he cheated in the future, I would just treat it as if I, Xue Jingren, was farting." Xue Dong was detained. Everything needed to be resolved. This needed to be done by Xue Jingren. Ultimately, someone had to pay for his mistakes. Even if Xue Dong was a beast and not a human, and Xue Jingren didn't want such a son, someone had to make up for his mistakes. After leaving his in-laws' house, Xue Jingren felt relieved. However, the matter wasn't over yet. After today's matter was settled, he needed to see Midi, the girl who had been hurt by Xue Dong, and apologize. He still had a lot of things to do today. Then, he drove directly to the Chinese Medical Association, expelled Xue Dong from the association, and personally made an announcement. Today's matter was getting out of hand. Many people knew about Xue Dong's matter. Xue Dong was even on the hot search list. His father, Xue Jingren, was also directly dug out. Whether it was Xue Dong or Xue Jingren, they were all on Baidu Encyclopedia. For a moment, the internet began to discuss passionately. Is this kind of person worthy of being a doctor? Letting this kind of person be a doctor is simply insecure. What a beast. He's underage. How could he do that? He's really a beast in human clothing. He's a beast in human clothing. Of course, more people jokingly called Xue Dong a master of time management. Every day, he was busy with surgeries. After the surgeries, he had to go home and play the role of a good husband and father. At the same time, he maintained a good habit of exercising. Moreover, he had developed a specialty of taking photos. After so many years, nothing was exposed. Xue Dong was indeed a highly educated and intelligent person. Just as everyone began to diss Xue Jingren through Xue Dong, the Chinese Medical Association made an announcement. Xue Dong was expelled from the Chinese Medical Association and could never join again. The neurosurgery branch of the Chinese Medical Association also revoked all of Xue Dong's positions and honors and expelled him from the association. Xue Jingren publicly apologized to the media. "It's my fault for not teaching my son well. He has done so many things that are worse than a beast. I will try my best to make up for it." After that, Xue Jingren went to the emergency center hospital. He met Wu Tongfu and Secretary Yang. On the same day, the emergency center hospital issued an announcement to expel Xue Dong. Xue Jingren didn't avoid the various comments on the internet. At this time, in the prison, Xue Dong's fists were constantly punching the hard wall as he watched the announcement and news on TV. Seeing his father, who used to be full of vigor, suddenly become so old, Xue Dong was also stunned. Looking at the cold cement floor, Xue Dong suddenly realized. Over the years, How many things had he done that were worse than a beast? At this time, a prisoner at the side looked at Shui Dong and couldn't help but spit a mouthful of thick phlegm at him. He sneered, "Kid, let me tell you, IF** King despise people like you the most. How can you do this to a child? Just you wait. When you're inside, I'll kill you. It's a sin for people like you to live." The people around also spat at Shui Dong. Shui Dong, who was a germaphobe, was instantly disgusted. "Police. Someone." Unfortunately, the police glanced at Shui Dong and also spat at him. "Trash, King scram. Look at your father, look at you, trash." He looked down on people like him from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't the only one who looked down on him. Everyone in the prison looked down on him. Right now, he was just being detained. When he was in prison, his nightmare would really begin. At this time, Shui Jingren also came to the emergency center and found Mitty. "P.S. There will be more at night." "I'm sorry." I'm Shui Jingren, Shui Dong's father." "Oh. It doesn't matter." Mitty looked at the gray-haired old man and couldn't help turning her head away. Shui Jingren looked at the lovely girl and felt helpless. She was only 24 years old, he had read the medical record. The superior sagittal sinus was 70% blocked, and she was in a state of high coagulation with myocardial ischemia. And the cause was oral contraceptives, 3 years of contraceptives. Which girl would do such a thing for a man? But the result was that he abandoned her after having sex with her. Or she had prepared for it from the beginning. This time, Shui Jingren was objective. Shui Xiao got the punishment he deserved. "Don't worry. Take good care of yourself." Mitty didn't look at the old man because of the shame in her heart. She hated Shui Dong after knowing that he was married. But she had a lot of complaints about herself. She felt that she was a mistress who interfered in other people's lives, which made her very angry. So she didn't have the heart to look at the old man. Shui Jingren apologized and left her his contact number. He said lightly, "Girl, if you have any questions, you can call me. This is my phone number." He met Miyu and his brother when he went out. When their gazes met, Shui Jingren's eyes seemed to glow with infinite brilliance. He stared at Miyu. Miyu didn't show any fear. They looked at each other and turned to Mitty at the same time. Shui Jingren moved his eyes away first. He had asked someone to investigate it. His friend from the police station said that Shui Dong had committed a crime even though he knew it was a trap. It was like a woman seducing you and you raped her. It was still a crime. What's more, there was a 14-year-old girl in it. What's more, there were too many dirty things in Shui Dong's phone. It was a crime. Miyu was the boss of the media company. He was the one who promoted Shui Dong. Shui Jingren saw Mitty's weak eyes and couldn't help sighing. He turned around and left. Who didn't do it for the children? Shui Dong's life was too smooth. It was not a bad thing for him to receive some education. Mitty didn't have parents. This time, it was her uncles. Forget it. Shui Jingren took a deep look at Miyu, got up and left. Although Miyu said that he was fearless, if Shui Jingren really made a fuss, he really had no confidence. After everything was over, he would return to Shenzhen. In any case, he had already taken his revenge. When Shui Jingren was about to leave, he happened to see Chen Song. He knew about Chen Song. He had heard of his name before, but had never interacted with him before. However, Shui Jingren did not go up to greet them. Instead, he looked at them from afar and got up to leave. He went to the director's office and found Wu Tongfu. Seeing Shui Jingren like this, Wu Tongfu couldn't help but sigh and pour him a cup of tea. "Try it. It's Longjing tea that was just delivered." Shui Jingren did not refuse. After sitting down, Shui Jingren suddenly asked curiously, "Old Wu, let me ask you something." Chen Song, before Shui Jingren could finish his words, Wu Tongfu's face darkened. He stopped pouring tea and put down the teapot. He stared at Shui Jingren and said seriously, "Old Shui, I'll say something unpleasant. You'd better not have any ideas about Chen Song. I know Shui Dong better than you. He can't compare with Chen Song at all. Let's put aside his character and talk about medical skills first. To be honest, Chen Song's international influence is not much lower than yours. He just lacks the accumulation of time. I also know that Chen Song and Shui Dong have some friction, and Shui Dong has a lot of opinions about Chen Song. But I'll say it here. If you bully Chen Song, I, Wu Tongfu, will fight with you. Wu Tongfu's words were powerful and powerful. He stared at Shui Jingren and said solemnly. He was worried that Shui Jingren was eager to love his son and would find trouble with Chen Song. Chen Song was just a postgraduate. Compared to Shui Jingren, a famous doctor who had been in the capital for 2 or 3 generations, he was really insignificant. If Shui Jingren really found trouble with Chen Song, Wu Tongfu was really worried. So he said it out loud immediately. What was Chen Song? Others did not know, but Wu Tongfu knew. Chen Song was hope. In this era, the core competitiveness was super talents. Shui Jingren looked at the serious Wu Tongfu and was suddenly stunned. He did not want to find trouble with Chen Song. Now that things had come to this, let bygones be bygones. Shui Jingren had a rough idea of what was going on. But he did not expect Wu Tongfu to be like this. For a moment, he was a little flustered. Was Chen Song that good? Shui Jingren shook his head. That's not what I mean. I want to see Chen Song's surgery on Midi. I heard from the neurosurgeon that Shui Dong's mentality changed after watching the surgery. He even left without watching the surgery. Seeing this, Wu Tongfu opened the video on his phone and said, I'm watching it too. Half an hour later, Shui Jingren left the emergency center with a complicated expression. He now understood how Shui Dong felt. He knew Shui Dong too well. Shui Dong, who had some friction with Chen Song, had some hatred for Chen Song. After watching the video, his mentality collapsed. Even Shui Jingren had to admit that Chen Song's strength was unquestionable. However, Shui Jingren also saw something. Chen Song seemed to have little contact with neurosurgery. From some details, it could be seen that Chen Song's neurosurgery skills seemed to be stuck in the entry-level surgery. For example, debridement and subdural hematoma. These were all entry-level surgeries for neurosurgeons, the so-called first-level and second-level neurosurgery. However, even so, Shui Jingren had to take Chen Song seriously. There were too few people who could perfect basic surgery, and Chen Song was one of them. In the ward, Midi watched Miyu and Chen Song enter the ward. She suddenly cried with grievance. Uncle! Uncle! Miyu looked at the girl. After all, she was still a child. He said with heartache, okay, it's okay. Uncle and I have helped you vent your anger. Don't be afraid. Midi nodded. At this moment, she felt like she had the whole world. The departure of her parents made Midi disheartened. She felt like the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. She came to the capital desperately to be with Shui Dong. Shui Dong's abandonment made Midi feel despair again. Now, seeing her uncle come all the way to the capital to help her vent her anger, Midi was really satisfied. When you're better, let's go back to Shenzhen. Okay. Your grandfather has been talking about you for a long time. If he knows that you've been wronged, he will blame us. The success of Midi's surgery did not seem to have much impact on Chen Song's life. As for Shui Dong's arrest, Chen Song did not feel the slightest burden in his heart. Chen Song remembered that Ishu had once said that a mature person often found that there were fewer and fewer people to blame. Everyone had their own difficulties. However, Chen Song suddenly felt that if this was the reason why a person should be forgiven for making mistakes, then what was the point of morality and law in this world? Did a person have to be as mature as this world in their lifetime? Chen Song felt that if he were in ancient times, he would definitely be a handsome hero who did justice if he had a cheat code. Moreover, he would be the kind of hero who would leap onto the roof and lift a tile to peek at night. Shui Dong's court date had not arrived yet. Even if it was, Chen Song would not go to see it. This kind of thing was the judge's business. It had nothing to do with him. He just did what he had to do. Background music, the light of righteousness, life continued. Spring seemed to have been overtaken by summer in just a few days. The weather was hot. The operating theater, which used to be empty in the past, was overcrowded recently. There was a lot of ice cream in the refrigerator and the incubator to make it convenient to eat after the surgery. To be honest, the operating theater with a constant temperature of 22 degrees Celsius was really a comfortable place. Especially in summer, this feeling was most obvious. In fact, after staying in the operating theater for a long time, you would find that your body would not be able to adjust to the temperature, and it would be easy for you to catch a cold. However, it was naturally impossible for the temperature to be different in summer. Even the human body was different. At this moment, in the operating theater, an anxious surgery was being carried out nervously. It was also a thoracic and abdominal aorta replacement surgery. Chen Song took the initiative. Li Baoshan was the first assistant, Su Ziming, He Jiqian, and Su Aiqing were all there. Hemostatic forceps. Suture needle. Chen Song carried out the surgery in an orderly manner. Even though he had performed more than 20 surgeries, he still felt a little stressed. As the chief surgeon, Chen Song was even more meticulous. However, perhaps it was because of the summer, or perhaps it was because the surgery was more rigorous and he was highly focused, Chen Song felt that he had been sweating more recently. During surgery, sweating was very troublesome. Sweaty palms could easily reduce the flexibility of fingers. Chen Song's back was a little itchy because of the sweat, so he simply leaned his back against Li Baoshan. Li Baoshan naturally saw through the clues and did not avoid it. Instead, he took the opportunity to rub against Chen Song. This was a common thing. After all, it was impossible to scratch an itch during surgery, right? However, it was very uncomfortable to sweat and itch. At this time, not only would they not dodge, they would even adjust their postures to cater to each other. But, after Chen Song finished a part of it, he handed it to He Jiqian. He saw this guy rubbing himself against the nurse. For a moment, Chen Song was stunned. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Moreover, when He Jiqian was sweating, he lowered his head and wiped the sweat off the nurse's shoulder. Chen Song was instantly jealous. He looked at Li Baoshan. He realized that Li Baoshan was also staring at him. For a moment, the two of them saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. The chief surgeon's first assistant was not convinced. After coming out of the operating theater, Chen Song directly expressed his disdain. Unexpectedly, He Jiqian was stunned. Teacher Chen, this is very common, right? Think about it, the surgery is so tense, you definitely need a kind of comfort to calm down. If you have someone to rely on at this time, it will help you regain your confidence. Moreover, the shoulders of the nurse are softer, so it's more convenient when wiping sweat. The shoulders of the man are too hard, so it's not suitable. Chen Song saw Su Aiqing and Su Ziming nodding their heads as if they were used to it. He could not help but glance at Li Baoshan. He clearly remembered that when Director Li told him in the past, he had to find a male patient to scratch an itch. Chen Song felt that he had missed the entire spring and directly entered the summer. Moreover, could the smell of the man's sweat be compared to the nurse's? Chen Song had emotions in his heart, so much so that he felt a little uneasy the whole afternoon. He sighed and looked at Li Baoshan. Director, if you had taught me this earlier, Qingyu and I might have had a 2-year-old child by now. After Li Baoshan heard it, he coughed. You can't blame me for this. Dean Qin asked me to arrange it this way. After Li Baoshan finished speaking, he felt that he had passed the blame well. Sure enough, after Chen Song heard it, he was speechless. Chen Song looked at his progress bar in the operating theater. Out of the 100 surgeries, he had performed 20 so far. The pace was neither fast nor slow. In fact, the most important thing in the surgery was the process, not the result. Even if it was like completing a mission, completing a lot of surgeries in a mess, completing the mission and obtaining a guide. However, Chen Song needed to consider another problem. If he encountered another disease and did not have this system item, how could he obtain a guide for this surgery? In fact, Chen Song was no longer completely relying on the system like before. Instead, he was using the system to improve himself. After 20 thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgeries, to be honest, the first batch of doctors had already begun to have some surgical skills and abilities. Especially when dealing with the key segments, everyone already had ideas. Even if they encountered all kinds of impossible situations, they could still have some countermeasures. However, during the meeting the next day, everyone encountered a problem. Su Ziming said directly, Teacher Chen, although we have quite a lot of people signing up now, many people are not willing to participate in the clinical trial. Many people are now in a waiting state. He Jiqian nodded and said, yes, that's true. Moreover, there is a lot of discussion on the internet about our hospital's clinical trial for Marfan syndrome patients. Some experts think that we don't have this ability. The patient is already in a state of hesitation. Now, with the instigation of these people, he is even more shaken. After Xianxia heard this, he immediately frowned. Just as things were developing, there was a roadblock. However, at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was Wu Tongfu. "Xianxia, have you heard of the program Challenging the Impossible?" Wu Tongfu suddenly said with a smile. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. "I've heard of it, but I haven't watched it carefully. Is it the program hosted by Sabella?" Wu Tongfu nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. Their program team came to our hospital. In the third episode of Challenging the Impossible, wasn't there a neurosurgeon who challenged a 40-minute simulation surgery challenge? The results of that episode were very good. They asked us if there were any doctors who wanted to participate or sign up. I want to ask you. After all, you are a popular contestant now. I want to see if you are interested in participating in such a variety show." Participating in a variety show? Doctors can also participate in variety shows? Can they also become celebrities? Old Wu's words opened Xianxia's eyes to a new perspective in life. He suddenly felt that he was a little ignorant, causing his path to become narrower and narrower. Xianxia immediately widened his eyes and asked curiously, "Oh? Director Wu, I'm sorry, I don't know much about this show. What is it about?" Wu Tongfu was speechless when he heard that. "You're so young, yet you're like an old man. You don't pay attention to the outside world and only focus on performing surgeries. How can that be? You don't know as much about the entertainment industry as I do." For a moment, Wu Tongfu felt a sense of superiority. He watched variety shows, the creative camp, and occasionally urged people to update their novels. He even asked Sun Tzu to create a TikTok account for him to promote medical knowledge. He felt that he was keeping up with the trend, therefore, Wu Tongfu simply said to the country bumpkin Xianxia, "I can't explain it clearly to you. Check out the show yourself." A neurosurgeon participated in the last episode and challenged himself to complete a surgery within 40 minutes. You'll probably understand what it means when you see it. In general, the officials will set a goal for you to complete surgeries or skills that are difficult for ordinary people to complete. It's mainly targeted at ordinary people who create extraordinary things in ordinary positions and the country's craftsmen who contribute silently on the front lines. It's to show their courage and wisdom. Take a look for yourself." After saying that, Wu Tongfu clearly felt that he was playing the lute to a cow. He felt that he and Xianxia were not of the same generation. There's a generation gap. That's right. Thinking of this, Wu Tongfu suddenly felt that geniuses were indeed flawed. Xianxia was also dumbfounded because he clearly heard Director Wu scoff when he hung up the phone. "Country bumpkin." Xianxia could even imagine how disdainful Director Wu's expression was just now. Xianxia was stunned for a long time. His mind was filled with? When Su Ziming saw Xianxia, he immediately asked curiously, "Teacher Chen, what's the matter?" Xianxia could not help but ask, "Do you know about Challenge the Impossible?" Their program team came to the hospital to invite medical staff to participate. Director Wu asked me if I was willing to participate. After hearing that, everyone around him was obviously stunned. "Sure. Yes. Why not?" Everyone said in unison, "Teacher Chen, this is an opportunity. Think about it. Our research project is now at a critical stage, and we lack clinical personnel. We need a platform and media to promote and increase our popularity. At the same time, we can also show off our surgical skills and skills in disguise so that more people can see it." Su Ziming nodded and said, "That's right. Last time, after the doctors from the General Hospital of the People's Liberation Army participated, the effect was very good." Li Baoshan also nodded and said, "That's right, Xianxia. You can't have any prejudice against the media. Actually, it's a good thing to spread some medical information through the media. For example, there are many health channels. They exist for a reason. As for Challenging the Impossible, as a program of Central TV Department 1, it has a wide audience and can also help a lot of patients who need surgery." He Ziqian nodded. "Right now, some experts on the internet are doubting us, saying that we don't have this ability. I think it's totally worth a try. We can give them a slap in the face. Everyone spoke one after another, but they were all in favor of participating in this program. Chen Song checked. Challenging the Impossible was a large-scale inspirational challenge program. Moreover, there were indeed many frontline personnel and people with the spirit of craftsmen who participated in it. And the concept was just like the name. Challenging the impossible, constantly improving one's skills, constantly striving for self-improvement, and paying tribute to the spirit of craftsmen. Then, he opened the neurosurgeon's challenge surgery. Within 40 minutes, he had to cut off the egg membrane of a quail egg and suture it onto the egg membrane. It was a very difficult surgery. It made people's hearts surge and their blood boil. Chen Song suddenly felt that surgery could be so hot-blooded. Using such a method to show the doctor's surgery to more people, this seemed to be a really good thing. Moreover, this doctor had clearly become a role model, allowing countless doctors to learn and surpass him. He even gained the trust of more patients. This was a good thing. Not bad, participate. After watching it, Chen Song made up his mind. After making his decision, Chen Song called Wu Tongfu back and told him that he was willing to participate. After receiving the news, Wu Tongfu was instantly happy. In the office, Wu Tongfu hummed a tune proudly as he brewed a pot of Longjing tea before the rain. Chen Song's participation this time was also a promotion for the emergency center. This kid really fell for it. As he spoke, Wu Tongfu opened the day's horoscope on the computer. The score was indeed very high. However, he muttered, "Today's lucky fruit is durian?" Thinking of this, old Wu sighed and recalled the scene when he came home and found his wife steaming durian. He could not bear to look at it. The next morning, the program crew personally came to the hospital. After knowing that Chen Song was going to participate in the show, the program crew was naturally very excited, because if Chen Song participated in the show, it would be the biggest celebrity in the history of the show. Chen Song had a lot of honors, and any one of them was enough to be used as a promotional headline. Therefore, the program crew's assistant director and planners came to the hospital one after another to discuss the specific details of the challenge with Chen Song in advance. The assistant director's surname was Sun, and her name was Sun Ku. She was a capable woman in her 30s. Wu Tongfu called Chen Song to the director's office and introduced him. "Professor Chen, nice to meet you." Sun Ku smiled and shook hands with Chen Song. However, when she shook hands with him, Sun Ku could not help but look at Chen Song's hands. She could not help but be stunned. This pair of hands was so beautiful. The 5 fingers were long and slender, and the shape of the hands was beautiful. When she held them with strength and dexterity, she felt like she was being wrapped up. Sun Ku could not help but blush. She suddenly felt that she could play with these hands for 3 years. If these hands were put on the show, they would attract countless fans with a close-up. Chen Song could not help but cough. The planners and Wu Tongfu could not help but look at Chen Song's hands and could not help but feel jealous. Even his hands could make people forget to leave? A song suddenly appeared in Sun Ku's mind, "Can't bear to let go." Looking up again to look at Chen Song's face, Sun Ku felt that as long as they did the publicity in advance, this episode's viewership ratings would definitely explode. Hearing Chen Song's cough, Sun Ku let go of his hands regretfully. She praised, "Professor Chen is really talented and good-looking." As soon as she said that, Chen Song was instantly speechless. What the hell was talented and good-looking? Shouldn't he be talented and virtuous? Chen Song felt that he had sacrificed a lot in order to be on the show. He looked at Wu Tongfu pitifully, but Wu Tongfu ignored him. Chen Song sighed. Sun Ku was stunned. Even his sigh looked better than those little fresh meats. It could even be a close-up. The director only cared about visual effects. Sun Ku felt that if Chen Song debuted, he would definitely become famous no matter what kind of movie he starred in. Being a doctor was really a waste of his face. Sun Ku could not help but crack a joke to break the awkwardness. "Professor Chen, you really live up to the saying on the internet. You can rely on your face to make a living, but you have to rely on your talent." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Sun Ku was stunned. Was what I said not funny? When the planner at the side saw that the assistant director had completely lost his fighting spirit and thinking ability, he could not help but say, "Professor Chen, I'm here today mainly to discuss with you how we should design the show, or what your next challenge is. But before that, I think I should say a few more words. A show is different from a surgery. After all, our audience is the general public, not the professionals. So, it's better for the challenge to be simple and easy to understand, but at the same time, it can also show the difficulty of the challenge. In this way, the effect may be better." Indeed, challenging the impossible was a variety show after all. It was impossible for Chen Song to perform surgery. After all, bloody scenes were not allowed to appear. Moreover, it was not good to be too professional. If the audience could not understand, they would lose interest in watching and feel that the immersion was not strong enough. They would not even feel the power of the show. The planner concluded and said, "So, my idea is to use some of the most basic and simplest surgeries, but it can show the difficulty." Sun Ke nodded. "I know this will be difficult for you. After all, many of the surgeries you perform are international major surgeries. Many people may not be able to understand them, but Professor Chen, you can think more about it and keep in touch with me at all times. This is my phone number." The planner was speechless. In fact, Chen Song had already thought about this problem with his team yesterday. Chen Song said directly, "Actually, I watched a lot of your videos yesterday and thought about it carefully. I think there's a surgery that's more suitable. It's very entertaining and easy to understand. The key is that this surgery is also one of the most difficult surgeries in the world." As soon as he said this, even Wu Tongfu became curious. What kind of surgery was worth watching? Not only was it easy to understand, but it was also one of the top surgeries in the world. Sun Ku hurriedly asked, "Professor Chen, what is it?" Chen Song thought for a while, then picked up the phone and asked Su Ziming to send him a model of the aortic bow. Then, he said to everyone, "This is the most critical part of thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery. Total aortic arch replacement surgery is very difficult. It is also the most important surgery for Marfan syndrome patients. Look, this surgery needs to replace the aortic arch with an artificial blood vessel. However, during the replacement, 8 blood vessels and artificial blood vessels need to be anastomosed. This is also where the difficulty of the surgery lies. Because the aorta is the largest pipe that supplies the body's blood, the suture needs to be tight. Every anastomosis needs to be sutured with dozens of stitches. Not only must the distance between the needle tips be guaranteed, but also the density of the stitches. This is the first difficulty. The second difficulty is that the surgery needs to be performed under the condition of blocking the blood vessels. The aortic arch supplies many key tissues and organs, so it can't be ischemic or hypoxic for a long time. Therefore, the speed of the suture is very important. The faster the suture, the better the prognosis, and the fewer side effects and sequelae. Therefore, my challenge is to complete the surgery within the specified time and ensure the total number of stitches and the density of the stitches. It's actually a challenge of suturing speed." After listening to Chen Song's description, Wu Tongfu's eyes lit up. This kid's brain was really good. Recently, there weren't many people in their topic, so Wu Tongfu was also paying attention to this. However, in the face of the doubts of the experts on the internet, they couldn't publicly announce it. However, if Chen Song went on TV and performed this surgery, and he did it better than the experts, what else could they say? If Chen Song advertised this well, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. When Sun Ku heard this, he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, this is really possible. Great idea, Professor Chen is really amazing. You thought of it so quickly. However, Professor Chen, how long do you think is suitable for this challenge? Is it more difficult?" When Chen Song heard this question, he also hesitated. Most of the time for this surgery, if the anastomosis time was completed within 40 minutes, it would be considered a pass. 30 minutes was a relatively good standard. Academician Xiao Zhihai's 18 minutes was definitely a bug in the system. After thinking for a while, Chen Song said, 20 minutes, this is a very difficult number. Sun Ke shook his head and said, "Professor Chen, although there is no operating theater in the field, the real surgery is different. You might think that the simulation is easier than the real surgery, but in fact, there are hundreds of people in the field and dozens of cameras watching you. You'll actually be under a lot of pressure. Why don't you give yourself a more generous time? Chen Song thought about it. 25 minutes shouldn't be a big problem. He should be able to move his left and right hands in slow motion. Okay, 25 minutes. Sun Ke wrote it down. The planner next to him said, Professor Chen, there's one more thing. Because this surgery needs to be evaluated by professionals, and we may publicize it in advance. During the publicity period, if many experts feel that the challenge time is not suitable and there are disputes about the difficulty, we may need to modify it. We need to keep in touch with you about this. After all, it's a challenge. It's impossible, right? Chen Song smiled and said, yes, no problem. Collect opinions and modify the time. They couldn't modify it to less than 18 minutes, right? If that was the case, not many people in the country could do it. After that, Chen Song and the program team discussed the relevant content and some details. The specific details still needed to be adjusted. When it was time to leave, the planner stood up and left in order to prevent Sun Ke from shaking Chen Song's hand. This made Sun Ke's eyes betray his reluctance to part. After everyone left, Wu Tongfu suddenly smiled and said, okay, you have a lot of ideas. But we still need to collect opinions from online experts. You have to be prepared. P.S. There's been a lot of commotion recently. I hope everyone can stay calm. I created a WX public account yesterday. You can follow it. I just created it. I will often write things on it in the future. I hope everyone can follow it. Please. Thank you, Mr. Purple Cloud, for the 10,000 tip. Thank you. Stop right there. Not long after Chen Song entered the house, he saw Xianxia sniffing at the door like a wolf puppy. Tell me honestly, did you go out to fool around today? Chen Song was speechless. When would I have time? Xianxia sneered. Director Shui is so busy every day. He has more than 100 mistresses in a few years. Being busy is just an excuse. Chen Song was stunned when he heard this. He suddenly regretted it. If I had known, I would have confiscated Shui Dong's phone. I didn't expect to dig a hole for myself. I heard that a director from a TV station is interested in you. He even said that you're talented and good-looking. Chen Song's body trembled when he heard this. Who betrayed me, Wu Tongfu, or Su Ziming? Director Wu shouldn't be that kind of person. Could it be Su Ziming? Great, I even cleared up the misunderstanding between you two. Now that you've done something like this, how can I treat you as my confidant in the future? Chen Song felt that he had to get rid of his henchman tomorrow and restore his authority. Of course not. Besides, she's not as pretty as you. I'm not stupid. Xianxia's expression changed. You mean that it's okay to be pretty? Chen Song was shocked. No. I mean, I don't dare to be pretty, Xianxia, you don't dare. It's not that you don't want to. It's over. Chen Song knew that he wouldn't be able to explain himself. At night, Chen Song didn't know why Xianxia wanted to make stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots. Although it tasted good, Chen Song felt that there was too much mustard in the dish. There was a threatening aura in the dish. Was this a warning? Thinking up to this point, Chen Song ate the entire meal with trepidation. After the incident at night, Chen Song shyly lay in Xianxia's arms. Xianxia sipped a cup of tea and slowly exhaled. He patted Chen Song's shoulder. Don't worry, I will be responsible for you. Recently, the number of people signing up for clinical trials had decreased again. This made the entire research team somewhat helpless. However, time naturally could not be wasted. Teacher Meng and Gu Huai followed and performed the mitral valve surgery while the heart was beating non-stop. Under Chen Song's tyranny, Su Ziming personally went to a pharmaceutical company to ask for a lot of polyester artificial blood vessels. These were all defective products and samples. They were very different from normal artificial blood vessels. These things were usually given to hospitals to practice suturing. After all, if they weren't worth much, how much could they earn from selling them? It would be more practical to use it as a favor. Recently, Su Ziming was a little lost. He didn't know why Mr. Chen was targeting him. Every time he did the dirty and tiring work, cleaning up the mess and doing odd jobs became his job. Could it be that Mr. Chen felt that he was worth putting in an important position to train him? Thinking of this, Su Ziming became more and more diligent. With these artificial blood vessels, Chen Song began to lead everyone to improve the efficiency of the anastomosis between the blood vessels and the artificial blood vessels. After Chen Song obtained my needle holder, he clearly felt that there were actually a lot of skills when it came to suturing. He began to summarize these skills and taught them to the members of the team. After using 2 boxes of artificial blood vessels, everyone's speed began to slowly increase. However, this was naturally not something that could be done overnight. After Su Ziming did odd jobs for a week, Chen Song decided to conduct an assessment for everyone. They would still be allocated surgery opportunities according to their scores. When Su Ziming heard the news, he was suddenly dumbfounded. On Saturday, Chen Song was the chief examiner, and Qin Yu was the assistant to register the scores. Chen Song decided to do it one by one and personally invigilated the exam. For a time, everyone was smug and prepared. Only Su Ziming. When the exam began, Li Baoshan's number was the first. Li Baoshan suddenly felt uneasy. Of course, he would be nervous if he was the first. Anyone would be nervous. However, he made up his mind. Chen Song and Qin Yu were both trained by him, so they would definitely not give him a low score, right? After the exam began, Qin Yu timed it while Chen Song watched Li Baoshan's suture seriously. To be honest, Li Baoshan had improved a lot. Chen Song brought him a lot of new suturing concepts. After mixing them with his original concepts, his improvement was obvious. After the suture was done, Chen Song said to Qin Yu, 5 minutes, 85 points. Next, the assessment was carried out in an orderly manner. In fact, this kind of assessment was a kind of motivation for everyone. The weekly assessment allowed them to discover their shortcomings and improve very quickly. Basically, all of them had made great progress. Soon, it was Su Ziming's turn. Chen Song looked at Su Ziming meaningfully. Director Su, let's start. Su Ziming wanted to cry but had no tears. During this period, he had been doing odd jobs in the name of being in charge of management. He did not have enough time to train. After the exam began, Su Ziming was still very good with his foundation. But, Chen Song's assessment standard was based on improvement. You failed, 50 points. Director Su, you should work harder. Su Ziming wanted to cry but had no tears. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly said, wait, Chen Song was suddenly happy. As expected, it was Su Ziming who betrayed him, Qin Yu continued. Director Su, compared to last week, you seem to be a lot rusty. Is it because your score is higher? For a moment, Chen Song suddenly fell silent. Su Ziming's expression changed. Master's wife, you're kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness, Qin Yu sighed. Long-term strategy, stalling strategy, 36 stratagems. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu thoughtfully, then looked at Su Ziming. After hesitating for a while, he could not help but mutter, did I misunderstand Director Su? Thinking of this, Chen Song pondered for a moment. He looked at the wronged and embarrassed Su Ziming and felt a little embarrassed. He decided to make it up to him, thus, the first round of the competition ended smoothly. Director Su was at the bottom. In the afternoon, Chen Song talked to Director Su for a long time. After being a private trainer for the whole afternoon, the matter was officially settled. However, recently, the 100 million yuan project of the Emergency Medical Center had attracted a lot of attention on the internet. Everyone was increasingly pessimistic about this project. Some experts had already begun to guess whether this project could be completed as planned. It seemed that everyone was happy to see Chen Song's Waterloo this time. However, this time, Chen Song's step was a little too big. When Xiao Zhihai called to talk about this matter, he admitted that he did not have the courage to do so. After all, the research on thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery for Marfan syndrome on the internet was basically writing a paper for each case, summarizing the ideas and sharing the experience. Chen Song, on the other hand, wanted to get 100 cases to get something like a guidebook. The difficulty and amount of work was simply too great. Why did no one do it? Because no one dared to do it. Why did no one dare to do such a clinical research project? Because the risk of the surgery was too high and the mortality rate was too high. If you did 100 surgeries and a dozen people died, it would be too exaggerated. The storm of public opinion could scare everyone to death. That was also the reason why most national research projects rarely passed clinical trials for such dangerous surgeries. Even if Chen Song was strictly screened when he was included in the criteria, the risk of such surgeries was still very high. Therefore, most people would use the successful cases of the surgery to analyze and summarize and get a paper. They did not conduct too many clinical trials. After all, in the clinic, patients died because of the failure of the surgery, and in the clinical trial, patients died because of the failure of the surgery. If you listened carefully to these two things, how big was the difference? The first thing could be completely attributed to the unpredictability of the surgery and the limitations of medical treatment. However, the second thing, many people would even attribute it to the risk of the experiment, the humanitarianism, and the ability of the experimenter. That was the difference. Therefore, Wu Tongfu had a heavy burden on him for this clinical trial. In fact, if it were not for Xiao Runfeng and the leaders of the research center seeing Chen Song's extraordinary results, they would not be willing to agree. That was also the reason why many patients were unwilling to join the research team, because those experts said very clearly that the risk of clinical trials was very high. Who was willing to die? No one was willing. Therefore, everyone was waiting and was unwilling to join the clinical trial. At this moment, the publicity advertisement for the Challenge the Impossible program team had already been released. The fourth episode of Challenge the Impossible was about to be broadcasted. Chen Song was the highlight of the first episode, so naturally, they had to promote him well. Soon, the official Weibo and official website of Challenge the Impossible began to promote the first episode. The news of Chen Song challenging the limit of vascular suturing and overcoming the difficult disease of Ma Fan's patient was naturally written at the top. Following that was a wood carving completed by a master craftsman in an hour. The perfect combination of speed and aesthetics. Chen Song's photo was also instantly posted on the front page of the Challenge the Impossible program. The goal of the challenge was written behind the huge banner. The pursuit of speed is the limitless exploration of medicine. Professor Chen Song, president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery, challenges the completion of aortic arch replacement surgery within 25 minutes. He needs to complete the anastomosis of blood vessels and artificial blood vessels at 8 ports. 25 minutes is the peak time for a full bowel replacement in the medical industry both at home and abroad. Will he succeed? The entire page gave Chen Song enough space. He was not stingy with his introduction of Chen Song. The vice president of the Chinese Medical Association's General Surgery Society, the world's best plastic surgeon of the year, the leader of China's cardiac pacemaker, the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery, and the youngest visiting professor of Peking Union Medical College, Chen Song. This series of titles could be said to be extremely luxurious. Just this title alone could attract a lot of attention. The fourth episode of Challenging the Impossible focused more on the domestic frontline craftsmen and master craftsmen. Not long after the advertisement was released, it attracted more and more attention. Chen Song's 25-minute total bowel replacement surgery instantly attracted the attention of more and more medical experts. Although everyone knew that this 25 minutes was only the time for the replacement anastomosis and did not include thoracotomy, even so, these experts could not sit still. Especially the leaders of the Maysid Hospital in the capital. They quickly realized that the purpose of Chen Song's participation in this show must be related to the topic. However, the 25-minute challenge speed was still a little difficult for them to catch up. Could it be that they could only watch as Chen Song went on stage, successfully complete the challenge? Then, they would harvest a large number of patients. If these more than 100 patients really entered the emergency center, where would Maysid Hospital go to earn money? Of course, they could not do that. Originally, they were worried that the emergency center would snatch the patients away, so they had already carried out some premeditated strategies against them and let the experts confuse the public. Now that Chen Song's participation in the show was basically set in stone, no one could stop it. But how to solve it? How about, let Chen Song fail the challenge? After Maysid Hospital's CEO Wu Maoxian thought of this idea, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, let Chen Song fail the challenge. If the challenge failed, Chen Song's influence would definitely be greatly reduced. Moreover, Chen Song was the advocate of this clinical trial. If Chen Song failed, how feasible would the clinical trial be? When the time came, with a little publicity through public opinion, this topic would naturally collapse on its own. There was nothing a capitalist would not dare to do for profit. Wu Maoxian relied on this to make a living. How could he let Chen Song steal his job? For a moment, Wu Maoxian gathered all the experts he invited from home and abroad for a meeting. The next day, a video of the surgery was posted on the Masid Hospital's website. Moreover, it was posted on the front page of the Clove Forum, Medical Pulse Connection, and other medical forums. The title was, "The Aortic Bowel Replacement Requires 25 Minutes? No. 22 minutes is enough." Soon, this video was pushed up by countless people. After all, this kind of sharp operation and surgery was really eye-catching. In fact, it was very rare for such a top-notch surgery video to be released. But now that it was released, the meaning was obvious. This meant that Chen Song's challenge of 25 minutes was really too simple. It did not even have the meaning of a challenge, it lost the value of challenge the impossible itself. Therefore, under the influence of some people, there were many comments on the website and Weibo of challenge the impossible. Chen Song's challenge of 25 minutes is actually very simple. Many people can do it. Professor Chen Song is so amazing. Challenging 25 minutes is a little too casual. I suggest challenging 22 minutes. Yes. Challenge the impossible naturally has to challenge the limit. Many doctors can do it in 25 minutes. For a moment, the program team called Chen Song directly to inform him of this news and asked if Chen Song needed to change the time. After all, this kind of program itself was entertainment. This was not a Guinness World Record challenge, this was just a variety show that pursued a stronger goal. Sun could directly told Chen Song, the time can be completely unchanged. However, Chen Song's purpose was to promote. If it were not for the fact that he was too abnormal and out of place with others, Chen Song even wanted to choose 15 minutes. Looking at these comments, Chen Song could not help but sigh, I really just want to keep a low profile. P.S. There's more tonight. Chen Song sighed, sometimes, he was afraid that he would be too much of a freak and would not fit in with them, so he wanted to keep a low profile. But there were always people stopping him. This made him feel very helpless. Forget it, hearing Chen Song's silence, Sun Ke suddenly started worrying about her idol. Professor Chen, I think you shouldn't care about these comments. They're just some keyboard warriors. We've invited Peking University's affiliated hospital's expert in the field of large blood vessels, Yao Lekong, to participate. He said that the number of people who can complete a full bowel replacement surgery within 25 minutes can be counted on one hand. So, just as Sun Ke was about to persuade him, she heard Chen Song sigh. Suddenly, she felt a wave of discomfort in her heart. Just as she was about to comfort him, Chen Song suddenly said, How about this, Director Sun? I have an idea. Do you think it's suitable? When Sun Ke heard that, she quickly nodded. Yes, please go ahead, Professor Chen. Chen Song said, I think that since we want to challenge the impossible, why don't we give this impossible target to the audience? Let them vote and choose what I want to challenge. This way, not only can we increase the audience's participation, but we can also indirectly increase the effect of the program. What do you think? When Sun Ke heard Chen Song's words, she suddenly fell silent. Professor Chen, what you said is good and I understand that. But this way, it's equivalent to giving the initiative to uncertain people. Moreover, once they vote, the audience will definitely choose the shortest time in their hearts. After all, Chen Song smiled. It's fine. Since they want to see the impossible, we'll show it to them. Sun Ke's mind automatically imagined Chen Song's high-spirited look. She could not help but sigh. Sigh, when I was born, you were not born. When you were born, I was already old. Professor Chen, how many choices do you think we should set? Chen Song directly said, 4. 16, 18, 20, 22. Our 25 minutes will be cancelled. When he said that, Sun Ke was stunned. Although she was not a professional, but, wasn't this a little too exaggerated? After hanging up the phone, Sun Ke directly contacted the program team. The director and the planner naturally didn't believe what Sun Ke said. They directly called Chen Song. After receiving confirmation once again, the two of them were in disbelief, even Sabella was dumbfounded. Wasn't this just increasing the difficulty of the challenge? 16 minutes, this was a good idea. This Professor Chen is really bold. After a long time, Sabella couldn't help but laugh and say, he's really a strange person. The director couldn't help but sigh. I've been a director for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a person. What an idea. There are 4 choices for the audience to choose from. Is there even a need to choose? If it were me, I would choose the lowest 16 minutes. The planner on the side couldn't help but say, but to be honest, this is a good thing for us. Isn't this the biggest characteristic of all variety shows in history? If we let the audience choose, this episode will definitely explode. Speaking of which, Professor Chen has done a good deed for our production team. The next day, the official website of Challenge the Impossible suddenly launched a voting software. Bold and bold, challenge the impossible. In order to make Challenge the Impossible live up to its name, Professor Chen has decided to let you choose his challenge target. Chen Song's challenge target will be chosen by you. Please cast your precious vote. 16 minutes. This is a field that we have never achieved before. The fastest international speed is 16 minutes and 21 seconds. 18 minutes. This is the fastest domestic record holder. 20 minutes. This is the top international standard. 22 minutes. This is still an insurmountable peak. The number of people who have completed it in the country is less than 10 points. Please follow your heart and cast your precious vote. When the audience saw this news, it suddenly became lively. The news of variety shows having scripts wasn't new. Even the show had been rehearsed beforehand. But this time, Challenge the Impossible was too bold. They directly used multiple choice questions and left the decision to the audience. This was simply a piece of heavy news. When the people from Maysid Hospital saw the news on the official website of Challenge the Impossible, they were all dumbfounded. To be honest, Wu Maoxian couldn't help but laugh. He smiled and said to the few professors around him, this Chen Song is really too young. Moreover, he's too young and impulsive. It's just that the storm of public opinion added fuel to the fire and he became like this. He'll only put himself in a passive position. Speaking of this, Wu Maoxian was now full of confidence. Chen Song would definitely be at a disadvantage because of his young age. Moreover, Wu Maoxian not only wanted to make Chen Song fail the challenge, but also make him lose face. You want to lose with honor? How could it be that simple? For a moment, Wu Maoxian also understood Chen Song a little better. This young man, too young and too naive, since you want to challenge the limit, I'll give you a chance. Thinking of this, Wu Maoxian said directly, how about this, everyone go and buy a water army and choose 16 minutes. Didn't he want to challenge the impossible? Then let's make him challenge the impossible. After the voting began, more and more people joined in. However, to be honest, most of the voting was done by the water army. More and more people chose 16 minutes, almost accounting for more than 90% of the total. Wu Maoxian was now looking forward to Chen Song's reaction when he saw the results. Moreover, he even bought a lot of water army to kick up a fuss and set the pace. This competition is a little exaggerated. How can a real-life surgery be compared to a simulated surgery? There's no comparison at all. This is too crazy. He even dares to use 16 minutes. I think the show should be called Arabian Nights. Soon, the program team also saw all kinds of data. After seeing more than 90% of the choices, they could not help but smile bitterly. Looks like some people are trying to set the pace. There's no doubt about it. There are too many people with ulterior motives. However, only a portion of the people were setting the pace. When more people saw the choices, the real audience fell silent, because they suddenly realized, it turned out that Chen Song was not only challenging a variety show, but also the top standards of an industry. His goal was to break records. Breaking 16 minutes was to become the fastest in the world, exceeding 18 minutes was to break the domestic record, 20 minutes was to become the world's top standard, 22 minutes was to become the top 10 in the country. The difficulty behind any number was self-evident, but at the same time, it was also a source of pride. If Chen Song completed it, it would mean that another top talent in the field of aortic replacement surgery in China would appear. Chen Song's act of giving the choice to the audience this time attracted countless fans. This was not just about the courage of a skilled person. This was also the first time that China's doctors challenged the world's speed. Professor Chen was mighty. In an instant, more and more people began to leave comments in the comment section. Professor Chen, I chose 16 minutes for you not because of anything else, but because I really hope that you can break this world record and let us China become the record makers. No matter what, I'm your fan. You may lose, but it's an honor. Isn't it too difficult? 16 minutes is too difficult. I'll set it at 18 minutes. Professor Chen, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Yes, Professor Chen, you can do it. We believe in you. Actually, I feel sorry for Professor Chen. I chose 22 minutes, but I really hope that you can slap me in the face and tell me that my choice was wrong. You can use your actions to tell us that you are really, really strong enough to break this record. I also chose 16 minutes, not because of anything else, but because the theme is to challenge the impossible. It's to create positivity. I look forward to seeing the miracle of China on that day. What kind of challenge should they get Professor Chen? Most people chose 16 minutes, although everyone knew that it was difficult. Even though Professor Chen might not be able to do it, they still chose 16 minutes. Because they hoped that Professor Chen could create history, he wanted to add a world record to China's record. If Chen Song knew about this news, he would definitely sigh helplessly. Sometimes, it was not about what he wanted to do, it was about what he needed to do. For example, what he needed to do now was to promise these people that he would create history and break a record. Well, he could also show off while he was at it, that was all. Chen Song did not care about those who slandered him. Because when you do your best, your opponent will naturally fail. Success did not require defeating the enemy, but surpassing yourself. He already knew that this group of people would not let it go and would definitely make a move. This time, Chen Song also prepared the multiple choice question for them. If you think it's impossible, Chen Song will tell you that there is nothing impossible. After careful research, Chen Song also knew who had been playing tricks behind the scenes. Anything, if you think about it carefully, is nothing more than some things that are related to interests. If your research is successful, who will harm you, will naturally hinder you. If it's beneficial to you, will naturally help you. This was actually the same principle. Chen Song also knew about the measures that Maysid Hospital had been taking. In fact, Chen Song did not think that this kind of hospital was bad. Instead, he felt that its existence was meaningful. After all, through various channels, it helped patients who did not have the opportunity to see a doctor. However, in the face of benefits, many people would be moved. If he did scientific research with such fanfare, and the surgery was free, it would definitely cause the other party to be dissatisfied. Moreover, after he succeeded, once the guide was successfully produced and promoted and popularized, more and more people would learn this kind of surgery. For some people, this was undoubtedly a loss, like taking the firewood from under the cauldron. Chen Song's challenge was impossible, and more people knew about it. Even the director of Ruijin Hospital, Xianxia, who held the 18-minute record for total bowel replacement surgery in the country, personally said, "I choose a for Chen Song." It was like a joke, and it directly made more people join in. In fact, for most doctors, they naturally wanted to see Chen Song break the record. This was an opportunity to show the prestige of our country. Why not cherish it? The situation was getting worse. The program team began to specially invite some domestic and foreign experts to be the professional judges this time. This time, the program team really spent a lot of money. They sent out an invitation to the person in charge of China's Mayo Cooperation Center. Although he did not hold the record abroad, he was very authoritative in this field. After a period of constant discussion, Challenge the Impossible reached the top of the trending list. Chen Song's 16-minute challenge also became the second place. This time, the program's expectations were getting higher and higher, and it might even exceed the total of the previous episodes. More and more viewers began to look forward to the broadcast of the first episode of the fourth season. It was a good thing for CCTV that such a positive variety show that promoted the country's craftsman spirit could be recognized by so many people. Therefore, the official media also began to promote it. As the days went by, there were only 3 days left until the show. At this time, Sabella, as the host, made a statement. "We invited the Guinness World Records organization to collaborate on this program. For those who challenged the impossible to enter the Hall of Honor, we have decided to help them apply for the Guinness World Records. We look forward to the first episode of the competition." Chen Song can complete his A-level challenge, complete his impossible, and complete the impossible of the people of the world. Set a new world record. After learning that the Guinness World Records organization was coming to the program team, the audience went into a frenzy. If Chen Song succeeded in his challenge in the competition, the impact and significance of this would be unprecedented. It would even greatly inspire the audience. Sometimes, it was not only the talent shows that inspired people. It could also inspire those who quietly worked on the front lines of various industries. They completed their work day after day, turning the impossible into possible time and time again. They would eventually challenge the impossible. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was the day of the program's broadcast. There were many people at the scene. Everyone was here to witness history. Chen Song had a lot of tickets. He distributed them to his students and invited them to watch their teacher's performance. In the flashing lights of the venue, the host, guests, and judges were already in place. When the countdown began, Sabella went on stage, picked up the microphone, and said loudly, "Dear viewers, we meet again. The long-awaited 4th episode of Challenge the Impossible has successfully broadcasted. I believe that no one wants to see me anymore. After all, today's programs are getting more and more exciting. I won't take up any more of your time. Next, let's invite our first guest onto the stage." Just as she finished speaking, a tall and handsome young man in a white coat walked out from backstage. P.S. This is 2-in-1. Finally, on account of the veterans' effort in updating, I'm asking for monthly votes. Asking for monthly votes. Asking for monthly votes. End of chapter 1174. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.